Qingfeng, an ordinary office worker from the imperial capital, unexpectedly finds himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball, where he becomes the legendary warrior Gogeta, a being who should not exist. Faced with world-destroying powers, his only desire is to return to Blue Star and reunite with his wife and children. In the depths of despair, he suddenly finds himself bound to a multiverse chat group. Encountering familiar anime characters within the group, he humbly asserts, "I am but an ordinary person, perhaps capable of casually obliterating a few universes." Iron Man exclaims, "Dude, is that what you call ordinary?" Uchiha Madara remarks, "Before him, the Sage of the Six Paths is nothing." Ace declares this maneuver earns a perfect score. From Dragon Ball to the multiverse, he strives to lead a low-profile life while achieving remarkable feats. This is the journey of an ordinary worker making an invincible comeback. Chapter 1. The beginning with Dragon Ball and joining the Dimensional Chat Group. In the clouds of an obscure planet in the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, a man lies within the eternal void of space, amidst the shattered dimensional walls. Just as he slips into a light slumber, he dreams once more of the time he worked in the imperial capital, recalling the worry in his parents' eyes and the promises made by his beloved. "I believe in you no matter how long it takes. I will wait for you to come back and marry me. Son, your mother and I lack the means to provide you with a lavish life. While you work in the imperial capital, please take care of yourself and don't overexert." The man, Qingfeng, was an ordinary office worker on Blue Star, whose career was plagued by misfortune. After a drunken mishap led to a car accident, he found himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball. He became a warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. When two immense forces in the universe collide, his true form emerges in a radiant display of light. The most powerful warrior in the multiverse, Gogeta. Qingfeng is initially pleased with his new beginning, yet simultaneously dissatisfied. The strength of this body undoubtedly allows him to overpower the vast majority of opponents, except for the Omni King and the Angel Grand Minister. In his eyes, no one else could defeat him. Even the gods of destruction might struggle to secure a victory against him. However, his parents and girlfriend are mere mortals, and if he were to return to Blue Star after 70 or 80 years, his loved ones would have long since turned to dust. What use is invincibility then? Moreover, searching for Blue Star among countless worlds proves to be immensely challenging. He attempts to shatter the dimensional barriers to traverse to other universes. Yet the multitude of parallel dimensions makes it nearly impossible to pinpoint the universe he once inhabited. After a year of arduous searching, he finds no leads. Suddenly, an unfamiliar consciousness invades his mind, and a cold voice echoes, "You are invited to join the Dimensional Chat Group. Do you accept?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng decides that joining the chat group might be beneficial, perhaps offering a means to return to Earth. "Agree." The cold voice resounds again, "Please enter your nickname." A familiar yet strange interface materializes in his mind. It is familiar because the chat format resembles that of his former life, yet strange as it directly appears within his consciousness. Qingfeng opts for simplicity, adopting Gogeta's moniker, Dimensional Apex. "Congratulations, Dimensional Apex has joined the chat. Please warmly welcome our esteemed member. Do you wish to dance as well? Join the group chat." While the chat group welcomes newcomers, the attitudes toward the two new entrants reveal a subtle distinction. Within the once quiet chat group, the arrival of two new members prompted an enthusiastic response from the existing members. The World Destroyer remarked, "The strongest in the dimension? Quite an intriguing character. I am merely a passing Kamen Rider, remember me." Tony, the unfickle, added, "Why are there two more men joining? Can't one be mindful of the gender distribution when inviting? Don't you realize that there are more wolves than meat these days?" Fire Fist Ace chimed in, "Welcome to the group, newcomers. Please introduce yourselves." A mere glance at the usernames allowed Qingfeng to deduce the identities of the group members. These individuals are renowned figures in the vibrant online realm of Blue Star, and as an anime enthusiast, he was not unfamiliar with them. The World Destroyer is Kamen Rider Decade, whose alter ego, Tsukasa Kadoya, possesses the powers of all Kamen Riders and is regarded by others as a man destined to bring ruin to the world. Fire Fist Ace is the brother of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, and remains a highly popular character capable of freely manipulating flames. Tony, the Unfickle, is presumably Tony Stark, the male lead of the Iron Man series in the Marvel Universe, often referred to as the world's richest man or playboy. As for the newcomer who joined alongside him, with the username "Do you wish to dance as well?", he is likely Madara Uchiha from the Naruto universe. To think I could be drawn into this in a spiritual state. Who exactly created this phenomenon? Inquired, do you wish to dance as well? Tony, the unfickle, clarified, this is a dimensional chat group, primarily designed to connect characters from various dimensions, enabling communication and interaction among them. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of text flashed through the chat. Tony, the unfickle, has resolved a query for a new member, earning 100 points from the chat group. The World Destroyer lamented, I was a step too late, this fellow beat me to Itho enviable. Fire Fist Ace added, Envy 1. Tony, the unfickle, chuckled, hee, 100 points in the bag. By the way, newcomers, points can be spent in the marketplace to purchase any items. The current ways to earn points, besides daily check-ins, include assisting newcomers in understanding the purpose of the chat group, which also grants 100 points. A message from a user with a green cursor joined the chat, seeking favor. The strongest in the dimension, welcome, esteemed one, to the group chat, please remember me. Fire Fist Ace remarked, the admin has made an appearance. Miss Yunyao, do you know the newcomers? The favor seeker replied, I do not know them. The chat group has stated this is an esteemed individual. Surely that's clear enough. You truly are a fool. Yunyao, having watched numerous anime, provided them with plenty of plot insights after Ace and the others joined the chat, fostering a good rapport with the group, allowing her to share lighthearted jokes without issue. However, her anime knowledge is somewhat limited, and at least Qingfeng, a recent addition to the group, was unfamiliar with the character based on the username alone. Upon hearing the admin's comments, even in a spiritual state, Madara felt a surge of indignation. How could he be so underestimated? Do you wish to dance as well? Mused the character. A mere grain of sand is hardly worthy of my stature, yet I am deemed a heavyweight by this chat group and its administrator. It appears this chat group is not particularly impressive. Tony, unperturbed, responded, how audacious to insult even the esteemed administrator. I have never encountered someone so brazen in my life. Do you wish to dance as well? Replied, today you have indeed met such a person. Tony, I caution you to not be so arrogant. Please, Tony, it would be wise to apologize to the heavyweight should this formidable figure ever take offense. We would be powerless to intervene, urged another. Tony retorted, Administrator, is it not the strongest in the dimension who is considered a heavyweight? You did not declare this individual as such. Furthermore, my Iron Man suit has been completed. Are you certain I cannot defeat him? In an obscure post-apocalyptic world, within a secluded cottage, the administrator Yun Yao lamented for Tony Stark. Truly, one who courts trouble invites disaster. While the strongest in the dimension is indeed a heavyweight, I did not claim that do you wish to dance as well is not a heavyweight. If he desires to eliminate you, it would be akin to squashing an ant. The destroyer of worlds remarked, it seems you are purposefully leading him into a trap. Nevertheless, I must commend your execution. Fire Fist Ace added, I concur. At that moment, the character Madara seethed with anger, feeling belittled by the chat group, which dared to mock him, even as a mere member. Searching his mind for memories of battle, he extracted footage of his final confrontation with Hashirama and shared it in the chat group. A notification appeared. Do you wish to dance as well? Uploading battle footage to the chat group. Tony has accepted the footage. Fire Fist Ace has accepted the footage. The Destroyer of Worlds has accepted the footage. Please hug my thigh has accepted the footage. Apart from the already well-versed Qingfeng in the narrative of Naruto, the others uniformly received Madara's footage. They were eager to witness the might of the man deemed capable of overpowering Iron Man Tony Stark by the administrator. After viewing the footage, Tony felt a strong urge to silence his own boastful tongue. The battle between Madara and Hashirama, in light of his newly developed iron suit, seemed almost divine. Do you wish to dance as well? I must admit my previous insolence, please. Show mercy and do not hold it against me. In contrast to Tony Stark, Ace remained relatively unfazed. At this time, Madara had not yet been resurrected, nor did he possess the Rinnegan. He was merely wielding the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the world of One Piece, the strength of an admiral would not be dissimilar to that of Madara at present, and Madara's power was within Ace's realm of acceptance. Fire Fist Ace remarked, he appears to be on par with my father, Whitebeard, perhaps even slightly more formidable. The chat group has gained yet another unparalleled powerhouse. Chapter 2. The Chat Group's Overture. The ocular techniques and ninja arts, what fascinating powers. I believe I have grasped the concept, said Kamen Rider Decade, the character Kamenya, with an air of tranquility. Such destructive capabilities were within his reach as well. The newcomer was indeed formidable, yet in his perspective, merely competent, seeking assistance. I just want to ask if there is anyone who can help me. I've been hiding in a small room for quite some time now, and my food supply is nearly depleted. Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback generally. Chat groups were capable of traversing worlds, yet the administrator's words suggested otherwise. Seeking assistance. Can't the group members assist you? Seeking assistance. There's no way, my friend. For some reason, this chat group lacks the ability to traverse worlds, and the items available for exchange start at a minimum of 1,000 points. It will take at least over a month to accumulate enough. At this point, Yin Yao felt a surge of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. As a fellow traveler, her luck paled in comparison to Qingfeng's. Having arrived in a post-apocalyptic world, the chat group was her only lifeline. She was one of the earliest members, having joined over 20 days ago. Originally, she had anticipated being able to exchange for some abilities within a few more days, ensuring her survival in this dire environment. However, her hiding place was running low on food. The most critical issue was that the chat group prohibited members from transferring points to one another, leaving Ace and the others powerless to assist her. Qingfeng opened the chat group's exchange page and perused the offerings. Indeed, even the most basic devil fruit required a starting point of 1,000. Other items were priced exorbitantly, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover something he desperately needed. The ultimate freedom technique was priced at 100 billion points, while the coordinates of the Blue Star spatial location were available for 50 million points. If he could acquire enough points, he could return to his homeland. But soon, Qingfeng found himself troubled again. Each sign-in yielded a maximum of 100 points even if fortune favored him, and he consistently achieved the upper limit. It would still take over 200 years to accumulate enough. Well, let's see if the first sign-in offers any additional rewards. Dimensional Strongest Sign-in Successful earned 100 points. Fire Fist Ace. Big guy, that's impressive. The most I've ever signed in for is 30 points. World Destroyer. I've only ever reached 50 points at most. Seeking Assistance. A big shot like you can only sign in for a maximum of 100 points, so you've hit the cap. Do you want to dance to what? You can even exchange for the Rinnegan and Sage Body, not to mention the Six Paths power. Uchiha Madara was astonished. He had not expected the Six Paths power to be redeemable, although he had yet to witness it firsthand. However, the yin-yang power emanating from the marketplace, radiating immense strength, assured him that it was indeed the authentic Six Paths power. Tony No Heart. I've never seen anything like this. What's so remarkable? As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for anything in the marketplace. Dimensional Strongest. Don't think that just because you have some abilities, you could be arrogant. Newcomers should take the initiative to greet the seniors. Everyone here is your elder. Fire Fist Ace. Tony No Heart. Have you lost your mind? Is it not enough to provoke one? Now you seek to antagonize another big shot? World Destroyer. Tony No Heart. You need to take your medicine if you're ill. You must seek treatment. Don't give up on it. Qingfeng harbored a certain fondness for the character Iron Man, yet his arrogance did not deter him from imparting a minor lesson. The strongest in the dimension declared, "When I have the time to visit your world, I shall engage in a meaningful conversation with you." You also wish to dance? Remarked the strongest in the dimension. Should we ever meet, I will compel you to submit to the might of the Uchiha clan. Tony, ever defiant, retorted, "If you disagree, come and challenge me. After all, with enough lice, one becomes indifferent to the itch." It requires 100 members in the group to activate the interdimensional travel feature, which is a distant prospect. A cold voice echoed within the chat group. The strongest in the dimension. Congratulations on joining the chat group as a 9th-tier elder. You are now elevated to the status of administrator. With 2 administrators in the group, the world traversing feature is activated ahead of schedule. The strongest in the dimension has initiated the world traversing feature, allowing members to spend 50 points to visit the worlds of other members. Given that the strongest in the dimension is the first 9th-tier elder in the group, they may sign in for points twice daily, with a second sign-in yielding a fixed reward of 10,000 points. In times of crisis, group members may issue tasks to solicit aid from others. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "The fastest slap in the face in history. Tony, what's your take?" The Destroyer of Worlds added, "Though it may lack some decorum, the strongest in the dimension, could you perhaps live stream the moment you strike Tony for our collective amusement?" Seeking support chimed in, "Count me in." Seated languidly in his office, Tony Stark suddenly perceived the world darkening around him. Tony, defiant as ever, lamented, awakened from a dying state. "I realize the jest is on me. You have gone too far, building your joy upon my suffering." Seeking support reassured, "Fear not, the chat group prohibits the killing of members at most. You'll receive a good thrashing." Tony retorted, "You're not the one getting beaten, so naturally you're untroubled, you bunch of joy seekers." The destroyer of worlds interjected. Strictly speaking, Ace and I could best you as well, so it would be wise for you to remain humble aside from the administrators. You cannot overpower anyone in the group. Seeking support quipped, "I'm merely a lowly fighter. I truly apologize." Fire Fist, Ace inquired. Seeking support, are you really an administrator? Why do you earn points equal to ours? Fire Fist Ace has been muted by the administrator seeking support for 10 minutes. In truth, the inequity in the system was not Ace's fault as an administrator. Yun Yao was merely a figurehead, earning points equivalent to regular members, with the sole authority to mute others. Yet, as women often do, Yun Yao, consumed by envy towards Qingfeng, took her frustrations out on Ace. Tony, unfazed, remarked, Fire Fist Ace, why do you persist in provoking her? If she's no longer favored, you still shouldn't provoke her. Tony has been muted by the administrator seeking support for 1 hour. Initially, Qingfeng had intended to decline the role of administrator, but the perks offered by the system were simply too enticing. The administrator of the dimensional realm has successfully checked in, earning 10,000 points. Do you wish to dance as well? Check in successfully to receive 45 points. You also wish to dance. Tony, you are rather fortunate, my young friend. It seems I cannot come over today to tidy things up for you. At that moment, Tony felt a twinge of anxiety. Offending a powerful figure was not the terrifying part, but rather the prospect of having them come over to discuss life was. Tony, unflustered. Dimensional strong, you also wish to dance. Esteemed ones, I was merely jesting. Please treat my words as inconsequential. You also wish to dance. Dimensional strong. Let us engage in a duel aside from Hashirama. None possess the right to be called the strongest. The chat group spontaneously sent forth another message. We request the administrator, Dimensional Strong, to commence a live broadcast to demonstrate their prowess and earn the recognition of the group members. The tone of the chat group was amiable, even imbued with a hint of reverence. However, Qingfeng found himself in a quandary, as he was currently amidst the vastness of space. Where could he possibly find a worthy opponent? Was he to summon Uchiha Madara to serve as a warning? Yet, it was not an insurmountable challenge. He expanded his senses to detect powerful life forms within the nearby star systems. A second later, a smile graced Qingfeng's face. Found one. His body swiftly darted to the left and came to an abrupt halt. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a colossal spacecraft hovering above a vibrant planet, its insignia unmistakably belonging to the tyrannical race of Frieza. The group administrator, Dimensional Strong, has initiated a live broadcast. The group members eagerly flocked to the live stream. Even the proud Frieza wished to witness the might of the man deemed stronger than himself by the chat group. The first image that struck the viewers was that of Gula, exuding an aura of malevolence, gazing down upon the enormous planet beneath him. His blood-red eyes and purplish lips contrasted sharply with his body encased in a purple shell, and a tail measuring a meter in length swayed ominously behind him. The very atmosphere of the scene was thick with a sense of wickedness and brutality. Since you refuse to submit to me, prepare for annihilation, ha ha ha. With Gula's devilish laughter, a sphere of destructive energy coalesced in his palm and struck fiercely against a nearby asteroid. Chapter 3. Just a bit stronger, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the entire planet began to disintegrate, transforming from a once vibrant world into mere cosmic dust. Those in the group, despite their lack of knowledge about the universe, were familiar with their own home planet, which was not significantly smaller than Earth. Yet, with a single strike, it was effortlessly obliterated. The call for support from the powerful seemed to echo, as if the act of destroying a planet was a mere display of strength. But something about it felt ominous. While others were merely stunned, Tony was in a state of panic. With his slender arms and legs, he feared that a mere gesture from such a formidable being could lead to the annihilation of Earth. In his heart, he questioned whether he could retract his earlier statements. Compared to the harbinger of destruction, he realized he was, after all, a rather compassionate knight. You wish to dance as well? I acknowledge your destructive capability. Yet among all the ninja I have encountered, none surpass you in strength. I, Ban, deem you the strongest. As the group marveled at Gula's terrifying power, Qingfeng felt an urge to curse. Was this truly the image they held of him? This is who I am. As soon as the words left his lips, a resolute and striking visage appeared on the screen. A tall, imposing figure, his body brimming with explosive muscles, stood at the center of the live broadcast. With a confident and serene smile, even witnessing Gula's planet-destroying might did not disturb his composure. There was no air of arrogance, nor an overwhelming presence. He simply stood amidst the cosmic expanse. However, those watching the live stream simultaneously thought, before them stood an invincible being. Gula, noticing the peculiar atmosphere beside him, turned to look at Qingfeng, his previous brutality now subdued, replaced by a palpable tension. As the elder brother of Frieza, the Emperor of Evil, Gula possessed powers far exceeding his sibling, capable of annihilating a solar system single-handedly. Yet, the mightiest beings are often more attuned to the strength of others. He sensed that the man before him was not someone he could hope to defeat without engaging. "Who are you? I believe I have not wronged you." Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging that Gula indeed had not offended him. Gula could be considered a merciless tyrant, slaughtering any who defied him, but this had little to do with Qingfeng. As a traveler from another realm, he had never encountered Gula before, thus could not claim any grievance. In fact, Gula was conveniently positioned closest to him, serving as an example to display his own power to the chat group. "Do you have any final words?" As the harbinger of destruction, I had initially thought that the previous figure was the one in charge. His appearance startled me, yet he seemed to hold a certain trepidation towards the true power. This fellow has begun to sweat. Could it be that even someone as strong as he is not a match for the true authority? Tony is not a fickle individual. Whether he stands as a rival to the formidable leader remains uncertain. However, it is safe to say that the leader is unlikely to be inferior to him. Moreover, may I express a slight critique? The leader's entrance seems rather hasty. Seeking to cling to the powerful, do you comprehend what that entails? This is what is known as returning to one's roots. True strength manifests in such simplicity, rather than in the ostentatious display you favor. The world's destroyer, with an air of refreshing uniqueness, reveals the administrator to be a sycophant, a revelation indeed. Tony is steadfast in his loyalty, and I concur with a resounding affirmation. Fire Fist Ace also agrees, and perhaps you too wish to join the fray? Should you dare to speak against me, I assure you, I will silence you all. In the recorded footage, Gula's heart races with growing terror as he forcibly suppresses his fear, resolving to unleash all his power for a desperate battle. "Oh!" Gula bellows in madness, his immense power shaking the very space within a kilometer around him, creating ripples in the fabric of reality. Enveloped in a purple aura, Gula's strength surges, transforming his body into a more formidable form, with sharp, horn-like protrusions sprouting from his head, shoulders, and arms. Gula has assumed his ultimate form, and the oppressive aura he exudes escalates to an entirely new level, leaving those in the live stream utterly astonished. Tony ponders whether the leader can indeed triumph over such a monstrous foe, as Gula seems to emanate an even greater sense of strength than before. Fire Fist Ace concurs, noting that the very space around Gula seems to struggle under the weight of his power, revealing the existence of such a being was unexpected. Meanwhile, Yin Yao, hidden within her abode, pales at the thought. Even through the screen, she feels a shiver of fear. Her earlier confidence in Qingfeng's prowess begins to waver, as Gula's casual strike could obliterate planets, and now he has grown even stronger, having finally welcomed a powerful ally into the group. The thought of the leader being unable to defeat him raises concerns about potential demise. Seeking to cling to the powerful, one must acknowledge the undeniable strength of this individual, the mightiest of dimensions. Perhaps the leader should consider retreating, opting for a less formidable opponent. The world's destroyer asserts that one is not obligated to confront an enemy they cannot defeat. Do you grasp that? Observing Gula's transformation into his ultimate form, Qingfeng refrains from intervening, disregarding the group's pleas. As he gazes at the fully unleashed Gula, a slight smile graces Qingfeng's lips. Little did I expect after this prolonged wait, you would only reach such a level. A mere finger suffices to contend with you. While the transformation to ultimate form exacts a significant toll on Gula's body, it simultaneously amplifies his strength several-fold. In this moment, facing Qingfeng, the sense of invincibility begins to wane. How arrogant! To perish under my most potent state should bring you a sense of honor. Nearby, the colossal spaceship remains unresponsive, as Gula's most loyal subordinates understand his immense power and refrain from interfering in his battle. In an instant, Gula's figure vanishes, moving at an incomprehensible speed to strike with a whip-like kick aimed at Qingfeng. Yet, as if by mere happenstance, Qingfeng raises his hand, his index finger effortlessly blocking Gula's assault. Gula's relentless assault was effortlessly thwarted as he swiftly retreated several dozen meters, while a multitude of radiant waves surged towards Qingfeng. Encased in a golden glow, Qingfeng's right index finger deflected the incessant barrage of attacks. Countless light waves erupted in the void, their residual force devastating several planets, obliterating them in an instant. Gula once again conjured a violet orb of destruction within his palm. Die, he exclaimed, faced with a 100-meter purple sphere capable of annihilating planets. Qingfeng executed a maneuver that nearly drove Gula to madness. With his mouth agape, he exhaled gently, sending forth a gust that propelled the violet orb back towards Gula. His most formidable attack was effortlessly reversed by Qingfeng's breath, leaving Gula no choice but to evade in a state of disarray. Initially intent on prolonging the encounter, Qingfeng found Gula's weakness utterly uninteresting. This must come to an end. Against me, you stand no chance, not even 1 in 10,000. After a brief skirmish, Gula discerned that Qingfeng was not as formidable as he had imagined. Just as he prepared to taunt, an excruciating pain coursed through his body. Strength ebbed away, and the violet orb dissipated. With his last ounce of energy, he glanced down to see Qingfeng's finger piercing his heart. A nonchalant smile adorned Qingfeng's face, as if extinguishing Gula's life were merely a trifling matter. It seems I have surpassed you, if only by a fraction. Simultaneously, a golden energy sphere adhered closely to Gula's form, the force of its impact propelling him towards the spacecraft. Before Gula's subordinates could react, he crashed into the ship, accompanied by the energy sphere. Upon entering, the sphere unleashed a blinding radiance, a power never before witnessed, obliterating the vessel entirely. Gula's subordinates attempted to resist, but their efforts were futile against the energy sphere. When the brilliance subsided, all that remained was nothingness. The colossal spacecraft and the formidable Gula were reduced to ash. In the blink of an eye, their confrontation had lasted but 2 fleeting seconds. Observers in the chat group, witnessing Gula's offensive, intended to implore Qingfeng to flee, unaware that the tides of battle were about to turn. The enemy, once deemed invincible, Gula, was swiftly vanquished by Qingfeng with a single strike. Do you wish to dance as well? Impossible. Even I could not discern how he dispatched that beast. Ban's worldview began to crumble. He believed that after merging with the Ten Tails, his destructive power could rival such might. Yet, he could not fathom how Qingfeng had approached Gula and executed a lethal blow, having missed the entire sequence of events. In truth, it was not just him. No one in the chat group could perceive it clearly. Qingfeng advanced, piercing Gula's heart with a finger, and another energy sphere obliterated both him and the ship. The entire sequence unfolded in the span of an instant. Fire Fist Ace. The chat group boasted a slow-motion feature. I had to slow the speed down by 50 times just to catch a glimpse of the master's strike. In pursuit of support from the esteemed, the figure of authority is undeniably captivating. I have grown weary of striving to enhance my abilities through mere chat groups. Pray tell, does this distinguished individual have a significant other? If so, would it be too much to ask for a change, or perhaps even the addition of another? The destroyer of worlds. This slight disparity is hardly trivial. It may not merely be a minor difference, but rather a vast chasm, the most remote distance in the universe. Chapter 4. The Absolute Power. The most powerful in the dimension shuts down the live stream. The most powerful in the dimension. Tony is not one to be fickle. Rather than waiting for a propitious moment, I shall engage in conversation with you forthwith. Tony is not one to be fickle. I just recalled that I owe you some money. I acknowledge my error. Please grant me another chance. The destroyer of worlds. With low emotional intelligence, I offer you funds in exchange for your forbearance. With high emotional intelligence, I concede that I still owe you money. The most powerful in the dimension. I have no interest in monetary matters. Wealth holds no significance for me. In search of support. Indeed, your reasoning appears somewhat flawed. Given the prowess of this esteemed individual, do you genuinely believe he would concern himself with money? With a mere thought, the entire earth could be his. Tony is not one to be fickle. Sends a dedicated red envelope. $100 million. Please accept this envelope. The most powerful in the dimension. The most powerful in the dimension accepts the red envelope. Qingfeng finally comprehends the essence of being the world's wealthiest. Truly, he possesses immense fortune. Although I may not require it, I could still utilize it upon my return to the Blue Star. The most powerful in the dimension, while I may express such sentiments. Upon reflection, we are all comrades in this group, and I consider myself a magnanimous individual. I shall not dwell on this minor matter. Meanwhile, the restless Tony Stark breathes a sigh of relief, only to find himself devising further schemes. Do you wish to dance as well? Esteemed one, what do you lack? Allow me to assist you in uncovering what you require. Do you wish to dance as well? It matters not. I have not taken it to heart. Have you ever encountered an adult who would lose their temper with a child? Furthermore, I am currently but a soul. I merely lack the means to revive myself. Tony is not one to be fickle. It appears that the Group S marketplace offers resurrection items, although the required points vary according to the strength of the resurrected individual. with a starting price of 100,000 points. Fire Fist Ace. That seems exceedingly arduous. One can earn at most 100 points per day. How long will it take to accumulate enough points for resurrection? Uchiha Madara, however, contemplates Qingfeng. As a special administrator, he earns 10,000 points daily through sign-ins. If he is willing to assist, resurrection could be achieved swiftly. Yet, what could I possibly offer in exchange? After witnessing his prowess in battle, Madara feels he possesses nothing of value. Do you wish to dance as well? I merely spoke in jest. In due time, someone will undoubtedly revive me. So there is no need for concern on my behalf. Ding. The administrator in search of support has issued a task to assist the administrator in procuring sufficient food and ensuring their safety for 10 days. Danger level, 7 maximum. 10, reward points, 100. Ding. In accordance with the principle of mutual aid, all group members may accept this task. Completing the task will yield reward points, and the chat group will assess the task completion for additional points. In pursuit of support, the destroyer of worlds. Fire Fist Ace, Tony Stark. Help me, someone. I am on the verge of collapse. My hunger is overwhelming. The streets outside are teeming with zombies, and I cannot venture out. My points are scarce and must be conserved for exchanges. Once I acquire the means to defend myself, I shall gradually repay you all with points. The fair and benevolent administrator Fire Fist Ace has been a beacon of hope. Had it not been for her warning, Sachi would have fallen victim to Blackbeard's ambush. Indeed, I owe my sister's safety to her vigilance. If not for her, I would likely have met my end in the clutches of kidnappers. Yet, why is this mission rated so perilous? I am uncertain. At least the zombies I encountered seem to be of a rather ordinary caliber compared to you all. However, they are relentless, and only by obliterating their heads can one truly vanquish them. Furthermore, those bitten by them will inevitably transform into zombies. The cunning Madara, who has traversed the ninja world for decades, has offered his astute perspective. I suspect this may be related to the world's difficulty level. In her realm, it is rated a 7, but perhaps here it is merely a 1. The strongest in the dimension accepts the mission. Fire Fist Ace accepts the mission. It seems my presence is unnecessary. The esteemed individuals have already taken charge, and I shall refrain from intruding. The task issuer, Yun Yao, was momentarily taken aback, but her excitement surged when she realized that the esteemed ones would lend their aid. Compared to others, her rapport with Qingfeng is rather tenuous. While Ace and the others have resolved numerous predicaments within the original narrative thanks to her assistance, fostering a relatively positive relationship, it is only natural for them to come to her aid. However, she has little connection with Qingfeng and has not aided him in any capacity. This is why she did not tag him in her message, but it appears that the esteemed individual possesses admirable qualities. I find myself powerless in my soul state. I can offer no assistance. Be cautious, everyone. Though the administrator has stated that the enemy's strength is not formidable, being bitten could present significant complications. Ding. Group member the strongest in the dimension has completed the task, earning 50 points. Fire Fist Ace has earned 50 points. Ding. Task completed in 1 second. Earning a Super God rating, with an additional reward of 500,000 points. Fire Fist Ace receives an additional 10,000 points. At this moment, a wave of disbelief surged through everyone, wondering how the task could have been completed so swiftly. However, their attention soon fixated on the additional points, inciting a frenzy among several members. Goodness, 500,000 points. Even with the utmost luck, signing in for 100 points daily would require 5,000 days. A mix of envy and jealousy washed over me. How infuriating that the additional rewards are so substantial. If I had a corporeal form, those points would be mine. Even the typically stoic Uchiha Madara could not contain his excitement. This was a staggering 500,000 points. With such points, revival would be within reach. The destroyer of worlds, is it not a task of level 7? Moreover, one must ensure that the administrator finds sufficient sustenance and guarantees her safety for 10 days. How is it that the task was completed so swiftly? Tony remained steadfast, truly a remarkable figure, akin to a golden thigh. Undertaking tasks feels as effortless as play. While you are still attempting to grasp the situation, the task has already been accomplished. Do you wish to join the dance? Allow me to kindly remind you that during tasks within the chat group, assistance is rendered to members devoid of physical forms, providing them with peak corporeal states. Did you perhaps overlook this, esteemed one? Upon hearing this, Ben glanced at the task benefits page and discovered such an advantage, which only deepened his discontent. Do you wish to join the dance? 500,000 points. This should have rightfully been mine. The destroyer of worlds. Well, even if you were to participate, it would be futile. The additional rewards are likely correlated with the task rating. Would you have any assurance of completing the task in a mere second? Do you wish to join the dance? The destroyer of worlds. Hence, even if you were to engage, you would not acquire the 500,000 points. So cease your envy. Tony remained steadfast. Fire Fist Ace. You fool. Why are you questioning us when you joined us for the task and earned yourself 10,000 points? What are you doubting? Fire Fist Ace. I don't know. I just arrived and was notified that the task was completed, thus I received 10,000 points. The destroyer of worlds. So your 10,000 points can be considered a windfall, correct? Well then, now everyone is free to feel envious. Tony remained steadfast. Do you wish to join the dance? Let us rewind to a minute prior. As the administrator issued the task, Qingfeng, having nothing to occupy his time, decided to lend her a hand. He casually accepted the task, eager to ascertain the magnitude of the additional points, as he was in dire need of them. The spatial coordinates for returning home were priced at 50 million, and the free and unfettered technique commanded a staggering 100 billion. As for whether there existed any threats to his existence, it was not a concern for Qingfeng. Let us not jest to pose a threat to him. An opponent would need the capability to shatter the universe. Yet, how could a mere zombie world possibly harbor such entities? Pressing the transmission button for the task, he felt a wave of spatial distortion envelop him. Transmission initiated, a blinding light erupted, causing Qingfeng to instinctively shut his eyes. Transmission concluded. Chapter 5, The Soul Guardian. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a grotesquely mutilated man pinning a frail young girl to the ground. The man's body was ravaged, yet he appeared oblivious to his agony, mouth agape as he lunged at the girl on the floor. The Soul Guardian. And the girl on the ground was none other than Yun Yao, the administrator of the chat group, who had scarcely uttered more than a few words after posting the task. Suddenly, the door of the room was forcefully flung open, and a zombie burst in, launching an attack on her. Yun Yao felt she might be the most unfortunate transmigrator, while others possessed various extraordinary enhancements, or at the very least, had mysterious powerful allies. She had only a chat group. Though the group's abilities were indeed formidable, they consumed an inordinate amount of time. Having joined for over 20 days, she gazed longingly at the myriad abilities within the marketplace, nearly drooling at their allure, yet found herself unable to redeem a single one. Fortunately, the members of her group were exceptionally kind, never shunning her due to her meager points accrued from task postings. She awaited the arrival of a powerful ally, believing that once she clung to this formidable figure, she could navigate the apocalypse with ease. However, misfortune struck. Before the hero could arrive, the zombies appeared first. And as a frail woman with no combat skills, she was utterly defenseless. As the grotesque faces of the undead drew closer, she could hardly bear to imagine the horrific transformation that awaited her should she be bitten. Just as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, she felt an unexpected absence of pain and sensed the presence of someone watching her. With a slight crack in her tightly shut eyes, she beheld the gentle smile of Qingfeng, the male zombie having vanished without a trace. Blinking in bewilderment, she rubbed her delicate hands together, affirming that her vision was not deceiving her. In the next moment, she leapt from the ground and clung to Qingfeng's broad shoulder, quietly sobbing. She was merely an ordinary girl, much like she had been in her past life, who had merely hidden away in her house since her arrival in this world of zombies. This was her first encounter with the threat of death, and upon seeing Qingfeng, an irresistible urge to seek solace in his embrace overcame her. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is an age-old narrative, yet which maiden would not be enamored by a hero, especially one so strikingly handsome? At that moment, however, Qingfeng was taken aback by the suddenness of her actions. With his strength, evading danger was a trivial matter, yet adhering to the gentlemanly principle of caring for women, he decided to allow Yun Yao to rest upon his shoulder. Little did he expect that once she nestled against him, she would not let go, tightening her embrace further. The pressure on his chest was quite uncomfortable. Although she appeared modest in size, the sensation was akin to being pressed by two towering peaks. Yet he was a devoted man, already committed to a girlfriend. Although she may not have been the epitome of beauty, he was unwavering in his loyalty and had no intention of engaging in any form of polygamy. Thankfully, the awkwardness was broken by a voice filled with apology. Have I arrived at an inconvenient time? Poor Cass Ace appeared beside them, having arrived in tandem with Qingfeng. Though their disparity in strength was considerable, the spatial teleportation posed no challenge for Qingfeng, yet Ace experienced a brief disorientation following the transfer due to his lesser abilities. Once he regained his composure, the chat group notified him of task completion, revealing Qingfeng and Yun Yao still entwined in their embrace. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Yun Yao snapped back to reality, retreating from Qingfeng's arms, her cheeks flushed as she regarded Ace. Her eyes were filled with indignation, causing Ace to feel a pang of apprehension, though he pondered what wrongdoing he had committed. After casting several fierce glares at Ace, Yin Yao turned her head away, choosing to ignore him, the unwelcome third wheel in this moment. Ace wore an expression of exasperation. He had no desire to engage in conversation. Yet it seemed unreasonable for him to simply stand by and observe. Qingfeng, too, received the notification of task completion, uncertain of how to confront Yin Yao, and thus resolved to take his leave. The task has been accomplished. Perhaps we should take our leave now, Yin Yao shouted, unwilling to let him depart so easily. Where do you intend to go? I have yet to find my provisions, and should any zombies infiltrate within these 10 days, I would be doomed. Ace gazed at Yin Yao's form, inquiring with curiosity, what is that layer of iridescent shield surrounding you? Is it an ability of yours? Qingfeng nodded. It is merely a trivial trick. I refer to it as the Soul Guardian. Any object harboring hostility towards her will trigger the shield's protective mode. Unless the enemy's strength is on par with my current state, it is impossible to breach this protective barrier. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by such a formidable ability, but then he pondered another issue. The chat group indicates the task is complete. Does that mean no one in this world can shatter your protective shield? Standing nearby, Yin Yao recalled the solid muscles and powerful arms of Qingfeng when she had embraced him. If it weren't for Ace's lack of perception, she might have felt less embarrassed at the thought of clinging to Qingfeng. Being a girl, she too experienced shyness, had her emotions not been so heightened. Her affection for him would not have led her to such an embarrassing act. You may step outside and boldly seek out food. No zombies can harm you. Why not give it a try? Upon glancing at the 500,000 points in the store, Qingfeng suddenly felt that returning to Blue Star was imminent. If each task yielded such a reward, how splendid it would be. However, he did not consider that if this task were to be executed by anyone else, not only would they struggle to create a 10-day protective barrier, but merely escaping the throngs of zombies to find food would be an arduous endeavor. Zombies may lack intelligence and formidable combat prowess, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The streets were teeming with them. If we were to use Ace as an example, he could slay 100, even 1,000, but could he truly eliminate 10,000 or 100,000? Regardless of who undertook the task, accomplishing it within a short span was inconceivable, yet it was Qingfeng who had arrived. His strength was unparalleled. Even the shield he casually manifested contained enough energy to obliterate the earth. There was no need to worry about the shield's power diminishing over time. While it is conceivable that a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant, no number of ants could harm Ultraman. The power dynamics of this world were not on the same plane as his. Hearing Qingfeng's words, Yin Yao hastily cast aside her errant thoughts and observed the colorful shield enveloping her. She prodded it with her finger, discovering that it was akin to a mere illusion, visible yet untouchable. Ace, mistakenly believing Yin Yao was apprehensive and reluctant to venture outside, smiled reassuringly. There's no need to fret. Simply step outside and test the strength of the shield. The boss and I will be right here, watching over you. You'll be safe. I was never worried, all right? With the boss's prowess, I'm certain there will be no issues. I merely wish to ascertain whether this shield has any effect on me. Yin Yao cast a glance at Ace, her hair flipping as she strode towards the door without looking back. Just before stepping outside, she hesitated. Her gait was undeniably cool. But did Qingfeng and the others follow her? Why hadn't she heard their footsteps? Surely, they hadn't stayed behind. Should she turn around to check? But would that provoke Ace's ridicule? Never mind. Whatever will be, will be. Summoning her courage, Yin Yao stepped through the door, immediately confronted by a horde of zombies, surging towards her in a dense mass. The nearest zombies were merely a dozen meters away, approaching her in the blink of an eye. Though Yin Yao had faith in Qingfeng, the sheer scale of the onslaught left her momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, as the zombies encroached within a 3-meter radius, a mysterious and profound aura emanated from her, resulting in an astonishing spectacle. The throng of zombies, as if encountering their nemesis, began to disintegrate, the foremost dozen dissolving into crimson mist in an instant. Zombies, devoid of intelligence, would descend into madness at the sight of the living, charging forward despite knowing they were outmatched. The tide of zombies surged from behind, yet under the protection of the luminous shield, they fell like moths to a flame, suffering heavy casualties. Within mere minutes, the ground was drenched in blood. The already ravaged pavement transformed into a vivid scarlet. Incredible. The power of the shield remained unwavering. Could humanity truly possess such strength? Chapter 6, A Permanent Solution? Ace stood behind Yin Yao, incredulously observing the unfolding scene. He too could create a similar protective barrier, enveloping himself in flames. However, Its defensive capabilities would pale in comparison to Qingfeng's shield. The crux lay in the fact that any protective barrier, ultimately formed of various energies, would wane in strength without the continuous replenishment from its user. Rough estimates indicated that the number of zombies perishing beneath the shield was no less than 800, yet its intensity remained unchanged. Qingfeng stood right behind him, not contributing any energy to the shield. Just how much energy did it possess? What is your maximum capacity for conjuring such a shield, my esteemed friend? 10. 100? Qingfeng, with a nonchalant expression, replied, I've never tested it. This little gadget consumes energy at a rate slower than my recovery. I can maintain it indefinitely. This was merely a trivial feat for him. He hadn't even transformed into his Super Saiyan state, simply conjuring the shield in his ordinary form. To him, this was merely his baseline, yet its power far exceeded that of a Super Saiyan god. His ordinary state bore energy rivaling that of a Super Saiyan god, which explained why the shield's potency remained unweakened despite obliterating countless zombies. The energy he could unleash with a casual strike could obliterate planets. Annihilating a mere handful of zombies would be an excessive drain on energy. He might as well find a block of tofu to smash. Meanwhile, the group in the chat continued to bicker, unable to fathom how Qingfeng managed to locate food in a mere second while ensuring Yun Yao's safety for the next 10 days. Do you wish to dance as well? The mere zombies can be effortlessly vanquished, yet ensuring the prolonged safety of the administrator is no trivial endeavor. I must serve as her close protector, the destroyer of worlds. Indeed, unless the Overlord were to obliterate the administrator's planet entirely, eradicating all zombies in the process. I cannot conceive of an alternative solution. Tony, the unfaithful, your remark does present a plausible scenario. A single planet would likely be of little concern to the Overlord. Ace of Fire, the Overlord employed a protective shield, a technique I have never witnessed before. Any entity harboring hostility towards the administrator within a certain proximity to the shield is automatically annihilated. Tony, the unfaithful, what on earth is this? It can even detect hostility? Are you jesting with me? Ace of Fire, I am at a loss. We remain unharmed as we approach, while zombies perish upon nearing. It is inexplicable. Perhaps I shall initiate a live stream for you all. Ace of Fire initiates the live stream. Do you wish to dance as well? Enters the live room. Tony the unfaithful enters the live room. The destroyer of worlds enters the live room. The live stream reveals a sweet-faced girl with short hair, standing motionless in the street. Countless terrifying zombies, howling, charge towards Yun Yao. Astonishingly, as long as they come within 3 meters of her, they are obliterated by an invisible force, turning into a mist of blood. The scene is exceptionally gruesome. Even the less intelligent zombies eventually cease their suicidal advance. Each deliberately avoids Yun Yao. Low intelligence does not equate to a complete lack of cunning. Even fish possess a memory span of 7 seconds. Witnessing their fallen comrades, they are struck by fear. Tony, the unfaithful. This overlord is remarkable. One cannot fathom the capabilities of such a being through conventional reasoning. Do you wish to dance as well? Regardless, this is utterly exaggerated. A protective shield that can independently discern enemies. Ace of Fire. I have observed for quite some time and remain perplexed. The Overlord merely gestures, devoid of any intricate maneuvers. Tony, the unfaithful, what about the food? The safety issue has been resolved, yet how is food managed? You cannot even see any food. How is the task marked as complete? The destroyer of worlds. Tony, the unfaithful, you ought to exit the group. Your presence diminishes the collective intelligence. With the protective shield, the administrator can stroll about freely, confidently procure food from a store, and return without issue. Ace of Fire, how did you ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest with such a mindset? Do you wish to dance as well? I echo that inquiry. Tony, the unfaithful, Ace of Fire, with your sharp intellect, why have you not developed your own unique suit of armor? As for the jibe from Uchiha Madara, Tony Stark instinctively disregarded it. He had known Ace for a considerable time, and their relationship was fairly amicable. Madara, however, was another matter. He had previously offended him, and Madara's temperament was less than agreeable. He had no desire to provoke Madara. Astonished by the power of the protective shield, Ace paused upon hearing Tony's retort and candidly replied, because I have no need for it. Even without armor, I could easily defeat you. What purpose would that serve me? Tony is not fickle, and I find myself utterly speechless. The destroyer of worlds. Well, let us quietly enjoy the live stream for a while and refrain from causing any more commotion. As a multitude of zombies cleared the path, Yun Yao suddenly turned around, and the figure of Qingfeng came into her view. There is a supermarket just ahead. Why don't you accompany me? I can hardly carry much food back home by myself. Yin Yao recognized that this might be an inconvenience for Qingfeng and Ace. Yet she was merely an ordinary girl. Transporting food for 10 days by hand would likely exhaust her. Qingfeng smiled nonchalantly, perceiving that the administrator possessed a certain charming innocence. With my protective shield in place, why would you return to that dilapidated house? You could simply reside in the supermarket, as no one could harm you there. This notion was acceptable to Yin Yao. She believed that even the most formidable strength should be housed in a secure location. Although zombies could not overpower you, could you truly rest easy knowing they might still bite you while you sleep? The extraordinary often forgets that their protective measures do not require activation. They remain perpetually active. I find myself rather disinclined to exert effort. Despite my arduous journey to gain strength, it pales in comparison to a mere skill of the elite. The apocalypse I perceive is trivial in the eyes of the powerful. However, she pondered that it is only through possessing one's own strength that one can truly find a path to dominance. Relying on others is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Then do not strain yourself. With my protective shield, there is no one in this world who can harm you. Yin Yao's eyes brightened. Could it be that the elite intended to shield her? When a man assists a woman, there are typically two possibilities. Either he harbors affection for her, or he is deeply enamored. Yet, it feels rather burdensome to continually impose on you for assistance, always needing you to provide me with a protective shield in my world. No need. One is sufficient. You need not return repeatedly. This shield will not vanish even amidst the world's destruction. Is there a possibility that it might dissipate prematurely due to diminishing energy? Though it may seem trivial to him, it contains a fraction of his vast power. Breaching dozens of Earths would pose no challenge. How much energy could it possibly require to eliminate a few zombies? It is but a minuscule fraction of his strength. Yin Yao was utterly speechless. The elite indeed found a way to resolve issues with remarkable efficiency. Before she could respond, Qingfeng spoke again. Ace, please accompany the administrator in her search for food. She has likely been alone for quite some time and could use some companionship. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, he departed, utilizing the spatial transmission of their chat group to return to the Dragon Ball universe. After completing his task, he could only remain in the world where the mission was issued for a maximum of 2 hours. He sensed the shift in Yin Yao's demeanor. Initially, she revered his strength, but after being saved, a hint of inexplicable sentiment had intertwined with her admiration. He had no desire to become entangled in romantic affairs. Since the matter had been resolved, he intended to avoid complicating things further. However, even the most powerful woman requires protection from men, not to mention that Yin Yao, although an otherworldly traveler, was still in her developmental phase, possessing woefully inadequate strength. The dashing and chivalrous Ace was indeed an excellent candidate, with strength ample enough to match. Chapter 7. Defeating Frieza. He is not the type of protagonist who, upon encountering a beautiful woman, feels compelled to claim her as his own. In his view, a man should dedicate his entire life to loving but one person. Ace and Yin Yao exchanged glances, and Ace found Yin Yao to be quite agreeable. There was no denying her beauty. After years of traversing the new world, Ace had encountered few women of such exquisite allure. Their time together in the group had convinced Ace that Yin Yao possessed a kind heart, yet he remained apprehensive about the protective barrier. Qingfeng had mentioned that it would automatically defend against malicious intent, but could he truly approach Yin Yao without ill will? Ace, uncertain of the barrier's reaction, was hesitant to make contact, fearing that even a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. He was uncertain if he could withstand its effects, but he was not willing to gamble his life for a chance to flirt. In the Dragon Ball world, upon returning to the remote little planet, Qingfeng promptly opened his chat group, celebrating the recent completion of a task that had earned him 500,000 points. The messages in the group had surged to an astonishing 99, but Qingfeng did not delve into the earlier conversations. He merely skimmed through the messages from a few seconds prior. Please lend me your support, the strongest in this dimension. I shall forever remember your kindness. I sense a different aura. Could it be my imagination? No, it is not your imagination. I sense it too. Qingfeng chuckled, ignoring their playful banter, and opened the points shop, admiring the 5 gleaming zeros next to his point total. The sensation was exhilarating, though he lamented the fact that the items he desired required far more points. Otherwise, he could have exchanged some of his 500,000 for smaller treasures. Items such as the Kagaya's Eye or the Devil Fruit, while not of substantial benefit to him, would serve as delightful diversions. With no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to seek out a challenge, hoping to inquire about the coordinates of Earth in the Dragon Ball world. After pondering his choice, he ultimately decided to confront Frieza, a formidable figure renowned throughout the Dragon Ball universe as a resilient adversary. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, he vanished from his location. Instant transmission, unbeknownst to Frieza, who was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He was currently engaged in battle with his subordinates amidst the cosmos. However, he had no intention of returning to Earth, as he was no match for the combined might of Goku and Vegeta, the 2 Super Saiyan gods. At this juncture, he had just been resurrected by the Dragon Balls and had achieved his golden form, only to be thoroughly beaten by Goku and Vegeta in succession. Unlike the original storyline, he had opted against annihilating Earth and the Saiyans in a desperate struggle, instead choosing to flee from the planet. Visiting Earth is out of the question. It is a futile endeavor. I cannot hope to take on 2 at once, so I must resort to bullying other races to sustain myself. Ah, Frieza, how have you been faring lately? As his subordinates continued their assault on the planet, Frieza remained seated in his small spacecraft, casting a peculiar gaze upon the unfolding events below. Suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. As I turned my head, I was dismayed to discover that the visitor was none other than the last person I wished to see, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Frieza's words left Qingfeng feeling somewhat vexed. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Gogeta was indeed a fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and with features and physique bearing the semblance of both, Frieza's confusion in mistaking him for Sun Wukong was forgivable. His expression was grave as he stated a fact. I am Qingfeng. If you wish to live, you will reveal the location of Earth to me. A deep, menacing laugh escaped Frieza's lips, for upon closer inspection, it was clear that Qingfeng was not Sun Wukong, yet he was still an arrogant individual, daring to speak so boldly to the ruler of the universe. Prepare to die? Frieza's smile faded into a sinister grimace, and with a flick of his finger, a beam of deadly energy shot forth. Qingfeng, however, showed no inclination to evade. He allowed the energy to strike him, deeming Frieza's attack laughably weak. Ultimately, he could not escape the law of smoke and no injury, as the billowing dust settled, revealing Qingfeng unscathed. Not bad, but you are still not worthy of challenging me, he remarked. A glint of malice flickered in Frieza's eyes. The mere resemblance to Sun Wukong was enough to incite his desire to eliminate him. With a thunderous roar, he began to gather energy, flames spiraling around him, the intense energy waves shattering the ground beneath him for hundreds of meters. A blinding golden light illuminated the sky as the 24-karat golden Frieza emerged, his energy soaring into the heavens, shaking the very planet with his formidable power. Qingfeng made no effort to interrupt Frieza's energy gathering. No amount of struggle could make Frieza his equal. Your brother can transform like this too, but after his transformation, he is far too weak. I wonder how you compare to that worthless sibling of yours. Frieza's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, not merely angered by the death of his brother at this man's hands, but by the audacity to strike at one of his kin, a provocation against the royal lineage of the universe. Oh, it has been long since my hands have been stained with blood. I hope you can provide me with an enjoyable challenge. Qingfeng, with a resigned gesture of his right hand, beckoned Frieza to attack, for he had grown weary of the villain's arrogant rhetoric. Frieza, seeing this, was infuriated. He lunged forward with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving before Qingfeng in an instant, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Qingfeng effortlessly parried the blow with one hand, gripping Frieza's arm, rendering him incapable of retracting it, regardless of how much force he exerted. In a flash, Qingfeng retaliated with a lightning-fast punch, striking Frieza squarely, sending him hurtling backward for hundreds of meters before he regained his footing, surprised that even in his golden form, his attack was so easily neutralized. Frieza roared in frustration and launched another assault. The two rushed towards each other, engaging in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows in a flurry of strikes. In an instant, they had traded dozens of attacks, with Frieza being thoroughly suppressed by Qingfeng, left with only the ability to defend himself, until a ki blast forced Qingfeng to retreat. Withdrawing from the battlefield, he returned to a state of normalcy. Though the encounter lasted merely a few dozen seconds, it felt more arduous to Frieza than a fierce battle against the Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Each strike from Qingfeng possessed the might to shake the heavens, and while Frieza could barely fend off the blows, his body struggled to withstand the impact. Leaving bruises from their initial clash, Qingfeng remained expressionless, exuding an air of effortless mastery, making it hard to fathom the extent of his strength. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Frieza recognized that he was not a match for Qingfeng. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Do you require my assistance in sending you there? Earth is not far from here. It would only take an hour. By suggesting this, Frieza sought to subtly ingratiate himself with Qingfeng, hoping to draw him into his ranks. Even if Goku and Vegeta were to join forces, they would pose no threat. A hint of a smile appeared on Qingfeng's face, for Frieza had displayed a keen awareness of the situation. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to impart a painful lesson. No need to send me. Your spaceship is too slow. I shall go on my own. Just provide me with the coordinates of Earth. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the distance, prompting both Qingfeng and Frieza to gaze toward the east. It was the power of the Super Saiyan God. Could it be that Goku encountered a formidable foe, transforming into this form? Frieza glanced at Qingfeng in astonishment, surprised that he was aware of the Super Saiyan God. Even after traversing the cosmos for decades, he had only recently witnessed Goku as a Super Saiyan. You are also familiar with the Super Saiyan God? This form of Saiyan is incredibly potent, perhaps even stronger than you. A glint of cunning flashed in Frieza's eyes. Utilizing Qingfeng to confront Goku would be the most advantageous course of action. Despite Qingfeng's resemblance to Goku, Frieza did not regard him as a Saiyan. In his eyes, Saiyans were a lowly and contemptible race. How could one possess such immense power? It was simply inconceivable. Qingfeng could hardly be bothered with Frieza. He had long recognized the true nature of this individual. With a touch of his fingers to his forehead, he executed instant transmission, departing from the scene. Chapter 8. The most fearsome spirit Kakarot. Do not think you can surpass me. Vegeta, we can become even stronger. That goes without saying. The strength of a Saiyan knows no limits. Vegeta, clad in a blue form-fitting combat suit, faced off against Goku, who donned an orange martial arts uniform. Both had transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, wherein their control over power was exceptionally refined. They were adept at preventing any energy from leaking, and this form did not excessively drain their stamina. Vegeta's red hair swiftly shifted to a celestial blue as his aura surged, embodying a divine presence as he charged forward. Goku, not one to underestimate the situation, also transformed into the Super Saiyan God state, known as Super Saiyan Blue. In this state, fueled by divine power, he transformed again into a Super Saiyan, wielding strength that far surpassed that of a god. However, the energy expenditure was significant, and this form could not be sustained for long. A ripple coursed through the space thousands of meters behind, as Qingfeng, utilizing the energy emitted from the conflict between the two fighters, executed a swift teleportation directly to Earth. Despite the considerable distance, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately sensed the presence of another entering their battlefield. Who could it be? Is he your brother, Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired with an expression of curiosity, for apart from Vegeta, he had yet to encounter any other Saiyans from the same era. As for his brother Raditz and Nappa, those mere supporting characters had been forgotten after Wukong's decisive victory over them. Vegeta scoffed, impossible. The pure-blooded Saiyans left in existence are merely the two of us. My brother Tabul possesses a considerably low combat power. There is no way he could rival someone as formidable as you. He continued, in fact, he bears a closer resemblance to you. Could it be that you have an illegitimate child out there? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong quickly retorted, Vegeta, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. I would never do such a thing. If Chi-Chi found out, she would surely kill me. Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time, believed firmly in the supremacy of strength. Might is the undeniable truth. Who are you? If you remain silent, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Qingfeng, unperturbed by the two, had no desire to become adversarial with the Earth's defenders. I am merely an unremarkable Saiyan. You need not concern yourselves with me. I have come to Earth simply to reside here for a while. Humph, who would believe such nonsense? With such immense power, how could you possibly come to Earth without ulterior motives? After speaking, Vegeta prepared to strike in order to test Qingfeng's strength. But Sun Wukong interjected with a friendly smile. You are quite powerful. Encountering a master like you is exhilarating. Perhaps we could spar some time in the future. Indeed, I have long admired both of your reputations. When the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to engage in a friendly contest. However, for now, how about we share a meal together and converse? Qingfeng's suggestion piqued the interest of both warriors, as Saiyans possess an insatiable appetite, often consuming meals equivalent to that of dozens of ordinary individuals. Sun Wukong, harboring no hostility towards Qingfeng, found Vegeta's naturally aloof demeanor softened upon witnessing Qingfeng's respectful attitude. After their extensive battle, both were quite famished, and thus, with Vegeta leading the way, the trio ventured into the city. Gathered together, they devoured their meal with remarkable speed, of course, with Vegeta footing the bill. As the strongest son-in-law of Dragon Ball, he was not lacking in funds. When questioned about his origins, Qingfeng merely gave a cursory response. stating that his family had been discarded lower-class warriors long ago and that he had faced a formidable foe in recent years, resulting in their demise. Vegeta remained skeptical, while Wukong, carefree and unconcerned, sensed no malice from Qingfeng and paid little mind to his background. After their meal, the trio parted ways. Qingfeng sought out a nearby hotel, while Wukong headed to the planet where the god of destruction, Beerus, resided. Vegeta returned home alone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he cast a meaningful glance at Qingfeng before departing. Once settled, Qingfeng opened the Dimensional Chat Group. Eager to sign in for the day, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity to earn 10,000 points. Ding. Dimensional sign-in successful, earned 100 points. Ding. Administrator Dimensional sign-in successful, earned 10,000 points. Ding. Administrator seeking support sign-in successful, earned 50 points. In truth, the quantity of points earned from signing in was of little consequence. The group was merely attempting to curry favor with him, and all members were well aware of this. The pivotal moment arose when Qingfeng had just completed his check-in, only for Yunyao to sign in almost simultaneously. This created an awkward situation. The act of signing in was not daunting, yet the disparity in points could lead to embarrassment. Both were administrators. Yet one received 10,000 points while the other only 50. Tony, not a Casanova. Haha. Sorry, I really don't want to laugh, but you're just too amusing. Seeking support. Is it truly that funny? My sign-in points may pale in comparison to the seniors, but at least I've earned more than you, you charming rogue. Tony, you are an administrator. It is only natural for you to have more points than me. I am merely a group member. What is the point of comparison? Fire Fist Ace. Haha, I can't help it either. Why would you insist on signing in at the same time as the senior? ISNT that just setting yourself up for discomfort? Seeking support. What are you all laughing at? Is it really that amusing? Tony, I'm reminded of a joyous occasion. My wife has given birth. Seeking support. Fire Fist Ace. How do you explain that? Fire Fist Ace. My wife has also given birth. Seeking support. You are all clearly reveling in my misfortune, and your laughter has been unceasing. Tony, as the world's richest man, I have undergone rigorous training. No matter how hilarious the situation, I shall not laugh unless utterly unable to contain myself. Yunyao's face flushed with indignation as Ace and Tony engaged in their banter, audaciously mocking her. Dimensional strongest. ISNT the administrator supposed to have the power to mute? I should give them a half-hour timeout. Out of sight, out of mind. Tony, you really are playing with fire. Who dares to provoke whom? Are you a fool sent by the monkey? Tony, now that we have the ability to traverse worlds, I may not be able to contend with others, but with your strength? Hee hee. World Destroyer. You cannot even match her. It's not just you. I doubt I could take her on either. Have you forgotten that the senior bestowed upon her a protective shield? Tony, what does that mean? Am I now the weakest in the group? Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, you are the weakest. Moreover, if the administrator were to strike you, you would be unable to retaliate. Not only that, but you would also have to graciously accept it. Otherwise, if the senior's protective shield deems you an enemy, one blow and you could very well be finished. Tony, you can't be serious. To be struck without the ability to fight back and then thank them? Am I to forfeit all dignity as the world's richest man? Fire Fist Ace. If you wish to test the power of the protective shield, feel free to retaliate. Oh, be gentle. I support you. Tony, support your sister. As if you haven't offended her. What do you mean by be gentle? Group member Ace uploaded an image. The image is quite straightforward. The ever-magnanimous and charming Ace is presently being playfully mounted by a girl who is firmly pinching his cheeks. Please lend me your support. Offline single kill, no explanations, World's Destroyer. Miss, you wish to dance too? Tony is not fickle. Group member Tony is muted by the administrator for 30 minutes. Dimension Strongest, your progress is rather swift. You've captured Ace's attention in no time. It seems the opportunity for the two of you to be alone was not in vain. Within just a day, your relationship has significantly deepened. Perched atop Ace's face, teasing him, Yunyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. After Qingfeng's departure, she gradually came to terms with her feelings. She and Qingfeng were never from the same world. His strength was overwhelming, and she felt unworthy of such a man. Beside her, Ace is powerful, gentle, and harbors a fondness for her. After a mere day together, their bond has remarkably progressed. Ace has been single since birth, and Yunyao shares a similar plight. She had traversed into the apocalypse and had not seen a man for over 20 days. Though their relationship has yet to be officially defined, they are merely separated by a thin veil of misunderstanding. Please lend me your support. Don't jest with me. We are merely good friends. The Most Wicked Sprite joins the group chat. Death God Primary School student joins the group chat. Chapter 9. The astonishment of the Death God primary school student. The most wicked sprite. Ah, which little sprite conjured this? Accidentally pulling me in. Do you not fear that I might consume your time? Death God primary school student. How did this appear in my mind? It defies all scientific explanation. You wish to dance? To devour time? That is quite an intriguing ability, but I dare say none of you here are within your capacity to consume. World's destroyer, the power to manipulate time reminds me of my ambitious junior. By the way, is the newcomer male or female? Fire Fist Ace, Death God primary school student. You cannot genuinely be a primary school student. Even theology cannot elucidate this, let alone science. The most wicked sprite. I have absorbed the time of 10,000 individuals. Do you not fear that I might eliminate you all? Ah, Tony is unmuted by the administrator. Tony is not fickle. 10,000? That merely requires a hand. During my days selling weapons, the souls of those who died at the hands of my sold arms number no less than 80,000. The most wicked sprite. But those deaths were not by your hand. Does one who manufactures not claim to have killed millions? Fire Fist Ace, that sounds quite formidable. I have yet to take the lives of so many. Please lend me your support. That is because you do not wish to kill. She slaughters ordinary people. Do you think she targets strong foes? Death God primary school student, having killed so many, how have the police not apprehended you? I shall confront you personally. Conan, upon hearing this, expressed his astonishment. He had never contemplated that a single individual could commit such mass murder without being caught by the authorities. He perceives this group as their own realm, merely having fortuitously been drawn into the chat. How could there possibly exist other worlds? If interdimensional communication were indeed feasible, the individual who established this chat must wield immense power. Do you wish to dance as well? The Shinigami Elementary student? The group contains battle recordings of all its members, and upon viewing them, one can easily discern the varying strengths of the participants. The most fearsome spirit, do not attempt to deceive me with trivial videos. I shall not be swayed by such nonsense. The title of the strongest in the dimension is indeed formidable. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Greetings, new members of the strongest in the dimension. I seek to align myself with the powerful. I humbly pay my respects to the esteemed ones. Do you wish to dance as well? I bow to the esteemed one. The destroyer of worlds. I bow to the esteemed one. Fire Fist Ace. I bow to the esteemed one. Tony, the unfaithful. I bow to the esteemed one. Today's distinguished individual is particularly striking. Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat peculiar, for he recognized the two newcomers. The most fearsome spirit is the renowned supporting character, Kurumi Tokisaki, from the popular series Day Live, a favored choice among many devoted fans. The supporting character's popularity eclipses that of the protagonist, and as the master of time, she nearly outmatches all local existence. With only a few exceptional primordial spirits standing in her way, the Shinigami Elementary student requires no introduction. He is renowned for eliminating one individual from the island nation in each episode, truly a pillar of the Hua nation. Detective Conan Idagawa, the intellectual paragon of the series, with no criminal able to elude his discerning gaze. The most fearsome spirit exclaimed, "Ah, it appears the administrator is quite beloved. Young man, come join me on a date." Qingfeng touched his nose, momentarily shy, for Kurumi was indeed his dream goddess. This had caused quite a few quarrels with his girlfriend in the past, and now, unexpectedly receiving such a declaration left him a bit exhilarated. The strongest in the dimension, the most fearsome spirit. Hello, young lady. As for the date, let us defer that. I am currently pressed for time. The Shinigami Elementary student pondered who among the two administrators might be stronger, as the group files contained no recordings of their feats. Fire Fist Ace uploaded a recording of a battle against zombies. The most fearsome spirit accepted the recording. The Shinigami Elementary student accepted the recording. A silence enveloped the group for several seconds before Conan was the first to recover from his astonishment. Were those humanoid beings zombies? This is the stuff of movies. How could such a phenomenon arise in the administrator's world? What is the situation with the administrators? Zombies perish before even drawing near. Their power is akin to that of deities. Furthermore, what precisely is this chat group? Could someone elucidate the matter? Conan's inquiries cascaded forth like rapid fire, shifting from skepticism to a state of tentative belief. Initially, he had thought himself entranced, but the vividness of this place felt far too genuine, entirely unlike a mere hypnosis. Moreover, his physical form remained unaffected, allowing him to communicate with group members solely within his mind. The Destroyer of Worlds proclaimed, "This is a dimensional chat group, primarily designed to connect individuals from various worlds, facilitating communication and exchange across dimensions. Members can check in daily to earn points, or assist newcomers with their inquiries to earn additional points. These points can be exchanged for an array of items from across the myriad realms. The Destroyer of Worlds enlightened the new member, earning 100 points. However, the Destroyer felt a sudden discontent with these points, pondering whether there were any available tasks, as he too desired to engage in assignments. Ace of Fire remarked that the esteemed individual earns 10,000 points daily merely by checking in. Thus, 100 points seemed trivial by comparison. The most fearsome sprite questioned whether the power of time could indeed be exchanged, noting that the strength of the origin sprite could also be converted. Albeit a maximum of 100 points could be earned daily, which felt rather sluggish. The Destroyer of Worlds inquired about the prowess of the administrator. To which the Grim Reaper elementary student responded, "Impressive. This is akin to activating an invincibility cheat." Tony, the Unfaltering, added that this was an infinite energy source. Even the apocalypse would not breach her protective shield. The Grim Reaper elementary student marveled, "This utterly shatters my understanding. Is this the power of the administrator? Terrifying indeed." Ace of Fire declared that the ultimate force of the dimension was merely a trinket the esteemed one casually deployed, one that could be unleashed infinitely. The Grim Reaper elementary student expressed disbelief, stating that if such invincibility existed, why not simply distribute it among everyone? The most fearsome sprite mused that such a powerful man must possess a magnificent experience in devouring time, if he were to be slain. Would the administrator's position not transfer to him? It must be said that the allure of ancient Qingfeng's 10,000 points daily was overwhelming, despite speculating on his strength. Kurumi still yearned to make an attempt. With points to exchange for the power of time, she envisioned the possibility of defeating the origin sprite, thereby saving this wretched world and herself. The strongest in the dimension found himself at a loss for words. To some extent, the assertion held truth. Even if he were to grant the entire chat group a guardian of souls, with his strength, it would be an effortless task. Yet, he was merely a mortal. Without the chat group, no tasks would be posted, and without tasks, there would be no points to return to Earth. Kurumi's remarks were dismissed, as he humorously noted that she was his favorite character from the anime realm, and a slight offense was tolerable. He remained magnanimous. Tony, the Unfaltering, remarked on the audacity of the most fearsome sprite, who boldly challenged the esteemed one, while he himself kept his aspirations concealed. The strongest in the dimension asserted that the solar system of their world required a complete overhaul, promising to crush it when time permitted. Tony, the Unfaltering, found it hard to fathom that the esteemed one could create a sun. The strongest in the dimension clarified, "I do not create suns. I merely stated I would crush it, not that I would forge another." Tony, the Unfaltering, panicked, fearing that the esteemed one might truly obliterate the sun, wondering if perhaps this was merely jest. "I am not joking," the strongest in the dimension responded. "This is precisely the opportunity for a duel between us. After all, you wish to test your mettle against me, do you not?" Tony, the Unfaltering, pleaded, "Perhaps it would be best if you muted yourself. The thought of destroying the sun is far too daunting for my tender heart to bear." At that moment, Tony realized that Yun Yao's frequent muting was, in fact, a display of gentleness. He often seeks to mend himself, yet paradoxically, he prefers to be silenced. Chapter 10. Ace's Plea. The Most Malevolent Elf. To crush the sun. Do you comprehend the vastness and the scorching heat of the sun? You would be incinerated before you even approached it. Even a deity could not accomplish such a feat initially. Tokisaki Kurumi harbored doubts regarding Gu Qingfeng's prowess, but she was not entirely skeptical. However, after conversing with Tony, she became utterly convinced they were merely deceiving her. Any rational individual would find it implausible that humanity could obliterate the sun, even as an elf. She recognized the impossibility of such an act. Group management seeks support. Send group files. Tokisaki Kurumi's worldview. Detective Conan's worldview. Tony remained steadfast. "I am rather curious as to why the esteemed figure has fallen silent. This is clearly a case of double standards." Despite her repeated provocations, the esteemed figure remained indifferent, even taking out their frustration on me. The Destroyer of Worlds. "When it comes to exacerbating the situation, I must concede that you are unparalleled. You truly are like an ancient sage consuming arsenic. How long do you intend to linger? Do you wish to join the dance? You are either courting death or traversing the path toward it. I am genuinely intrigued as to how you have survived this long. Seeking support, I concur, add 1. Fire Fist Ace, I concur, add 1. Any discerning observer can perceive Gu Qingfeng's extraordinarily amicable demeanor towards Kurumi. Yet, no one dares to voice this observation, as they firmly believe someone will inevitably rise to challenge the authority of the esteemed figure. As anticipated, Tony boldly stepped forward. The strongest in the dimension. Just wait for me. Yin Yao felt it was time to take action and shift the conversation. After all, She was well-versed in the worlds of Kurumi and Conan. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the future of these two new group members. The most malevolent elf. Could it be that you two can manipulate time, and thus foresee my future? Unlike Kurumi, who inherently possesses supernatural abilities, Conan's world is devoid of any transcendent beings. Even he is merely endowed with an exceptionally high intelligence and the striking ability to kick a soccer ball through a house. He is, after all, an unremarkable ordinary person. Coming to terms with such previously unfathomable concepts, his acceptance of these abilities pales in comparison to Kurumi's. The Shinigami elementary student. Can there truly be individuals who can foresee the future? My entire worldview has shattered. Tony remains steadfast. Oh my, let us extend a warm welcome to the group administrator. She is about to showcase her prowess. Yun Yao was utterly at a loss for words. Why does Tony persist in testing fate? Just moments after having his silence lifted, he is once again courting disaster. The Shinigami elementary student, you are Shinichi Kudo, are you not? You stumbled upon a transaction involving the Black Organization and were subsequently shrunk after ingesting a drug. The Shinigami elementary student. How do you know this? Only I and a few others, including Professor Agasa, are privy to this matter. Seeking support, I mentioned that I can perceive your past and future, albeit I cannot glimpse too far into the distance. However, the near future remains accessible. A little pretense before the newcomers will suffice. The crux is that when I traversed over, Conan's story had not yet concluded, so I am unaware of how the subsequent narrative unfolds. Should I overplay my hand, it would surely lead to an awkward predicament. Death God elementary student. What will my future hold? Will I regain my original body? Have I vanquished the Black Organization? The most malevolent spirit. Oh, it seems you have hit the mark. What does my future entail? Have I successfully obliterated the origin spirit? Death God elementary student. Unfortunately, no. In fact, you were the one who met your demise at her hands. The disparity in your strengths is insurmountable. The most malevolent spirit. Impossible. I have absorbed the time of so many individuals. As long as I continue this, she shall never be my rival. Death God elementary student. To think you could utilize the power she bestowed upon you to triumph over her, the very creator, is inherently futile. The most malevolent spirit. Then what is her true intention? Why create us spirits? What is her ultimate goal? Yun Yao felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears, pondering why one would probe so deeply into matters unknown. How could she possibly know? She was merely an anime viewer, unaware of the unfinished conclusion. The strongest of dimensions. Out of love, she seeks to resurrect her former lover, hence her manipulation of the entire world. For her, that man surpasses all. The most malevolent spirit. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future as well? The strongest of dimensions. One might say so. At least predicting your future is not overly challenging. I cannot simply claim to be a time traveler or a man who has read the script. Such an assertion would likely render me as delusional as others in this group. Tony, is it true that even the formidable origin spirit poses a challenge for you? That seems implausible. The strongest of dimensions. Not quite, however. Their world is quite troublesome. Some matters are best left for her to handle. The origin spirit is akin to the mother of all spirits, deeply loving them, and cannot act recklessly. Even if she possesses the power of all spirits and has absorbed the energy of the entire earth, she would still be easily extinguished before me. The most malevolent spirit. If you are truly that powerful, why do you refrain from intervening? Might I consume a fragment of your time? The strongest of dimensions. Regrettably, that is not feasible. My strength is too great. Even a mere ounce of energy absorbed would result in your obliteration. In the realm of spirits. Dressed in a gothic Lolita attire, Kyuka stomped her foot in frustration, her pale face breaking into a sickly sweet smile. What an intriguing man you are. The more you say, the more I yearn to discover whether you truly possess such formidable strength. Fire Fist Ace. Everyone, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. My sworn brother has been captured, and I am no match for them. The most malevolent spirit. What? Is Pirate King Luffy captured? Fire Fist Ace. No, it is Sabo. My other sworn brother. I had presumed him dead, only to learn he has joined the Revolutionary Army. I just received this news. World Destroyer. This situation is quite perplexing. Did you not claim that the Whitebeard pirates are one of the 4 emperors? How is it that you only learned of this impending execution now? Fire Fist Ace. I had thought he had perished long ago, but the Navy has concealed their intelligence so well that it was only today, upon his execution, that they proclaimed the capture of the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. Do you wish to join the fray? Count me in. I shall accompany them for a while. For it has been ages since I last engaged in battle. Seeking to ride on someone else's coattails, I find myself with nothing to occupy my time. So why not join in the excitement? Times have changed. Yin Yao no longer lives in fear as she once did. Not only is she unafraid of zombie attacks, but even the combined might of the Navy in this pirate world does not daunt her. Such arrogance stems from the protection of a powerful ally. Fire Fist Ace. Very well, your presence will indeed be beneficial. The destroyer of worlds. I too shall partake in this venture. I find myself with little to do lately, and there are no monsters lurking about. The most ferocious sprite, I will join as well. I wish to see if you all truly possess the strength depicted in the battle recordings. Tony, the unfaithful, someone must play the role of the fool. Why not me? I too wish to bask in an effortless victory. The strongest in the dimension, I will join. Please issue the task, as I am in dire need of points. The only silent member of the group, Idagawa Conan, quietly lurked at this moment, hesitating to speak. After all, he had witnessed Ace's battles firsthand. Ace could effortlessly dispatch 1,000 or 800 foes, and Conan was no match for him. Glancing at his youthful form, Conan decided it prudent to bide his time. Should he venture forth only to be slain, it would not be a trifling matter. Fire Fist Ace issues a mission. Proceed to Marineford to rescue Sabo, who is on the verge of execution. Reward, 500 points. Mission difficulty, level 10, the highest hellish difficulty in this world. Tony, the unfaithful, a level 10 difficulty? Are you attempting to assassinate the president? What makes this rescue so perilous? Initially confident, Hyuka suddenly felt a wave of unease. She had yet to view the battle footage of the other group members. She had presumed the recordings could be synthesized, believing it would merely entail killing and simultaneously absorbing others' time. Chapter 11, Million Points Reward. However, this hellish difficulty did instill a sense of dread. The most ferocious sprite. I am curious about their true strength. While I harbor doubts about this chat group, I do not wish to engage in a rescue without first gauging the enemy's capabilities. Fire Fist Ace, should we venture to the Navy headquarters, we would likely confront the 3 admirals. Their single blow could rival the strength of 1,000, no, even 10,000 ordinary people, making it nearly impossible to withstand. The most ferocious sprite. Is this even human? How could anyone be so formidable, especially against 3 adversaries? Do we truly stand a chance? Despite these concerns, Hyuka remained resolute in her decision. She feared not death, for her avatars existed in every time frame. As long as her avatars survived, her essence remained unbroken. At worst, her consciousness would merge with another version of herself from a different time. Tony, the unfaithful, no worries. After all, we have a powerful ally among us. They are impressive. Can anyone rival their prowess? The destroyer of worlds. Indeed, they cannot surpass our allies' might. But they certainly outclass you. What relevance does their strength hold for you? Reclining on the hotel bed, Qingfeng observed the daunting difficulty level of 10 with an expression of anticipated resignation. If his deductions were accurate, the current Marineford must be as impregnable as a fortress, perhaps even more secure than the sanctuaries of the celestial dragons. The Revolutionary Army's objective is to overthrow the corrupt rulers, the celestial dragons, and having captured their second-in-command, it was certain that the celestial dragons would station all their formidable forces in Marineford. In the realm of pirates, the mightiest forces are universally recognized as the admirals and the 4 emperors, with the disparity between the two being negligible at best. In his prime, Whitebeard might have surpassed a typical admiral significantly, yet now, in his advanced years, the strength of the admirals and the 4 emperors has long since matched his own. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, alongside Vice Admiral Tsuru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as well as the formidable Iron Fist Garp, constitute an assembly of 6 with admiral-level prowess. Not to mention, there are several potential admirals waiting in the wings. Without a united front among the 4 emperors, this formidable lineup could easily overpower any crew of 4 emperors in the pirate world. The aspiration to rescue anyone from their grasp is akin to chasing a mirage. The highest level of difficulty is entirely justified. In a flash of white light from different universes, apart from the trembling Conan, who dared not speak loudly, the others descended upon Marineford. Simultaneously, notifications from their chat group echoed. The strongest in the dimensions has completed the task, earning 100 bounty points. Time taken, 1 second. Task rating, S. Additional reward of 5 million points. Those seeking support, aspiring to dance, the destroyer of worlds, and the most malevolent spirit, each received 80 bounty points. All members receive an additional bonus of 10,000 points. Upon their arrival at Marineford, despite prior anticipation, the group found it somewhat challenging to accept the situation. They had just returned from their transdimensional travels, even if they had occasionally traversed the worlds of other nights. A momentary dizziness washed over them. None could fathom how Qingfeng had accomplished this feat. I maintain that this chat group is a power of some spirit. Completing tasks without effort seems implausible. If points are truly so easily obtained, wouldn't the items in the marketplace be freely exchangeable? Tony, too, was perplexed by the situation. Yet he was acutely aware that he had effortlessly acquired 10,000 points. Is this what it feels like to win without effort? Truly exhilarating, so delightful. The Destroyer of Worlds remarked, "This illustrates the disparity between us and the elite. While we have merely glimpsed the enemy, the elite have already fulfilled their task." The most malevolent spirit queried, "So, who exactly are we meant to rescue? The adversaries before us are indeed formidable. Can we truly prevail?" Gazing at the neatly arranged 100,000 Navy soldiers, even Kurumi, a spirit herself, felt a twinge of fear. Even the lowest-ranking ordinary Navy personnel seemed significantly stronger than the average individuals from her own world. As for those seated in positions of authority, each exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Given such opponents, how could they possibly achieve victory? Yet, despite the varied expressions on their faces, one sentiment was shared among them, an undeniable confidence in their impending success. Only Ace recognized Sabo, while others remained oblivious to his presence. As he gazed at Sabo, who stood behind Qingfeng, Ace's eyes welled with tears, cascading down his cheeks. "Sabo, I thought you had perished long ago. I never imagined you still graced this world." "Yes, I was rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon." The two embraced tightly, their long-awaited reunion igniting an unending conversation. The Navy had long prepared for a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army, anticipating attempts to intercept the execution. However, the arrival of a few unfamiliar figures left them bewildered. Before the Navy could comprehend the unfolding situation, Sabo vanished in an instant, leaving them in a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, Sabo, who had been shackled and led to the execution platform, appeared across from them. The three admirals, seated directly beneath the platform, exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a shared confusion. How could anyone rescue a prisoner right under their noses without their awareness? Having not experienced battle in quite some time, the desire for confrontation surged within Akainu, prompting him to exclaim, "This is the exhilarating rush of blood boiling. Come at me together." Kizaru, maintaining his usual languid demeanor, feigned fear and remarked, "How terrifying. The people of today are truly monstrous. A mere handful dare to storm the Navy headquarters." In stark contrast, Akainu's demeanor was one of intense fury. "To have a prisoner rescued from right before me is a slap in the face. Where is the dignity of the Navy?" He leaped down from the high platform, walking steadily towards Uchiha Madara. Qingfeng's speed was unparalleled, aside from the members of the chat group who recognized his prowess. No one else could ascertain who had liberated Sabo. Among those in the chat group, Akainu distinctly sensed Madara's superiority, his presence entirely different from the rest. It was the aura of a true powerhouse, capable of instilling dread without lifting a finger. "Do not accuse me of bullying you. Come at me together." Madara stood proudly with his hands on his hips, then recalled Qingfeng's presence. "Boss, could you refrain from intervening? I haven't battled in ages and yearn to relish the thrill of combat." Qingfeng shrugged. He was indifferent, having already secured Sabo's rescue and the accompanying rewards. If Madara wished to indulge, so be it. Upon receiving Qingfeng's consent, a smile graced Madara's face, fearing that the moment the boss intervened, his chance for enjoyment would vanish. In his prime, bolstered by the power of the dual Rinnegan and the vigor of his youth, he remained the formidable Uchiha Madara who once instilled fear across the ninja world. Clad in armor with long hair billowing, Madara accelerated forward, unafraid in the face of the 100,000 Navy soldiers. Ironically, it was the numerically superior Navy that found themselves at a loss, with officers above the rank of captain feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Just as the distance between the two factions dwindled, poised for close combat, a thunderous shout shattered the silence before the storm. "Sabo, I'm here to rescue you." Luffy, donning his straw hat, descended from the heavens, rushing toward the execution platform with fervor. Before he could dash too far, Ace swiftly pulled him back. And it was then that Luffy noticed Ace was also present at the scene. "Ace, are you aware that Sabo has been captured? That's wonderful. Today, we shall rescue him together." Just as Luffy was about to continue, he suddenly spotted Sabo, who should have been on the execution platform, staring blankly at him. Ace could only explain that he had sought the aid of a formidable ally and had already rescued Sabo, insisting that Luffy need not intervene any further. The reunion of the three brothers, particularly the astonishing fact that the supposedly deceased Sabo was alive, filled both Luffy and Ace with immense joy. After being imprisoned, Sabo had overheard plans to execute the Straw Hat, Luffy, which triggered a resurgence of his buried memories, restoring his lost past. With all eyes in the arena fixed upon the three of them, Ace offered an awkward smile, urging, "Please, continue your performance, Lord Madara." Akainu let out a cold chuckle, his smile dripping with disdain. The world's most notorious criminal, the son of Monkey D. Dragon, the offspring of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Since you are all here, none shall escape. Chapter 12. The Might of Madara. Oh, you must think highly of yourself, do you not? A mere admiral should not overestimate their significance. Madara's figure surged into the ranks of the Navy, and amidst the agonizing cries, the slaughter began. The ordinary soldiers of the Navy were no match for Madara. Have you ever experienced the speed of light? Lightspeed kick. A towering figure appeared behind Madara, delivering a ferocious kick. Possessing the Rinnegan, Madara, with his arms crossed defensively in front of his chest, withstood the blow, albeit being forcefully knocked back several meters by the overwhelming impact. Unfazed, he brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. Those in the chat group held their breath, their focus unwavering. Should Madara show any signs of faltering, they would rush to his aid, for this was a genuine battle of life and death. If Madara were to perish, it would be the end for him. Only Qingfeng harbored unwavering confidence in Madara. The strength of Uchiha Madara was beyond doubt. At the very least, he could ensure his own survival. How could he possibly be defeated by a single admiral? Having not viewed the group recordings, Tokisaki Kurumi gasped in astonishment, never expecting this man to possess such formidable prowess. Relying solely on physical techniques, it seemed none of the spirits could rival him, though regrettably, the spirits wielded supernatural abilities. Thus, Kurumi remained convinced that ultimately, she would emerge victorious in their confrontation. Are you not going to assist him? Kurumi inquired, sensing trouble ahead. Qingfeng smiled at Kurumi. Just watch closely, Madara's strength extends far beyond this. Kurumi shot him a sidelong glance, too weary to engage in banter. Despite the group's incessant praises of his might, it was the reticent Uchiha Madara who first clashed with the enemy. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, utilizing a high-level fire technique that unleashed flames of overwhelming magnitude upon the Navy. Ice block. Ice Age. Aokiji sprang into action, gathering the powers of his ice fruit. An icy bird surged forth, charging towards Madara's flames. The two formidable forces collided in a fierce contest of ice and fire, resulting in a stalemate. Tony Stark swallowed hard. Indeed, there exists a palpable disparity between watching footage and witnessing a live battle. The reality is far more striking. Is this truly the zenith of Madara Uchiha's power? Such terrifying prowess. Have you ever beheld my prime? After exchanging a blow with Aokiji, Madara found the moment to retort to Tony, dismissing Aokiji entirely. Heavenly obstruction. Madara clasped his hands once more, summoning his Susanoo, which materialized in a formidable half-body form. A colossal meteor plummeted from the sky, its size eclipsing the entire Navy base, casting a shadow over Marineford. Tremble, for this is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. With the Ice Age and Great Fire, the three admirals, without hesitation, launched their countermeasures against the impending cataclysm. The immense meteor faced a barrage of relentless assaults. Ultimately, it shattered. Yet the aftershocks of their collision reduced numerous structures in Marineford to ashes. Though Madara did not overpower the admirals, he nonetheless commanded their respect. The combined efforts of the three admirals were required to thwart this man's onslaught. The might of Uchiha Madara became evident to all in the Navy. Kizaru and Akainu stood together, ready to confront Madara unitedly. Kurumi Tokisaki was already flabbergasted. Not only could he summon flames, but he could also call forth meteors of such magnitude. The meteor's diameter was at least several miles. It was inconceivable that anyone could wield such an attack. Upon swapping perspectives with the admirals, Kurumi realized that Madara's great fire annihilation would be insurmountable even for her. Unless she harnessed the powers of the Chronos Emperor to evade with time manipulation, she resolved to consume Uchiha Madara's time. Only by acquiring such a man's strength could she hope to defeat the Origin Spirit. Didn't TU claim to be strong? Why not lend a hand? They are planning a joint assault on Madara. Uncertain about what had irked Kurumi, Qingfeng felt utterly helpless. Fine, I shall conclude this game. Madara, step back and allow another to take the stage. Qingfeng approached Madara and patted him on the shoulder. Madara's eyes sparkled with battle fervor. He had yet to fully unleash the powers of his Susanoo, would release, and Rinnegan. However, since Qingfeng had spoken, he had no choice but to return to the others. Upon seeing Madara retreat, Kurumi was utterly perplexed. What was happening? Even if Qingfeng surpassed Madara in strength, could he truly take on the challenge alone? Had they not witnessed the terrifying destructive capacity of the three adversaries before them? They were akin to monsters. The others were oblivious to Kurumi's thoughts, but upon seeing Qingfeng advance, they understood their opportunity to shine had vanished. Matoi Shirshir had initially intended to join the fray alongside the three admirals, but now it seemed that chance had slipped away. Qingfeng casually positioned himself before the others. To Akainu and the other admirals, he appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet, upon closer inspection, his seemingly unguarded stance became elusive, rendering them hesitant to strike. However, the other naval soldiers failed to perceive the underlying intricacies and began to murmur among themselves. One individual daring to challenge three admirals simultaneously, only to be surrounded and subdued by them, seemed only natural. The admirals represent the pinnacle of strength within the fleet. The peculiar-eyed man had merely engaged in a fleeting skirmish with them. Observing that Akainu and the others did not take the initiative to attack, Qingfeng leisurely approached the trio, not missing the opportunity to taunt them. It would be premature to assert that they could subdue me. Just 2 years prior, he was an ordinary individual, suddenly thrust into the limelight as he was pursued by beloved anime characters, a situation that inevitably made him feel somewhat elated. Suddenly, Akiji unleashed 5 ice pillars aimed directly at the advancing Qingfeng, his hand also materializing an ice blade forged from solid ice. As if oblivious to the impending assault, Qingfeng displayed no intent to defend himself. However, as the ice pillars approached him, they inexplicably vanished into thin air. Akiji, rushing in, had no time to ponder the disappearance of his attack when he executed a powerful downward strike at Qingfeng. Still ambulating at a leisurely pace, Qingfeng allowed the ice blade to draw perilously close to his head, but just as it was about to sever his hair, Akiji was violently repelled. As if struck by a train, the force propelling him through dozens of houses. When Akiji finally regained his footing, he felt as though his insides had shattered. Utterly drained of strength, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, and he collapsed feebly to the ground, spiraling into unconsciousness. The group observing Qingfeng's formidable display in the chat was increasingly convinced of the necessity to cling tightly to this golden opportunity. At that moment, Ace, who was reminiscing with his brothers, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing Akiji's swift defeat. The prowess of this individual is truly unfathomable. I could hardly perceive his movements. Tony Stark, adopting an air of enigmatic profundity, replied in a tone akin to a teacher admonishing a child. Precisely, you could not see it. The strength of this individual is beyond your comprehension. This was merely a small demonstration of his capabilities. Do take note. Uchiha Madara, unlike Ace, who possessed the Rinnegan yet could not perceive the events, found it hard to believe that Stark, the weakest in the group, could witness it. If he were to die, he would remain unconvinced. Did you see it, Tony Stark? No, I did not see it. I merely wished to appear impressive. If anyone was truly astonished, it was the disdainful time-space Kaguya, who had underestimated Qingfeng, thinking him merely a boastful individual. While she could not fathom how Qingfeng had defeated Akiji, the recent clash between Akiji and Madara was enough to express the latter's formidable strength. Kaguya did not believe she stood any chance against Akiji. Yet this powerful adversary had faltered before Qingfeng in mere seconds. Reflecting on her repeated offenses against Qingfeng, she realized that others would have been terrified by now. However, Kaguya was no ordinary person. She suddenly recalled Qingfeng's seemingly indulgent attitude towards her, sparking a thought. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for her? Just as Kaguya lost herself in such thoughts, Akainu's expression shifted, becoming cautious and filled with dread, for he was all too aware of Akiji's formidable strength. Despite lacking assurance in defeating him, he was effortlessly overwhelmed by this man. The usually languid Kizaru momentarily shed his casual demeanor, no longer keeping his hands in his pockets, and exchanged a serious glance with Akainu. Chapter 13. The death of Akainu. Both men bore expressions steeped in bitterness. They were unaware of the origins of Qingfeng, yet they recognized their own inadequacy in the face of his might. This was not merely a matter of numbers. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even if 3 more admirals joined the fray, victory would remain elusive. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe this fellow will not tire. They are but a handful. We can outlast him. Akainu resolutely commanded an assault on Qingfeng. However, Stark and his companions regarded the navy with incredulous eyes, pondering the absurdity of attacking such a formidable being. The prowess of this individual, capable of obliterating stars with ease, would hardly be deterred by the number of assailants. One by one, he would dispatch them, indifferent to their fates. Do not come to your demise. I am not inclined to kill today. We shall take our leave. And I advise you not to entertain thoughts of attacking me, Qingfeng declared, reluctant to engage with the Navy. After all, the majority of them fought for the sake of civilians. They were viewed as heroes by countless ordinary souls, and with the mission accomplished, there was little reason for indiscriminate slaughter. Of course, if annihilating the Navy headquarters would yield additional rewards, he would dismiss that notion entirely. The value of points would not matter if it came to murder. The destruction of the world would be trivial. Having spoken, Qingfeng turned to depart, originally intending to defeat Akainu and his companions. Yet, despite his best efforts to restrain his strength, he nearly delivered a fatal blow to Akiji. The air around him crackled with energy, effortlessly neutralizing Akiji's ice projectiles, sending him hurtling backward with a single punch, so swift that no one even noticed the strike. Should an error occur, and he inadvertently kill Akainu and the others, it would create a precarious situation, leaving the Navy's upper echelons bereft of 2 admirals, a scenario that could incite chaos among the new generation of pirates. An opportunity presented itself. Akainu's arm elongated rapidly, his molten right hand transforming into a hellish hound, lunging towards Qingfeng's back with ferocity. Sakazuki, do not engage him. The strategic genius, Admiral Sengoku, bellowed in a frenzy from the execution platform, but it was too late. Akainu's attack was already imminent. As Sengoku's warning echoed, the hellhound was upon Qingfeng, poised to strike. In truth, even if aware of Sengoku's orders, Akainu would not permit Qingfeng and his companions to depart unscathed. That would be an affront not only to the Navy but to Akainu himself. With Qingfeng's back turned to him, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Yet, to Akainu's astonishment, his hellhound inexplicably vanished as it neared Qingfeng. In a bewildering turn of events, a hand materialized from thin air, grasping Akainu's neck and lifting the towering admiral with ease. Qingfeng hovered, suspended in midair, observing the increasingly crimson face of Akainu, who struggled to breathe. With a heavy sigh, Qingfeng lamented, "Ah, is living not preferable? Must you seek your own demise?" With a deft flick of his wrist, he discarded Akainu as one would toss away refuse, sending him hurtling towards the Navy. At that moment, Akainu struggled to breathe, his vision blurred and his body devoid of strength to halt his trajectory. Ultimately, it was Kizaru who transformed into a golden light to catch Akainu's falling form. Qingfeng glanced at his own hands, a growing sense of dread swelling within him. The power of Gogeta was indeed formidable. Although he had previously exhibited far greater destructive capability against Gula, Gula was merely a minor character from the Dragon Ball universe, leaving little impression on him. Even a victory over him elicited scant emotional response. Yet the 3 admirals were entirely different. They were figures of immense renown in the world of pirates. Yet, before him, they seemed no more significant than insects, easily extinguishable with but a flick of his finger. The notion of an invincible natural system, of being entirely elemental and thus impervious to assault? Such a jest. The world of pirates possesses Haki, the world of Naruto wields chakra, and the Dragon Ball realm boasts ki. Ultimately, they are all manifestations of one's internal energy. While they may appear distinct, their fundamental efficacy is not vastly different. A beam of light, no larger than a thumb, materialized as Qingfeng flicked it with a single finger, the light instantaneously appearing before Akainu and Kizaru, integrating seamlessly into Akainu's body. A deafening explosion resonated through the skies as Akainu's form was obliterated, his limbs reduced to mere bone fragments. Half of his head vanished entirely. Even a deity descending from the heavens would likely be unable to salvage him. Let us depart. Our task is complete, and there is no need to linger here, Qingfeng commanded. The others, witnessing the dismembered Akainu, obediently traversed through space, departing from the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Even Ace, a native of this realm, relied on the spatial traversal to reach the Navy headquarters, knowing that when Sabo was captured, he was still within the territory of Whitebeard in the New World. Time was too short for him to arrive otherwise, and he could only rely on the chatting group's capabilities to hasten his journey. Only Tokisaki Kurumi glanced back at Qingfeng as she prepared to leave, their eyes locking momentarily. With a flirtatious glance, she regarded him as if he were prey, a playful smile gracing her lips. Qingfeng felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze and turned away to avoid her stare. With a disdainful huff, Kurumi vanished from sight. After ensuring that everyone had left through the chat group's abilities, Qingfeng pressed the task completion button and departed from the scene. Sabo and Luffy were whisked away together by Ace's carrying ability. The ramifications of Akainu's demise on the Navy were beyond Qingfeng's consideration. He was no saint. He had afforded them a chance, yet Akainu had obstinately sought his own demise, and he could only acquiesce to that fate. In a certain sense, this man was not a good person, blindly obeying the world government's commands, unconditionally executing orders regardless of their righteousness. Upon returning to the hotel in the Dragon Ball world where he resided, Qingfeng collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were in high spirits, reveling in the absurdity that one person had earned 10,000 points, a sum that could be exchanged for a plethora of valuable items. Among them, Ban was the most agitated. However, his excessively proud nature prevented him from displaying any overt joy, even in the face of such elation. This was a reward of 10,000 points, the most basic means of revival in the chat group's marketplace, which typically required 100,000 points. In other words, with a stroke of good fortune, he could resurrect after merely 10 more tasks, instead of relying on the transient power of the chat group to momentarily possess his own physical form. If Ban was the most thrilled, then Yun Yao remained the calmest, completely transforming her previous sycophantic demeanor towards the prominent figures in an effort to acquire more points. Not even a sum of 100,000 points would serve her now. With the guardian spirit of a powerful being, she could effortlessly dominate the majority of the universe. Nevertheless, the notion that others might possess less than herself, and that she could grow stronger, brought her some measure of happiness. Tony, ever the reckless spirit, continued to provoke and ridicule the powerful, taunting them with his audacity. "Aren't you formidable? Feeling scared now, are we?" He seemingly never tired of courting danger. Ace chimed in. "Indeed, how could you confront such a charming girl? Do you not understand the concept of cherishing beauty?" To which Tony replied, "Cherishing beauty? Charming? I stand corrected. Forgive me this once." Thus, Yin Yao wisely remarked that one should not become too complacent, lest joy lead to sorrow. After uttering this, she fell silent. And Ace, too, became subdued. It was likely that the two were offline, deliberating the question of whether Kurumi was indeed adorable, the destroyer of worlds. "You truly fail to grasp the situation, Tony. Do you wish to join the fray? Your strength is lacking, yet your audacity is remarkable," someone interjected. 1,000 points had been blissfully acquired, and the atmosphere in the group was quite harmonious, with mixed feelings among its members. While some rejoiced, others lamented. The Navy headquarters echoed with despair after witnessing their highest combat power being vanquished within their own stronghold, leaving them helpless to intervene. Sengoku, a commendable and strategic commander, recognized the dire circumstances when Qingfeng swiftly defeated Akiji. He understood that today would not yield a favorable outcome, as the Navy faced an insurmountable foe. Akiji, even at his peak, could not withstand a single blow, let alone the rest of the Navy, especially against an ally of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy would not emerge unscathed. However, Qingfeng surprisingly had no intention of slaughtering the Navy and was preparing to depart instead. A weight had been lifted from his heart, yet upon seeing Akainu, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Akainu, unlike the others, was a pure embodiment of slaughter, unyielding and uncalculating in his approach. Chapter 14, The First Battle of Black Yukon. He hastily called out a warning, fearing that Akainu might act impulsively. Yet it was too late. Akainu successfully provoked the enemy, leading to his own demise. The Navy's reputation lay in ruins, and he foresaw the impending turmoil in the new world. Standing beside him was Karp, a man who had dedicated his life to the Navy, now quietly observing, his gaze scanning the area where Ace and the others had departed. Returning to the world of Dragon Ball, Qingfeng remained blissfully oblivious to the earth-shattering events that had just transpired. After a long slumber that extended well into the evening, he had just finished his meal when he sensed a disturbance rippling through the distant fabric of space. Such commotion could only arise from someone forcefully tearing through the very essence of reality. Reflecting on this, Qingfeng realized that while he possessed the ability to traverse space, the magnitude of this disturbance was far too great to be attributed to mere spatial movement. Aside from spatial travel, Dragon Ball did not possess any other similar abilities. As he pondered this, Qingfeng decided against further contemplation and darted swiftly towards the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, within Bulma's home, the future Trunks lay sprawled on the couch, ensnared in a profound coma, his body convulsing as if haunted by terrifying visions. Bulma wore a look of deep concern, her maternal instincts flaring as she worried for her son, knowing that in the future, there was neither Goku nor Vegeta to support him. The weight of the world rested heavily upon this child, who had returned gravely injured, leaving her to wonder what formidable adversary he had encountered. Goku stood nearby, having just returned from the Supreme Kai's temple with a supply of senzu beans, confident that feeding one to Trunks would restore him to health. Regardless of the severity of injuries, consuming a Senzu bean would ensure an immediate recovery, even replenishing any expended energy to its peak state. Vegeta, arms crossed and standing a short distance away, observed with a cold, stern gaze. Though he feigned composure, the concern in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. He was no longer the ruthless Scion Prince. He had a family now, and they meant everything to him. Trunks, gravely wounded, struggled to swallow the Senzu bean, exerting immense effort just to consume it. Mere moments later, he gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Goku, he instinctively launched a punch towards him. This sudden attack caught Goku off guard, but due to the vast disparity in their strengths, he narrowly evaded the blow. Goku assumed a battle stance. Although he possessed a rather simple mindset, his instincts in combat were exceptionally acute. Trunks' earlier assault was imbued with lethal intent. He had genuinely aimed to harm him. Vegeta's expression shifted, and he was taken aback, not only by Goku's reaction but by Trunks' unexpected behavior. Trunks had always shown Goku great respect, so what had prompted this? Nevertheless, trusting both his son and his close friend, he chose to observe silently. As Trunks regained his composure, he recognized the Turtle School martial arts uniform adorning Goku and snapped out of his fright, hurriedly bowing and apologizing. "Goku, I'm sorry. I mistook you for a dark entity, which is why I attacked you," he explained. Goku chuckled heartily. "No worries. By the way, was that dark entity particularly powerful to have injured you to this extent?" Trunks appeared to recall painful memories, his face contorted with reluctance as he admitted. "As much as I hate to acknowledge it, that guy is indeed terrifyingly strong, with a growth rate that is alarming. I am no match for him." Vegeta, with a more composed mind, evidently discerned something crucial, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Mistaken for a dark entity? Is it possible that this individual bears a striking resemblance to Goku?" Trunks nodded. Apart from his entirely black attire, his appearance and physique were strikingly similar to Uncle Goku's, and he too was a Scion. "Scions look just like you. Goku, you wouldn't be having an affair, would you?" As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma's imagination was undeniably vast. Vegeta expressed this sentiment upon encountering Qingfeng, and Bulma shared the same thoughts. The couple demonstrated an extraordinary synergy. The tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a tremendous roar as a colossal time rift manifested, from which Goku, clad in a black bodysuit, emerged. "I have long admired your reputation, Son Goku." Instantly, all attention was drawn to him. Black Goku wore a wicked smile as he regarded the battle-hungry Goku below. Upon Black Goku's arrival, Goku sensed the formidable strength of the newcomer, awakening the Scion's inherent warrior spirit within him, causing his blood to surge with excitement. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeper as his gaze swept the sky, where Qingfeng hovered, gazing intently at Black Goku. Upon seeing Black Goku, Qingfeng instantly comprehended everything: the source of the immense spatial fluctuations and the subconscious urge that drove him to investigate. It appeared that the timeline had converged at the moment Trunks sought assistance. After all, Black Goku was indeed Goku's body, with the soul of Zamasu possessing it while the form remained distinctly Scion. The fusion of Vegeta and Goku, known as Vegeto, was a completely new warrior, yet it still bore a connection to Goku. The uncertainty lay in whether this Black Goku was the meek incarnation from the manga or the formidable version from the anime, capable of challenging Super Saiyan Blue. The disparity in strength between the two was significant. In the manga, Black Goku fused with Zamasu, while Goku and Vegeta could easily overpower him. Conversely, in the anime, Black Goku could gain the upper hand against Vegeta, representing an entirely different level of power. "Who are you? You bear a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Could you also be a Scion?" Qingfeng's presence not only caught Vegeta's attention, but also puzzled Black Goku, who thought he should not recognize this individual. "It's better that you remain uninformed. Do not mind me. I merely came to observe the spectacle." Qingfeng had no desire to disrupt the unfolding narrative. Effortlessly dispatching this Black Goku, who had yet to achieve his transformation into the rose form, would be trivial for him. Nevertheless, he had no immediate inclination to intervene and preferred to watch the events unfold, as he was not in a hurry to act. Black Goku, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, utilized the power of the time ring to return from the future to the present, turning his gaze back towards Son Goku. Conversely, Goku paid no heed to Qingfeng's arrival, completely disregarding him. Goku could no longer contain his inner excitement. After addressing Vegeta, he slowly ascended, his eyes fixed intensely on Black Goku. Black Goku charged up, his battle power surging to its peak, and without exchanging any superfluous words, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, their energies clashing like sharp blades. Vegeta was visibly frustrated. Having lost the opportunity to combat a strong opponent due to his momentary distraction by Qingfeng, Wukong, in his Super Saiyan form, charged headlong at the formidable Black Wukong. The clash of their attacks causing the very earth to tremble. They exchanged blows in a fierce contest that yielded no victor. Just as Wukong contemplated transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, a black hole materialized abruptly behind Black Wukong. Despite unleashing his full energy, Black Wukong was unable to resist the pull of the time-space rift and was ultimately drawn into its depths. Yet, witnessing the intense battle between the two Wukongs ignited a fervent desire for combat within Qingfeng, compelling him to consider joining the fray. Perhaps this was the inherent nature of the Saiyans, a relentless yearning for battle. His recent adversaries had merely been formidable zombies, with the strongest among them, Gula, only matching the power of a Super Saiyan 1 from over a decade ago. Presently, Wukong needed no transformation into a Super Saiyan, even in his base form. He could easily overpower a fully powered cell from that era. Such weakness left Qingfeng devoid of any fighting spirit, as he struggled to suppress his warrior's impulse. A notification from the chat group chimed in. Please, host, initiate the ultimate duel, allowing all members of the chat group to witness this world. Defeating a powerful opponent will yield a reward of 5 million points. The stronger the opponent, the more points the host may earn. This opportunity felt like a stroke of fortune, a timely gift as he contemplated pursuing Black Wukong into the future, shattering the dimensional barrier in pursuit. If Black Wukong could stand toe-to-toe with Sun Wukong, it implied that his strength was consistent with the anime. He likely possessed power not inferior to that of a Super Saiyan god. Engaging with him could yield an astonishing number of points, possibly even 5 million, which would enable his swift return home. As for the immortal fused Zamasu, Qingfeng could only chuckle ruefully. Even in fusion, they would not stand a chance. Chapter 15. The power of Vegito. Were it not for the concern of obliterating the earth, Vegito could have dealt with him effortlessly. The strength of Vegito was on par with that of Vegeta. Unlike the conventional Vegito, he was an immensely amplified Super Vegito. Both Vegito and Vegito have inherent time and power restrictions due to their fused nature. Excessive use of their formidable strength would lead to their premature disintegration. However, his version was different. Not only did he perfectly inherit Vegito's power, but he also lacked both temporal and power limitations. Furthermore, his Vegito was born from the fusion of Super Saiyan forms of Goku and Vegeta, meaning that the stronger they were at the time of fusion, the greater their power would be post-fusion. Even when Goku and Vegeta fused in their base forms, their resulting Vegito could effortlessly overpower Broly in their Super Saiyan forms. Their combined might exceeded that of a typical Vegito by countless dimensions. Just before being entirely consumed by the rift, Black Wukong cast a cold smile at Trunks. I will await you in the future. The emergence of the time-space rift was so sudden that the others had yet to react before Black Wukong vanished from sight. Bulma, in a fit of rage, found herself powerless to gauge Black Wukong's strength, yet she could discern that it was not significantly weaker than that of Wukong. She harbored doubts about Trunks' ability to triumph, which only heightened her anxiety for her son. What was truly happening? This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to you. Why did you not unleash your full power to vanquish him? Now, how would Trunks manage to best him upon his return to the future? Trunks bowed his head, acutely aware that despite his efforts, defeating Black Goku seemed an insurmountable task. Uncle Goku, it's futile. His rate of growth is far too rapid. And I am no match for him. Vegeta interjected, his gaze towards his son filled with disappointment. Have you so readily discarded the proud dignity of a Saiyan? Will you forever rely on others? Trunks' eyes brimmed with frustration. He once believed that a Super Saiyan was invincible, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow. I shall assist you with this predicament. I find myself with ample leisure. Qingfeng, who had been merely an observer, spoke up. You impress me far more than that fellow who resembles Son Goku. However, our family affairs do not necessitate external intervention. Vegeta spoke with arrogance. Having determined that he would personally confront the remaining challenge, Black Goku. Discontent with Trunks' future, he resolved to impart a serious lesson to his son. Vegeta's pace was measured, each step purposeful as he approached Trunks, yet the latter felt an overwhelming pressure. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power surging to astonishing levels. Both Bulma and Goku were taken aback, astonished that Trunks had managed to cultivate his strength to such an extent alone. A disdainful smile crept upon Vegeta's lips as crimson flames enveloped him, his hair turning a vibrant shade of blood red. Super Saiyan God, Trunks mused. Gazing at his father in confusion, having never witnessed this transformation before, Simultaneously, he could not sense his father's energy. Come at me. If you manage to land a blow, I shall assist you in the future. Vegeta beckoned Trunks, who, no longer concealing his strength, drew his sword from his back and struck at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku exchanged a grin with Qingfeng. As Super Saiyan Blue enveloped him, Qingfeng effortlessly evaded all attacks, refraining from countering as he allowed Goku to unleash his full might. The two engaged in close combat for several seconds, Goku increasingly alarmed, unable to land a single hit on Qingfeng. In desperation, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his power multiplying exponentially and his speed reaching unfathomable heights. Yet, before Qingfeng, he still fell short. The clash between Trunks and Vegeta concluded, leaving Trunks in a predicament akin to Goku's. Despite unleashing all his might, he could not so much as touch Vegeta, who, unlike Qingfeng, was far less forgiving. Having assessed his son's capabilities, he delivered a powerful punch that reverted Trunks to his normal state. Father and Uncle Goku can both attain this form. Perhaps the future is salvageable. Vegeta, upon hearing these words, was filled with an uncontrollable rage. His son had proven to be utterly ineffectual. You fool! Should you not rely on your own strength for protection in the future? Bulma remains there, yet you abandon her to languish while you escape back to the present. However, upon hearing Bulma's name, Trunks' complexion paled, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes as he rasped, "Mother died protecting me, slain by Black Goku. I'm sorry, father. I failed to safeguard her." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned cold, and he silently departed. Bulma, taken aback, pondered her own demise, but upon witnessing Vegeta's impassive demeanor, she could only offer Trunks a few comforting words before hastening to catch up with Vegeta. She understood him all too well. If his earlier disappointment in Trunks had spurred him to act, now he was utterly disheartened. The fury within Vegeta was a tempest, threatening to erupt from his chest. Love does not always need to be voiced aloud. Vegeta exemplified this, upon first encountering the god of destruction, Beerus. He was willing to humble himself for the sake of Earth, lacking the courage to confront Beerus. Yet, when Beerus harmed Bulma, all reservations vanished. Defeating a formidable opponent or a destructive deity became irrelevant. Anyone who dared harm his woman would face the consequences. Now, hearing of Bulma's death in the future, and knowing his spineless son had fled, leaving her behind, he resolved, once the time machine is charged, we shall journey to the future, and I will personally exact vengeance upon him. Meanwhile, Goku found himself in a fierce battle, his red Super Saiyan God form evading attacks with remarkable speed. Yet, Qingfeng seemed to anticipate his every move, rendering Goku's ferocious strikes futile. In an instant, Goku was enveloped in a blue aura, his crimson locks transforming into azure as he achieved the Super Saiyan Blue state. Witnessing Goku's new transformation, Trunks was filled with astonishment. Super Saiyan God represented a divine level, imperceptible to mortal senses. The true strength of such power was beyond comprehension, yet the might of Super Saiyan Blue was palpable. With Goku's prowess, even the most formidable adversary could be vanquished with ease. Uncle Goku is incredible. Compared to Black Goku, he is vastly superior. Did he not realize that his opponent was not fighting seriously? This man was likely a god of destruction from another universe, and Goku would be no match for him. Vegeta, with piercing insight, recognized that while Super Saiyan Blue Goku appeared to dominate Qingfeng, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, it was evident to him that Qingfeng was merely evading with purpose. Trunks could hardly fathom that someone might surpass Uncle Goku. Yet he was acutely aware of his father's pride. Aside from Goku, Vegeta seldom regarded others highly. Thus, if he uttered such words, it was conceivable that Uncle Goku truly was not a match for this adversary. Come on, can you not retaliate? This is far too dull. Let me witness the extent of your power. In a moment of discord, Wukong's fury ignited once more, his aura swelling rapidly as a crimson essence enveloped the blue flames. The combination of red and blue emanated an overwhelming presence, augmented by the Super Saiyan Blue form and the tenfold Kaioken technique. This represented Wukong's utmost strength. Compared to his Super Saiyan Blue state, his power surged tenfold, rendering his previous capabilities insignificant. This is all I have. Now, let me witness your prowess, he declared. For the first time, a hint of seriousness graced Qingfeng's usually composed countenance. Wukong's current strength instilled in him a sense of threat, for he now possessed the capability to inflict harm upon him. He remained silent, yet the escalating aura surrounding him spoke volumes. In an instant, Qingfeng transcended the speed of light, teleporting directly before Sun Wukong. He executed a high kick, and Wukong instinctively retreated. evading the strike. This was a reflex honed through countless battles. The missed attack created a gaping chasm in the ground, hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep. Chapter 16. Instant defeat of Sun Wukong. What is happening? My body moved on its own. Wukong thought in disbelief, gazing at his own form. The moment Qingfeng had launched his assault, he had not reacted, yet his body had instinctively evaded. Qingfeng seemed to be murmuring to himself, or perhaps questioning Wukong, as he had originally intended to end the confrontation with a single blow. Is this the embryonic form of the ultimate freedom technique? Trunks was equally perplexed. Even when facing the dark version of Wukong, he could discern the opponent's movements. However, he was utterly unable to perceive how Qingfeng had executed his strike and arrived before Wukong. How swift! I cannot even glimpse his movements, Vegeta exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable adversary, since acquiring the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. This was the first man to evoke a sense of powerlessness within him. The more powerful an entity, the more difficult it is for others to sense their might. It is over. Qingfeng's figure flickered once more, his arm poised like a blade mere centimeters from Wukong's forehead, capable of piercing his brain with a mere advance. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. To be defeated in 2 moves was a feat even Lord Beerus would find challenging. Who is he? Truly formidable. I am no match for you. Yet Wukong's character was inherently magnanimous. Defeat was simply defeat, devoid of excuses. He relished the thrill of battling with the strong, which inspired him to pursue greater heights. This blue-haired young man, allow me to assist you in resolving this predicament, Qingfeng proposed once more. However, Trunks, having been chastised by Vegeta, shook his head gravely. His mother was slain by him. I recall during our first encounter. He claimed to have taken over Uncle Wukong's body and subsequently killed Chi-Chi and Goten from that world. This vendetta is ours to settle. These words ignited not only Vegeta's fury but also Wukong's. Though he struggled to articulate his affections, his love for Chi-Chi was undeniable. The news of his beloved wife's murder, regardless of the universe, made it challenging for him to remain composed. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze radiating a palpable intent to kill. This is also a rare occasion where Wukong wishes to eliminate an adversary. Generally, he is not fond of taking lives. However, he has resolved to spare no mercy for this particular individual. This matter transcends worldly concerns. It is a familial affair, and we shall address it ourselves. When you set out, kindly inform me, as I am eager to witness the prowess of that dark Wukong. Qingfeng, finding himself compelled to seek alternatives, realized that he could single-handedly transcend temporal constraints and venture into the future, a feat within his capabilities. The strength of Gogeta surpasses expectations, with a diverse array of skills that encompass nearly every aspect of combat. However, he believes it prudent not to rush. It would be wise to allow Vegeta to engage with them first, as Dark Wukong's power may yet increase. The greater Dark Wukong's strength, the more potent the fusion's effects, and consequently, the more additional points he could accrue. Very well, I shall inform you when the time comes. We have an agreement. When you depart, exert a bit of your aura, and I will hasten to join you. With that, Qingfeng made no further delay and prepared to return to his accommodation. Just before his departure, he recalled a matter and decided to expedite his progress. Dark Wukong's strength exceeds what you might anticipate. You should enhance your own abilities through training, lest you find yourselves outmatched. Upon finishing his words, he transformed into a pillar of blue light and departed from Bulma's residence. Kakarot, why did you acquiesce to this fellow? The 2 of us are more than sufficient. Vegeta scolded sharply, expressing his discontent with Wukong's compliance with Qingfeng's request. Wukong's expression grew grave, as he held a different assessment of Dark Wukong's capabilities than Vegeta. Not only did I refrain from unleashing my full potential, but that doppelganger of mine also concealed his strength. He speaks the truth. After several discussions, it was ultimately decided that Vegeta would lead Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of training. Following this, Wukong would partner with Gohan for a period of training together. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng, feeling somewhat listless, opened the chat group page, which he typically kept closed. The dimensional chat is remarkably user-friendly. Members can disable message notifications if they wish to avoid disturbances. The group erupted with activity, as 2 new members had recently joined. Book-loving Ghoul joined the chat. Serpentarius, known for defeating Seiya, joined the chat. The esteemed administrator, Dimensional Strongest, has logged into the chat group. Please extend a warm welcome to all members. Tony, the Unfaithful, greeted the esteemed one with fervor. Long live the Great One. World Destroyer welcomed the esteemed one. Long live the Great One. Fire Fist Ace welcomed the esteemed one. Long live the Great One. Seeking support welcomed the Esteemed One. Long live the Great One. Death God Elementary student welcomed the Esteemed One. Long live the Great One. Do you wish to dance as well? Welcome the Esteemed One. A palpable air of sycophancy permeated the chat, leaving Qingfeng somewhat speechless. This demeanor did not align with their established personas. Seeking support remarked that Tony was indeed a sycophant, and upon seeing the Esteemed One, he began to flatter again, which I find contemptible. Fire Fist Ace held disdain for the Destroyer of Worlds, as did the season members towards Tony's sycophantic behavior. Tony, are you not fickle? Do you lack any sense of shame? Why mimic my words when you are not a mere lapdog? In a moment of clumsiness, I inadvertently pressed the wrong copy key. Do you have any objections? Note, a warning for silence. The Destroyer of Worlds expressed a desire to engage in existential discussions. Shall I proceed to do so? Do you wish to join in the revelry as well? Fire Fist Ace pondered, shall I go? Tony felt an overwhelming urge to escape, realizing for the first time that none in the group appeared sane. He, the steadfast Tony Stark, the Iron Man and world's wealthiest individual, mused that a bit of persuasion would suffice, rather than pure coercion. It was absurd that he could not defeat any of them if they were to enter his world. It would be surprising if they did not end up vanquished. I was merely jesting, esteemed ones. Please do not take offense. The well-read ghoul noted the harmony within the group, remarking on the prowess of the mightiest one in the dimension, who seemed to command great admiration. The serpent holder, who had bested Pegasus, interjected, no matter how formidable, can you truly surpass the Golden Saints? While I remained baffled as to how I was drawn into this absurdity, once I discern any flaw, I shall ensure your demise. The well-read ghoul affirmed, indeed, the esteemed one is extraordinarily powerful, beyond your wildest imagination. The serpent holder offered a gentle reminder that, given their world's strength, even a collective effort would barely measure a fraction against the might of the esteemed one. Yun Yao spoke truthfully. The combat capabilities of the ghouls could only be deemed moderate. The cosmos of the saints is regarded as advanced among various anime, though it pales in comparison to the likes of Naruto and One Piece. Yet, in comparison to the esteemed one, she might be overestimating her position. Seated in her room, Sharna radiated resentment, having been seen by that insufferable Pegasus. Female saints, upon being viewed by a male, faced two options: to eliminate the other or to wed. Sharna was resolute in her intent to eliminate Pegasus, yet he had long fled the sanctuary, making immediate retribution elusive. This left her feeling profoundly dissatisfied, especially as she had just joined the chat group and was now subject to differential treatment from her peers. The serpent holder, the mightiest in the dimension, regarded the newcomer as a mere insect, challenging her to a duel with the stipulation that the victor would remain while the vanquished would perish. Using this individual to vent my frustrations could prove entertaining. I am acquainted with the Golden Saints, and I would dare to face anyone outside of them. Qingfeng, bewildered by the situation, noted that he had just entered the group and had not wronged this madwoman. The serpent holder remarked, only Sharna, who has been seen by Pegasus, would be such a fool. You absurd woman, are you deranged? I have just entered the group, and you insult me? Do you wish for your demise? Qingfeng was unyielding, engaging in a fierce verbal exchange. You wretched creature, come to my world if you dare. I will not rest until one of us is vanquished. To all members, tomorrow, I shall engage in a duel. I invite you all to witness. Defeating the serpent bearer who has tormented Seiya will allow me to indulge in some playful banter with this seemingly madwoman once my pressing matters are resolved. After all, once we have dealt with Zamasu, there will be little to occupy my time, and it would be rather amusing to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Chapter 17. The confrontation of two women. Tony, steadfast in his loyalty, is taken aback by the overwhelming prowess of this adversary. The aftershocks of such power might very well threaten our safety. Observing Qingfeng in action certainly brings stark joy. Encounters with such formidable figures are a rarity. Yet, he is equally apprehensive about the possibility of collateral damage, for the disparity in strength between himself and Qingfeng is considerable. Should a conflict arise, and their attention wane, it could spell disaster for them all. Will I be all right? I possess a protective shield, so such a calamity shouldn't befall me, should it? The strongest across dimensions need not worry, for I will be vigilant in safeguarding you. While the enemy's strength is commendable, it is not as formidable as you might imagine, so there is no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing these words, the group felt a wave of relief. Qingfeng's confidence instilled a sense of security among them. I am curious about the nature of the boss's combat prowess. Does he casually obliterate stars and shatter the cosmos with ease? May I interject? I suspect you harbor inappropriate thoughts, and I possess evidence to substantiate my claim. I have captured screenshots. I too have proof. Please let me down. This is hardly a vehicle for young children. Shy. I am but a child. How can I engage in such discussions? This remark caught Qingfeng's attention, as he had just been berated by Sharna upon entering the chat, too preoccupied to respond adequately. Sharna, a supporting character from Saint Seiya, is also one of Seiya's devoted admirers. They had overlooked this new member. Qingfeng recognized that the ghoul within had not likely encountered any book-loving characters. His memory serves him only the protagonist, Kaneki Ken, who had a penchant for literature. However, if it were Kaneki, the group nickname ought to be something like What is 1000-7? Book-loving ghoul, please introduce yourself. I am quite intrigued by your identity. Greetings, everyone. My name is Hinami Fueguchi, and I am 10 years old. Hinami, unlike Sharna, had recently joined the chat and was only informed of its purpose by Tony, remaining oblivious to the battles of the other members. Had she viewed their combat footage, she would not have been so audacious. Hinami had joined the chat a few hours prior, displaying great respect for others as a young girl, endearing herself to the group. Upon witnessing the combat recordings, she transformed into an ardent admirer of Uchiha Obito, affectionately referring to him as Obito-sama with ease. Qingfeng realized that while Hinami might not have a prominent presence in Tokyo Ghoul, she is an indispensable character. Her kind-hearted nature led her to spare the life of her parents' murderer, Taramon, after defeating him. She is also one of the few characters in the anime who possesses dual Kagun, showcasing remarkable ghoul abilities. What is a ghoul, little Hinami? I have never encountered your kind before. The book-loving ghoul, Chuji, hesitated to respond, further igniting Tony's curiosity. Since joining the group, Chuji had yet to broach the topic of race. What could it be? A ghost? One capable of soul-snatching and reaping lives? Perhaps clad in black and white? You've read too many Eastern novels, or perhaps too much of Journey to the West. Aren't you describing a Grim Reaper? The world's destroyer. You should leave the group. Do not claim association with us, for I cannot bear such disgrace. Chuji hesitated, uncertain whether the others would accept a creature like her. Yet she chose to trust her companions. The ghoul exclusively feasts upon human corpses, much like an ordinary person. Except she cannot partake in regular meals and can only consume human flesh. The serpent holder, who trounces Seiya, is indeed a monster. An existence that should never have been born and ought to be eradicated swiftly. Oh dear, the newly joined member seems fierce. All present may appear monstrous in your eyes. Would you care to try and slay me first? After a lengthy silence, Kurumi Tokusaki finally stood up for Chuji. She preferred lowless over mature women. This newcomer exuded a brazen confidence, akin to a self-proclaimed champion, contrasting sharply with the obedient and polite Chuji, who evidently endeared herself more to Kurumi. Conversely, Sharona harbored a strong disdain for Kurumi, finding her pretentiousness intolerable. There was no particular reason. She simply found the name irritating. Frustrated after being slighted by Seiya, she unleashed her ire upon the group. Wretched woman, I shall shatter your mouth. I hope you do not kneel and beg for my forgiveness when that time comes. Oh dear, how terrifying. I wonder if I can triumph over her. If only I possessed the administrator's shield. Can this be played like this? Tony remains steadfast in his affections. This is a natural advantage of women. If you were as enchanting as she, you could do the same. Oh dear, I accidentally tagged someone. It wasn't intentional. The private chat window of Kurumi vibrated as the strongest in the dimension sent a message. When shall we duel? Just let me know, and I shall come to witness. All right then, handsome, Kurumi replied, her voice deliberately sultry, leaving Qingfeng feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to swiftly return to the group chat. This little enchantress was too beguiling. Serpent holder, oh dear, do not merely speak. Come and challenge me now? Normally, the group merely joked, and no duels had ever transpired among the members. This would be a first. However, Yunyao showed no intentions of dissuading them. Sharona had indeed become too arrogant, and allowing Kurumi to teach her a lesson seemed fitting. Whether Kurumi could defeat Sharona was not a concern for Yunyao. As a woman, she could distinctly sense Qingfeng's differing feelings towards Kurumi. In stark contrast to Sharona, Qingfeng would never allow Kurumi to suffer without intervening. After all, Yunyao firmly believes that if Kurumi were to face defeat, Qingfeng would surely come to her aid. No matter how formidable Sharona may be, she could never overpower Qingfeng. The serpent bearer, who has bested Seiya, declares, I shall demonstrate the might of the Silver Saints, compelling you to submit entirely. The most malevolent spirit exclaims, I have taken note of your words. I sincerely hope you do not come to regret them. The serpent bearer continues, today, I have only earned 30 points, But once I accumulate enough tomorrow, your demise will be imminent. As two women vie for dominance, the men in the group find themselves reluctant to intervene, sending a special red envelope of 20 points to the serpent bearer. The most malevolent spirit taunts, "Come now. You can approach me at this very moment and see who begs for mercy." The book-loving ghoul interjects, "Sisters, please do not quarrel over my circumstances. I merely seek to consume the bodies of those who have met untimely ends. I do not intend to take lives. Do you wish to dance as well? The others present are far more capable than you. Even Chica, you shall not be able to claim. No one harbors animosity towards you." The normally aloof band takes the initiative to comfort Chica, sensing her insecurity from her words. This little girl endears herself to him. Fire Fist Ace adds, "Indeed. While consuming human flesh may seem peculiar, many in our group have taken lives. As long as it is not indiscriminate slaughter, it is acceptable. The administrator, for instance, effortlessly obliterates stars, extinguishing millions of lives as if it were child's play, so do not dwell too much on it. The strongest in the dimension counters. It is not I who destroys stars. I am quite the pacifist. Even though we are familiar, I will sue you for defamation should you continue to slander me." Feeling as if he has been painted as a malevolent demon, Qingfeng considers himself at least not to be associated with the great fiend. The destroyer of worlds recalls that the shop offers healing potions, which, once consumed, would allow you to eat normally like a human, freeing you from the need to survive on human flesh. Do you wish to dance as well? The price is 50,000 points, which she cannot afford in the short term. However, perhaps during the observation of the duel, the overseer might issue a task that could yield substantial points. The book-loving ghoul remarks, "As long as the others in the group do not detest me, please, sisters, cease your quarrels. We are all part of the same chat group and should assist one another." The serpent bearer retorts, "Who would want to assist a worthless creature like you? You are not merely a monster that consumes humans, but a cowardly being that is utterly detestable." Chapter 18, The Tragic Sharna. This statement is exceedingly harsh. Already conflicted about her identity as a ghoul, Chica cannot help but feel tears welling in her eyes upon hearing it. The serpent bearer proclaims, "Woman, I shall soon descend into your world. Prepare to face the judgment of the saints." The serpent bearer claims the red envelope. Sharna, brimming with confidence in her abilities, seizes the envelope and, utilizing the chat group, transports herself into Kurumi's realm, within the universe of Day-Day Life. The chat group announces a task. Members engage in a duel, allowing each participant to place bets, with the victors receiving additional rewards. Choose the serpent bearer to win. Bets on points are at a 2-to-1 payout. Select the most formidable sprite as the victor, with a wager of points at a rate of 100-to-1. And no upper limit on the stakes, starting from a minimum of 100 points. A battle concludes only when one side is rendered incapable of fighting or voluntarily concedes defeat. The announcement stirred a wave of excitement within the chat group, clearly indicating that everyone should bet on Sharna's victory. However, the participants were not naive. Such an obvious trap would ensnare no one. Under Tony's guidance, the group collectively placed their bets on Kurumi. As the saying goes, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. What difference does it make to earn points that appear to be free? Only a fool would wager on Sharna. Tony placed a steadfast bet of 10,000 points, selecting the most fearsome sprite for victory. Others followed suit, each contributing 10,000 points to back the most formidable contender. The entire group, with the exception of Conan and Hikari, who possessed insufficient points, rallied behind Kurumi. Observing this scene, Qingfeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He genuinely wished to assist his friends, yet before he could voice his thoughts, they had already finalized their wagers. The strongest Dimension player bet 550,000 points, opting for the Serpentarius, who would decisively defeat Seiya. The strongest Dimension player acknowledged that Kurumi could not possibly triumph over this new member. So why had they all placed their bets on her? A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Tony, feeling frustrated, thought to himself that he had a rather unsavory remark on his mind. The others echoed their sentiments, expressing their discontent over the situation. The stakes had turned from potential gain to certain loss. The group seethed with anger, especially upon hearing Sharna's mockery, igniting their tempers like gunpowder. One declared, "I shall teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Once their duel concludes, I will personally intervene." Another added, "Count me in. I, too, wish to witness her audacity." Tony remarked, "I will join as well. If it comes to it, we shall all gang up on her." Yet another, hesitant, stated, "Perhaps I shall refrain from joining the fray. The leader's defenses are too formidable, and it would be unfortunate if a newcomer were to be harmed." The strongest Dimension player placed a wager of 10,000 points, selecting the Serpentarius as the victor. The Serpentarius, now aware of the fear, dismissed their attempts to curry favor, declaring, "It is futile. I intend to shatter your insolent mouth." The strongest dimension player reassured, "There is no need for anyone else to intervene. Kurumi is sufficient on her own. I only remarked that she would lose the contest, not that she would be incapable of contesting her opponent." The group, comprised of astute individuals, grasped the underlying meaning of his words. In a secluded forest on the outskirts of the realm of fairies, Sharna, adorned in her silver sacred armor, gazed furiously at Kurumi. Upon her arrival in the fairy world, the communication group had fortuitously transported her right beside Kurumi, who donned her own Chrono Dancer fairy outfit. Beneath the Chrono Dancer attire, Kurumi wore a gothic Lolita ensemble. Brandishing a rifle in one hand and a pistol in the other, each bullet imbued with the power to manipulate time. This presence instilled a sense of threat within Sharna. Yet mere seconds later, Kurumi glanced behind her with an enigmatic smile and deliberately removed her armor. Sharna turned to see no one behind her. This dismissal led her to believe that she was unworthy of Kurumi's full effort. Surrounded by her small universe, Sharna unleashed a surge of formidable power. For the might of a silver saint was not to be trifled with. The entire forest trembled, leaves swirling chaotically around them. To Sharna's astonishment, instead of taking defensive measures, Kurumi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Enraged by this, Sharna traced the constellation of Ophiuchus with her hands and leapt high into the air, diving downwards. Initially, she intended merely to inflict severe injury upon Kurumi to compel her submission, but Kurumi's demeanor had thoroughly provoked her. The Thundersnake Claw, the ultimate technique of the Ophiuchus saint, harnessed lightning upon her claws, entwining her opponent like a colossal serpent with her small universe. Before piercing through their flesh with her lethal talons, a fearsome purple serpent surged toward Kurumi, but before Sharna's attack could reach her, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings. The purple serpent disintegrated, and Sharna plummeted to the ground, rendered immobile by the tremendous weight pressing down upon her. As if she bore the burden of a great mountain, the ground bore the faint impressions of her struggle, and Sharna felt a loss of control over her body. Overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure that even a golden saint could scarcely match. Who could possess such power against me? 3 minutes prior, at the same moment Kurumi and Sharna arranged their duel in the chat, Kurumi had informed Qingfeng. However, when Qingfeng placed his bet on Sharna's victory, Kurumi paused momentarily, thinking he had chosen not to assist her, only to quickly regain her composure. Qingfeng promptly utilized the chat group's spatial teleportation to arrive in the fairy realm, standing high above the two combatants. Kurumi felt a wave of calm wash over her. She withdrew her combat readiness, for if not for the opportunity to witness the full might of Ophiuchus, Sharna would not have had the chance to unleash her ultimate technique. Indeed, Qingfeng unleashed his own aura, the vast disparity in strength rendering Sharna utterly defenseless. Just don't kill her. She doesn't deserve death. Fearful that Kurumi, in a moment of excitement, might consume Sharna's time, she recognized that Sharna's character needed some chastisement, but execution would be excessive. Kurumi smiled sweetly, her gaze radiating an alluring charm capable of ensnaring any man with a mere exchange of glances. Qingfeng could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from looking too long. As the situation began to escalate, Huang-san, embodying the essence of a lady, approached Sharna with deliberate steps, casting a disdainful gaze upon her. "Oh, weren't you the one insisting I kneel at your feet and beg for mercy? And yet, here you are in such a pitiful state." Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Sharna maintained her fierce demeanor, laboriously lifting her head to curse. "Wretched woman, you're still relying on others for assistance, aren't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Huang-san's foot came down forcefully upon her head, silencing her words as Sharna's face was pressed into the cold ground. The smile on Huang-san's lips grew ever more pronounced. For one who had taken countless lives, tormenting her adversaries was a familiar pastime. With a gentle lift of her foot, she feigned an apology. Oh dear, I accidentally stepped on you. My apologies." If looks could kill, Sharna's glare would have reduced Huang-san to mere fragments, her fury threatening to erupt. "Do not let me find an opportunity, or I shall slay all your friends and family." The ever-composed Huang-san, whose smile had remained serene until now, suddenly transformed upon hearing those words. The foot that had just been raised came crashing down once more, forcing Sharna's face deeper into the ground. Yet, Huang-san had no intention of relenting. She continued to apply pressure, seemingly unsatisfied, before delivering a powerful kick to Sharna's abdomen. The force sent Sharna spiraling into a massive tree trunk, and as she landed, Huang-san swiftly appeared before her. Chapter 19. The great battle approaches. A lightning-fast kick struck Sherna's right arm. The strength of the elf far surpassed that of any ordinary human. Had Sherna not been clad in her holy armor, Huangshan's full-force kick would have been sufficient to obliterate her skull. It was only thanks to the protective qualities of her silver armor that she managed to withstand the blow. Nonetheless, the impact left her dazed. A wave of dizziness washing over her. The armor, however, could not shield her entire body. Huangshan's kick shattered the bones in her right arm. Shall we render you incapable? Then, what do you say? Her voice remained sweet as ever, yet Gu Qingfeng involuntarily shuddered. A lesson was warranted, but it should not be too severe. Sherna was indeed courting death with her words, foolishly invoking the notion of friendship. Huangshan's transformation into this ruthless being stemmed from the betrayal she had suffered, having been deceived into killing her closest friend. Gu Qingfeng, unwilling to witness further, recognized that Huangshan's combat prowess already rivaled Sherna's. And given Sherna's injuries and the fracture in her arm, victory was beyond her reach. With a fleeting movement, he departed the elven realm, initially intending to observe other elves. Yet recognizing Huangshan's frenzied state, he surmised she would be disinclined to show him around. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. It was clear that these two women would be locked in a relentless feud. Not only had Sherna gravely offended Huangshan, but she had never before endured such humiliation. As a distinguished Silver Saint warrior, she had never been subjected to such disgrace. Were it not for Gu Qingfeng's understanding of Sherna's fundamentally good nature, he might have been compelled to take lethal action to avoid further complications. As for how Kurumi will treat Sherna, it is beyond Gu Qingfeng's consideration. As long as she doesn't kill or severely injure her, that suffices. Upon returning to the inn within the Dragon Ball universe, he discovered an eerie silence in the group chat. Tony, feeling lost in life, lamented that while the big shots amassed millions, he had plummeted back to a mere few hundred points. Isn't it you who brought everyone here? How dare you utter such words? He exclaimed. I believe the reason everyone is losing points is due to Stark's actions, said Huangshan. Indeed, as a cautious individual, if Stark hadn't placed a bet first, I would have surely followed in the footsteps of the big shots. Tony retorted, I could tolerate this from others, but you, the scatterbrain of the group, how dare you speak like that? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't possibly outmatch Ace, I would have already lost my temper. The most cautious one, you, who can even fall asleep while eating, claiming to be prudent. What a farce. This burden falls entirely on Stark, and I trust everyone agrees, said Chiyo Baodatue. I wholeheartedly support that. Count me in, I'm flexible with whatever, added Shinigami Elementary student. Whenever issues arise in the group, everyone subconsciously thinks of Tony. The universal scapegoat, where there is blame, there he is. You all can be happy. I'm too lazy to criticize. Just don't make me lose points. I have no points to spare, and my life is not forfeit either, Tony replied. I'm rather curious about the current state of battle over there, said the World Destroyer. I relish watching two women fight, Tony mused with a chuckle. I've never seen women fight. It can't just be hair-pulling and slapping, can it? Questioned Chiyo Baodatue. We're not entirely sure, but with the big shot around, we could just ask him, Huangshan suggested. Dimension Strongest, how goes the battle on your side? Have you intervened? Inquired Shinigami Elementary student. Not at all. I've merely been observing quietly without engaging with Sherna, Dimension's Strongest replied. Who currently holds the advantage? Has Kurumi already claimed victory? It's relatively evenly matched. The battle remains stable, with Kurumi barely holding a slight edge. I'm not entirely sure of the outcome as I return to my universe shortly after observing, Dimension's Strongest stated. Hearing this, the group felt perplexed regarding Gu Qingfeng's mindset. Initially, they believed he would surely assist Kurumi, which was why they collectively anticipated her victory. Yet now, Gu Qingfeng seemed indifferent to the outcome of Kurumi versus Sherna. A thought, seemingly impossible, flickered in their minds. Could it be that Sherna was truly formidable enough to render even the big shot unable to act against her? They swiftly dismissed this notion. How could anyone surpass the big shot? At least, they could not fathom such a level of existence. Farewell. I'm logging off for a meal. We shall continue this discussion later, declared Dimension's Strongest. The group began to speculate on the outcome between the two women. Yet most still believed that Kurumi would ultimately emerge victorious. Aside from the administrator, Yun Yao, who harbors some concern about whether Kurumi might, in a fit of rage, severely injure Sherna, the others in the group seem indifferent to Sherna's well-being. To put it plainly, while the members of the group coexist harmoniously, it is merely due to compatible personalities. Each individual is a prominent figure in their respective universes. Inevitably, there exists an air of superiority among the strong. Sherna, upon her recent arrival in the group, carelessly insulted everyone, and thus, it is no surprise that they would not indulge her. Upon returning to the hotel, Qingfeng shuddered at the thought of the ruthless Kurumi's treatment of Sharna, realizing that a woman can be far more brutal than a man when provoked. He silently mourned for the unfortunate Sharna for a minute. Speaking of which, he had just acquired 16,500,000 points. In addition to the 5,500,000 earned from completing previous tasks, plus the points accumulated from his check-ins over the past few days. He now possessed over 22 million points, bringing him ever closer to returning home. His parents and her awaited him. He could hold on just a little longer, for he would soon reunite with them. They must wait for his return. What followed was a lengthy period of anticipation. Goku and the others would likely enter the room of spirit and time, meaning they wouldn't be able to venture into the future until at least the following day. Qingfeng spent his time at the hotel eating and sleeping, occasionally flying out to admire the scenery of Earth. Little did he know that 3 days would pass before he received news from Goku. He began to suspect that they had ventured off secretly, and if he did not hear from them today, he would have to seek them out at Bulma's house. Upon receiving news, Qingfeng hastily made his way to Bulma's residence. Remarkably, it was not just Goku and Vegeta present. Gohan, who had long abandoned his martial artist identity to embrace that of a scholar, was also there, his eyes shining with intensity. At that moment, Gohan seemed to rival Goku in strength. Had he transformed into a formidable warrior? It appeared that due to Qingfeng's arrival in this world, Gohan had honed his abilities ahead of the original timeline, regaining the extraordinary power he once possessed during his battle against Majin Buu. My apologies, but the time machine can accommodate only 4 people, Bulma, Vegeta, Trunks, and myself. We cannot take you along, Goku said with an apologetic smile upon seeing Qingfeng arrive. He had not anticipated Gohan would offer to assist. In truth, had Qingfeng not defeated Goku, Gohan would not have participated in this affair. However, his father had been bested by someone unheard of before. Who could guarantee that there were no other adversaries lurking in the universe? What if one day, an enemy attacked and his father was defeated? The last time Frieza sought revenge, had Goku not arrived in time, Gohan would have perished. He realized he could not always rely on others. He needed to reclaim his martial spirit. He was also aware of the tragic fate that befell his mother and Goten at the hands of Black Goku. He was determined to protect his family and restore himself to his former self. It's all right, go ahead, Qingfeng said, unfazed. After all, he could transcend time and space without the need for the temporal ring's power. His inquiry about their departure was merely to ensure he followed them and did not end up in the wrong timeline. Be cautious, do not be careless, Bulma instructed Trunks, her heart heavy with concern for her son's safety. Young Trunks, filled with indignation, was devastated to learn that his future mother had been slain, and he had barely escaped. We must avenge her. They took her life, Trunks declared, a newfound confidence illuminating his features. With the skills he had honed over the past year under his father's rigorous training, he felt prepared to confront Black Goku. His time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber and with Vegeta rekindled his sense of paternal affection, revealing to him the warmth of having a father by his side. Let us embark on our journey. Chapter 20. The wrathful duo. Amidst a brilliant burst of light, the time machine zipped through the air, transcending time and space towards the dystopian universe where Trunks resided. Unbeknownst to the others, Qingfeng sensed the trajectory of the time machine, his form gradually dissolving into nothingness, carried away by the winds. The future Earth lay in ruins, devoid of the once vibrant city life, its landscape desolate and lifeless. As the time machine landed, Vegeta leaped out, unleashing a wave of energy into the sky. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, and suddenly, a tempest of lightning coalesced, revealing Black Goku hovering above, closely followed by Zamasu. Die! Vegeta roared, his fury palpable. In an instant, he charged at Black Goku, delivering a devastating punch. Before Black Goku could utter a word, he was struck down into the ground. Zamasu, with a smirk of disdain, mocked Vegeta. How dare you injure me? A mere appetizer. You shall face divine retribution. The earth trembled as Black Goku emerged unscathed from a massive crater, radiant with pink light. Goku, brimming with battle spirit, inquired of Vegeta. Which of these two will you confront? Vegeta, ever the proud warrior, replied, naturally, I shall face the false one. If I can defeat the true you, why would I falter against an impostor? The two warriors dismissed Black Goku and Zamasu as insignificant, each resolving to engage their chosen opponent. Trunks watched in awe, realizing that the foes he once found terrifying were mere trifles in the eyes of his father and Uncle Goku. Gohan observed the battle quietly. Having yet to face Super Saiyan Blue himself, and only possessing a vague understanding of his father's prowess, A gentle voice broke the tension behind them, reassuring Trunks, "Fear not. Young one, growth is a journey we all must undertake. You are still a child and need not burden yourself with excessive pressure." Turning around, Gohan and Trunks were startled to find Qingfeng perched on a derelict vehicle, a playful smile gracing his lips. The two boys were taken aback, especially Trunks, who had traversed time himself and could hardly fathom how someone could navigate time travel unaided. "How is this possible? How did you reach the future? Do you possess a time machine as well?" However, just after questioning Trunks, he quickly dismissed the idea that the time machine was crafted by his mother, believing he had no reason to possess it as well. He hadn't forgotten the man before him, who had effortlessly vanquished Uncle Goku. Trunks felt a weight in his body and instinctively assumed a fighting stance, but Gohan promptly restrained him. "Hello. Although I am unsure why you are following us, I recognize that you are not our foe. I kindly request that you do not interfere in the battle between my father and Uncle Vegeta." His calm words carried a resolute undertone. Should Qingfeng insist on intervening, Gohan would stop him even at the risk of his own defeat. Both his father and Uncle Vegeta were consumed by a tremendous rage, driven by the desire to avenge their fallen family members, a matter of masculine honor that permitted no outside interference. "Very well, I shall observe. If you can defeat me, I will refrain from intervening. If not, I may need to step in," Qingfeng declared. He held little hope for Goku. Not because he doubted Goku and Vegeta's capabilities against Black Goku, but based on their previous encounter. It seemed the power levels were set according to the anime's narrative, implying that Black Goku's prowess could rival Super Saiyan Blue. Despite Goku and Vegeta having trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, their opponents possessed an advantage. Furthermore, without the Patera earrings, they could not fuse, and against the immortal Zamasu, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage. While the three conversed, a fierce battle raged on the battlefield, with the scales of power heavily tipped. Remembering his slain wife and child, Goku could no longer contain his fury. The blood of the Saiyans surged violently within him. "You fiend! You have killed Chi-Chi and Goten. I will not forgive you." This time, his anger was genuine, and an overwhelming force surged forth as he transformed into full-powered Super Saiyan Blue, his hatred unlocking his full potential. Utilizing his immortality, Zamasu had experienced countless deaths and resurrections, significantly amplifying his strength. Yet, before Goku, such power was rendered meaningless. At almost the same moment, Vegeta's furious roar echoed through the skies. "How dare you harm my Bulma? You may have taken Goku's body, but only a fool with the essence of a Saiyan could be so easily manipulated." With a single punch that shook the heavens, a brilliant blue aura illuminated the sky. Grabbing Black Goku by the hair, he delivered a brutal kick that sent him soaring into the air, followed by a colossal energy blast striking him down. As the dust settled, Black Goku gazed incredulously at Vegeta on the ground, his voice a frenzied, incomprehensible shriek. "How is this possible? The disparity cannot be this vast." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, replied with a haughty smile, "Do you wish to know why? Because you are merely an imposter, while I am the rightful prince of all Saiyans." Having anticipated the truth about Black Goku and Zamasu, Goku and Vegeta's strength had escalated far beyond the normal narrative. As they unleashed a one-sided assault, Black Goku managed to hold on, but Zamasu was repeatedly battered by Goku's relentless attacks. Were it not for his immortality, he would have perished under Goku's onslaught. In that moment, both adversaries finally realized that humanity was not to be treated as mere insects, subservient to their whims. As the earrings were exchanged, a radiant brilliance enveloped the entire world, heralding the grand entrance of the divine Zamasu, who possessed infinite power alongside an immortal form. Even the proud Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. After their fusion, their strength multiplied several-fold, subtly emanating an aura that could potentially suppress both him and Goku. Goku, however, remained unfazed, casting a glance towards Gohan on the ground, signaling him to join forces against their foe. With a resounding roar, Gohan awakened a mysterious power within him, enveloped by an enigmatic aura that illuminated the sky with a brilliant white light, marking the return of the once mighty Gohan. He was a stark contrast to his previous self. In his prime, he could have effortlessly overwhelmed any opponent, be it Cell or Bu, yet his personality had led to the demise of loved ones on multiple occasions. Now, he had cast aside his former arrogance, embracing the resolve befitting a true warrior. The large Tien was astounded, realizing that Gohan possessed such formidable strength, likely rivaling that of his father. Unwilling to be outdone, Tien erupted with determination, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and positioning himself behind the trio to flank Zamasu. An enormous halo of angels appeared behind Zamasu, unleashing a colossal wave of malevolent energy towards the ground. Goku and Vegeta countered with their Kamehameha and Final Flash, resulting in a stalemate. Zamasu retaliated with an array of energy beams from the angelic halo, while Gohan extended his arms to create a barrier to shield his comrades. Simultaneously, he unleashed a Kamehameha, and Tien executed his signature technique. Together, the four of them managed to make Zamasu's progress arduous. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed and submerged in an ocean of energy, but his immortal half allowed him to survive the onslaught. The ancient Qingfeng sat cross-legged, contemplatively observing the battlefield. Through this confrontation, he grasped why Earth had remained unscathed. Even with Vegeta's battle power exceeding 10,000 capable of obliterating small planets at their current strength, a mere strike could annihilate Earth. Yet, despite numerous battles, the planet remained intact. The reason lay in their ever-increasing mastery over their own power. The same energy, whether released as a shockwave or through a precise attack, would yield different levels of destruction. The shockwave would cause greater collateral damage. However, against equally powerful adversaries, a shockwave might not harm them, while a precise strike could lead to their demise. Goku, Zamasu, and their allies had learned to compress their power into a singular point. The residual impact was minimal, yet the force within the attack was magnified. Nevertheless, the current situation mirrored his predictions. It was indeed precarious for Goku and his companions. Though Gohan's involvement could restrain Zamasu, it would not lead to a decisive victory, nor could they utterly obliterate him. The Super Blue form was taxing on stamina, and prolonged engagement would drain Goku and Vegeta's energy. Gohan, alone, could not bear the burden, and Tien's Super Saiyan 2 strength was not significant enough to alter the tide of battle. Chapter 21. Confrontation. As the chaotic skirmish unfolded in the skies, the figures gradually ceased their combat. Goku and Vegeta's energy waned. Although they maintained their Super Blue forms, it was evident that they were running low on strength. In the enigmatic state, Gohan's stamina was scarcely depleted. However, he found himself struggling against the fused Zamasu. The individual over there was not forthcoming to assist, and the world teetered on the brink of destruction. For the sake of his son, Vegeta reluctantly set aside his pride and sought help from Qingfeng. You all should take a moment to rest. I can manage alone. It has been far too long since I've engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. Qingfeng soared to the side of the others, and upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a bitter pang. After witnessing Zamasu's formidable power, he still wished to confront the battle alone. Was it confidence born of strength or sheer ignorance that fueled his audacity? Vegeta leaned toward the former. Though he was loath to admit it, he ultimately entrusted the fight to Goku. Goku understood deep down that continuing the fight held no promise of victory. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Zamasu with the Kaioken tenfold. He could stand undefeated alone. Yet, the inability to vanquish Zamasu rendered any temporary advantage meaningless. A mere mortal daring to challenge a deity was utterly intolerable. Despite an extended battle, Zamasu had not significantly exhausted his energy, and countless waves of malevolent light enveloped the four. Without even a glance, Qingfeng unleashed a punch that dissipated the waves of light instantaneously, the residual force even slicing across Zamasu's cheek. It was time to summon the others from the group. Thus, Qingfeng's mind shifted as he entered the chat group. Group Administrator, the strongest in the dimension, has activated a battle invitation. All members are forcibly invited to witness the conflict. Teleportation will occur in 5 seconds. The members of the chat group, engaged in leisurely conversation, were startled by the notification. Within moments, they were transported to the future world of Dragon Ball. As Goku and Vegeta touched down, they were met by a number of bewildered individuals, both male and female, who stared at them in confusion. Tony Stark remarked, "These two resemble the boss remarkably. Could they possibly be twins?" Ace of Fire responded, "I have no idea. This teleportation was far too abrupt. I nearly lost my meal." Kurumi Tokisaki observed, "This man's adversary, huh? The chat group must have brought us here to spectate. His opponent's strength is likely not too inferior." The Shinigami elementary student added, "Just to clarify, I'm merely an ordinary person. I doubt I can be of any assistance. Just watch closely. This is the battle of genuine powerhouses. A rare spectacle that may never be witnessed again in our lifetimes," urged someone. "Goodness, is that Sharna? How did she come to look like this?" "I thought Kurumi only had a slight edge," another exclaimed. The group huddled together for mutual support, while Goku and his companions approached the newcomers, puzzlement etched across their faces. While Goku could comprehend others, the sight of Tony in his Iron Man suit sent Gohan into a frenzy of admiration for the ensemble. Vegeta, however, fixated on Uchiha Madara. Recognizing that despite the differing power systems of their worlds, Madara's arrogance and the aura of strength emanating from him demanded Vegeta's attention. Even though Vegeta could easily crush him with a mere finger, the aura emanating from Madara resonated with certain facets of his own being. However, it was Sharna who drew the most attention. At this moment, she was a portrait of devastation, with multiple fractures, disheveled hair, and a face marred by distress. Just 3 days prior, she had suffered grave injuries at the hands of Kurumi, who, tapping into Sharna's buried pain, subjected her to relentless torment. Had it not been for Qingfeng's explicit instructions to avoid inflicting life-threatening injuries or severing limbs, Kurumi's merciless disposition might have led to a far grimmer fate for Sharna. Nevertheless, when a woman unleashes her fury, she can rival any man. Even if she refrained from outright violence, Kurumi had her ways of psychologically tormenting Sharna. Mr. Goku, Prince Vegeta, I kindly ask you to watch over my friend and ensure they are not caught in the crossfire. You can leave this fellow to me. Qingfeng addressed the group on the ground, requesting Goku and the others to lend a hand. Goku readily agreed, confident that with his strength, safeguarding a few individuals would pose no challenge. This enemy is rather distasteful, Tony remarked, noting the grotesque purple of the adversary's right hand, which was abnormally large. For reasons he could not comprehend, a profound aversion to the color purple welled up within him upon seeing this foe. Do you wish to dance as well? State your name. I am Uchiha Madara of Konoha. While others were puzzled by Madara's inquiry, Vegeta understood perfectly, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. I am the prince of the Scion warrior race, Vegeta. The exchange of their gazes ignited an electric tension, both standing atop their respective realms, each harboring a lofty sense of pride. A mutual respect blossomed between the strong, yet the precarious nature of the situation suggested that a sparring match might ensue otherwise. Goku, let us witness your true prowess. During our last encounter, I sensed you did not unleash your full potential. Above, Qingfeng and the deity Zamasu commenced their duel. Qingfeng moved like a phantom, evading Zamasu's every effort to counter him. With a sudden offensive, Qingfeng struck first. Zamasu could hardly perceive his movements before Qingfeng was upon him, delivering rapid blows that sent Zamasu crashing into an abandoned building. Vegeta furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with Qingfeng's performance. The power he had displayed when defeating Goku in a single strike was far superior to this. How dare you affront a deity? Despicable, detestable. Zamasu seethed with impotent rage, raising his hand to the heavens. From the cosmos surged a torrent of malevolent energy. Dark pink storm clouds gathering as countless bolts of lightning coursed into his body. Zamasu's strength surged once more, his energy flowing like an unrelenting tide. His right arm grotesquely distorting and swelling to an immense size. The unleashed energy radiated outward, shaking the very foundations of the earth and overwhelming the sheltered crowd protected by Goku's barrier. Beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they were beset by the immense pressure Zamasu exerted, leaving them to wonder if Qingfeng could truly triumph over such an adversary. The destroyer of worlds draws energy directly from the cosmos. Wielding such power for what purpose? Trunks' expression turned cold. He intends to annihilate all life in the universe, completing the human extermination plan and eradicating conflict from existence. Uchiha Obito paused, finding this notion somewhat familiar. Before joining the chat group, he too had contemplated using the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a truly peaceful world. Later, he learned from Yun Yao that all his scheming had merely been a deception, the true puppeteer being Kurizetsu. Wasn't he this reminiscent of my past intentions? Yet, I never considered eradicating humanity. My aim was to forge peace through different means. Tony Stark, filled with concern, patted Yun Yao on the shoulder. Don't you have a protective shield? Why not assist the boss? I can't shake the feeling that he's at a disadvantage right now. This remark nearly infuriated Yun Yao, who kicked Tony away in exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Why should I go? Am I seeking death? Tony, with a look of grievance, retorted, you have the shield. If I had one, I would help too. After all, it wouldn't kill you. Are you foolish? My shield is invincible against others. Do you think it would hold up against an enemy of the same caliber as the boss? Yun Yao was rendered speechless. The defensive techniques crafted by the boss might be effective against lesser foes, but against an adversary of equal strength, the shield would be of no consequence. In the midst of this chaos, Conan observed the fierce battle in the sky, his pupils widening in realization that this was akin to a divine confrontation. However, Qingfeng was indeed facing relentless setbacks, as the newly empowered Zamasu exerted considerable pressure, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. Among those present, The one most desiring Gu Qingfeng's defeat was undoubtedly Sharna, for without Gu Qingfeng, she would not have suffered humiliation at the hands of Kurumi. Chapter 22. Super Gu Qingfeng. She wished fervently for Gu Qingfeng to be slain by Zamasu, even if it meant her own demise. She understood well that Gu Qingfeng was not a man she could confront. The sheer aura emanating from him rendered her immobile, and in her lifetime, she would never be able to match his prowess, relying solely on others to intervene. As she gazed at the suppressed Gu Qingfeng with his swollen face, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips, having long since resolved to perish alongside him. "Oh, are you smiling?" Kurumi appeared behind her unexpectedly. Though her voice was sweet and melodious, to Sharna's ears, it resembled the roar of a hellish demon, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Memories of 3 days prior flooded back, prompting her to quickly suppress her smile and avoid looking at Kurumi. That encounter had left her with a profound psychological scar, eroding her courage to resist Kurumi ever again. Matoi Ryuko was astonished. Wasn't he? It said that Kurumi had merely the upper hand in her battle with Sharna? Why, then, did Sharna appear so utterly defeated? Kurumi, unscathed, exuded an aura that suggested Sharna was utterly terrified. Trunks observed the two in the sky, gripping his sword tightly, leaning forward and preparing to strike at any moment. Vegeta issued a sharp reprimand, commanding Trunks to refrain from any reckless actions. "You need not intervene. Have you not yet realized?" However, it seemed that Trunks was no match for Zamasu, and if this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Trunks harbored little faith in Gu Qingfeng's abilities at this moment. He was more on the defensive, while Zamasu grew increasingly formidable, steadily overpowering Gu Qingfeng. In stark contrast, Vegeta believed that Gu Qingfeng possessed more prowess than met the eye, even in the face of a formidable, fused Zamasu. As fellow Scions, could it be that he could not transform into a Super Saiyan? Zamasu gathered energy in his palms, a radiant wave forming as his aura surged, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The energy coalesced into a singular point, and the blue energy orb shot forth like a meteor towards the gathered crowd below. "Let us see how you evade this. If you plan to abandon those on the ground, you had best flee now." Zamasu cackled maniacally, as Gu Qingfeng relied on his combat skills, refusing to engage him head-on, which infuriated Zamasu even more. Gu Qingfeng mirrored Zamasu's stance, clashing with the Kamehameha wave, and the two immense forces met in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. In midair, their energies canceled each other out, creating an endless sea of power that momentarily forced Zamasu back several steps before he regained his footing. What a terrifying force! Could even the strongest be unable to defeat him? The situation appeared evenly matched. Observing their battle, Obito felt a profound sense of his own insignificance, realizing how vastly inferior his power was in comparison. Conan furrowed his brow and retreated behind the others. The entire assembly on the ground stood in stunned silence. Despite Zamasu absorbing such malevolent energy, Gu Qingfeng still withstood his onslaught. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan keenly noted the mocking gleam in Gu Qingfeng's expression. Even when engaged in close combat and at a disadvantage, he maintained an effortless demeanor. Is the power of a deity truly so minuscule? Can you not grow stronger? You have thoroughly disappointed me. Gu Qingfeng disdainfully criticized Zamasu for not exhibiting the level of strength he had anticipated, feeling no need to transform. Believing he could triumph in his normal state, he hoped to seize this opportunity to amass a considerable amount of points, aiming to accumulate a total of 50 million. "I am the strongest, you wretch." Zamasu was about to retort when Gu Qingfeng swiftly delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. To grow stronger, one must exert effort. What is effort? It is honed through time. You merely seized the body of a mortal that you scorned. How powerful could you possibly become? Can you withstand this punch? A year's worth of effort? Gu Qingfeng's figure moved with blinding speed, leaving Zamasu unable to defend himself as he absorbed several punches, his already unattractive visage becoming further contorted. A death sphere, capable of obliterating the earth, materialized in Zamasu's hand. He resolved to hold nothing back and intended to annihilate the planet entirely. In a divine conflict, mortals suffer. Even with Goku's protective barrier, those in the chat group felt an ominous sense of impending doom. Allow me to demonstrate true power. As Gu Qingfeng's gaze grew solemn, an overwhelming force radiated from him, causing ripples throughout the cosmos. The dark power summoned by Zamas enveloped the entire sky above the earth. Gu Qingfeng emitted a brilliant golden light that soared into the heavens, banishing the darkness that lingered. As his aura intensified, the very earth trembled, and the energy unleashed was so potent that it altered the colors of the heavens and the earth. His once black hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Surrounding him, golden arcs of lightning flickered, and his demeanor became one of haughty supremacy, as if he regarded deities as mere insects. The mere force of his presence shattered the protective barrier conjured by Sun Wukong. Super Saiyan. Ultimately, insects remain insects. Your struggles are utterly futile. Zama scoffed at the notion, dismissing the challenge posed by Sun Wukong. Even as a Super Saiyan god, what could a mere Super Saiyan possibly achieve? As the deadly energy sphere approached, Qingfeng flexed his right arm and launched a devastating punch, effortlessly obliterating the terrifying orb. His figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Zama's, seizing him by the throat with a single hand. With the other hand raised skyward, he gathered energy that shimmered like stars, forcefully infusing it into Zama's body. The Soul Purger could cleanse all energy, and Zama's heart grew increasingly malevolent. This technique was the perfect counter for him. As the energy orb coursed within, Zama's erupted in a dazzling display of colors, culminating in a deafening explosion that left him utterly annihilated. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Only moments before, the two had been evenly matched, unaware that Qingfeng's hair had changed color. Zama's, without having a chance to retaliate, was swiftly vanquished, revealing the profound disparity between the two. The destroyer of worlds. Indeed, it appeared that this was the true extent of the formidable power of the one in this form. A reality that had been underestimated. Sharna roared inwardly, questioning why such a powerful being as Zama's had failed to defeat Qingfeng. Gazing at Qingfeng, who resembled a god of war, she felt a deep sense of helplessness, pondering whether she would ever have the chance for vengeance. Fire Fist Ace remarked on the striking appearance of this form, noting that not only had the hair changed color, but the bangs now stood upright as well. Tony Stark mused that the crisis in his own world seemed trivial in comparison. It appeared that with a mere wave of Qingfeng's hand, everything could be resolved. Perhaps it was time to seriously consider cultivating a favorable relationship with him. With such a golden ally, the prospect of vanquishing foes like Ultron or Thanos seemed trivial. Yin Yao, contemplating the shield enveloping her, realized she had perhaps underestimated Qingfeng's might. Unlike the others in their chat group, Madara gazed towards the sky, sensing that matters would not be so easily resolved. His Rinnegan witnessed Zama's divine form dissipating into countless particles of light, merging into the atmosphere above the earth. Where Zama's had perished, a malevolent aura ascended, transforming the sky into a deep green hue, as his lingering spirit refused to fade away. A sinister aura spread across the far reaches of the cosmos, as the sky morphed into contorted visages resembling Zamasu, whose gaping maw unleashed malevolent energy upon the earth below. The Great T, in an instant, thought of the survivors in the sanctuary and was ready to rush to their aid. But the ancient Qingfeng waved his hands in the air. A golden haze enveloped the entire planet, neutralizing Zamasu's attacks. Merging with the universe itself, Zamasu's presence was felt even by Beerus and the Angel Whis in the primary timeline, who sensed the ominous events unfolding in the future. This formidable power even affected the realms of the primary timeline. Ancient Qingfeng's palms conjured two radiant orbs of colorful light, which he then compressed together. The Soul Arbiter, one of Qingfeng's signature techniques, possessed a unique efficacy against malevolent foes, purifying their wicked essence. As the luminous sphere made contact with the sinister aura emanating from Zamasu, the dark power, akin to a creature facing its nemesis, was instantaneously cleansed. Tony Stark, bewildered, gazed skyward, unable to fathom how one could achieve such harmony with the universe. Surely, this was the end. The spectacle was indeed daunting, yet it was swiftly extinguished in a single stroke. Chapter 23. An ominous foreboding. Ace could not help but voice his sarcasm, reflecting on how the commotion had escalated, only for everyone to be left in awe. Promptly dispatched by a superior power, was this overwhelming strength, or was Zamasu merely a paper tiger, all bluster but little substance? Of course, such musings were mere jest. Ace knew better than to underestimate Zamasu's prowess, recognizing that the outcome was a testament to the overwhelming might of the true powerhouse. Goku's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. As a fellow Saiyan, he understood Qingfeng's strength more profoundly. The urge to challenge the strong, to grow stronger himself, was ingrained in Goku's nature. The Administrator has eradicated the formidable foe Zamasu. This battle will be archived in the Administrator's battle records for the enlightenment of future members, allowing them to appreciate the Administrator's might. The Administrator has successfully completed the task, rated at difficulty level 6, and has earned 30 million points. Members will be teleported back to their respective universes in 3 seconds. The system's notification resonated within the minds of the members, and moments later, their figures vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, our long-standing efforts would have been in vain, and the entire universe would have faced annihilation. Trunks respectfully bowed deeply to ancient Qingfeng, who graciously accepted his gratitude. In truth, had Zamasu, now assimilated with the universe, executed his relentless assault without Qingfeng's protection over the earth, aside from Goku and a few others, the remaining survivors would have perished in the aftermath. This realization was precisely why Trunks expressed such gratitude. This also indirectly indicated that ancient Qingfeng possessed a benevolent heart. Otherwise, he would not concern himself with the fate of ordinary lives. There is no need for concern. A true warrior must regard the freedom of the weak as a boundary. Young one, your journey ahead is long. Strive to grow stronger. Ancient Qingfeng, however, held reservations about Trunks' future. While he had intervened to rescue this universe from ruin, the emergence of other adversaries remained an uncertainty. Ultimately, Trunks must rely on his own hands to safeguard the universe in which he resides. From this point onward, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, aspiring to assist my father and others in the future. Vegeta, the first to object, retorted fiercely, "Do not jest. I, Vegeta, shall never require assistance from anyone." With the cosmic crisis resolved, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and after a brief respite, Goku regained much of his strength. Eager to challenge Qingfeng once more, Vegeta harbored a similar desire. Their shared glance conveyed the silent understanding between close friends. Trunks pondered Qingfeng's formidable Super Saiyan powers, glancing at himself in confusion, and inquired, "As a fellow Super Saiyan, why are you so much stronger than I, surpassing even my father's Ultra Instinct?" Qingfeng contemplated for a moment before candidly explaining, "My base power is formidable, so when I transform into a Super Saiyan, the same 50-fold increase renders me significantly stronger than you. You are not the fabled Super Saiyan, are you? You fail to embody the essence of a true Saiyan." Vegeta initially assumed that Qingfeng would be the prophesied Super Saiyan, a legendary figure foretold to emerge every millennium. Endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and conceived solely as the ultimate weapon of destruction. However, as Vegeta delved deeper into Qingfeng's character, he became convinced that he was not the legendary Super Saiyan. Such a being could not possibly protect others, as they were birthed for annihilation. Indeed, I am not. When the topic of the legendary Super Saiyan arose, Qingfeng immediately thought of Broly. Intrigued, he recognized that Broly was the only opponent capable of rivaling him in the near term. Even if he could not surpass his Ultra Blue form, he would not be weaker than his Super Saiyan form, allowing for an unrestricted battle. I, too, eagerly anticipate encountering him. I am genuinely curious about the true strength of the legendary Super Saiyan. Goku lamented, aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, he had little chance of victory. If only I had the Patera earrings. If Vegeta and I were to fuse, we could surely compel you to unleash your full power. Qingfeng merely smiled, neither refuting nor affirming this statement. In his estimation, Vegeta would not be his equal. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta in their base forms would result in Vegeta's power exceeding that of a typical Ultra Blue. While it was uncertain whether they would triumph over a fully powered Ultra Blue, it was indisputable that a standard Ultra Blue would be no match for them. It is worth noting that this was a fusion of their base states, while Qingfeng's form was derived from the fusion of the two in their Super Saiyan states. The Super Saiyan transformation amplifies power by 50 times, and the fusion's effect is inherently greater than the sum of its parts. Even he was unsure of how formidable his own base form could be. Were it not for the necessity of swiftly defeating Zamasu, he could have eliminated him in his base state. With all matters concluded, the group prepared to return to the primary timeline, and Qingfeng followed the time machine's path back to the Dragon Ball universe's timeline. After lingering momentarily at Bulma's residence and politely declining several dinner invitations, he found himself more inclined to return home for a restful slumber, despite his keen interest in the culinary offerings of the world's wealthiest family. An inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawed at his heart, leaving him with a hollow feeling, a sensation he had never experienced before. Saiyan physiology was remarkably robust, rarely succumbing to maladies. Could it be that something was amiss with his beloved family back in his homeland? This thought tightened his brow. His relatives resided in a small county, far removed from the influence of powerful figures, and their health seemed satisfactory. Why then did he harbor such unsettling feelings? The notion that disturbances do not arise without cause echoed in his mind. Especially for someone of his caliber, there existed a unique connection to his kin, an instinctive awareness. Upon returning to his lodgings, he lay in bed for an extended period, unable to drift into slumber as memories flooded his mind. Tossing and turning proved futile, leading him to open the chat group, where he observed his points had amassed to an impressive 46,540,000. Only 346,000 remained to reach the coveted 50 million threshold, although the subsequent accumulation of points would prove challenging. Initially, assisting Yun Yao had garnered him 500,000 points, while rescuing Sabo added another 5 million, and his transformation into a Super Saiyan yielded 30 million. If the chat group refrained from assigning tasks, his daily sign-in would yield a mere 10,000 points, necessitating a year of consistent attendance to accumulate the required points. Under normal circumstances, 1 year might seem neither particularly long nor short. A year of waiting could be tolerated. Yet, as his unease deepened, he found himself reluctant to remain idle. His rate of point acquisition resembled that of a rocket's ascent. In less than a week since joining the chat group, he was on the brink of amassing sufficient points. Nevertheless, he deemed this pace insufficient and resolved to contemplate alternative strategies. For tasks within the chat group only activated when members faced peril. As for the low-tier world of Conan, he dismissed it. Leisurely excursions were feasible, but relying on it for ample points was unrealistic. Administrator Yun Yao had granted him a shield, leaving no opportunity for a second venture. On Ace's side, the original trajectory had altered. The 4 emperors, Whitebeard, had not clashed with the Navy, and no significant events were expected soon. As for Kurumi, it was evident that Shiryu had just acquired the Holy Garment, and according to the storyline, no major incidents were anticipated. Thus, it seemed only the worlds of Kamen Rider Decade, Uchiha Madara from Naruto, and Tony Stark within the Marvel Universe remained as potential sources of significant occurrences. With this in mind, he resolved to inquire about any notable happenings in the realms of these 3 individuals. Within the chat group, several members, led by Tony Stark, were engaged in a spirited discussion. "Have you all noticed," Tony remarked, "that the difficulty of that merged entity has been classified as level 6 by the chat group? What manner of universe is this, where such formidable foes are deemed only a level 6 threat?" Fire Fist Ace commented, "The system's maximum difficulty is 10. I had expected it to be classified at least as an 8. I truly do not comprehend the world of such great figures." Death God Elementary School. "If I possessed even 1/millionth of a powerful figure's strength, I could have long since dealt with the organization in black and restored my original body." Conan's words were steeped in envy. He was undoubtedly the most unfortunate among us, unable to return home or acknowledge his girlfriend. All of this turmoil stemmed from his adversary, the international criminal organization known as the Black Organization. Chapter 24, Kamen Rider. Uchiha Obito's situation was significantly better. At least Obito awaited his resurrection, offering him a glimmer of hope. In contrast, I found myself utterly incapable of confronting the Black Organization head-on. I wished to seek assistance from a powerful figure, yet I lacked the courage to voice my needs, as my own capabilities were far too meager to provide the rewards they would desire. World's Destroyer. Why not seek assistance from the members of this group? Surely, this would not pose a challenge for those present. Conan had considered this. Yet since the group members had not encountered any perilous situations, the chat group's tasks remained dormant. He even attempted to negotiate with Ace, hoping to persuade him to expend 50 points to enter his world and help him tackle the Black Organization. Ace, a kind-hearted individual, readily agreed. However, before he could take action, the chat group issued a warning. In the absence of a mission, members were prohibited from unilaterally altering the course of history in other universes. Upon hearing Conan's explanation, the others could only express their helplessness. Without the ability to intervene, there was little they could do. World's Destroyer. Unfortunately, you and I do not share the same worldview. Otherwise, I could leverage my abilities to traverse into your realm and assist you. Tony Stark. You could take the risk. As long as you find yourself in danger, you can issue a task for us to come to your aid. Seeking support. Do you believe everyone is like you? Is it not preferable to remain alive rather than courting danger? Yin Yao. For the first time, she pondered whether there were no rational individuals within the Marvel Universe. How could someone with such intelligence amass such wealth? The most malevolent elf. While you aim to challenge the powerful figure, have you not observed his combat style? Hurry and confront him. Rest assured, we shall not impede you. Upon reading this from Kurumi, Sharna felt a surge of frustration. How could she possibly contend with him? What was she to do? Headbutt him. Internally seething with rage, she dared not reveal even a hint of her feelings. You jest. How could I ever stand as a rival to such a powerful figure? I apologize for my previous offense. Do you wish to dance as well? It seemed that after their last encounter, Kurumi had thoroughly bested her, and this arrogant woman was now quite subdued. The group had also noticed Sharna's fear of Kurumi. They had discerned this during their recent observation of the Dragon Ball universe. Sharna's disarray further confirmed this. Kurumi had achieved a resounding victory with absolute superiority. Dimension's mightiest. Do you wish to dance as well? World's Destroyer, Tony Stark, has anything significant transpired in your realm? Do you wish to dance as well? I have not yet been reincarnated through impure resurrection. I am uncertain of the current state of the ninja world. Do you require assistance, powerful figure? Tony Stark. I do not possess any pressing matters. I have just completed the creation of my Iron Man suit, and no one has sought trouble with me. Moreover, I have not heard of any new superheroes emerging. The Destroyer of Worlds I have encountered a rather trivial matter. A hostile knight has emerged, possessing the strength of the top 15 knights from the Heisei era, and has been relentlessly attacking humanity. This antagonistic organization seeks to dominate the entire universe. Upon finishing this statement, Tsukasa Kadoya felt he had not conveyed his thoughts clearly, so he elaborated further. However, I have yet to locate their stronghold, and it seems unlikely that I will be able to confront them in the near future. Qingfeng reflected for a moment. The villains among the 15 knights must surely be the Kamen Rider 15, the only one who dared to pose a fatal question and ultimately triumphed over Tsukasa Kadoya. Not found their lair yet? No matter. I shall venture into your world at once. I possess means to track them down. Activating the teleportation feature of the chat group, he set the universe to that of Kamen Rider's mythical realms. Tony, ever the nonchalant one, wondered whether the prominent figure was merely bored and offering benefits to group members, or if he was in a foul mood, seeking someone to unleash his wrath upon. Do you wish to join in the fray? Regardless, the monsters of that world are in for misfortune. Encountering such a formidable individual can only be attributed to their ill fate. Please, let us cling to your coattails, Destroyer of Worlds. Do not forget to broadcast a live stream for us. We are most intrigued by the villainous knights from your domain. Tsukasa Kadoya also uploaded footage of his battles, showcasing his encounters with monsters. They had yet to witness the true form of the malevolent knights. The Destroyer of Worlds, he replied, no problem. I shall first go to welcome our esteemed guest. As he spoke, Qingfeng had already arrived, observing Tsukasa Kadoya clad in a black suit, a pink camera adorning his chest. His initial impression was that this individual had likely traversed all the knightly universes and successfully upgraded his belt. Unfortunately, his mood was quite dismal, as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart, leaving him without the inclination for jest. A vast perception enveloped the earth, allowing him to grasp every movement occurring upon it. In an instant, he pinpointed the lair of the villainous organization, Badon. Steady yourselves, we shall proceed. Tsukasa Kadoya sensed a disquiet within Qingfeng. Typically, he wore a cheerful demeanor and was attentive to everyone. But now, his expression was grim, and a restless aura emanated from him. Before he could inquire about the cause of this change, Qingfeng seized his shoulder, and together they soared into the sky. In the underground lair of Badon, a gathering of monstrous beings convened, as several high-ranking officials deliberated their plans. With the addition of the malevolent knight Kamen Rider 15, their odds of success had significantly increased. They harbored no concerns about being discovered by the riders, as they resided hundreds of meters underground, surrounded by walls forged from steel several centimeters thick. They also possessed spatial devices to return to the surface, ensuring the knights could not reach their subterranean depths. Their intention was to incite discord between the Heisei and Showa riders, stirring them to turn against one another. A tremendous crash resounded. As the seemingly indestructible steel crumbled like tofu, two figures burst through the steel and landed on the ground. Damn it, who are you? Upon hearing this familiar inquiry, Tsukasa Kadoya instinctively prepared to respond with his catchphrase, but remembering the esteemed guest, he restrained himself. We declare war upon you, before you find yourselves in dire straits. I shall come to assist you. A gentle breeze carried away Qingfeng's words as his figure vanished in an instant. Not only was Menyashur bewildered, but the onlookers were equally perplexed by the situation. With an air of imposing authority, he plunged into the depths below, fleeing without uttering a single harsh word. I am but a passing Kamen Rider, remember that well. Menyashur pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps the leader was lacking in points, and seizing this opportunity, he could create quite a stir. Ever since his belt had been upgraded to a magenta hue, he had yet to encounter an adversary worthy of a serious battle. Your companions have fled in fear. What can you accomplish alone? Kamen Rider, attack and vanquish this foe. A middle-aged man emerged, gaunt and haggard. Transform, transform. They both cried simultaneously, Kamen Rider versus Kamen Rider 15. Unlike the original narrative, Menyashur had acquired the powers of the 10 Heisei riders. The clash of the cardbox sword and the Yomi Maru sent 15 staggering backward, for Emperor Rider had undergone an enhancement, elevating his stats to rival those of 15. On the side of the Transformers, Menyashur, a cyborg, possessed overwhelming strength compared to 15's ordinary human form. The leader of Badon seethed with rage, utterly astonished that the mightiest weapon he had created was no match for this individual. With a wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to attack simultaneously. Everyone, join forces and eliminate this foe. Emperor Rider countered with a swift strike, pushing back the advancing 15, and retrieved a card from the card box. If we're to fight, this card will serve us better. Kamen Rider Agito. Emperor Rider transformed into Agito, clad in crimson armor, initiating super acceleration mode and wreaking havoc among the minions. Agito's incredible speed caught the villains off guard, swiftly dispatching several of the monsters. However, the sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, and some possessed special abilities that could hinder his velocity, leading Emperor Rider to soon find himself at a disadvantage. Detected that the World Destroyer is in crisis. A task can be issued in the chat group. Minyashur sighed in relief, finally reaching the point where he could issue a task, should he wish to flee. No one could stop him. Yet, the leader had requested that he issue the task, leaving him unable to depart. The World Destroyer issues a task. Defeat the Underground Empire Badon. Reward of 300 points. Task difficulty is rated as level 8. With a limitation of 3 participants for acceptance. Seeking assistance from a powerful ally, the leader had swiftly located the enemy's lair. Chapter 25, Father Injured. Fire Fist Ace. Let us observe a moment of silence for these unfortunate souls. Do you wish to join the dance? I am more curious about the kind of enemy that could place Minyashur in peril, as one of the few entities capable of rivaling him within the group. Ban had always held Minyashur in high regard, though he could hardly commend his character. Dimensional Strongest accepts the task. Fire Fist Ace accepts the task. The Most Vicious Spirit accepts the task. Tony remains steadfast. The World Destroyer task is completed. Group Manager Dimensional Strongest receives 100 points. Fire Fist Ace receives 100 points, and the Most Vicious Spirit receives 100 points. In the realm of extraordinary challenges, a mere second had elapsed, and the accolades were already bestowed. The unparalleled evaluation, the strongest in the dimension, secured 500,000 points, while the Fiery Ace and the Most Formidable Spirit each garnered 12,000 points. The young Reaper, a student at heart, lamented the fleeting opportunity for effortless victory, while Tony, ever steadfast, was about to voice his thoughts when the task was swiftly completed, leaving him astounded by the rapidity of events. Upon embarking on their mission, Ace and Kurumi found themselves transported to the subterranean empire of Baton, where the transformed figure of Kamen Rider Decade was engaged in a fierce battle. However, as they emerged from their spatial transit, they were met not by foes, but by the grandeur of an immense underground palace, devoid of any adversaries. Concurrently, a group notification heralded the completion of their task and the rewards that followed. In the center of the arena stood Qingfeng, his demeanor markedly different from his usual calm. The white waves of energy around him surged chaotically, imparting an overwhelming sense of impending chaos. Upon accepting the task, Qingfeng unleashed his power without hesitation, a formidable aura sweeping across the surroundings. Apart from the intentionally evasive figures of Minya, Ace, and Kurumi, the denizens of the subterranean empire were obliterated in an instant. The unexpectedness of the situation was palpable moments prior. The numerous monstrosities had believed they could encircle Kamen Rider Decade, confident that he was alone and destined for demise. Yet, in the face of Qingfeng's might, they were all crushed underfoot. Even the lowest minions could not withstand his overwhelming presence, while ordinary creatures, as well as high-ranking officials and leaders, succumbed under the pressure of his aura. Though the strength of these high-ranking individuals was unfathomable, each strike packing tremendous force and augmented by various formidable abilities, they were rendered powerless before Qingfeng's absolute prowess. He needed not even lift a finger. The disparity in strength was so vast that their very bodies shattered under the weight of his presence. Minya, though previously acquainted with Qingfeng's capabilities, found himself astounded once more. His own strength could easily best these adversaries, yet their sheer numbers rendered him impotent. The invulnerable monsters appeared as fragile as paper before Qingfeng. Kurumi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. The more she learned about this man, the more elusive his true strength became. Cold and proud yet inherently kind, she experienced a flutter in her heart that was unfamiliar. Was this what love felt like? A woman of fervent passions, she embraced her feelings openly. Would you care to join me? She began to ask, but before she could finish, Qingfeng managed to muster a faint smile and vanished from sight, leaving her unfinished words hanging in the air. Ace, observing the exchange, noted the evident affection Qingfeng harbored for Kurumi, a seemingly fated connection marred by the abruptness of the moment. Ace's face flushed crimson. Yet his carefree nature led him to chuckle involuntarily. Upon catching a glimpse of Kurumi's murderous gaze, he quickly covered his mouth, signaling that his laughter was unintentional. He had no desire to provoke her. After all, the tale of Charlna served as a cautionary reminder. Whether he could best her in combat was irrelevant. He simply wished to avoid conflict with a woman. As Min Sure relinquished his transformation and approached the two, he sensed a troubling air about them. Is something amiss? He inquired. Ace shook his head, confounded. Just an hour prior, everything was well, yet suddenly, a tempestuous demeanor had seized him, and he could not fathom the cause. A man of such formidable strength, what troubles could possibly vex him? To him, the myriad beings of the universe were but specks of dust. Who could truly provoke him? Hugh-san, being a woman of heightened sensitivity, observed more acutely and speculated that perhaps something had befallen Gu Qingfeng's family. Perhaps there has been a crisis at home. I can discern the worry in his eyes. Indeed, as time passed, Gu Qingfeng's inner turmoil deepened. Upon completing his task and earning points, he swiftly accessed the group marketplace, expending 50 million points to exchange for coordinates of Earth. For the sake of safety, he made a brief return to the Dragon Ball universe to gather some items. And then he tore through the dimensional barriers, soaring towards Earth. However, the distance between the Earth dimension and the Dragon Ball universe was exceedingly vast, even at full speed. It took him over 10 minutes to arrive. At the precise moment he returned to Earth, atop Kunlun Mountain, on a remote island in the country. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Powerful beings sensed an extraordinary force emerging, an aura possessed solely by the most formidable of warriors. Those lacking sufficient strength merely felt a constriction in their breath, an impulse to kneel. Utilizing soul perception, he pinpointed his home's location and instantly teleported back. His bedroom was immaculate, evidently maintained by regular cleaning, everything unchanged from his memory. Yet, these details were of little concern to him. As he stepped out of his room, his gaze fell upon his father, slumped on the sofa, his legs rendered useless, eyes hollow and weary. Even with prior mental preparation, Gu Qingfeng could not suppress his rage. Gu Tian, observing the man emerging from his son's room, was filled with confusion, uncertain of his identity. Who are you? He asked. Father, it's me, Xiaofeng. How did it come to this? Gu Qingfeng stifled the pain within. His form was that of Gogeta, rendering his father's inability to recognize him entirely understandable. He faintly recalled his father as a spirited middle-aged man, always radiating confidence. How could a mere year have wrought such a transformation? I've fallen to this state. There's no need to further humiliate me. Just spare us, Gu Tian retorted, utterly unconvinced. He had long known of his son's demise in a car accident, but his wife remained blissfully unaware. The agony of losing a child in midlife was a burden he bore alone, unwilling to inflict further suffering upon her. With no better recourse, Gu Qingfeng extended his hand, channeling a beam of light into his father's mind. The soul memory technique would allow his father to experience all that he had undergone as an observer. From the accident that led to his transmigration to the merging with Gogeta's body, he intentionally omitted the scenes of battle, lest his father think he had encountered a ghost. Some matters were best left undisclosed for now. Gu Tian's expression suddenly transformed into a vivid tapestry of emotions, alternating between bitter smiles and great weeping. After a long pause, he gazed at Gu Qingfeng before him and said, "It is enough that you have returned. Regardless of anything else, the fact that you are alive brings me solace. Your mother would undoubtedly be overjoyed to know." He had tirelessly endeavored to conceal the truth of Gu Qingfeng's demise, yet in a world where secrets can seldom remain hidden, Gu Mu had long harbored suspicions, which he had repeatedly managed to obscure. Gu Qingfeng retrieved a modest green bean from his bosom and presented it to his father. "Consume this, and your body will heal." Gu Tian regarded the unassuming bean with a bittersweet smile. "My legs are shattered beyond repair. Even the most skilled doctors in the world would be unable to mend them, let alone this little bean." The notion of traversing realms was indeed difficult to fathom. Yet he was acutely aware of his own injuries. Standing again was a mere fantasy. Nonetheless, this was a heartfelt gesture from his son, and Gu Tian accepted the bean, chewing it twice before swallowing. Gu Qingfeng offered no explanation. Even a person on the brink of death could experience a miraculous resurrection upon consuming a celestial bean. Moreover, these beans were not solely for healing wounds. They could regenerate severed limbs and restore one's stamina to its zenith. Healing broken bones was well within their capabilities. Gu Tian, who had not harbored any expectations regarding the bean, felt no discernible change in his body after ingestion. Fortunately, he had not anticipated a cure. Thus his disappointment was minimal. Chapter 26. Mother's humiliation. Father, try to stand and take a few steps. Seeing his father's lack of response, Qingfeng could only prompt him. Gu Tian chuckled softly, patting his legs. How could he possibly stand with shattered limbs? But wait, he could feel sensation returning to his legs. They had regained their awareness. As he attempted to move his legs, the process was surprisingly seamless, leaving Gu Tian in a state of astonishment. How was this possible? His bones were fractured, and even if there were a method to heal them, whether through surgery or medicinal stimulation, it would entail excruciating pain. Yet here he was, having consumed merely a single bean, and he felt no pain at all. What realm had his son traversed? What has happened to your legs? And where is my mother? Why isn't she here to care for you? Gu Tian sighed, recounting the events that had transpired during Gu Qingfeng's time away. Not long after your death, Wang Fei began a relationship with Li Jun, an heir from a prominent family. When your mother discovered this, she confronted them at their residence, only to be humiliated by Wang Fei. When I learned of this, witnessing your mother being bullied stirred impulsive anger within me, prompting my intervention. But Li Jun retaliated by ordering my legs to be broken. He also wielded his family's influence to have the small supermarket I had established shut down and forbade any company from hiring me. Initially, Gu Tian had found it hard to believe. After all, Gu Qingfeng and Wang Fei had shared 3 years of affection and had never shown disdain for one another. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Gu Qingfeng stood there in a daze, unable to fathom that Wang Fei could betray him. Wang Fei was someone he had met during his university days in the imperial capital, and he had fallen for her at first sight, their relationship blossoming rapidly. After graduating from university, Wang Fei returned to her hometown, choosing not to remain in the bustling metropolis to struggle for success. Her family was quite affluent. Her father was the current head of the Wang family in the capital, and her mother was a university professor. Initially, her mother disapproved of their relationship, but ultimately acquiesced to Wang Fei's persistent wishes. It was characteristic of her mother to seek justice for herself, and it would be intolerable for her to endure the thought of her future daughter-in-law running off with someone else without her knowledge. Gu Qingfeng, filled with rage, returned home, his suppressed fury erupting once again, darkening the skies above him. Where has my mother gone? In their household, the father managed external affairs while the mother took care of the domestic sphere. Despite having been home for some time, Gu Qingfeng had yet to see his mother, which made him increasingly anxious. When his wife was mentioned, Gu Tian's eyes reddened, and he lowered his head, stammering, "Your mother went out shopping with friends. She'll return in the evening, so you needn't worry." Gu Qingfeng squinted, sensing his mother's presence, her figure having mysteriously vanished from their home. Gu Tian stared in confusion at the spot where Gu Qingfeng had stood, wondering if he had slipped back into a dream. Yet, looking at his own legs, he was certain that this had not been a dream. His son was indeed alive, not only surviving but also possessing unimaginable abilities. Not far from Gu Tian's residence, in a public women's restroom, a harsh-looking middle-aged woman named Li Shu berated a woman crouched on the floor. "You, old thing, clean this place properly. If I find any more shoe prints, you'll be on your knees scrubbing the soles of my shoes." The woman, dressed in tattered clothing and bearing an exhausted demeanor, could not hide her inherent grace and beauty. She meekly complied, her hands continuing their work, enduring the humiliation from her former classmate with quiet resignation. Li Shu smirked with satisfaction. The woman, named Shangguan Yun, had once been her classmate, known for her kindness and beauty. The school's flower who stood out among her peers, provoking envy from many, including Li Shu herself. Unfortunately, she married a man of modest means, and her son crossed the wrong people, leading to her suffering a broken leg and losing her job. Having squandered a promising future, she had fallen to such depths. Shangguan Yun had once thought she could never catch up to Li Shu, yet now she found herself at the mercy of her former rival. In the face of insults, she not only refrained from retorting but also submitted humbly, as there was no other path available to her. Though the two had no significant enmity, Li Shu's desire to humiliate her stemmed from both the generous reward from the young master of the Li family and her own spite. Even without compensation, she would have acted out of jealousy, wanting to see the once celebrated beauty of their school beneath her heel. Shangguan Yun exhibited compliance, knowing it was her only option. Her husband, Gu Tian, had suffered a leg injury and required expensive pain medication daily, though he never voiced his discomfort. The sweat on his brow and the blood-red hue of his pupils betrayed his suffering. Shangguan Yun loved this man deeply, in a desperate bid to forsake everything for him. Not a single company in Hebei County would offer her shelter, yet she was willing to accept a position as a restroom cleaner. This was clearly a deliberate act by Li Shu, intended as a form of retribution against her. With the family's savings stolen, She could only rely on herself to support the household. The cloth in Shang Yun's hand had long since turned a dismal shade of black. The public women's restroom, frequented by countless individuals daily, could hardly be cleaned thoroughly. Li Shu was merely seeking a pretext to torment her and thinking of her husband, who lay paralyzed in bed. Shang Yun could only bow her head and endure the insults. Don't you see someone walking by? Hurry up and wipe away the shoe prints she just left. I truly wonder what use you serve. If I return to find the floor still filthy, I will make you pay dearly, Li Shu declared, strutting out of the women's restroom. Each act of cruelty toward Shang Yun brought Li Shu a different thrill. Hearing Li Shu's words, Shang Yun's expression remained unchanged, as if Li Shu were speaking of someone else entirely. During her time under Li Shu's thumb, she had been beaten more than once, yet she never resisted. For she understood that to do so would cost her this job and subject her husband to daily torment. What did it matter if she endured a little humiliation? Ultimately, all of this trouble stemmed from her own momentary impulsiveness. She even felt responsible for the dire situation that befell her husband, but Shang Yun harbored no regrets. Given the chance, she would act the same way again. As a mother, how could she stand idly by while her future daughter-in-law was abducted by another? Seeing Shang Yun standing there motionless, Li Shu halted her departure and slapped her across the face, instantly leaving a red mark on her cheek. With a cold snort, Li Shu relished in the humiliation, yet Shang Yun's submissive demeanor dulled her interest. Nonetheless, the slap was not in vain. By the end of the day, Shang Yun would vanish entirely from this world, leaving no opportunity for reprisal. You are doomed. Not only will you perish, but so will your family. A chilling roar echoed, akin to that of a demon. Arriving too late, Qingfeng felt as if he might explode upon seeing his mother, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. Turning to face the murderous intent radiating from Qingfeng, Li Shu exhibited no fear, instead threatening. Who are you? Do you not realize this is a women's restroom? Do you dare to believe I won't call the police on you? Qingfeng gently lifted his mother from the ground, his tone softening as he feared startling her. Mom, how are you? Shang Yun looked at this unfamiliar tall man, her mind struggling to comprehend. Who are you? She was certain she did not recognize him. The physique of Gogeta was unmistakable, with clearly defined muscles and a perfectly proportioned body, with an expression of pride and confidence. Such a man would be unforgettable after a single encounter. Qingfeng resorted to employing a soul memory technique to help his mother recognize him, for otherwise, she would never believe he was her son. If you wish for me not to report you, you may accompany me from now on. I shall overlook your intrusion into the women's restroom today. Qingfeng remained silent, and Li Shu mistakenly believed he was intimidated. She articulated her demands, and upon their first encounter, she found herself utterly captivated by his aura. At just over 40, she was in the prime of her life. And with a husband who was utterly ineffectual, she had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Chapter 27. The sequence of events. Qingfeng could not fathom the thought process of this woman. Did she truly not perceive the absurdity of the situation? How reckless to still entertain such trivial desires at this juncture. Xiaofeng, you have finally returned. Mother has been so worried about you. The ever-resilient Shang Yun felt her fragile heartstrings being plucked, unable to suppress her inner anguish any longer. With Gu Tian bedridden and targeted by Li Jun, she had long suspected that Qingfeng might have met with an accident, yet she clung to a sliver of hope, too afraid to inquire directly about Gu Tian. The fear of confronting the most dreadful of truths haunted her, but now that her cherished son had returned, all her suffering seemed worthwhile. Though he no longer resembled the boy she once knew, the essence of her child was undeniably present. I have returned, and I shall ensure they all pay the price. Li Shu too sensed something awry. It was peculiar that Qingfeng had been in the restroom for so long without the woman inside making a call to report anything. Yet, the silence was deafening, and an unsettling feeling nagged at her. Turning, she made her way to the restroom door. However, after only a few steps, she collided with an invisible barrier. Though nothing was visible, she found herself unable to escape this small enclosure. Speak, how do you wish to die? Qingfeng's tone was eerily calm. To him, Li Shu was already as good as dead. Li Shu was unconvinced. She was Li Jun's subordinate. And even if this man possessed some prowess, he would surely not dare to take her life. My affairs with her do not concern you. I advise you to mind your own business. Qingfeng chuckled, the sound growing louder, his eyes glinting with an increasingly intense malice. Fear began to grip Li Shu. She felt as though a predator had fixed its gaze upon her. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her legs buckled, causing her to kneel at Qingfeng's feet. This man was genuinely intent on killing her. She had no inkling of how she had offended him, but she was not ready to meet her end. I am Li Jun's woman. If you kill me, the young master will never let you off. Spare me, and I shall give you all my savings. Gu Qingfeng altered his course of action at that moment. Killing her outright would be too lenient. He unleashed a surge of energy into Li Shu's legs and right arm, shattering her limbs. Call someone to come and fetch you. This matter will not conclude so easily. Let Li Jun reveal his true capabilities if he dares. He spared her right hand solely, so she could make the call to her family. Shangguan Yun was in an agitated state, and it was paramount to first ensure her mother returned home to rest. Li Shu felt her left hand and legs go numb. Gu Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, so swift that she hardly registered the pain at first. After several seconds, her cries of agony erupted. Gu Qingfeng did not glance back at her, instead enveloping his mother and using instantaneous movement to return home. Left alone in the restroom, Li Shu wailed, the immense pain rendering her incapable of controlling her body. Unable even to reach for her phone to call for help, the surface of her body bore no injuries, yet Gu Qingfeng had directly shattered her bones, the excruciating pain rendering her nearly lifeless. Fortunately, her cries alerted a girl who was in the restroom. Upon seeing her in such a frenzied state, she promptly called for emergency assistance. Had it not been for this timely intervention, she might have succumbed to her torment within the confines of the restroom. In a blink, Gu Qingfeng held Shangguan Yun in his embrace, transporting her home, leaving her bewildered. Was she merely dreaming? How could she have returned home so suddenly? Even more astonishing was the sight of Gu Tian performing squat jumps on the floor. Yet, her husband's legs had been completely severed, rendering him incapable of walking, let alone executing such movements. It was only when Gu Qingfeng gently placed her upon the sofa that Shangguan Yun regained her composure. After a long-awaited reunion, the family of three conversed at length. Gu Qingfeng shared everything he could with his parents, though he only revealed a fraction of his newfound strength. He informed them that he had become the strongest human, capable of keeping at bay even throngs of ordinary individuals. He explained the concept of teleportation, describing how it allowed him to move instantaneously from one location to another. Gu Tian and Shangguan Yun felt immense relief, realizing that their son had not only survived but had thrived, transforming adversity into strength. Upon witnessing her husband's legs restored, Shangguan Yun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and the weight that had burdened her heart dissipated. Through her parents, Gu Qingfeng learned of Wang Fei's betrayal. During an outing to buy groceries, Li Jun had fortuitously crossed paths with her. Enchanted by Wang Fei's beauty, he began to pursue her the very next day. Under the relentless pressure of Li Jun's financial allure, Wang Fei capitulated swiftly. The two became an inseparable pair, exhibiting no lingering affection for Gu Qingfeng, despite their years of companionship, as they eagerly embraced a new life together. As Gu Qingfeng absorbed the entirety of his parents' tale, his brow furrowed. Wang Fei had once been the belle of his school, pursued by many suitors. If her intentions were merely mercenary, there had been no need for her to feign affection. She could have easily ensnared a wealthy partner long before. Moreover, her family was not impoverished. While they may not have rivaled the ultra-rich, they were certainly comfortable. Why then? Would she forsake her family and engage in conflicts with her parents merely to return to their hometown with him? This left Gu Qingfeng perplexed. He lamented having misjudged her. He had once regarded her as an ideal daughter-in-law, only to discover her true nature. Gu Mu expressed profound disappointment in Wang Fei. Had their son perished, her actions might have been somewhat understandable, as one cannot expect a young person to remain in mourning indefinitely. However, the fact that Li Jun and Wang Fei met just a day after their son's accident altered the narrative completely. One could argue it was akin to wearing a green hat. Gu Qingfeng pondered an unsettling possibility. Could it be mere coincidence that he suffered an accident just as Li Jun began pursuing Wang Fei? Yet, a sliver of hope remained within him, for one develops feelings through prolonged companionship, especially with a first love who had accompanied him from university to the working world. He struggled to articulate the depths of his affection for her. However, in the final moment before his accident, the images of his parents and her flashed through his mind. After years of mutual support, he had thought Wang Fei to be the one person in the world who loved him as much as his parents did. But it appeared that this was nothing more than a fleeting dream. Li Jun must perish. He who humiliates his own kin shall not be spared. Wang Fei, too, must provide him with an explanation. Time passed quietly, and before long, night fell. The family ordered takeout to satisfy their hunger, settled the elderly couple into bed, and Gu Qingfeng returned to his own chamber. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Gu Qingfeng rose early to find his father seated in the living room. Seemingly foreseeing his intentions, Gu's voice was soft, perhaps to avoid disturbing his slumbering wife, yet his tone was resolute. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not hinder you. If a man cannot even retaliate when his woman is taken from him, can he truly call himself a man? The men of the Gu family are not so spineless. Gu Qingfeng smiled serenely, exuding an air of composure. In the face of absolute strength, all else became insignificant. Suddenly, his father's demeanor shifted, abandoning his sternness. That may be so, but I have heard that the Li family is a prominent clan in the capital. You claim to be the strongest in the world. Can you enlighten your father on just how strong you truly are? Yesterday's teleportation had indeed shattered Gu Tian's understanding of the ordinary, but aside from that, Gu Qingfeng had yet to reveal any other abilities, leaving his father somewhat unconvinced. Gu Qingfeng surveyed the room and casually picked up an old kitchen knife that had lain in storage. Since Li Jun had targeted them, they had no other source of income. They had sold off nearly everything of value, and the knife was the only remnant from the past. Without hesitation, he aimed the blade at his own body and struck. Gu Tian was taken aback, fearing that his son's inability to cope with Wang Fei's betrayal had driven him to despair. With a loud clang, the knife shattered as if it had struck diamond, splitting cleanly in two. Contrary to Gu Tian's expectations of seeing his son bleed profusely, there was not a drop of blood nor a single hair out of place. His clothing remained unscathed. Invulnerable, yet regrettably lacking a firearm, Gu Qingfeng remarked, "Your son is the strongest in the world. You might as well search for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps after watching that anime, you will grasp the extent of my prowess." In former times, Gu Tian would have been thoroughly frightened. But having learned of his son's extraordinary journey, even his invulnerable body was no longer so difficult to accept. Gu Tian paused momentarily before giving a thumbs up to Gu Qingfeng. "You rascal, you jest with your father. How could I, a grown man, possibly watch anime?" Chapter 28. The Dawn of Vengeance that said, "You must remain cautious. The Li family's influence is vast. Open conflict is easy to evade, but hidden dangers are treacherous. Exercise utmost prudence. I cannot assist you further." Gu Qingfeng chuckled softly. The Li family is but a minor obstacle. Were it not for my desire to uncover the truth, I could effortlessly obliterate them from hundreds of miles away with a mere energy blast. Rest assured, I have placed the money at the door of my bedroom. Your son is quite wealthy now, and I shall return for lunch. The funds are from a red envelope sent by Tony in our chat group. With our home in such disarray, that $100 million will come in handy. I took $10 million and left it at my bedroom door. Gu Tian, perceiving the essence of his son's character, rose and opened the door to his room. In the corner by the entrance lay a small pedestal, piled high with money. The sheer amount of wealth before him was unprecedented in Gu Tian's life, leaving him momentarily speechless. Turning around, he noticed that Gu Qingfeng had already departed, suggesting that the young man had encountered an extraordinary opportunity during his year-long absence, returning transformed in every way. Gu Qingfeng chose not to utilize teleportation, opting instead for a leisurely stroll akin to that of an ordinary person. His parents were aware of the residence of Li Jun and Wang Fei. In their county, there was but one villa district, constructed primarily for the affluent who visited the locale, known for its numerous attractions. The total assets of the Li family were around 5 billion, placing them among the notable families in the capital. Thus, renting a villa was hardly a challenge. Gu Qingfeng's pace was swift. The villa was situated over 10 miles from the city center, and he arrived at the entrance within a mere 15 minutes. Before him stood an opulent villa district, yet Gu Qingfeng felt no stirrings of awe within him. The grandeur paled in comparison to the Bulma family estate, which he had visited before. No matter how lavishly decorated, it could not rival the Bulma residence, which even boasted a gravity training room. The size of this villa district was insignificant compared to that of the Bulma estate, where one needed a vehicle to traverse the grounds. In contrast, this villa area seemed rather humble. Standing at the entrance in a daze, Gu Qingfeng caught the eye of the security guard, who regarded him with a hint of disdain. Accustomed as he was to the comings and goings of the wealthy, feeling himself superior in the process. "Where are you from? May I ask who you seek?" Had it been anyone else, the guard would have unleashed a tirade, for the young man's attire betrayed his apparent poverty. Yet, Gu Qingfeng's countenance was formidable, lending him an air of authority. "I am looking for Li Jun. Inform him that an old friend, Gu Qingfeng, has come to see him. He will understand." "Very well. Please hold on." The security guard, upon hearing Li Jun's name, felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had not offended a person of such stature. The presence of someone connected to a figure like Li Jun was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the scandal involving young Master Li, who had allegedly taken a young man's fiancée, a topic that had circulated widely in the villa district. He had heard that the young man's name was also Gu Qingfeng. "Are you a friend of Gu Qingfeng? What is your intention here?" To stand up for your friend. Qingfeng nodded. Indeed, I intend to defend him by eliminating Li Jun. The security guard stood frozen, astonished. Was this young man a lunatic? To make such a bold proclamation in public, without a hint of discretion, was audacious. Young Master Li is not someone you can provoke. If you are intent on courting death, I shall oblige. Brothers, we have a troublemaker here. Come out quickly. His excitement surged, for perhaps by aligning with this bold individual, he too could secure a connection to the illustrious Li Jun, paving a bright future for himself. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 robust men wielding batons emerged from the back door of the security room, surrounding Qingfeng. They were acutely aware of the ruthlessness that could befall anyone who dared to intervene. The security measures here were the most stringent in the county, yet equally devoid of scruples. Due to the nature of their work, even if someone were to be killed, the owners of the villas would ensure such incidents were concealed. After all, if someone were to perish, how could they maintain their connection with Li Xiao? They must not kill him, but rather deliver him alive to Li Xiao, allowing him to retain his breath. With a sigh, Qingfeng momentarily blurred, and the 6 or 7 security guards collapsed simultaneously as if struck by an unseen force. The young guard who had summoned them was left in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Where does Li Jun reside? Faced with imminent danger, he could no longer afford to conceal the truth, let alone seek to curry favor with Li Jun. Nothing was more vital than his own life. He resides in Villa 4. You have made the right choice. Without a backward glance, Qingfeng proceeded to the right. While everything transpiring outside the security room was clearly observed by the owner of Villa 1. Coincidentally, he was at home celebrating his birthday with his wife. Having not gone to the office, the scene that had just unfolded left him utterly astonished. The man's handsome face bore a mischievous grin. It seemed that Li Jun was in for quite a predicament. His wife, puzzled, questioned why he appeared so pleased when someone had just assaulted the villa's security. Honey, what are you laughing at? Do you know that guy? I do not know him, but allow me to take you to see a show. A girlfriend is snatched away. Parents humiliated. This lad is undoubtedly a returning warrior embarking on a grand adventure. He took his wife by the hand, and they both made their way towards Li Jun's villa. Meanwhile, Li Jun remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, engrossed in tender exchanges with Wang Fei. My dear, just yield to me. I genuinely love you and will marry you. Wang Fei frowned slightly, harboring a deep-seated disdain for this man. She believed that the more elusive something was, the more a man would cherish it. Thus, she would never surrender her body so soon. Yet, she feigned indifference, smiling sweetly. Oh, why the urgency? I will eventually be yours. Do you truly fear that I might flee? Li Jun was cautious not to pressure her too much. Although Wang Fei had fallen out with her family, the Wang family's influence in the capital was not inferior to that of the Li family. Isn't it because I love you too much? I yearn to be with you sooner. At that moment, a voice from downstairs interrupted. Miss Wang Fei, someone is looking for you. He claims to be an old acquaintance. Wang Fei's mind raced, struggling to recall which old friend might be coming. After her estrangement from her family, few knew of her whereabouts. Her parents would not seek her out. Who could it be? My old acquaintance? Did he mention his name? The downstairs bodyguard had inquired about the visitor's identity, but the man merely smiled, stating that upon seeing Wang Fei, she would naturally recognize him. No, but this man is formidable, exceedingly so. Li Jun gently caressed Wang Fei's right arm, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin. By your estimation, how much of your strength can he compel you to unleash? When Qingfeng refused to reveal his identity, the bodyguard harbored suspicions and contemplated testing him. However, to his astonishment, he found himself paralyzed by the languid gaze of Qingfeng, devoid of the courage to act. It is worth noting that he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood to attain his current prowess, yet he was daunted by a mere glance. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he was indeed no match for Qingfeng. Li Jun ceased his movements, well aware of his bodyguard's capabilities. After all, he was his father's personal attendant. Had it not been for his father's affection and the news of his connection with the eldest daughter of the Wang family, he would never have been assigned to protect him. How could it be possible? Even within the imperial capital, you are a notable figure. How could such a master exist in this small county? Li Jun straightened his collar and took Wang Fei's delicate hand, and together they descended the staircase. However, upon reaching the bottom, Wang Fei gasped and covered her mouth in disbelief at the sight of a man seated in the hall. Li Jun glanced at her in confusion. Unable to comprehend her extreme reaction, aside from being somewhat handsome, he had no recollection of the man. His family was merely a third-rate clan in the imperial capital, yet they kept abreast of news about prominent families. He wondered why Wang Fei would react so strongly to someone who seemed inconsequential. You, how could you possibly be here? Wang Fei stammered, pointing at the man on the sofa, as if such a phenomenon were utterly impossible. Chapter 29. The beginning. Why can't I be here? It seems you still remember me. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he gazed at the familiar, yet foreign woman. In that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Wang Fei had truly betrayed him. All their shared moments had been nothing but a fleeting dream. Why betray me? What temptation could lead you to embrace him? Wang Fei's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, for Gu Qingfeng's words could not be more explicit. Only her deceased ex-boyfriend, Gu Qifeng, could be associated with betrayal. She recognized the visage of Gogeta, a figure that had entered her life because of Gu Qingfeng. It had been his favorite anime, and she had accompanied him in watching it during her moments of boredom. Through this shared interest, she had come to know much about it. The notion that a character from an anime could manifest in reality left her utterly shaken. Impossible. He is dead. Who sent you? Observing Wang Fei's palpable anxiety, Gu Qingfeng chose not to elaborate further and redirected the conversation. I am Gu Qingfeng. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Why target my family, Li Jun? Li Jun remained stoic, unperturbed by the revelation. Having never watched anime, he was unfamiliar with that face and could not fathom Wang Fei's terror. I do not know who sent you. Cease these trivial ploys. Gu Qingfeng is beyond death. His body has been claimed by the hospital. The reality aligns with the conjectures of Gu Qingfeng. His car accident was no mere coincidence. It stemmed from Li Jun's infatuation with Wang Fei after he laid eyes on her. Following a series of inquiries, he discovered that Wang Fei was the eldest daughter of the Wang family, which only intensified his desire for her. Upon learning of Gu Qingfeng's existence, he promptly dispatched individuals to orchestrate an accident with the intent to eliminate him. Was it indeed your machination? I have been pondering why, despite standing by the roadside, the truck with failed brakes seemed to veer directly towards me. Gu Qingfeng rose slowly from the sofa, and upon witnessing his movement, Li Jun's bodyguard immediately positioned himself in a defensive stance before him. There is no need for such alarm. This friend of mine is not so foolish as to act recklessly on my territory. Li Jun expressed his dissatisfaction with the bodyguard's overreaction, though he hesitated to reprimand him due to the latter's esteemed status, acquired through considerable investment from his father, who held him in high regard. Do you have any last words? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Before Gu Qingfeng's words had fully dissipated, he appeared at Li Jun's left side, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him off the ground. Li Jun felt his breath constrict, the haughty expression on his face vanishing, replaced by fear. He dreaded that Gu Qingfeng might truly end his life. Even if his bodyguards rushed in afterward to kill Gu Qingfeng, it would be of no avail, for he never anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would dare to strike him. This turn of events left both Wang Fei and the middle-aged bodyguard in shock, as they were utterly oblivious to how Gu Qingfeng had approached Li Jun release young Master Li. Despite realizing he was no match for Gu Qingfeng, the middle-aged bodyguard surged forward, prepared to risk everything to rescue Li Jun. Begone. Gu Qingfeng bellowed, and the bodyguard, in mid-charge, coughed up blood before being sent sprawling across the floor like a kite with severed strings. He landed in a disheveled heap, expelling another mouthful of blood, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Li Jun was thoroughly rattled. Gu Qingfeng was no ordinary individual. Where did such a formidable expert come from? He stammered. You cannot kill me. If you do, I am from the Li family. My father will not let you go. A malevolent smile crept onto Gu Qingfeng's lips. He resolved to prolong Li Jun's existence a little longer. Your reasoning is sound. As a person who values reason, I am inclined to grant you another chance. Call whomever you wish. Summon everyone you can. I shall await them here. Li Jun perceived Gu Qingfeng as deranged, having just been subdued, with his personal bodyguard rendered unconscious. He found himself devoid of options save for pleading for mercy. However, he knew that outside awaited dozens of armed bodyguards. A single shout could bring them in, sealing Gu Qingfeng's fate. Yet, he dared not act rashly, for a life is singular and precious. Although he spoke thus, should Gu Qingfeng be provoked, he was certain he would meet his end before the bodyguards could arrive. Are you serious? You truly wish for me to summon help? Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively and returned to the sofa. It is now 8 o'clock. I shall grant you 3 hours. Whether you call your father or your grandfather is of no consequence. Li Jun slowly retrieved his phone and dialed the bodyguard outside. Although he could have shouted, he refrained, fearing it might anger Gu Qingfeng. To be safe, he opted to make a call. Less than a minute after hanging up, the door was forcefully kicked open, and several muscular men armed with guns stormed in. Kill him. Leave no chance for him to escape, they commanded. Upon seeing the middle-aged bodyguard bleeding and motionless, the others immediately understood the gravity of the situation and aimed their guns at Gu Qingfeng, pulling the triggers. A series of gunshots rang out, bullets hurtling towards Qingfeng, who merely smiled at Li Jun, seemingly indifferent to the impending danger. Initially, Li Jun feared Qingfeng might employ the same tactics to threaten him. But witnessing his nonchalant demeanor in the face of bullets relieved him. No one could evade bullets at such close range. This man was surely destined for death. To threaten him and then perish so easily would be a disservice to Qingfeng. The shocking speed at which Qingfeng had approached him had genuinely startled Li Jun. Had it not been for his concern for his own safety, he would not wish for such a swift demise. Wang Fei wore an odd expression. She was uncertain if the person before her was truly Qingfeng, yet she recognized his essence as Gogeta. Curiosity piqued. She wondered if he possessed the powers akin to those depicted in anime. The bullets halted a meter in front of Qingfeng, as if seized by an unseen force. Suspended in midair, several bodyguards, undeterred by the eerie phenomenon, fired multiple rounds until their magazines were emptied. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets froze before Qingfeng. Terrified, Li Jun collapsed to the ground, astounded by the supernatural event unfolding before him. He had encountered masters before through his father, yet even they could only evade bullets with great difficulty. This spectacle shattered his understanding of reality. "Get back," Qingfeng uttered, and in an instant, the bullets surged toward the bodyguards with astonishing speed, dozens striking them in various parts of their bodies before they could react, leaving them riddled with holes. Witnessing this, Wang Fei felt not fear but a tinge of regret. Perhaps she had made an erroneous decision. In stark contrast, Li Jun was consumed by terror, questioning the possibility of such feats being achievable by mere mortals. "It seems I have disappointed you, but fret not. You may continue to summon assistance. 3 hours should suffice for your father to gather reinforcements from the capital. Either refrain from acting, or if you choose to strike, do so decisively. Leave no roots for regrowth, for the spring breeze will surely revive them." Though unperturbed himself, the incessant buzzing in his ear was quite disconcerting. Casting a glance at Wang Fei, Li Jun gritted his teeth. She had always looked down upon him, and he was acutely aware of it. He couldn't fathom why she would entertain his advances, perceiving him merely as a frivolous heir without ambition. Upon learning of Wang Fei's background, he had relinquished all hope, merely intending to test the waters, yet she had unexpectedly acquiesced. If he sought his father's aid now, it would likely result in Wang Fei's complete disdain for him. "I possess wealth. No matter who you are, if you wish for my life, I will offer you double the reward. As long as you grant me a chance to survive." Qingfeng grew increasingly impatient. "Have I not made myself clear? I am Qingfeng. Hurry and summon someone. Or by the time your father arrives, he will only find a lifeless body." Li Jun was taken aback by Qingfeng's unwavering stance. Despite the gravity of the situation, he showed no signs of yielding, leaving Li Jun with no room for negotiation. No matter how exceptional a woman may be, her life is far more precious. Even if Wang Fei's family had greatly assisted the Wang family, he would never risk his life to appease her. Nor would he seek to prove himself a man of integrity. "Dad, you must come quickly to save me. I have been taken hostage, and the expert you summoned has been defeated." Silence lingered on the other end of the line until, after a few moments, a tentative voice inquired, "Son, have you lost your mind? How could anyone in Hebei County possibly defeat him? His martial prowess is at the 7th level. Even ordinary firearms cannot harm him." Chapter 30. Wang Fei's regret. Li Yang knew his son's character all too well. Arrogant yet not devoid of intelligence, he would never provoke significant figures. What could have transpired that an elite martial artist, hired at great expense, was defeated in a small county? Such a notion was preposterous. Seeing his disbelief, Li Jun recounted the events that had unfolded, leaving Li Yang in a state of incredulity. He had witnessed individuals catch bullets with their bare hands, such as that middle-aged bodyguard, who could even withstand blows from stronger opponents. But to stop a bullet with merely a glance, and even redirect it, Li Yang began to suspect that his son might be losing his sanity. After a lengthy explanation, Li Yang remained skeptical. Li Jun resorted to taking photos and sending them to Li Yang, who, upon seeing the bodyguards sprawled haphazardly around, was utterly convinced. Due to the angle of the photographs, Qingfeng, seated on the sofa, was also captured in the frame. Qingfeng noticed Li Jun's subtle intentions, but chose not to intervene, offering a wicked smile in the process. Li Yang's mind reeled. His son was indeed being held hostage, and the captor audaciously demanded his intervention. He instructed Li Jun to hand the phone to Qingfeng, wishing to converse with him directly. Qingfeng received the call with a cold demeanor as Li Yang's voice reached his ears. "I do not know who you are, nor who sent you, but release my son and eliminate those behind you. I will offer you 200 million. Li Yang was desperate, even for the Li family. 200 million was no trifling sum. In the capital, the Li family barely ranked among third-rate families, and producing such an amount was a testament to their utmost effort. I have no need for money. I only desire his death. You have 2.5 hours. Should you fail to arrive by then, be prepared to collect your son's corpse. With that, he abruptly ended the call, showing utter disregard for the Li family. Li Yong hastily summoned all his subordinates. Though some within the Li family voiced their dissent, suggesting that the situation was more complex than it appeared and urging him not to act impulsively. Who in Haibei would dare to challenge the Li family? This time, we shall make an example of him. Li Yong found himself cornered, compelled to suppress his dissenting voice. Once he confirmed that the 7 formidable martial artists guarding him had all been defeated, he realized his son had entangled himself with perilous individuals. Nonetheless, being his flesh and blood, he had no choice but to muster the courage to rescue him. He leveraged connections to secure a few helicopter flight routes. Given the Li family's stature, they owned several helicopters, yet lacked exclusive flight paths that would allow them to depart from the capital at will, even though they had been extorted quite heavily. However, nothing was more crucial than his son's life. Li Yong had only one son, Li Jun, which explained his overwhelming indulgence towards him. The journey from the capital to this location would take at least an hour, an interval that could neither be deemed excessively long nor particularly short. Upon hearing that his father was en route, Li Jun felt a modicum of relief. You orchestrated the attack on my parents, didn't you? Qingfeng ignited a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. At this juncture, there was little left to conceal, prompting Li Jun to lay bare his thoughts. Yes, it was I. Qingfeng's mother was here, and I found her insufferable, so I dispatched someone to deal with her. As for his father's leg, I ordered it broken as well. Acknowledging his misdeeds, Li Jun accepted the consequences of his actions. In a swift motion, Qingfeng appeared before Li Jun, seizing his right arm and executing a 360-degree twist, warping it grotesquely. Ah, it hurts. Li Jun, though possessing a decent threshold for pain, had never endured such agony before. His entire arm was nearly severed. Tears streamed down his face as he cradled his arm, wailing on the ground. Wang Fei's eyes were devoid of emotion, resembling still waters, as if the one being tormented was not her boyfriend, but merely a trivial figure. Qingfeng cast a glance her way, letting out a deep sigh, and with a wave of his energy, suspended Li Jun in midair, rendering him immobile. I am not devoid of reason. Where are the ones who harmed my father? Bring them forth, and I might consider letting this matter slide. He gestured towards a group of bodyguards by the entrance. Or perhaps it was they who acted. If they confess, I can offer you assistance this once. The excruciating pain caused Li Jun to break into a cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he managed to raise his functioning left hand and pointed towards the bodyguards on the ground. It was them. They all participated. I merely instructed them to teach that old man a lesson, never anticipating their brutality. Desperation overtook Li Jun. He was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to save himself, let alone protect those bodyguards. Without turning back, Qingfeng unleashed several energy blasts, which detonated upon contact with the bodyguards, reducing them to ashes, leaving only scorched earth in the wake of the explosion. Li Jun shivered from the sheer brutality of it all. This formidable figure, where had he emerged from? That was a loss of over a dozen lives, not mere animals, executed without a trace of hesitation. Had he known the repercussions of his actions, he would never have pursued Wang Fei, regardless of her family's status in the capital, even if they were the foremost family in the city. Regrettably, the world offers everything for sale, except for the remedy of remorse. The ship has sailed. No amount of regret can alter the course of fate. I implore you to spare me. I was merely lost in folly. Grant me forgiveness this once. Forgive you? Such a task is reserved for the Buddha. My role is solely to escort you to him. Yet, you mentioned contemplating my pardon, claiming you would assist me. Qingfeng waved his hand, unleashing a formless force that caused Li Jun's right arm to rotate counterclockwise a full 360 degrees. I have made my decision. I shall not let you off the hook. However, I am a man of my word. I shall align your bones for you. Had this been anyone else, their arm would have been torn asunder. Yet Qingfeng was concerned that Li Jun might faint or bleed excessively, leading to his demise. Therefore, he employed a subtle strength, ensuring that Li Jun's skin remained unscathed while only his internal bones endured the turmoil. Qingfeng, you have finally returned. My association with him was born of hardship. From the moment she beheld Qingfeng, Wang Fei, who had remained silent, gracefully approached him and embraced him. Qingfeng neither recoiled nor responded. He merely gazed quietly at the woman he had once cherished deeply. He recalled the days of his poverty, when Wang Fei, due to his circumstances, had fallen out with her family, and they had lived frugally together. He had never anticipated arriving at this juncture. Regrettably, circumstances had conspired against him, and he found it difficult to trust her now. Are you aware that Li Jun orchestrated the accident to kill me? The embrace tightened, and Wang Fei's body trembled imperceptibly before she lifted her gaze, her eyes clouded. I had no knowledge of his intentions. Had I known he wished to harm you, I would never have been with him. Her tone was sincere and earnest, nearly deceiving Qingfeng, yet her body betrayed her. Noticing his silence, Wang Fei resorted to emotional appeals. If I did not care for you, why would I have chosen you amidst the crowd? Look at him. She pointed disdainfully at Li Jun. Why would I abandon you for him? What could I possibly gain from him? His wealth does not eclipse my own family's standing. In terms of appearance and demeanor, can he even compare to you? Upon encountering Qingfeng, Wang Fei had remained silent, contemplating her reasoning. The moment she recognized him, she understood this was indeed Qingfeng. Despite her uncertainty about how he achieved this, the might of his presence was undeniable, and she finally grasped the truth in his words. However, after much contemplation, she could devise no better argument, and was left to appeal to their shared history in hopes of rekindling his memories of her kindness. As he gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, a flicker of conflict crossed Qingfeng's face. He could not deny Wang Fei's beauty. His initial pursuit of her had been spurred by her outward allure, which, over time, had deepened through her genuine care for him. Betrayal is betrayal. It is a matter of principle, yet he possessed no evidence. Just as despair began to envelop him, a message appeared in the chat group, task released by the administrator. Help uncover Wang Fei's inner secrets. Chapter 31. The long-planned scheme of Wang Fei. The chat group timely emerged, announcing the latest task. Qingfeng's eyelids flickered. Indeed, in his fury, he had completely forgotten about the chat group. Tony, the steadfast, expressed surprise at the need for assistance from the formidable figure. The destroyer of worlds noted that the task's difficulty was not particularly high. Merely probing memories posed little danger. Is anyone in the group skilled at this? He inquired. I lack such abilities, lamented a member. I am still pondering which devil fruit to acquire to enhance my strength. Apologies, esteemed one, replied another. I am only adept at combat, and possess no soul-related skills. If I knew the exact time, I could attempt to reverse time. Without that knowledge, however, I am at an impasse, another offered. If we are not concerned about damaging this individual's nerves, we could resort to technological means to extract memories, suggested a member. Qingfeng, too, could forcibly read memories. Employing energy to disrupt Wang Fei's neural pathways was not beyond him, yet he was reluctant to resort to such measures. Her situation is quite unique. I am uncertain of the specific time and do not wish to harm her, so I shall forego the technological extraction, Qingfeng concluded. His response cast a momentary silence over the group. They were not fools to believe that a woman embroiled in conflict with him would remain unscathed. Do you also wish to dance? Inquired a member. I am not particularly skilled in illusion techniques. My Sharingan abilities lean towards physical prowess. However, if the opponent's strength is lacking, I might attempt to uncover their inner secrets. Madara held little confidence. His nature dictated that he resolved conflicts through strength rather than illusionary ninjutsu. Moreover, Qingfeng's overwhelming power had instilled a sense of profound threat during their previous encounter in the Dragon Ball universe, where even Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks had posed lethal challenges to him. Thus, it was understandable why Madara had remained silent initially, yet he had no choice but to confront the situation. Very well, Madara, you may come. She is merely an ordinary person, and with your strength, it should pose no issue. Others should refrain from joining. Being cuckolded is not a matter of pride. Naturally, the fewer who are aware, the better. This was indeed a rarity. Qingfeng had consistently maintained a commendable image, caring for everyone in the group without the airs of a superior. Had it not been for his numerous interventions, the group members would still be subsisting on the meager 100 points earned from daily check-ins. His unusual reluctance to allow others to accompany him this time raised eyebrows. You also wish to dance? Accept the task, the group prompted. The most malevolent sprite accepts the task. Tony, the steadfast, declared, indeed. This is either a path to demise or a prelude to it. I, Tony, shall deem you the strongest. Should you defy the esteemed one in such a manner, you might indeed meet your end, yet I wager that Kyuko will emerge unscathed. Fire Fist Ace. Can you truly compare yourself to someone as delicate and easily toppled as Kyuko? In truth, when he informed Madara of his decision to accept the mission, he urged everyone else to refrain from joining, subsequently exiting the chat group. The current predicament weighed heavily on his mind. Why was I chosen in the first place? Was it merely affection, or was there an ulterior motive? As he posed this question, Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His family might be moderately well off, And he was indeed handsome. Yet what distinguished him from those who pursued Wang Fei? Wang Fei lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qingfeng, and earnestly articulated, "There is no ulterior motive. It is simply that you professed your feelings for me, and I have long harbored an interest in you, so I consented without hesitation." However, this situation was not solely about their relationship. Upon returning to see Wang Fei, he found himself grappling with numerous perplexities, not merely her betrayal. What astonished him further was the realization that his body belonged to Gogeta. Wang Fei, apart from a brief moment of shock upon their initial meeting, accepted this fact with remarkable ease. It was unfathomable for a normal person to accept the existence of a fictional character so nonchalantly, despite him having slain many before her. She exhibited no trace of fear, nor did she inquire when he severely injured her current boyfriend. She had never behaved this way before. What was she concealing? After years of companionship, was it truly love, or had she harbored other intentions from the outset? "Boss, I have arrived." A flash of white light appeared beside them, and Uchiha Madara, clad in samurai armor of the Warring States, materialized before the trio. His expression bore the usual haughtiness, yet a tone of reverence crept into his voice when conversing with Qingfeng. "Who the hell are you, Uchiha Madara?" Li Jun had never seen Dragon Ball, but he was familiar with Naruto, the illustrious Uchiha, renowned as the leader of the Akatsuki, single-handedly battling 100,000 shinobi and overpowering the 5 Kage. Anyone acquainted with Naruto knew this was the pinnacle of the shinobi world. How had Qingfeng summoned him? "Protect her. Do not harm her." Glancing at Wang Fei, Madara's obsidian pupils gradually transformed into 3 Tomo, blood-red lines swirling within. "Understood." With his Manjiki Sharingan activated, Madara cast a penetrating gaze at Wang Fei, causing her to faint into Qingfeng's embrace. "If you have inquiries, now is the time to pose them, boss." After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng decided to voice the question that burdened his heart. "Please ask her why she chose me in the beginning, and whether she ever truly loved me." On the second floor of the villa, Kyuka swayed her legs as she observed Wang Fei, while the enigmatic Kyuka quietly loomed behind her. Under the influence of Madara's Jinjutsu, Wang Fei stood up, her eyes devoid of life. Madara closed his eyes, entering Wang Fei's mental realm. "Why did you choose to be with Qingfeng?" After a moment that felt like an eternity, Madara opened his eyes, regarding Qingfeng with an odd expression, uncertain whether to disclose the truth. "It's all right. Just speak your mind. I can surmise the likely outcome." After taking a deep breath, Ban inquired about Wang Fei, only to find herself increasingly intimidated by the woman. She recounted how, years ago, she had saved an extraordinary individual whose ability was to foresee the future, albeit at the cost of their own lifespan. Wang Fei had implored this gifted person to help her identify her destined partner, who revealed your name. Yet Wang Fei, unwilling to settle for being merely a young lady of a second-rate family, concealed this from everyone and sought you out. However, fate is subject to unforeseen changes. After years of companionship, you failed to instill hope in her. Not long ago, she approached the extraordinary individual once more, who foretold that on a certain day, her life would undergo a pivotal transformation, elevating her to a position of immense power. The existence of such extraordinary beings truly astonished her. Could it be that he predicted her journey through time? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng comprehended everything. It seemed that during his endeavors in the imperial capital, it coincided with the day Wang Fei encountered Li Jun, when the extraordinary being provided her with a new hint. Wang Fei mistakenly believed that Li Jun was the prophesied one, leading her to forsake her own desires and accept his advances. Was she aware of Li Jun's actions against my parents? It remains uncertain. Had she known, she would have intervened, as your parents posed no threat to her relationship with Li Jun. As for the assassination plot orchestrated by Li Jun, she only recently became aware of it. Ban could not help but admire Wang Fei's cunning. For the sake of a prophecy, she had risked estrangement from her family to be with Qingfeng. Regrettably, in the end, she chose the wrong person. Had she only waited a little longer for Qingfeng's return, he would have granted her anything she desired, even the stars from the heavens. Ban lifted the illusion, restoring Wang Fei's consciousness. Realizing what she had just confessed, her complexion drained of color. "You should leave. You can find someone better. We are not meant to be." After 10 minutes of silence, Qingfeng finally spoke. Upon learning the entire truth, he discovered that his feelings for her had diminished. Wang Fei, unwilling to relinquish this long-awaited opportunity, recognized that despite the changes in her appearance, he was still Qingfeng. She yearned for supreme power, and only he could assist her in attaining it. For her, nothing was more paramount than authority and status. Otherwise, she would not have given up her life as a wealthy young lady for a mere chance to elevate her standing. Chapter 32. Wang Fei's regret, but my love for you is genuine. Have you truly forgotten the days we spent together? If I did not love you, how could I have accompanied you for so many years? And what of that now? What significance do those words hold? From the moment you chose Li Jun, it was destined that we would never again be possible. Gu Qingfeng turned away, unable to bear looking at her. He did not deny that Wang Fei loved him. At least during the time she believed the prophesied child was meant to be hers. Such prolonged companionship could genuinely foster feelings. Yet, life unfolds as it does. She had come with intentions, leaving Gu Qingfeng feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, who among us does not wish for a better life? This is understandable, and Gu Qingfeng could empathize with her. She should never have chosen to be with Li Jun before receiving news of her own demise. Except for a few individuals with peculiar preferences, the vast majority of men would never accept such a woman, regardless of how deeply two individuals may love each other. This is a matter of principle. Yet, I have truly quarreled with my family, and you are all that remains for me. If you do not want me, I shall be left homeless. Wang Fei's eyes were red, her delicate features captivating as she clutched at his clothing. Whenever they argued, she would resort to such displays. Gu Qingfeng would often come to console her with a helpless expression, but this time, he had yet to speak when a sultry female voice echoed through the air. Oh dear, the big shot no longer desires you, so why cling on so desperately? Kyuko strolled down the stairs with a graceful gait, her elegance starkly contrasting with Wang Fei's disheveled demeanor. Although it was unclear why, it seemed that Kyuko possessed the ability to summon anime characters into reality. Bringing forth his dream goddess, Kyuko, who was as stunning in reality as she was in the manga. When rivals meet, tensions run high, with just a glance. Wang Fei recognized Kyuko's identity. She had previously scolded Gu Qingfeng over this fictional figure more times than she could recall. Li Jun, too, was rendered speechless. For Kyuko's beauty was indeed breathtaking, her allure rivaling that of the most exquisite flowers. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he felt an involuntary sense of submission wash over him. He momentarily forgot his own plight, the pain in his body diminishing significantly. Though he had encountered many women, he had never seen such a perfect petite beauty. Kyuko smiled radiantly, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fei's hostility. Having overheard Ban's words, she formed a general impression of Wang Fei. Ultimately, she was merely a gold digger, attempting to portray herself as high-minded and deeply committed, which was rather off-putting. Wang Fei scoffed, choosing not to argue further. Witnessing various anime characters materialize before her eyes left her heart in turmoil. Yet, she could not bring herself to part with Gu Qingfeng. Perhaps it was merely the passage of time that had fostered her feelings, but now Gu Qingfeng was indeed a true Gogeta. The possibility of obliterating this planet was well within reach, and she herself would never attain a higher status without his help. She needed to cling to Gu Qingfeng, her heart filled with frustration after years of waiting, for he had yet to reveal any glimmer of hope. This was not to say that Gu Qingfeng lacked effort. He indeed strived for his own success. However, as a poor youth, no amount of hard work could surpass his family's standing, leaving her aspirations far from realization. Just as she began to waver, she sought out the psychic once more for another prediction. Coincidentally, that day, she encountered Li Jun pursuing her, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she acquiesced. This proved to be the psychic's final prediction. After arriving at this conclusion, he bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. She resolved to trust him one last time. If Li Jun's prediction proved erroneous, she would simply return to her family, remaining the esteemed young lady of the Li family. Although she would have squandered several years of youth, she could bear the outcome. However, the formidable return of Gu Qingfeng thoroughly disrupted her plans. She never anticipated that the predictions made by the ability's users would indeed prove to be accurate, albeit after a considerable lapse of time. I was mistaken. I genuinely acknowledge my faults. Gu Qingfeng, could you truly be so heartless? The ensuing events were not suitable for her to witness. Gu Qingfeng exchanged a glance with Ban, and before he could articulate his thoughts, Ban directed his gaze towards Wang Fei, instantly plunging her into an endless illusion from which she succumbed to unconsciousness. Why did you incapacitate her? I instructed you to escort her from here, not to render her unconscious. Are you even acquainted with her family? Gu Qingfeng was somewhat bewildered. He had asked Ban to convey her, yet Ban had cast an illusion upon her. You mentioned that the following events were inappropriate for her to observe. So I rendered her unconscious, Ban replied. It serves the same purpose. I can simply place her upstairs. Do you also wish to dance? Complete the task and earn 15,000 bounty points. The most ferocious sprite receives 15,000 bounty points. Time taken, 10 minutes. Received a grade evaluation. Additional reward of 1,000 points. The most ferocious sprite earns 100 points. Do you also wish to dance? Earn 900 points. Tony, not one to be fickle. Observe the stark disparity between people. At times, the gap between individuals could be greater than that between humans and swine. The elites completed tasks in the blink of an eye. It was rare for them to conclude a mission without accumulating hundreds of thousands of points. Ban, still in the midst of his thoughts, was nearly driven to madness by Tony's remark. He contemplated whether to crush Tony or roast him into a skewer. The strongest in the dimension has sent you a personalized red envelope, for do you also wish to dance? This time, I appreciate your assistance, Ban. The task did not yield many additional points, and your resurrection points may not suffice. Qingfeng nodded at Ban, acknowledging his significant aid. However, the chat group deemed the task's level too low, making the meager additional points received quite understandable. Ban did not hesitate. He indeed required resurrection and promptly clicked to claim Qingfeng's red envelope. Fire Fist Ace inquired, how many red envelopes did the esteemed one send to Ban? I am uncertain. It should be around 100,000, as the resurrection points require that amount, came the reply. Death God Elementary student expressed disbelief. Is that true? I have yet to see what 100,000 points look like. With 50,000 points, I could dominate my world. Tony, not one to be fickle, countered. That is an erroneous statement, as if no one here has seen 100,000 points. Observing the discussion in the group, Ban, having accepted the red envelope, could only faintly express, it's rather insignificant. The scope is too limited. Others also checked the red envelope records, their eyes widening at the conspicuous zeros, each filled with envy and resentment towards Ban. The serpent holder, who had triumphed over Seiya, exclaimed, Esteemed one, am I still in time to grovel before you? Death God Elementary student remarked, Indeed, we have significantly underestimated the esteemed one. To strike with 50,000 points is truly impressive. Tony added, The esteemed one is indeed formidable and powerful, truly a remarkable administrator. The other one can be dismissed. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals surpasses that between humans and swine. Fire Fist Ace praised, The esteemed one is incredible, and so is Tony. Death God Elementary student chimed in, Tony is impressive. You truly are remarkable. I am genuinely curious how you have survived until now. A voice echoed. Tony, not one to be fickle, responded, I am remarkable? Wherein lies my prowess? I have done nothing at all. Seeking to cling to you. Do you wish to dance as well? Would you, Ban, be interested in exploring the Marvel Universe together? Contemplating Yun Yao's suggestion, Ban fell into a deep reverie. Initially, he had intended to confront Tony, but having received a red envelope, his spirits lifted, and he decided to spare him this time. However, since Yun Yao had extended an invitation, perhaps he should indeed pay a visit. Do you also wish to dance? Very well, I shall come find you shortly. After conversing with Tony, I will return to my world to revive. The strongest across dimensions. After all, Tony is our friend. A casual spar for an hour or two would suffice. Upon hearing Ban's words, Tony realized the implications. He was acutely aware that if he did not curb his own tongue, it would inevitably lead to his demise. He had assumed that the esteemed figure intended to defend him, but the latter remark nearly caused him to choke on his own words. A casual bout for an hour or two. How could such words escape the lips of a formidable individual? It was utterly incomprehensible. Ban departed, mission accomplished. There was little left to assist with. Unlike previous encounters that had instilled fear, it seemed he was genuinely off to discuss life with Tony this time. Hugh-san, feeling quite at home, elegantly settled onto the sofa, her hands propping up her chin as she gazed intently at Qingfeng. With the task fulfilled, why not return to your world for now? I am quite content here alone. No need for that. I have nothing to do upon my return. And since the task's time limit has yet to expire, I shall remain here to keep you company. Chapter 33, Total Annihilation. Hugh-san spoke with utmost sincerity, a beguiling smile gracing her exquisite features. Qingfeng found no better alternative. She could not simply render her unconscious and forcibly remove her. If she wished to stay, so be it. The wait was interminable. For the first time, Li Jun realized just how lengthy an hour could be. His right arm was incapacitated, enduring excruciating pain at every moment. All his hopes rested upon his father. Just as Li Jun was on the verge of collapsing from the pain, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from outside the door. A kind-faced middle-aged man entered, flanked by several armed bodyguards and dozens of knife-wielding thugs blocking the entrance. Upon seeing that Li Jun was unharmed, Li Yang's anxious demeanor relaxed, but a closer look revealed Li Jun's pallor. His right arm was bent at a bizarre angle. And upon the arrival of his father, Li Jun shouted frantically, Dad, kill him. You must kill him. I want his entire family to perish. Li Jun was nearly driven to madness, rambling incoherently, entirely forgetting his own predicament as he pointed at Qingfeng, screaming incessantly. My friend, I reiterate, if you release my son, I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Otherwise, my family will ensure mutual destruction. Li Yong, embodying the current head of the Li family, was far more composed than his unruly son, coldly issuing a counter-threat. Qingfeng paid no heed to Li Yang's words, instead posing a rather peculiar question. Is this all of your forces? Could you summon more individuals? I can grant you some additional time. Li Yong believed that Qingfeng had undoubtedly lost his sanity, as he pointed several handguns at him while being surrounded by his own men outside. And yet he still dared to be so audacious. I heard from Li Jun that you defeated the martial arts expert I had hired with great expense. But what era are we in? In a world filled with firearms, I can send someone to snipe you from a distance at any moment I wish. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Qingfeng nodded. Li Yong felt satisfied that he recognized the futility of the situation instead of stubbornly clinging to a fight. Indeed, having more friends opens up more paths. Let this matter conclude here. Upon hearing that he was letting it go, Li Jun erupted in a frenzy of shouting and screaming. No, it cannot end like this. This bastard must be eliminated. Qingfeng nodded, stating that if there were no others, then Li Yong could perish. He slowly raised his hand, gathering energy, a blue energy orb coalescing, and aimed at Li Yong and his entourage. The energy formed a technique of a master. Could it be that you are a martial arts master? Apologies, but I shall not involve myself in this matter. You may deal with your son as you see fit. Li Yong panicked, utterly alarmed. Even in the imperial capital, martial arts masters were few. Any family with one could leap into the ranks of the most formidable second-tier families. In the eyes of a martial arts master, he, a third-rate family head, was akin to an insect. This brat must truly wish for my demise. When the decisive moment arrives, one must not hesitate. Li Yong promptly abandoned Li Jun. A son could be replaced, but if he died, everything would be lost. Li Jun could scarcely believe that his father, who had always doted on him, would utter such words. What? Dad, you won't help me? I am your only son. Li Yong hastily distanced himself from their relationship, not wanting Qingfeng to misunderstand. It was you who arranged for someone to kill that boy. I was initially unaware of all this. Blood debts should be repaid with blood, and it bears no relation to me. Driven to desperation, Li Jun disregarded that Li Yong was his father and retorted angrily. Was it not you who encouraged me to pursue Wang Fei? Now that trouble has arisen, you cast me aside. What a heartwarming display of paternal affection. Such a scene is truly delightful, yet I have had my fill of dog-eat-dog drama. Qingfeng pointed with one hand, and the energy orb swiftly appeared beside Li Yong and the others, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The area around the entrance was rendered barren for several meters, a deep pit created by the blast, with several armed bodyguards and Li Yong vanishing, leaving only blood and severed limbs flowing within the crater. Father! Li Jun screamed in despair, yet his body was restrained, rendering him unable to move freely. Despite his harsh words, he was witnessing his own father die. Li Jun's mind crumbled. If he had not provoked Qingfeng, none of this would have transpired. Qingfeng's eyes held no compassion as he coldly regarded Li Jun. Do you still recognize other prominent figures? I can wait. There is no rush. Misfortune does not befall family. It was I who sent people to kill you. So why are you unwilling to spare my father? Li Jun glared at Qingfeng with resentment. Although Li Yong had just made efforts to distance himself, the memories of his father's affection throughout his life could not be denied. When you laid hands on my parents, how could you not have contemplated this? Did you not consider sparing their lives? Since there is no one left to call for help, you, too, deserve to perish. Observing Li Jun's expression, Qingfeng realized that he had achieved his intended effect. He had no desire to squander any more time. So he reached out and tightened his grip around Li Jun's neck, squeezing with force. Li Jun's pupils dilated, and he lost all vitality. Alas, how cruel it is to extinguish every last life without mercy. Huang-san rose from the sofa, bouncing over to Qingfeng's side, unfazed by his murderous act. Yet, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. In her mind, Li Yong was undoubtedly doomed, but she hadn't anticipated Qingfeng's ruthless approach. He offered no chance for explanation, directly annihilating several individuals, including the group of henchmen waiting outside, whom he also dispatched with a burst of energy to send them on their way. In their previous interactions within the group, Qingfeng had always presented himself as a caring elder brother, mindful of everyone's well-being. Even in the pirate world tasks, he endeavored to avoid bloodshed. I shall not grant my enemies the opportunity to seek vengeance upon my family. I have no inclination to indulge them. Casting a lingering glance at the upper floor, Qingfeng turned to leave the villa, with San following closely behind. It seems rather inconsiderate to abandon that woman without a second thought. The illusion cast by Ban would only keep her asleep for a couple of hours, and she would soon awaken, finding her own way home. There would be no need for future encounters. Qingfeng's words carried a chilling detachment, and had San been able to see his eyes, she would have perceived the bitterness that filled them as he spoke. Wang Fei had fulfilled every fantasy he held about love. This blow was far more than a mere separation. It had rendered Qingfeng's heart devoid of any longing for romance, stripping away his belief in anyone's affection for him. Why orchestrate the meeting of two souls that are destined to remain apart? After having taken so many lives, does this world not possess any governing body to investigate or apprehend you? San, unwilling to dwell on the topic, swiftly redirected the conversation. Qingfeng gazed up at the sky, honestly uncertain when the authorities might come for him. However, he was acutely aware that a woman was approaching him. Clad in black athletic wear, her enchanting figure could not be concealed, exuding a strong aura of confidence. Esteemed martial arts master, greetings. I am the owner of this villa community. You may call me Chinzili. Qingfeng cast a glance at her, his murderous intent still lingering, and replied coldly. What business do you have with me? Are you here to demand compensation for your property damage? The woman chuckled lightly, tucking a strand of her long hair behind her ear, and responded with a breath of grace. Surely, you jest. A mere villa holds no significance for me. I have come merely to befriend you, and I shall assist you in tidying up. Then give me a reason to help you, Qingfeng retorted bluntly, making it seem as if she were the one seeking his assistance rather than the other way around. Among 10,000 warriors, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a master of martial arts. Although your combat style is somewhat peculiar, I still wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with you. Haibei is merely a small county, yet establishing a villa in such a modest locale indicates that the woman behind it possesses considerable influence. The villa is surrounded by surveillance. While she cannot perceive Qingfeng's actions within, she witnessed him unleash a blast of energy to eliminate an underling outside the door. The mastery of energy manipulation is undeniable. Offending the Li family for the chance to please a martial arts master is a calculated risk. In Chapter 34, speaking the truth, no one believes it. Even at the pinnacle of their power, the Li family pales in comparison to hers, especially now that the head of the family, Li Yang, has passed. The Li family's ascent to a third-rate family in the imperial capital was due to Li Yang's ruthless tactics and business acumen. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When a wall crumbles, the crowd pushes. Once other families learn of Li Yang's demise, many will undoubtedly seek to carve out a piece of the Li family's fortune. The commotion caused by Qingfeng went unnoticed, as no one reported it, nor did the villa's security respond. This too was by her command. This woman possesses a remarkable way with words, and her straightforward demeanor leaves Qingfeng somewhat satisfied. Very well, I appreciate your candor. I shall entrust this matter to you. But I must caution you, do not disclose my appearance to anyone, or the consequences will be dire. Of course, I shall ensure that. Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction and gradually stepped out of the woman's line of sight. As Kurumi passed by her, she flashed a charming smile, causing the woman to blush slightly, inwardly chastising herself for feeling captivated by the young girl before her. Once Qingfeng had completely vanished, the woman slumped to the ground, feeling utterly drained. What should have been a routine conversation felt akin to a life-and-death battle. Even her usual interactions with executives lacked such gravitas. Qingfeng had imposed a formidable psychological pressure upon her, his icy gaze etched deeply into her memory. After a brief interval, Qingfeng turned to regard Kurumi, who was still trailing behind. You should be heading back now. I am returning home. What purpose do you have in following me? Kurumi scoffed, her lips curling into a smirk as she flicked her long hair. Do you think I am unaware of your kind? Just because you experienced a heartbreak, you seek solace in a bar, drinking away your sorrows, only to stumble upon a pretty girl. Alcohol emboldens the timid. Qingfeng was somewhat exasperated. Does she truly perceive him in such a light? I am not that kind of person. I have no need to seek out trouble in a bar. You should return home obediently. I refuse to go back. It's not yet time for the chat group restrictions. I want to explore on my own. Kurumi made a playful grimace and dashed off into the distance. Qingfeng, feeling indifferent, made no effort to stop her. With her abilities, she would encounter little danger. As for that woman, Li Shu, Qingfeng had no intention of taking her life today. After being particularly ruthless yesterday, she likely remained in a coma in the hospital. Upon returning home, he informed his parents that the matter had been resolved, yet he found his appetite lacking and had no desire for lunch. He retreated to his bedroom alone. An hour later, the air in Gu Qingfeng's room was thick with the scent of alcohol, and the floor was strewn with empty bottles, numbering nearly 100 by rough estimation. Fortunately, the house had a restroom, and Gu Qingfeng had visited it several times within that hour. Among the bottles were several of liquor, yet at his level of resilience, alcohol struggled to dull his senses. His internal divine power would automatically negate any harmful substances. Perhaps it was the nature of intoxication that rendered him hazy, as his eyes began to glaze over. A tumult of anguish and resentment flickered across his face. And memories of Wang Fei's every smile and frown danced in his mind. He found it hard to believe that Wang Fei had chosen to be with him solely because of an absurd prophecy. Ban had mentioned that the seer's predictions were often remarkably accurate, which explained Wang Fei's profound trust in him. Having been saved by Wang Fei's intervention, his allegiance was solely to her. No one from the Wang family was aware of his existence. With power comes a price. Every calculation made by a seer costs a fraction of their lifespan, proportionate to the significance of the events predicted. The day before Gu Qingfeng's accident, he had consumed 10 years of his own life through intermittent calculations, marking it as his final prediction before death. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the two couple-themed pillows beside him and, in a drowsy haze, perceived the silhouette of a woman. She approached the bedside, gently lifted the blanket, and draped it over him, wiping away the tear stains from the corners of his eyes. Gu Qingfeng remained motionless, allowing her to caress his face, his mind growing heavier until he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke again, it was already noon the following day. He had slept a full day and night. Rising from his bed, he took a shower, and upon exiting the bathroom, he found his parents engaged in conversation. "What are you discussing?" he inquired. "Li Jun has left our county for reasons unknown. You confronted Li Shu, so that job of hers is surely lost." "No one troubled me while I was job hunting yesterday," replied his mother. Shang Guanyun looked at Gu Qingfeng with a puzzled expression. As everything had seemingly transformed since his return, she wondered if all these changes were somehow linked to him. Gu Tian was uncertain whether to conceal the truth from Shang Guanyun, insisting that he knew nothing. All he was aware of was that his son had sought revenge on Li Jun, though the specifics eluded him. "I must confess, your son is, in fact, an unparalleled master, invincible in this world. Yesterday, I confronted Li Jun, left him half dead, and sent him packing," Gu Qingfeng revealed, no longer shrouding the truth. He had come to terms with it. There was no need for pretense. Allowing his parents to understand his strength would grant them peace of mind. "Have you watched too many martial arts films? Do you truly believe you are swifter than a bullet, or that you can withstand one?" Gu Tian asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "I am indeed faster than a bullet, and I can withstand it," Gu Qingfeng replied, his expression grave. Gu Tian placed a hand on his forehead, worried for his son. "In a world filled with aircraft and artillery, what era do you think we live in? To be declaring yourself invincible? Well, to be frank, it was an erroneous choice. My father has no faith in himself." Gu Tian relentlessly mocked him, questioning how a man so invincible could still wear tattered clothing from years past and lack even decent furniture in his home. In order to afford Gu Tian's medical treatment, the family had sold everything of value, leaving them without even a television. It made sense to purchase a villa. Their current home was simply too cramped. Gu Qingfeng, resolute in his decision, shed his clothing, his body automatically transforming to don a layer of battle attire, reminiscent of the garments worn by the Metamorans. The only piece remaining in his possession was the one he had worn yesterday, unwashed from a night of indulgence. Thus he had no choice but to wear this self-manifesting attire again. Indeed, this battle suit was innate, capable of materializing at any moment. The exact reason remained unclear, though he speculated it was perhaps due to some enigmatic power of fusion, as the clothing bore the emblem of Metamoran integration. Fortunately, it was summer, allowing him to wear such attire without issue. Had it been winter, he would surely have been regarded as a fool. When he stepped out of the bedroom once more, Shang Guanyun gazed at him in disbelief. Upon discovering her son was alive, she had been enveloped in immense joy, and had not thoroughly scrutinized this new physique. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed remarkably perfect, and with this outfit, he exuded an undeniable aura. "Let us proceed to the villa district," Gu Tian declared. The two exchanged glances, unsure of his intentions. "You've traversed worlds. Is that realm also using RMB?" he queried. "No, but I do possess some US dollars. Purchasing a villa should be a trifling matter." Gu Qingfeng, without even glancing, could sense his parents' bewildered expressions directed at him. He resorted to extracting a red envelope from their group chat, theatrically producing it from his trousers. Upon witnessing the American bills in Gu Qingfeng's hand, Shang Guanyun was once again astounded, questioning whether her son's claims held any truth. Although both remained skeptical, they nevertheless followed Qingfeng out the door and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the villa district. En route, the taxi driver exhibited a warm demeanor. Despite the family's ordinary attire, Qingfeng's impressive physique was unmistakable. He thought it unwise to belittle them, fearing retribution for mocking those who dared venture into the villa district. The Jindu Villa was the only villa district in Hebei County, comprising 10 standalone villas, sold in a manner akin to standard apartments within a hall. In this small city, the only individuals with the financial means to rent or purchase were affluent youths from outside, as few locals possessed such wealth. Although labeled as a sales hall, it merely served as a display. Inquiries about villa prices were scarce, even after a year or more. Chapter 35, The Wealthy Tycoon. Do not pretend to be affluent. Most of the staff here are merely seeking to attract a wealthy partner or to find a benefactor. The sales hall is situated approximately 7 or 8 miles west of the Jindu Villa, primarily catering to local property owners constructing buildings within the county. The claim of selling villas is little more than a gimmick, and only properties exceeding 200 square meters are available. Those capable of affording such homes must possess a net worth of at least several million. The shop assistants were quite adept at fashion, and upon seeing the attire of Qingfeng's parents, most instinctively distanced themselves. The total cost of their clothing barely amounted to a few hundred yuan, leaving one to ponder their purpose in such an establishment. In stark contrast, Qingfeng's garments were unlike anything they had ever encountered. The quality and craftsmanship were exquisite, and his defined musculature drew the attention of numerous women. However, these shop assistants were primarily in search of affluent men, and if Qingfeng were indeed wealthy, it seemed improbable that his companions would be dressed so poorly. This circumstance created an awkward situation. After more than 10 minutes of their arrival, not a single assistant approached to introduce the properties. Qingfeng remained unfazed, as he was merely there to purchase a home, and he recognized that his family's modest attire was indeed unremarkable. Being looked down upon was to be expected. He had not sunk to the level of pretense, understanding that such judgments were part of human nature. Apologies, apologies, the traffic was dreadful. A girl clad in professional attire rushed through the door, repeatedly offering her apologies. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Qingfeng, leaving her momentarily frozen. With wide eyes, she stared at him, rubbing her eyes vigorously, only to find that the astonishing sight remained unchanged. "Is that Goku?" she exclaimed. The girl hurried to Qingfeng's side, instinctively reaching out to touch his arm, immediately feeling the firmness of his muscles, akin to stone. Realizing her audacity, her cheeks flushed crimson. How could she possibly touch a stranger in such a public setting? Qingfeng regarded the young girl with intrigue. Her ability to recognize the name Goku suggested she was indeed a fan. He hadn't anticipated that among the Dragon Ball fandom, he would be recognized first by a girl rather than a boy. "You seem quite curious about me. Why not assist me in exploring the properties your company has on offer? I intend to purchase one for my parents." The girl stared at him, flustered and still grappling with the shock of the encounter. Surely this must be a jest. How could an anime character exist in reality, even with plastic surgery? It seemed implausible for someone to resemble a character so closely, down to their physique. As she heard Qingfeng's request, the girl's embarrassment was compounded by the mocking gazes of her colleagues. Being a newcomer, she had witnessed many lucrative clients snatched away by veteran employees. Those who appeared affluent were naturally welcomed, while it seemed she could only cater to those who looked impoverished. She had often harbored grievances but felt constrained by her status as a novice. "Certainly, sir. May I ask how you would like to be addressed, and what type of property you are interested in?" She felt that even if she did not profit, the opportunity to assist such a handsome client was a joy in itself. After all, wealthy individuals seldom required her services. Despite having seen her fair share of cosmetic enhancements, she had never encountered someone whose transformation was so flawlessly executed, especially with such a similar physique. The more she looked, the more she admired him. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Such a man exuded an unparalleled sense of security. With such looks and physique, wealth seemed inconsequential. "I am Qingfeng. You may call me Qingfeng. Please show me the villas for sale. I have little interest in apartments." As he spoke, Qingfeng inadvertently lifted his head. An unmistakable expression of disdain and arrogance etched upon his features. "I, too, have acquired wealth, after laboring tirelessly for half my life. Am I not entitled to indulge a little, to flaunt my success?" A corpulent middle-aged man interjected, harboring a particular disdain for well-built men, and Qingfeng, with his striking appearance and fit physique, epitomized the type he most abhorred. The price of the 3 villas was no less than 10 million, and he barked. Don't pretend to be someone you're not. This is no place for the likes of you, a mere pauper. Qingfeng, however, paid him no mind, requesting the young lady before him to show him the villa's model, displaying little interest in the actual property. After all, it was merely a residence for his parents. He intended to return to the Dragon Ball universe shortly, and his parents would not be picky about such matters. All right, I shall take you to see it, she replied. Yet the rotund man persisted, unwilling to let Qingfeng off the hook. Wu Meili, do you genuinely believe this impoverished wretch can afford anything? What if he damages the model? You would bear the entire responsibility. Wu Meili halted, startled by his words. Her family was of modest means, and should an accident occur, the model would indeed be costly. Qingfeng rummaged through his pocket, intending to present her with 1,000 as a tip, for he was not short of funds. Unfortunately, his attire bore no pockets, and conjuring money from thin air would surely land him in the headlines the next day. His wealth consisted solely of Tony's 100 million, all of which was tied up in a chat group. Guoquan, with a look of disdain, regarded Qingfeng. Having encountered many who merely feigned interest in properties for the sake of enjoying complimentary meals and coffee. What? You don't even have a penny to your name. Just here for a free meal? Qingfeng glanced at his father's pocket, contemplatively reaching inside, and emerged with several crisp $100 bills. Without a second glance, he thrust them into Wu Meili's hands. Take me to see those villas for sale. This is your service fee. The onlookers were rendered speechless. None had anticipated that a seemingly disheveled individual could so effortlessly produce cash. Gu Tian was equally taken aback, while others may have been oblivious. He knew full well that Qingfeng was nearly broke, having relied on his earnings from working alongside Shangguan Yun for sustenance. How had he managed to pull money from his own pocket? Yet, in the midst of a crowd, Gu Tian refrained from questioning further, donning a facade of nonchalance. Guoquan realized he might have misjudged the situation. Perhaps this fellow was playing the fool to deceive the wise. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical that Qingfeng could afford a villa in such an upscale neighborhood. Few could in Hebei, and he had long familiarized himself with the portraits of the area's affluent. Unless Qingfeng was a dragon crossing the river, he doubted the young man's financial capabilities. However, he no longer dared to mock Qingfeng openly, retreating to the sidelines. The other sales representatives, envious, could only admire the substantial tip of over 10,000. Whether or not the deal materialized, Wu Meili had already profited. It was clear that had she not underestimated him, the windfall would have been hers alone. Sir, these are the 3 unsold villas in the district, priced at 10 million, 20 million, and 25 million RMB respectively, Wu Meili enthusiastically introduced, detailing the advantages and disadvantages of each villa. Qingfeng, however, was somewhat bewildered, as he found the lighting and environment to be relatively similar. And he possessed little knowledge in this area. I will purchase the largest one. I will retrieve the funds. Wu Meili was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a client who decided on a villa just by viewing the model. Typically, clients would inspect the physical property before signing a contract. Sir, are you not going to visit the property in person before making a decision? She inquired. It won't cost much, and I am too lazy to make another trip. To Qingfeng, this amount was but a trifling matter. Although he had only 100 million USD, he could easily call upon Tony Stark if he needed funds. Wu Meili was astonished. Was this the lifestyle of the wealthy? Purchasing a villa worth tens of millions as casually as buying a cabbage? The onlookers thought the same 2 words, wealthy magnate. This was over 20 million, not merely 2,000. And especially the female sales representatives were filled with regret for not having approached Qingfeng earlier. Otherwise, the commission would have been theirs. And perhaps they could have even flirted with the gentleman. Allow me to assist you, sir. Meili is just a newcomer and may overlook certain details. A woman in her 30s approached, speaking to Qingfeng while revealing her ample bosom. Wu Meili felt a surge of indignation. Moments ago, she had been ignored. And now that a contract was imminent, this woman rushed over to steal her client. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a frosty glance from the woman caused Wu Meili to retreat, her words trapped within. Chapter 36. A play of 2 women. There was no other choice. As the manager, Huing felt somewhat reluctant to engage in such tactics, yet the allure of selling a villa was too strong. A sale of 35 million would yield a commission of at least several hundred thousand. Wu Meili was merely a novice, without connections, and certainly could not contend with her. Oh, you mean you wish for me to sign the contract? Huing smiled, realizing that she could sign with Wu Meili, and had no reason to refuse a man like Qingfeng. Indeed, I can offer you additional advantages that Meili cannot provide. I trust you would not decline. I will only sign this contract with her. If it were anyone else, I would not proceed with the purchase. To Hu Ying's surprise, Qingfeng shook his head, indicating that he would refuse anyone but Wu Meili. He had been waiting for 10 minutes without anyone attending to him, while many sales representatives were merely engaged in idle chatter. Only Wu Meili had treated him without bias, despite their differences in attire. "Sir, it matters not with whom you sign. I can accommodate any of your requests." Hu Ying reached out, attempting to touch Qingfeng, but he evaded her advance. For he was not an easy target. "You?" he scoffed. "If she does not sign with me, then I shall not purchase." Hu Ying's face turned purple with anger. Yet fearing he might truly back out, she reluctantly pulled Wu Meili back. It is a rare occasion to encounter someone seeking a villa, and should her greed for commission lead to the ruin of this transaction, the consequences would be beyond her capacity to bear. Qingfeng's demeanor only intensified her ire. In terms of physique and appearance, she was certainly no less impressive than the rather ordinary Wu Meili. Was he blind, insisting on signing a contract with Wu Meili? As she felt the scornful gazes of her colleagues around her, Hu Ying's resentment towards Qingfeng deepened. At the entrance, a woman, her body wrapped in bandages, was pushed in a wheelchair by two men, one old and one young. "What are you doing here?" Li Shu had been discharged from the hospital. Her injuries had only just begun to stabilize, yet she was eager to seek revenge on Li Jun, lacking Li Jun's personal contact information. She knew that buyers in the Villa District would leave their details at the sales office. Naturally, only designated customer service representatives could access this information. A precaution against gold-digging women from the sales department disturbing their lives. Having always contacted Li Jun through the sales office, she was taken aback when she entered and spotted the last person she wished to see. Qingfeng noticed Li Shu and greeted her warmly. "Ah, you're recovering swiftly. Already out for a stroll?" Despite the excruciating pain radiating from her limbs, Li Shu glared at Qingfeng with venomous intent. "I will ensure your demise. I shall inform young Master Li, and he will not spare you." Qingfeng could hardly be bothered to utter another word. To her, Li Shu was already as good as dead. The only reason she had not eliminated her was to let her languish in despair. When, after much effort, Li Shu finally managed to contact Li Jun, her hopes of exacting revenge were dashed upon learning of his death. The despair she felt was unimaginable. Hu Ying, upon hearing this revelation, looked at Li Shu with surprise. "He offended young Master Li? Are you certain?" While Hu Ying could not afford to provoke the wealthy, Li Jun was not someone to be trifled with. She had a profound impression of him, having assisted him with his property purchases. Indeed, this fellow had crossed young Master Li. If you have any sense, you should hastily dispatch someone to incapacitate him and cast him out. Upon hearing Hu Ying's inquiry, Li Shu found a kindred spirit, someone who also bore a grudge against Qingfeng, having been wronged by her as well. Li Shu had little recollection of Hu Ying. Yet Hu Ying recognized her as Li Jun's associate. Thus, her assertions carried considerable weight. "Security, call security and have this man thrown out." Hu Ying gritted her teeth, making her choice to side with Li Jun. Perhaps this would irrevocably offend Qingfeng, but it would also win her favor with Li Jun. With him as her protector, she would no longer fear others. The security personnel were momentarily at a loss. Although Qingfeng was a prospective villa buyer, and while he might not rival Li Jun, he was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. Yet, Hu Ying was the manager, and they dared not disobey her orders. A woman clad in a black uniform approached with graceful strides. She was the villa owner, whom Qingfeng had encountered just yesterday. "What is all this commotion? Over such trivial matters, raising such a ruckus is utterly unbecoming." Hu Ying wore a forced smile and gestured toward Qingfeng, indicating that this individual had some disputes with Li Xiao. "For the sake of the company's interests, I would like the security to escort him out." It was only then that Zili shifted her gaze to Qingfeng. From her perspective, she could only see the silhouettes of the Gu couple and not Qingfeng himself. Upon finally catching sight of him, Zili's expression drastically changed. She delivered a resounding slap across Hu Ying's face, swiftly following it with a kick that sent Hu Ying crashing to her knees. "You must be blind. How can you not recognize who the esteemed guest is? If you can handle it, do so. If not, be gone at once." What a situation this is. Hu Ying was familiar with women, and as the owner of this villa district, their appearances were rare. However, she remembered that the last time Li Jun visited, it was a woman who personally attended to him. This knowledge led Hu Ying to realize that the big boss was indeed a woman, prompting her to align herself with Li Jun. "I apologize, boss. I see my error now. It was my own short-sightedness." Hu Ying dared not resist, kneeling before the woman with her hands clutching her abdomen. Yet she was met with indifference as the woman turned to Qingfeng and said, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest, for our negligence that has led to your displeasure. Consider this villa my gift of apology to you." Hu Ying was someone who understood her circumstances and quickly settled down. But Li Shu clearly lacked such insight. unable to comprehend the current dynamics. Upon hearing the woman offer Gu Qingfeng a villa, she felt enraged and threatened, wondering if she would ultimately fall short compared to Shang Wanyan. What? Are you serious? You intend to gift this fellow an entire villa? He has offended Li Xiao. Do you not fear his displeasure? The woman cast a sharp glance, noting Li Shu's battered appearance, which made her heart tremble. Gu Qingfeng had slaughtered dozens yesterday, and it was likely he was responsible for Li Shu's injuries. This man was notoriously brutal, and it seemed that the tranquility of Hai Bei would soon be shattered. Do not presume to wield your so-called connections in discussions with me. You are not worthy. I need not concern myself with the trivial thoughts of Li Jun. Sir, I am Zhao Zili from the Zhao family of the imperial capital. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me should you require anything in the future. Zhao Zili produced a business card from her bosom, presenting it with a charming smile. Gu Qingfeng accepted it without refusal, placing it in his pocket. Having connections to a prominent family would indeed be advantageous. Otherwise, as a man without power or influence, some matters could prove quite challenging to navigate alone. Seeing Gu Qingfeng accept her card, Zhao Zili's expression brightened. It at least indicated that he was willing to engage with her further. This was an act of goodwill from a martial arts master, the value of which far surpassed that of a mere villa. The most astonished were the Gu couple. Their son had indeed returned changed from before, exhibiting abilities like instant movement and exceptional combat skills. However, what was the situation? He had only returned a few days prior, and now he was acquainted with such prominent figures. Gu Qingfeng smiled kindly. I will still pay the required fees. I am not concerned about such trifling amounts. Please escort them out. Their presence here is rather bothersome. Everyone present understood whom he was referring to, and Zhao Zili wasted no time, instructing the security to throw Li Shu and her companions out. Li Shu, who had been clad in plaster, found herself hurled to the ground, cursing Gu Qingfeng incessantly. Witnessing the escalating chaos, her husband and son swiftly placed her in a wheelchair and departed, realizing that remaining there would only invite further humiliation. Zhao Zili, eager to ingratiate herself with the young man, understood that without Li Xiao's presence, their vendetta would remain unavenged. She insisted that the villa be regarded as a small token of her goodwill, and despite Gu Qingfeng's initial reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced. Having decided to cultivate a friendship with her, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on trivial matters. Arrangements were immediately made for the villa's cleaning, allowing Gu Qingfeng's family to move in the following day. Meanwhile, Shang Wanyun, still in a state of confusion, absent-mindedly inscribed her name on the property deed upon hearing her son call for her. The day had presented her with numerous shocks, particularly realizing her son's remarkable capabilities. Chapter 37, Stark and Ruthless. Was it true that she now possessed a villa of her own? Shang Wanyun was elated, not merely due to the acquisition of property, but because it signified her son's maturation, validating her resolute decision to sever ties with her family in favor of marrying Gu Tian. Although the villa in a small county paled in comparison to her family's estate, it still held significance. After finalizing the contract, Gu Qingfeng had no intention of lingering, departing with his parents while casting a deliberate, kind smile towards Wu Meili. As the second daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Zili was astute and remarkably perceptive. A mere glance from Gu Qingfeng sufficed for her to grasp his intent. Huing, you are no longer suited for the managerial position. Wu Meili will take your place, and you shall be assigned to study under her. As for the commission from the sale of this villa, I shall transfer it to your account by month's end. Meili, Huing collapsed onto the floor, having toiled for 5 years to ascend to her current managerial role, only to have it stripped away so abruptly. She could not fathom why a newcomer like Wu Meili was deemed worthy of replacing her. A fleeting flicker of resentment passed through Huing's eyes before despair reclaimed her gaze. Yet, she dared not voice her discontent. Zhao Zili's decisions were beyond reproach, and she could only blame herself for aligning with the wrong faction. Wu Meili, on the other hand, felt as though she had been struck by a stroke of fortune, bewildered by her sudden elevation to manager. Moreover, she would also receive a commission for the villa Zhao Zili had gifted to Gu Qingfeng. She understood that it was Gu Qingfeng's influence that had facilitated her rise. Without his charming smile, Zhao Yi would never have acknowledged her as a mere footnote. The few self-assured female sales representatives in the sales office lamented their missed opportunities, regretting their failure to seize the moment when Wu Meili had been the one to engage Gu Qingfeng's family during a lull in reception. Had they been in her position, perhaps Gu Qingfeng would have taken notice of them instead, propelling them into a life of affluence. Zhao Zili lingered a while longer before departing the sales office, and as she exited, her colleagues gathered around her, each extending their congratulations. In this world, There are indeed many who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Wu Mei has ascended in status, and they can lower their faces like lapdogs to ingratiate themselves. She declined Zhao Zili's offer to send her home, and the family of 3 strolled leisurely, while Gu Tian and his wife refrained from inquiring about Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng did not voluntarily speak either. His thoughts wandered into the chat group within his mind. It seemed unreasonable to buy a villa without also acquiring a luxury car. The well-read ghoul had not logged in for 2 days. Had something troubling befallen him? Tony, ever the steadfast, remained uncertain, as he dared not inquire. The last time he spoke out of turn, he endured an hour of punishment, and his injuries had yet to heal. Should Xiao Chu pay a visit to his uncle? Fire Fist Ace chided. Do not feign pity. Lord Ban did not truly harm you. And how much strength could Yun Yao possibly possess? Tony replied, you speak nonsense. It is true that Lord Ban spared my life, but your little girlfriend does not hold back, clearly bullying the innocent. The World Destroyer remarked, you deserve it. Who told you to speak recklessly? Others have not faced punishment, and it is your own folly that invites trouble. Dimension S strongest inquired, Tony, do you possess any decent sports cars? Could you acquire a few for my family to drive? No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed within the group chat. Tony sends a special red envelope to Dimension S strongest. Dimension S strongest successfully receives the red envelope, though he anticipated it. Gu Qingfeng was still profoundly astonished when he opened the red envelope. Truly, the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe had sent over 2 Ferraris and 3 Rolls-Royces without a second thought. Seeking to cling to the thigh of the wealthy, Tony, your generosity is beyond measure. The well-read ghoul remarked, Uncle Tony, you are indeed affluent. We rarely see such cars here. Fire Fist Ace added, most around here are military vessels. Few utilize such modes of transport. Tony responded nonchalantly, it's merely a trifle, if everyone desires. I can gift each of you a car. Tony Stark's vanity was greatly satisfied. Since joining this group, he had diminished from a figure at the pinnacle of society to an inconspicuous bystander. There were many in the group who surpassed him, rendering his wealth seemingly insignificant. As only Gu Qingfeng shared a currency with him. Today he finally felt a surge of pride, as if his status within the group had ascended dramatically. Dimension S strongest sends a special points red envelope to Tony. Tony replied, Dear sir, you are being too formal. We are all friends. And a few cars are not worth concern. Tony successfully receives the red envelope. Though he spoke generously, his hands dutifully accepted the red envelope. It was no jest. The red envelope from a powerful figure was anything but trivial. With this influx of points, he could potentially soar to prominence within the group, asserting dominance over those he found disagreeable. Fire Fist Ace exclaimed, Tony has struck it rich. A few mere cars have transformed into 50,000 points. Death Goddess Elementary student mused, I just found those cars quite appealing, yet now I realize that points are far more enticing. The book-loving ghoul has amassed a staggering 50,000 points, leaving Uncle Tony beaming with delight. In an audacious display, he attempts to cling to the coattails of others, shamelessly trading a few dilapidated vehicles for such a significant bounty of points. Fire Fist Ace, indeed, the collective disdain for him is palpable. Tony, ever steadfast, carefully scrutinizes the points associated with the magma fruit, realizing they are not exorbitantly priced. Fire Fist Ace, young one, I advise you to exercise caution. Tony Stark has perused the news regarding Yun Yao and is aware that under normal circumstances, Ace would be bested by a Kaino. Fire Fist Ace, do you genuinely believe you stand a chance against me? Even with the magma fruit, your strength pales in comparison to mine. The potency of a fruit is contingent upon its wielder. Do you truly think your martial prowess even approaches a fraction of mine? Tony Stark, you may be formidable, but mark my words, there will come a day when my strength surpasses yours. When that day arrives, if I do not thrice best you in a single day, I shall no longer bear the name Tony Stark. The book-loving ghoul muses that Uncle Tony seems to be courting disaster, for he is still unable to contend with Brother Ace. Why, then, does he dare to provoke him? The strongest of dimensions, points can augment one's abilities, whether it be hockey, chakra, or physical prowess. One may also opt for technological enhancements, as the pinnacle of science borders on the divine. It is crucial to deliberate whether to reach the realm of the gods through scientific means or to bolster one's innate power, Tony. After a moment of contemplation, Tony perceives this as a distant ambition. In the past, he believed that with the Iron Man suit, he was invincible. However, upon joining the chat group and gleaning insights from Yun Yao's spoilers about his future adversaries, he realized how naive his thoughts had been. He must at least be capable of vanquishing the future Thanos. And it was only with the emergence of the great figure that he understood there are greater forces beyond his comprehension. The prowess of this great figure has become his lifelong aspiration, yet he harbors doubts about whether he can truly keep pace with such an extraordinary being. Gu Qingfeng's words resonated deeply within him. All in the group had transcended through their own efforts, while he relied solely on technology. I shall contemplate my future path with care. I am grateful for the guidance of the great figure. Such matters cannot be rushed. I will retain these points until I have determined my future direction. As for Tony Stark, Gu Qingfeng holds him in considerable regard. Despite his occasionally brash tone, he possesses commendable qualities. Thus, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution, harboring skepticism towards the advancement of technology. Even though the group possesses myriad methods of employing high-tech energy, advanced devices like super-ion cannons, energy converters, and photon aggregation guns each wield cataclysmic destructive potential. However, external forces remain just that, external. Gu Qingfeng does not perceive technology as a sustainable path, yet acknowledges that each individual's journey is unique, and he refrains from overly influencing Tony's choices. Gu Qingfeng exited the chat group, surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of surveillance, he flicked his wrist, summoning a sleek, jet-black supercar from the ground. Gu Tian and Shangguan Yun were startled by the sudden appearance of this colossal machine. It was already outrageous enough to conjure money, but now he could manifest a vehicle with a mere wave of his hand. How did you accomplish this? You can conjure such a massive vehicle? Gu Tian regarded Gu Qingfeng with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster, beginning to suspect that his son had been possessed by some otherworldly entity. Chapter 38 Purchasing groceries cannot possibly be akin to magic. One does not simply conjure a vehicle out of thin air while strolling about. Such a notion is absurd. Moreover, he and Six were right beside each other. The explanation for this is quite intricate. When you have the time, you might consider watching Dragon Ball. Once you finish, you will grasp the majority of my abilities. Gu Qingfeng found himself unable to divulge the matter of the chat group. As for the identity of Gogeta, it was inevitable that it would be revealed sooner or later, especially while he was active on Earth. There was no need for deliberate concealment. Dragon Ball, as a seminal work in the realm of spirited anime, boasts a tremendous fan base, and recognition was merely a matter of time. Informing his parents was of little consequence. However, it was not yet the right moment to mention the chat group, particularly upon learning of the existence of martial artists and those with supernatural powers. Martial artists were manageable in Gu Qingfeng's view, akin to figures from martial arts novels. But those with special abilities instilled a sense of caution within him. The capacity to predict one's future was a formidable power. And who could say what other extraordinary abilities might exist? Should his parents become aware of the chat group, it would be a case of a gentleman without guilt. Yet possessing a jewel invites calamity. If others discovered it, they would undoubtedly face persecution from the entire world. Gu Tian was bewildered. Could it be that his son had traversed into the realm of anime characters? How else could one explain the repeated insistence on watching such shows? All right, then I shall make time to watch when I return home. Shangguan Yun beamed with joy. Since learning her son was alive, her smile had not faded. Whether wealthy or impoverished, for her, the most important thing was to remain with her family. Her son's silence indicated he had his reasons. Gu Qingfeng chose not to speak, and she, being the understanding woman she was, refrained from prying further. Gazing at the luxury car before them, Gu Tian regarded Gu Qingfeng with a peculiar expression and posed a rather odd question. Can you drive? I recall you have yet to obtain your driver's license. Gu Qingfeng did not ponder long before replying nonchalantly, Of course not, Dad. You have a license and have been driving for over a decade. Surely, you can drive. Gu Tian rubbed his forehead, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. I have indeed been driving for over 10 years, but I have never driven a Ferrari before. Nor have I seen this particular model. It was a detail Gu Qingfeng had overlooked. In his eagerness to have Tony deliver the car, he forgot that the finest vehicle his father had ever driven was a BMW. Isn't it all the same? After all, driving is essentially the same regardless of the car, he replied. Gu Tian, somewhat exasperated, earnestly explained, I may not have seen this Ferrari before, but given its design, the price certainly exceeds several million. If I were to accidentally cause a scratch, it would be quite painful for me. You should keep it for yourself. Just get me and your mother a different vehicle. So, it turned out his father was apprehensive about driving a Ferrari for the first time and potentially damaging it. Gu Qingfeng had long since ceased to have any concept of money. Just days earlier, during his battle with Zamos, he had destroyed countless luxurious homes and cars within the Dragon Ball universe. It's nothing. It's merely for you and Mom to use for grocery shopping. If it gets damaged, I can always replace it. I have plenty of these. Gu Qingfeng's expression was entirely sincere. Gu Tian could not comprehend how his son had crossed into such a world, possessing not only immense power, but also remarkable wealth. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Tian took the car keys. What man does not relish a luxury vehicle, especially when it is a thoughtful gift from his son? The car's initial acceleration was rather unsteady. The Ferrari's gear shift and steering were markedly different from that of an ordinary car, and Gu Tian could only adapt gradually. After more than 10 minutes, he finally grasped the basics of driving the car. Though he remained oblivious to the intricacies of features like the armored glass or the car's jet sprayers, which, in any case, he would not require. Gu Tian drove slowly, taking an hour to arrive by taxi, but a full hour and a half to return to the city. However, there was an advantage to driving this vehicle. Upon entering the city, most other drivers instinctively yielded, having never encountered such a Ferrari. They recognized its prestige, knowing well that it was beyond their means to compensate for any potential damage. Hence they kept their distance. The vehicle also attracted the attention of numerous women along the way. In their small county, encountering $1 million luxury car was a rare occurrence. Moreover, observant passers-by noted not only the car's grandeur, but also the impressive license plate, adorned with 5 sixes from the capital. Such a registration was not something wealth alone could procure. In all of Huagua, few could boast such distinction. The license plate had been secured by Gu Qingfeng, who had spent 1,000 points to arrange it through a chat group, ensuring that Tony's American plate did not inadvertently cause complications upon arriving in China. Upon returning to his residential community, every onlooker's gaze was drawn toward him. The residents of this neighborhood were predominantly ordinary citizens. Before being targeted by Li Jun, Gu Tian had only a modest business, barely qualifying as a middle-class family, and his Toyota was the only other vehicle he owned. After facing relentless harassment, he had sold off everything he could. Now, the appearance of a Ferrari in the neighborhood sparked speculation about the identity of this significant figure. The car came to a halt at Gu Qingfeng's doorstep, and the cheerful family of 3 emerged, inciting a stir among the gathered crowd. Weren't they saying that old Gu had angered someone powerful, resulting in a broken leg? What was this situation now? Who could tell? Perhaps Gu Tian had summoned a savior? But wait, wasn't his leg healed? Old Gu must possess remarkable connections to know such distinguished individuals. Just days prior, he had been bedridden, now miraculously restored. One could only wonder where he found such a miraculous healer. Gu Tian was known for his kindness and integrity, enjoying a good rapport with his neighbors. Unfortunately, their limited means made them reluctant to confront Li Jun on his behalf. They could only sigh in sympathy over Gu Tian's plight, which had seen his supermarket shut down and his hard-earned savings stolen, with no authorities willing to intervene. As Gu Qingfeng descended the vehicle, a chorus of admiration arose from the assembled women, captivated by his strikingly handsome face and the powerful muscles that radiated strength. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he was perfectly proportioned, not too tall to appear intimidating, nor too short to seem insignificant. Every aspect of this man exuded excellence. His good looks, athletic physique, and wealth seemingly fulfilled the fantasies of countless women. Regrettably, Gu Qingfeng offered no response to the flirtatious glances cast by the women, quietly trailing behind his parents as they ascended the staircase. This left the women feeling quite disheartened. However, the astute among them immediately suggested that their parents pay a visit to the Gu family, seeking to cultivate a favorable rapport with Gu Tian and extract Gu Qingfeng's contact information. Is there truly no one to your liking downstairs? The past cannot be reclaimed, yet the future holds the promise of change. Do not dwell perpetually in bygone days. Once inside, Gu Tian patted his son's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, responding with a somewhat indifferent tone. No, there isn't anyone I fancy, and I don't wish to rush into finding a girlfriend. The future stretches infinitely before me. There is no need for haste. When he returned to the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Qingfeng intended to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to wish for everlasting life, and to grant his parents the same favor. With immortality at his fingertips, he naturally felt less urgency regarding romantic pursuits, compounded by the profound impact Wang Fei had on him, which had subtly altered his perspective. You may not be in a hurry, but your mother is eager for grandchildren. This evening, let us tidy up our belongings and bid farewell to the neighbors before we depart tomorrow. Gu Qingfeng struggled to comprehend his father's intentions. When their family was targeted by Li Jun, had anyone come to their aid? Gu Tian shared a wry smile with his wife, who interjected, "Indeed, they did not assist us, yet neither did they revel in our misfortune. To speak candidly, if you were in their shoes, would you risk offending a powerful scion for the sake of a neighborly relationship?" Gu Qingfeng, upon reflecting on the situation from their perspective, realized he might have acted similarly. Yet his discontent stemmed from the fact that the events unfolded within his own life. Before he could respond, his mother gently continued her counsel. As a young person, You might act impulsively to offer help, but these neighbors are different. They have families of their own. Your Uncle Zhou next door, a longtime friend of your father, wishes to assist us, but he too has children and elderly family members to care for. Chapter 39. The entire gathering on Guday's tab not long ago. Your Uncle Zhou visited and shared a drink with your father, weeping as he embraced him. He lamented his inability to assist your father. His eyes red-rimmed as he expressed his fearlessness towards death, yet acknowledged his responsibilities to his daughter and aging relatives, rendering him unable to offend Li Jun. Gu Qingfeng recalled the jovial Uncle Zhou, a steadfast friend of his father's since their school days. During his childhood, Zhou had often indulged him with treats, especially when he feared reprimand upon returning home after mischief at school, frequently enlisting Zhou's help to shield him from parental wrath. A sigh escaped Gu Qingfeng's heart. Notwithstanding the multitude of reasons, the lack of action from Zhou in the face of their family's plight left him profoundly saddened. Even a mere stand in solidarity with Gu Tian, voicing the injustice, would have been enough for Gu Qingfeng to understand. Gu Tian, seeking to bridge any potential rift between his son and old Zhou, spoke up, explaining, "My child, this is the nature of humanity, once one has a family. The weight of responsibilities falls squarely upon their shoulders, leaving little room for risk. If Uncle Zhu were unmarried, he would surely sacrifice his life before allowing anyone to bully your father. I have an unwavering confidence in my judgment." Gu Qingfeng lowered his head in silence. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, and in terms of mindset, he certainly fell short compared to his father. Not wishing to dwell on this topic any longer, Gu Qingfeng conjured $5 million once more, instructing his parents to deposit it into their account the following day. He could not remain at home indefinitely, as he had tasks to undertake in the myriad realms and was scheduled to return to the Dragon Ball world for the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. It was essential to have some funds available at home for his parents' daily expenses. He need not worry about their safety upon his return. The latest technique he developed by merging the Soul Punisher and the Soul Guardian was an absolute soul defense, which not only enhanced the precision of hostile intent detection, but also vastly increased its strength. Although he had never encountered any so-called martial arts masters, Gu Qingfeng was certain that his protective shield, utilizing current technology, was impenetrable. The essence of absolute soul defense lay in its capability to safeguard the soul. While enveloping his parents' bodies in his own energy, it continuously infused their souls, gradually fortifying their weakened spiritual power. The process might be slow, and any haste could risk damaging their souls, but the defense was undeniably unassailable. Under this dual protection, no one could harm his parents. On the very night of his return, assassins sent by Li Jun's father arrived, only to be detected by the absolute defense upon their entry. Vanishing silently into the sea of energy, their flesh evaporating without a trace. No one knew that 2 assassins had perished that night. Within a day's time, his parents tidied the house, which contained little of significance aside from a few sentimental trinkets. It was best to leave the house as it was. After Gu Tian took the time to deposit the $5 million into his bank account, he intended to take Guanyin shopping for clothes in the evening. The garments in their home were outdated styles from many years past, and now that they had money, he wished to indulge his wife. Today, all expenses would be covered by Gu Yi. Little Yunzi was free to express any desires. Guanyin smiled, playfully pinching his ear, teasing him for using their son's money, and chided him for being shameless, referring to him as Gu Yi. She offered him another chance. Gu Tian hastily pleaded for forgiveness, acknowledging his error, exclaiming that he understood his mistake. In their household, Guanyin managed the internal affairs while Gu Tian handled the external ones. As long as no outsiders were present, she held the ultimate authority at home. When friends were around, Guanyin would ensure Gu Tian received due respect. Over the years of marriage, they had quarreled only once, which was after the birth of Gu Qingfeng. Guanyin wished for a second child, but Gu Tian resolutely opposed the idea, believing childbirth was too perilous and insisting on having just one child. Guanyin repeatedly explained that it merely appeared daunting, and with current medical advancements, there would be minimal risk. However, Gu Tian remained steadfast, refusing to consider a second child. Guanyin understood his intentions were for her benefit, yet she longed to bless the man she loved with a daughter. That was indeed one of the rare genuine disputes between the two, and in the end, Shang Guanyin could not prevail against Gu Tian. Aside from that occasion, their interactions had consistently been harmonious. Although their household was not particularly affluent, Shang Guanyin remained enveloped in happiness. Gu Tian shouted towards Gu Qingfeng's bedroom. "Hey, kid, are you going with your mother to buy some clothes?" "Yes. I want to pick out a few outfits as well." Gu Qingfeng pushed open the door. It was time for him to change clothes. Although his battle attire would not get dirty or emit any odor, he could not remain bare-chested indefinitely. He thought it looked rather stylish. Yet he had to admit it drew too much attention from women. He felt he might be devoured by their gazes. The roar of the car engine once again caught the attention of the nearby residents. Gu Tian greeted a few acquaintances before heading straight to the Qipao shop in the central area. With gritted teeth, Gu Tian expressed his resentment towards his son for not being forthcoming about everything. Haven't you always wanted to buy a few Qipaos? Today, let us spend lavishly and see just how much money this kid has left. Shang Guanyun, with an enchanting smile, rolled her eyes playfully and chided him. Oh you. Despite being so grown up, you still lack decorum. Just because our son has money doesn't mean he should squander it carelessly. Gu Tian found himself entranced by Shang Guanyun. Even after decades of marriage, his admiration for her beauty remained unwavering. To be candid, Gu Tian was undoubtedly a handsome man in his youth, capable of relying on his looks. Yet when compared to the gentle and virtuous Shang Guanyun, he seemed rather ordinary. Shang Guanyun was not merely a campus beauty. She was a force that overshadowed all young women in the capital. Wherever she appeared, other women seemed dull in comparison. With excellent academic performance and a prestigious background, everyone believed her future held boundless promise. At that time, Gu Tian was utterly captivated by Shang Guanyun, and to the astonishment of others, she agreed to his pursuit without much difficulty or concern for social disparities. Once they were together, Gu Tian was completely devoted to her. Now, at over 40, Shang Guanyun, perhaps due to her natural constitution, maintained skin as delicate as that of a woman in her 30s, even without constant care. However, after Gu Qingfeng's passing, perhaps sensing an invisible connection, Shang Guanyun had not smiled since. Now, as she smiled, her voice imbued with tenderness, Gu Tian felt overwhelmed. I am merely curious to see how wealthy he truly is. He knows the owner of the villa area, and he can even have a set gifted to him, along with a Ferrari and stacks of US dollars. Observing his parents flaunting their affection, Gu Qingfeng refrained from commenting, responding weakly, It's fine, spend as you please. There's plenty of money. If you like, just buy that cheap house shop outright. Your son may not have much, but he certainly has an abundance of cash. As Gu Tian maneuvered the steering wheel, he lamented, If it weren't for following me, your mother wouldn't be this delighted over a nice outfit. Ultimately, it's my lack of capability that has caused your mother to endure hardships alongside me. Observing the guilt-ridden Gu Tian, Shang Guanyun felt an overwhelming urge to offer words of comfort. My joy stems solely from the well-being of my son, who has also achieved success. The choice of clothing is of no concern to me, as you are well aware. Furthermore, your predicament is a consequence of my own actions. Gu Qingfeng, taken aback, found himself bewildered. The complexities of the past, steeped in familial grievances, were unknown to him. He had only gleaned from his parents that his mother was once the cherished jewel of a prominent family. Ultimately, she defied her family's wishes and opted not to form an alliance with another clan, instead choosing his father and returning to their hometown. He had never contemplated the severed ties between his mother and her family. He had never met his grandfather and held little recollection of that lineage. From his mother's words, it seemed that the family had once sought to harm his father. A chill flickered in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he resolved to inquire further with his father. Should the situation warrant it, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson upon them. It's all right, our child is safe. Let us proceed to purchase some clothing, Gu Tian said, collecting his thoughts and steering clear of further discussions of the past, for he was ill at ease with such matters. Chapter 40. A chance encounter. Just moments ago, Gu Tian had almost collided with another vehicle, causing him to break into a cold sweat. However, Gu Qingfeng had enveloped the Ferrari in an invisible protective aura, ensuring that no collision would occur. At most, it would merely nudge the other car aside. Gradually acclimating to the operation of the Ferrari, Gu Tian's speed began to increase as he made his way to the town center in just over 20 minutes. The trio undoubtedly commanded the attention of all present. Gu Tian's striking features complemented the beauty of Shang Guanyun, creating a visually stunning duo. Clad in his combat attire, Gu Qingfeng stood out distinctly, exuding an effortless charm that drew the gazes of countless women. Enhanced by the presence of a luxury vehicle, they immediately became the center of attention upon disembarking. They approached an unassuming storefront on the street, Fengxiang Pavilion, the largest boutique specializing in Qipaos in China and the only chain with a nationwide presence. Upon entering, the staff eagerly gathered around, inquiring about the styles that Shang Guanyun wished to try. Madam, may I suggest this piece? It is a new arrival, and there are fewer than 500 sets available nationwide. Being situated on a street known for its clothing shops, the striking entrance of Gu Qingfeng and his family did not go unnoticed by the employees. Such high-profile clientele were a rare occurrence in Hebei County. Under the renowned branding of Fengxiang Pavilion, the prices were equally steep, rendering it unaffordable for most ordinary families. With a flourish, Gu Tian declared, "Let's give it a try. If you like it, we shall purchase it. It won't cost us much." The air of a nouveau riche enveloped him, and the female staff could only lament their lack of Shangguan Yun's stature, for this outfit carried a price tag of 100,000 yuan. Such an amount could suffice for an average family's annual income, yet Gu Tian, without a flicker of hesitation, spoke of purchasing it. Gu Tian embraced Shangguan Yun as they affectionately browsed for clothing, while Gu Qingfeng, with nothing pressing to attend to, meandered down the street. As the cheap house store offered no attire for men, he resolved to explore other locales. "Hello, young man. My name is Li Ting. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you and exchanging contact information?" Not long into her journey, a girl of around 18 or 19 approached him, greeting him with a friendly demeanor. "Hello, my name is Gu Qingfeng. I apologize, but I haven't purchased a mobile phone yet, so I truly feel embarrassed." Gu Qingfeng spoke earnestly. His words were not a mere pretense to dismiss the girl. He genuinely lacked a mobile device. For a fleeting moment, the girl's expression faltered, as it was the first time her striking appearance had been met with rejection. In her mind, how could anyone in this era possibly be without a mobile phone? She might as well claim to be a caveman. "Young man, do you happen to have a girlfriend? It's perfectly fine to exchange contact information." Gu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled, not wishing to elaborate further, and turned to leave. The girl seemed primarily attracted to his wealth. It was not that Gu Qingfeng looked down upon her, but rather that individuals naturally aspire to greater heights. He simply had no desire to engage with women at the moment, at least not in the near future. Noticing several pairs of eyes around them, the girl steeled herself and attempted to wrap her arms around Gu Qingfeng. A curious phenomenon occurred. While she clearly saw her hand encircling him, her grasp met only emptiness. For she had not touched him at all. The instant she moved, Gu Qingfeng sensed her intent, but wished to spare the girl embarrassment in such a public setting. His arm moved with swiftness, leaving her to witness only an afterimage. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Having mustered the courage to be proactive, she faced rejection. Should she lose this wager, her situation would be dire. Having ventured out with her college roommates, she was captivated upon seeing Gu Qingfeng. Unaware that he had descended from a luxury vehicle, her approach was purely driven by her aesthetic preferences, as she was not inclined towards the effeminate types. Gu Qingfeng perfectly epitomized her ideal partner. Under the influence of her mischievous friends, she unwittingly fell into their trap, compelled to acquire Gu Qingfeng's contact information, lest she be obligated to supply them with a month's worth of snacks. Little did she know, Gu Qingfeng truly had no phone, rendering her efforts futile. "Oh dear. The young man has clearly stated he doesn't wish to share his contact details. Why persist so stubbornly?" From the crowd emerged another girl, whose beauty rivaled that of Li Ting. With each possessing distinct charms, Li Ting exuded a purer grace, while the newcomer radiated a distinctly alluring quality. Witnessing her rival's predicament, Li Ting's demeanor soured. "Zhang Mei, this is none of your concern. If he won't give me his number, what makes you think he'll share it with you?" Zhang Mei smiled enticingly and waved her hand dismissively. "You, the self-proclaimed goddess, can't even secure his contact. Isn't it amusing to watch you falter? I certainly won't make a fool of myself." Li Ting's eyes reddened with anger. The two had long been engaged in a covert rivalry over the title of campus beauty, with neither emerging as the clear victor. However, should she allow today's incident to be exposed, her reputation within the school would be irrevocably tarnished. Despite her usual indifference to such titles, she found herself tied for first place alongside Zhang Mei, determined by the students' votes. From that moment, Zhang Mei sought every opportunity to undermine her, yet Li Ting was no pushover. Her temper flared, and she was ready to confront her adversary. Gu Qingfeng found himself caught between two women, one in front and one behind, feeling quite overwhelmed by the situation, as he had always detested unnecessary complications. The crowd was substantial, and he wished to conceal his capabilities. "Young man, might I invite you to dinner this evening?" Li Ting was taken aback when Zhang Mei actually extended an invitation to Gu Qingfeng, which was rather uncharacteristic of her. Zhang Mei was known for her pragmatic nature. She never prioritized looks in men, but rather sought those with power and influence. She was forthright about her standards in choosing a partner. Yet she never shied away from entertaining other suitors, keeping them as backups. While Gu Qingfeng's attire was exquisite, Li Ting, who hailed from a well-off family, did not discern any high-end brand from it. Given Zhang Mei's usual demeanor, it was inconceivable that she would initiate a conversation with Gu Qingfeng. Perhaps she sought to outshine Li Ting, demonstrating her superior allure. "I'm sorry, but I have prior commitments today," So I must decline the invitation, Gu Qingfeng replied bluntly. If his refusal towards Li Ting stemmed from her lack of immediate romantic prospects, his disinterest in Zhang Mei was purely instinctual. He found her gaze insincere and was not fond of overly calculating women. Zhang Mei's smile faltered momentarily before she resumed her nonchalant demeanor. Unlike Li Ting, who was naive enough to ask for contact information, Zhang Mei understood that dining with a man was the most effective means of fostering intimacy. However, she would typically not be so reckless. Her infatuation with the Ferrari had compelled her to act. She had spotted Gu Qingfeng as he emerged from the vehicle, which explained her audacity in approaching him. Such elite and affluent individuals were a rarity in her life. In their small county, even owning a $1 million Mercedes was considered remarkable, let alone a multi-million-dollar Ferrari, which could go years without being seen. She was indifferent to the intrinsic worth of a man, as long as he was wealthy. However, who would refuse a better option? A handsome, well-built man with wealth was undeniably the ideal. Over the past 2 years, her endeavors to attract affluent men had mostly led her to older gentlemen, with the youngest being in their 30s, and their appearances were hardly appealing. Finally encountering someone as near to perfection as Gu Qingfeng, she feared that if she hesitated, he might slip away from her grasp. Even a simple dinner invitation was turned down. Did that mean he held no interest in her? Zhang Mei began to doubt her allure. You're no different. How dare you criticize me? If I were in your position, I would have long since found a hole to hide in. The two exchanged fierce glares, and Zhang Mei, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, turned away only to find that Gu Qingfeng had already departed. Uninterested in entangling himself in such matters, he abandoned his initial plan of strolling around and hastily made his way to Fengxiang Pavilion. He had not walked far and, within mere minutes, returned to the pavilion, where he could hear a commotion from a distance. Your wealth is worthless. Do you truly think she would sell it to you? Ask her, go ahead. In broad daylight. How dare you so brazenly threaten others? Do you believe there are no laws in this world? The law is my word. I shall see who dares to be the first to step forward. It sounded like his father's voice. Gu Qingfeng staggered to the entrance of Fengxiang Pavilion, witnessing his father shielding his mother behind him. Chapter 41. Conflict. Before them stood several burly men. The leader among them, a hefty figure adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a thumb, his arm draped around a strikingly beautiful young woman, effectively cornering their parents. The female shop attendants dared only to observe from a distance, refraining from intervening, which left Shang Guanyun feeling a twinge of anxiety. She was well aware of her son's temperament. Should he return and witness this, he might not hesitate to take action. Gu Tian, on the other hand, harbored a markedly different attitude. Having indulged himself by bringing his wife to purchase a garment, he could not bear the thought of being bullied by others. To him, such humiliation was intolerable. The young woman spoke up, imperiously directing her finger at Shang Guanyun. I am a magnanimous person. Apologize to me and relinquish the dress, and we shall consider this matter settled. Gu Tian would not shy away from confrontation simply because she was a woman. We were the ones who tried it on first, and we have already paid for it. Who are you to demand an apology? The portly middle-aged man let out a raucous laugh, unabashedly pointing to one of his lackeys. Do you not know who I am? Come, tell him who I am. The lackey disdainfully spat, adopting a condescending tone as if addressing an ignorant child. Our boss is the underground king of Hebei County, Zhu Hu. Who in Hebei County does not know my brother Hu? Demanding an apology is a show of grace. If it were my brother whose temper from years past, you would have long been dealt with. Enough, enough. We no longer want the dress. It's yours. I will go find a shop attendant to refund the money. Shang Guanyun firmly grasped Gu Tian's arm, ultimately deciding to forego the cherished qipao. She truly adored that piece, and it was precisely because she recognized Gu Tian's steadfastness that he would not yield. Gu Tian always felt that she had endured too many grievances since following him, having been reduced from a lofty princess to a mere Cinderella. With their son's formidable return, he believed he could finally provide his wife with the comfort she deserved. Yet here they were, being humiliated over a mere dress. Step aside, Mom and Dad. What is happening? If there is an issue, speak to me. Gu Qingfeng said casually as he pushed past the obstructing men and approached his parents, scanning the surroundings with a keen eye. Shang Guanyun hurriedly interjected, anxious to prevent Gu Tian from spiraling into despair. It's nothing at all. We simply mistook someone else's clothing. We'll return it. Gu Tian, in a rare departure from his usual magnanimity, wore a face of fury. However, upon noticing Shang Guanyun's disapproving glare, he opted to refrain from provoking her further, choosing instead to stand there simmering in silence. Can someone enlighten me as to what is transpiring? I will reward anyone who speaks up with 10,000. With his mother unwilling to divulge the truth, Gu Qingfeng ceased his inquiries and produced a stack of $10,000, waving it in his hand. The striking young woman reached out her delicate hand and took the money, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes as she carelessly offered her explanation. I have taken a liking to that dress, but your mother tried it on first and paid for it, which displeased me. If your mother returns the dress and apologizes, I shall forgive you. Gu Qingfeng smiled, genuinely taken aback by the audacity of such a shameless individual. Despite her tardiness, she insisted that his mother had seized her clothing. The battle-hardened Zhu Hu, clearly not a fool like this petty woman, cautiously inquired, "Brother, let's just let this matter of returning the clothes slide. There's no need for an apology. Let us consider this a chance to forge a friendship." Gu Qingfeng's bare torso made Zhu Hu somewhat uneasy. Though his muscles were not particularly large, especially when compared to those who frequently engaged in rigorous exercise, they conveyed an undeniable sense of strength. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Zhu Hu, wary of offending a formidable character, decided to take a step back. Gu Qingfeng swiftly grasped his mother, guiding her to a nearby sofa to sit, before returning to confront Zhu Hu once more. "We have already paid, yet you expect us to return the clothes to you? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Zhu Hu's expression darkened, caught off guard by the young man's blatant disregard for courtesy. He had extended an olive branch. Yet this youth insisted on persisting in his stance. Though Zhu Hu held some reservations about Gu Qingfeng, how could a mere boy intimidate him? A man who had navigated the treacherous waters of Hai Bay for many years? "You're getting a bit too bold, aren't you? Don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you can act arrogantly in front of me. You should inquire about whom I fear. Owning a car worth millions does not prove anything." Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze on Zhu Hu. "So is that it? There's nothing left to discuss?" Zhu Hu faltered slightly. As Gu Qingfeng's eyes met his, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a demon, his inner turmoil intensifying, and a flicker of trepidation surfaced. The woman, however, held no such reservations. She shot a fierce glare at Shang Yun, blaming her for the entire debacle over the clothing, forgetting that it was indeed Shang Yun who had purchased it first. Her admiration for the garment stemmed not only from its aesthetic appeal, but also from a deeper jealousy of Shang Yun's beauty. The envy among women is often more formidable than that among men, and as she gazed upon Shang Yun's exquisitely crafted visage, she could not help but wish to possess her allure. "Return the clothing to me and have this old woman apologize, or else this matter will not be resolved." Another subordinate, eager to curry favor with the elder sister, chimed in, "Indeed, I recall the time when my brother who wielded 2 machetes, carving a path from South Street to North Street for 3 hours without batting an eye. You should cherish this opportunity, for if brother who becomes displeased, you shall all find yourselves in dire straits." Gu Qingfeng shook his head, signaling that there was nothing more to discuss, opting for silence. Shang Yun could no longer remain passive. As Gu Qingfeng guided her to the sofa, she feared a confrontation between her son and this group. Restricted by Gu Tian's insistence on her silence, she recognized the situation was spiraling beyond salvage, prompting her to rise and intervene. However, Gu Qingfeng was swifter. To the astonishment of those present, he merely stepped forward and, in a flash, struck Zhu Hu across the face. 3 hours without blinking. And you think your eyes wouldn't dry out? Zhu Hu was utterly bewildered, his face ablaze with pain. And it was only upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's inquiry that he regained his senses. At that moment, he could scarcely care about Gu Qingfeng's identity. Being struck without a retort would spell the end of his standing in the underworld. He bellowed at his underlings, "Deal with him. I shall take full responsibility for any consequences." The moment his subordinates caught sight of Zhu Hu's swollen cheek, they were taken aback, too stunned to ponder how Gu Qingfeng had maneuvered from several paces away to stand before Zhu Hu. Each of them seized nearby objects, chairs, coat hangers, and charged toward Gu Qingfeng. Chapter 42. The overture from Fengxiang Pavilion. The commotion drew a sizable crowd, as numerous passers-by approached, eager to discover the source of the disturbance. Upon recognizing Zhu Hu, some expressed sympathy for Gu Qingfeng. "What a pity for this young man," they lamented. "Why did he have to cross paths with Zhu Hu, a ruthless character known for leaving no bones behind?" "Is Zhu Hu truly formidable?" inquired a middle-aged man, addressing a group of high school girls who appeared to be curious. He nodded in affirmation. The entire underground power structure in Hai Bei bows to his will. You can imagine the danger this young man faces after striking him. Zhu Hu will not allow him to live. Among the girls were Li Ting and her roommates, including Zhang Mei. As they bickered, Gu Qingfeng had seized the opportunity to slip away. Their quarrel, which had escalated for several minutes, was interrupted by the ruckus, prompting them to investigate out of sheer curiosity. Li Ting was primarily concerned for Gu Qingfeng's safety, while Zhang Mei felt humiliated after he had spurned her. Though she wished for him to receive a thorough lesson, she did not desire his demise. In her eyes, he was the epitome of her ideal partner, and his death would render her quest for a man of his caliber exceedingly difficult. No prey had ever escaped from her grasp. What transpired next felt like a cinematic spectacle to all present. As Zhu Hu's lackeys reached Qingfeng, he struck first, executing a swift side kick that sent two of them flying. In midair, he spun, delivering an uppercut that knocked another to the ground. The remaining three stood frozen, unsure of their next move. They were caught in a dilemma, as any advance would surely lead to their demise. Before they could even act, three of their number lay incapacitated. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Have your eyes grown dry after staring for 3 hours without blinking? Qingfeng's words echoed as Zhu Hu's other cheek rapidly swelled, rendering his already plump face grotesquely swollen. You've got some nerve, Zhu Hu managed to say before receiving a resounding slap that knocked out 2 of his teeth. Seeing Zhu Hu in such a dire state, the 3 remaining lackeys gritted their teeth and charged simultaneously, only to meet the same fate as their predecessors. The moment they moved, Qingfeng swatted them away like flies, sending them crashing to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of their fate. I'm asking you, after all this time without blinking, are your eyes not dry? Qingfeng repeated this question with mechanical precision, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Shang Guanyun felt that her son had undergone a significant transformation since his return from his journey through time, yet she could not pinpoint the exact nature of this change. It became evident that her son had grown considerably more irritable. Whenever communication faltered, he resorted to violence. As he raised his right hand towards Qingfeng once more, she hastily intervened, calling out to halt his impending action. This brought a sigh of relief to Zhu Hu, who feared he would suffer grave consequences if the altercation continued. Enough is enough. Further conflict could lead to dire outcomes, and it was wise to let it go. Upon hearing her mother's admonition, Qingfeng ceased his aggression, carelessly tossing Zhu Hu aside and fixing his gaze upon the young woman. If she wished to avoid a similar fate, an apology to his mother was imperative. The woman was utterly taken aback by Qingfeng's formidable demeanor. She recognized Zhu Hu's 6 henchmen, who, though not bloodthirsty criminals, bore the weight of lives lost. Yet, they were rendered utterly powerless before Qingfeng. She repeatedly apologized to Shang Guanyun, terrified that Qingfeng would unleash his wrath upon her. I am truly sorry. I did not recognize the gravity of the situation. It is entirely my fault. Please forgive me. The shift in the situation was astonishing, just moments ago. The onlookers and staff had assumed Qingfeng was doomed. Yet, within a minute, Zhu Hu and his cohorts lay defeated on the ground. This taught them a valuable lesson. When one possesses immense strength, numbers become inconsequential. This young man has trained well. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. A veritable dragon crossing the river. A middle-aged man could not help but exclaim, astonished by the young man's prowess. Oh, how fortunate it would be if he were my son. He would make a splendid son-in-law, remarked another, only to be met with retorts from others, who scoffed at the notion, pointing out their daughter's shortcomings. The gathering of onlookers, particularly the older women, soon forgot their earlier criticisms of Qingfeng's recklessness, which they believed would bring trouble to their families. Meanwhile, Li Ting gazed at him with stars in her eyes, utterly surprised by Qingfeng's capabilities, which had delighted her. Initially, she had perceived him as merely tall, strong, and handsome, but once he engaged in combat, he emanated an air of superiority that was breathtaking. This innate pride, deeply etched into his being, could only belong to one who possessed absolute confidence in their abilities. I am invincible. Li Ting's heart raced with excitement, yearning to greet Qingfeng, yet fearing his indifference and the potential mockery from Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei shared similar sentiments. She had hoped Zhu Hu would teach Qingfeng a lesson, only to witness him dispatched with astonishing ease. With wealth, charm, and now prowess, Zhang Mei felt that only such a man could truly be worthy of her beauty, and she resolved to employ any means necessary to win Qingfeng's affection. At the shop's entrance, Shang Guanyun observed the flustered young woman with grace, expressing indifference to the incident, as long as she refrained from provoking her in the future. The woman nodded submissively, resembling a frightened chick, stripped of her earlier bravado. Gu Tian initially wished to express his thoughts, yet upon observing the demeanor of Shang Guanyun, he merely smiled softly and chose to remain silent. Having secured her forgiveness, the young woman, disregarding the unconscious individuals left behind, hurriedly made her way towards the street. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly larger. News of Zhu Hu's defeat spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the street. As the gathering swelled, Gu Tian felt uncomfortable being the subject of their scrutiny. and thus he took Shang Yun by the hand and led her into the vehicle, preparing to depart. "Sir, please wait," urged a female shop assistant from Fengxiang Pavilion, who, after hanging up a phone call, rushed out of the store holding 2 qipao dresses. Presenting them to Gu Tian. "We sincerely apologize for the incident. These 2 new qipao styles are complimentary for you. No need for that. We are not in want of money. You may keep the garments. This incident is not your fault," Gu Tian replied, understanding the shop's position. It was commendable that the female employees did not exacerbate Zhu Hu's plight, as many would have sought to curry favor with him at the expense of others. However, Gu Tian was somewhat mistaken in his assessment. After all, he had arrived in a Ferrari. Even if no one recognized the specific model, it was evident to all that he was a man of considerable wealth. The staff, intimidated by Zhu Hu, found themselves in a precarious position, striving to avoid offending either party and pretending not to witness the unfolding events. The shop assistant persisted, earnestly imploring Gu Tian to accept the qipao. Chapter 43. The celestial being descends. Gu Tian glanced at Gu Qingfeng, who nodded in response. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the dresses. Society is quite straightforward. It is the people who complicate matters. Every action of the staff did not escape Gu Qingfeng's keen observation. One does not ascend to the position of owner at Fengxiang Pavilion without possessing considerable acumen. Even without Zhu Hu's influence, it was likely that Zhu Hu would extend some courtesy. If the owner of Fengxiang Pavilion genuinely intended to intervene, they would have dispatched someone to halt Zhu Hu long before the situation reached this point. Most likely, they sought to establish a favorable rapport, having recognized Gu Tian's capabilities. As Gu Tian started the vehicle, he called out to Gu Qingfeng, who lingered at the entrance, seemingly disinclined to join them. "Why aren't you getting in, you rascal? We're heading home. I wish to browse a bit longer. You and mother may return first." "I'll make my way back later," Gu Qingfeng replied. "Very well. But make sure to bring home a daughter-in-law when you have the chance. Your mother is eager for a grandchild," Gu Tian quipped, and with that, the car sped away. Gu Qingfeng shook his head in a bemused manner. Finding such a partner was no simple task, and he was in no rush himself. However, Gu Tian's comment conveyed a message to the gathered crowd. Gu Qingfeng was still single, a golden bachelor. Zhang Mei's eyes sparkled. Her opportunity had arrived. With her family pressing her, even if Gu Qingfeng was reluctant, he would likely feel compelled to find a partner to appease them. Given enough time together, the pretense could easily evolve into something genuine. Zhang Mei was confident that she could win Gu Qingfeng's affection. Meanwhile, Li Ting motivated herself as she squeezed through the crowd, eager to exchange a few words with Gu Qingfeng. Little did Li Ting and Zhang Mei know that they were a step too late. Several young women in their 20s had already encircled Gu Qingfeng. "Hey handsome, would you like to make a friend? I'm still single," one of them flirted. "Shall we go out and have some fun tonight?" Compared to these women, who had navigated the trials of society for years, Zhang Mei appeared rather inconsequential. As soon as Gu Tian departed, they closed in on him, leaving Li Ting and Zhang Mei on the periphery. "I have some matters to attend to shortly. It seems I won't have time today," Gu Qingfeng remarked, casting a glance in the direction Zhang Mei had retreated, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. She would certainly not let this humiliation slide easily. However, considering they were not irredeemable, and the encounter took place in a public setting, he refrained from resorting to violence. When he was away, these individuals had not dared to confront his parents. Otherwise, the protective barrier he had set up would have retaliated based on their strength and hostility. It would not necessarily have killed those with ill intentions, but they would certainly have faced some repercussions. This was precisely why he had instructed his parents to return home and had no concern about the women ambushing them on the way. The women surrounding Gu Qingfeng sensed his indifference, yet were reluctant to depart. Such an exceptional heir was not one they wished to miss. "If you have something to do, I can accompany you. I am quite capable, handsome," one of them declared, emphasizing her competence with a sultry gaze directed at him. Li Ting felt a slight flush at the explicitness of their words. Gu Qingfeng regarded the woman who spoke with a peculiar expression. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" he inquired. The woman, noticing his softened tone, responded with a flirtatious glance. "Of course, I can do whatever you need," she assured him. Her appearance was fairly appealing, and Gu Qingfeng decided to tease her a bit, gesturing towards the street corner. "Very well, they are coming. You can join me shortly for an opportunity to shine." Suddenly, a fierce woman charged towards Gu Qingfeng, trailed by no fewer than 100 followers, a formidable sight. As they approached within several dozen meters, she began to shout like a shrew. "You are finished. This time, I shall ruin you. I have never apologized to anyone in my life." What a foolish woman. How could she not appreciate the value of life? Although he anticipated she would not let the matter rest, Witnessing her come for revenge still provoked his ire. Clearly, the previous lesson had been too lenient. Hundreds armed with clubs rushed towards him, an intimidating prospect. It seemed he was courting danger. The women encircling Qingfeng turned pale with fear and scattered like birds, instinctively fleeing. They were materialistic, yet they had no desire for death. They had never encountered such a scene and were utterly rattled. You are not going to flee as well, are you? Surely, you are different from those superficial women, Qingfeng said, grasping the wrist of the woman who had spoken earlier, a playful smile gracing his lips. The woman hesitated, her anxiety mounting as the approaching group drew nearer, fearing she might be inadvertently harmed by the oncoming throng. At that moment, if the wealthy heir fails to win her over and resorts to altering his appearance, it would indeed be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Yet, the thought of parting with Qingfeng, an exceptionally remarkable man, is akin to the rarity of encountering a meteor shower. Such an opportunity, once missed, is unlikely to present itself again in this lifetime, a sentiment echoed by Zhang Mei. Li Ting and Zhang Mei, one valuing beauty and the other wealth, remained stationary, their faces etched with hesitation. Young man, flee swiftly. Your family's affluence offers you the means to evade their grasp. Upon observing Qingfeng remaining motionless, one might have thought he was intimidated, when suddenly a voice from the crowd rang out, alerting Qingfeng. Several of Li Ting's close friends approached to urge her to leave, but after contemplation, she resolved to stand by Qingfeng. I refuse to believe he can dominate everything. In the glaring eyes of the public, the many cannot overpower the few. I shall accompany you. This decision was not solely due to Qingfeng's striking looks. For Li Ting possessed a kind heart and would lend a hand to strangers in need. In stark contrast, Zhang Mei and another woman, having summoned all their courage, barely held their ground, lacking the bravery to utter another word. Among the group of subordinates, the most striking figure was a burly man, wielding a steel knife with an imposing presence. Qingfeng ceased his playful banter with the women, gently pushing Li Ting aside, and stepped forward, grasping the ground beneath him. He flung Zhu Hu towards the opposing side. Return your leader. Zhu Hu tumbled to the ground, rolling several times, while numerous subordinates rushed to help him up. This fall jolted Zhu Hu back to consciousness. Bewildered, he gazed at Qingfeng, feeling a shiver run through his body, and upon turning back, he saw his group of loyal followers. My men are here. How do you wish to meet your end? Even if you beg for mercy now, it is of no use. Zhu Hu spoke with an air of arrogance, entirely dismissing the earlier disgrace he suffered at Qingfeng's hands. His grin revealed several missing teeth, which only amused the onlookers. Yet, beneath his bravado, Zhu Hu harbored a flicker of trepidation. He had seldom encountered someone capable of effortlessly dispatching 6 of his subordinates. Nevertheless, his strongest lackey was a 4th-tier martial artist who could easily overpower several foes. Chapter 44. A reunion glimpsing the burly man. Zhu Hu's confidence surged anew, and he regarded Qingfeng with less trepidation. You may be skilled in combat, but what good is that? In this world, one must possess power and connections. You may defeat 6, but can you take on 60? Qingfeng refrained from engaging, preferring to observe Zhu Hu's display of arrogance. Witnessing the eventual comeuppance would be far more entertaining. This is my top warrior, Shen Lu. You will stand no chance against him. As he patted the broad-shouldered man on the back, Zhu Hu's grin nearly reached his ears. The influence he wielded today was largely due to Shun Li's contributions. The crowd murmured among themselves, unanimously skeptical of Qingfeng's prospects. There are too many of them. Such a crowd would tire him out. He is still too young, unaware of the intricacies of advance and retreat. Indeed, having struck Zhu Hu, why doesn't he make a swift exit? Aside from a few close friends of Li Ting who were genuinely concerned for her safety, the others merely regarded the situation as casual conversation fodder. There was no need for self-introductions. Such insignificant beings would hardly be remembered by me. Qingfeng beckoned to Shen Lu with a subtle gesture and gradually approached him. Shen Lu, unaware of Qingfeng's swift dispatch of several lackeys, could not gauge his true capabilities. However, seeing Qingfeng's youthful appearance, he assumed that even if he were a martial artist, he could not possibly surpass him in strength. With his unparalleled mastery of the Iron Shield technique, even a 5th-tier martial artist would find it challenging to best him. Zhang Mei and the other women felt a sense of relief as Qingfeng walked toward Shen Lu, alleviating their fears of harm befalling him. It was the best of both worlds. He had made his stance clear without courting danger. Li Ting, however, was dismayed. In her eyes, Qingfeng was surely doomed by this advance. Unable to comprehend his audacious provocation, she reached out to pull him back. But her hand once again grasped nothing but air. With a furious roar, Shun Lu enveloped himself in a golden light. Each step leaving deep imprints on the ground as he readied a powerful punch aimed directly at Qingfeng. In the eyes of the onlookers, Qingfeng extending a single finger to intercept Shun Lu's massive fist seemed utterly insane, akin to a fragile egg attempting to withstand a rock's impact. Li Ting, terrified, covered her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending violence. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, no cry of anguish echoed through the air. Peeking through a narrow gap between her fingers, Li Ting was astonished to see Qingfeng effortlessly blocking Shun Lu's punch, regardless of how much force he exerted. With just one finger, he neutralized Shun Lu's full-fledged assault. Shun Lu, refusing to concede, unleashed a flurry of blows like a tempest. Yet Qingfeng continued to deflect each strike with ease. The longer Shun Lu attacked, the more intense his pain became, while Qingfeng remained unfazed, embodying a serene demeanor. Growing weary of the charade, Qingfeng pierced Shun Li's right arm with a sharp jab, a gaping wound oozing blood. Before Shun Lu could comprehend the situation, another finger struck his forehead with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing into several of his lackeys before coming to a halt. Zhu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of monster had he provoked? In comparison, Shun Lu appeared as a mere child, completely devoid of the ability to resist. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. Even if he wished to reconcile, Qingfeng would likely not spare him. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe he can single-handedly take on 100 of us. The henchmen, now anxious, were acutely aware of Shun Lu's formidable prowess. He could dispatch 10 opponents with ease, but Qingfeng's handling of Shun Lu seemed no more than a trivial game. However, with their leader's command issued, they had no choice but to charge forward. Qingfeng strolled leisurely among them, dispatching each assailant with a single, effortless move. In less than a minute, a multitude of henchmen, around 70 to 80, were dispatched to the ground, their numbers reduced significantly. He exhibited remarkable control over his strength. Anyone struck by him found themselves incapable of rising for a considerable time. Was this a film being shot? It was already astonishing to witness the legendary Master Yi when defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Yet here he was, effortlessly taking on 100. It suddenly dawned on me that Chinese martial arts were not as inferior as foreign narratives suggested. Were he to compete in a ring, those so-called underground champions from abroad would stand no chance against him. Indeed, I had heard tales of the decline of domestic martial arts. But it now appeared that there was still hope. I felt an urge to learn from him. The onlookers were filled with awe, perceiving Qingfeng as a celestial being descended from the heavens, with no one able to rival him. A foe, be careful. A familiar yet strange female voice reached his ears, causing Qingfeng's movements to halt momentarily as he gazed at the approaching woman with a complex expression. In that brief moment of distraction, a henchman seized the opportunity, launching a vicious strike aimed directly at his head. The blade struck with precision, seemingly destined to cleave Qingfeng in two. Everyone anticipated the gruesome outcome, with Zhu Hu internally lamenting his fortune, had it not been for the woman's sudden warning. His men would have been utterly obliterated, and his own fate would have been grim. Yet, astonishingly, not a single strand of Qingfeng's hair was harmed. The blade shattered upon contact. A profound sense of disbelief enveloped the crowd, as if the heavens had collapsed. Was this even human? The famed Golden Bell shield was one thing, but how could one be impervious even to blades? Was he some sort of superhuman? Qingfeng cast a sweeping glance around him, an overwhelming aura of defiance emanating from him, stirring up a tempest of dust that sent countless henchmen flying. They sprawled on the ground, feeling as though their bodies were disintegrating, writhing in agony. A foe, are you all right? Wang Fei gasped as she rushed to Qingfeng's side, reaching out to embrace him, only to be deftly evaded by a sidestep from him. Her presence also instilled a sense of pressure in Li Ting and Zhang Mei, who, despite being beauties in their own right, felt overshadowed by Wang Fei's striking allure, which exuded a mature charm that they lacked. We are finished. We will no longer have the chance to be together. Qingfeng averted his gaze from the woman who had brought him immense disappointment. Standing beside him, Wang Fei pleaded, her tone filled with desperation. No, I still love you. Please, grant me another chance of foam. The fallen petals harbor intentions, but the flowing waters remain indifferent, ultimately. We are fated to be apart, and there is no need for compulsion. Zhu Hu attempted to seize this moment to escape, yet found himself ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile as he watched Qingfeng approach with measured steps. Chapter 45. Re-entering the newcomer. This is your final opportunity. Should you dare to trouble me again, you shall find no reason to continue existing in this world. Qingfeng spoke without anger, his tone so calm it resembled a mere intent to squash a fly. Zhu Hu felt genuine fear for the first time. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from Qingfeng made him feel as though he was facing a demon risen from the depths of hell. Knowing well the futility of provoking trouble, he would never engage in such a self-destructive act. No more. I shall no longer trouble you. 3 needles of condensed energy stealthily pierced the facial muscles of the nearby young woman. The energy would meander beneath her skin, leaving her face unbearably itchy for a month. With no remedy in sight, continuously courting trouble had become her modest punishment. Upon seeing Wang Fei, Gu Qingfeng's emotions were a tangled web. He had lost the desire to evade her, lacking the heart to continue his previous distractions. Otherwise, no ordinary person would have the chance to encounter him. Take me home. I have severed ties with my family. If you do not want me, then no one will. Wang Fei once again obstructed Gu Qingfeng's departure. Her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. Is there any use in discussing this now? You could have adorned yourself with a phoenix crown and radiant robes. Surveying this vast world from above, you could have done so. Now, I too am free. I have not allowed Li Jun to touch me. I remain untainted. And you are well aware of this fact, are you not? Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting the years spent under the shadow of a prophecy. Oblivious to the unfolding drama right beneath his nose. Indeed, the prophecy proved to be accurate. Upon returning and discovering the truth, Gu Qingfeng would not hold Wang Fei accountable. After all, this woman had accompanied his youth. Even if her intentions were ulterior, the years of affection could not be feigned. Yet, her betrayal was something Gu Qingfeng could not tolerate. Let this be. Let us preserve some dignity for all. Do not pretend you cannot see. I do not harbor feelings for Li Jun. I have always cherished you. After waiting for years, he found himself thwarted by another. Wang Fei could not accept this outcome. Awakening in Li Jun's villa, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Zili, who had come to assess the damage. As a young lady from a second-tier family in the capital, they had crossed paths on several occasions. However, Wang Fei's emotions were particularly tumultuous. She had no desire to reminisce with Zhao Zili. Hastily leaving the villa in search of Gu Qingfeng's old residence. Yet, en route, complications arose, causing delays. Having met with someone earlier, she heard the commotion nearby and approached. Only to see Gu Qingfeng. It mattered little, whether you preferred the old me or the present. Do not disturb my life any further. Gu Qingfeng had lost interest in understanding. Everything was in the past. As Gu Qingfeng departed, Wang Fei stood despondently in place, never anticipating his coldness. She had merely committed a mistake that any woman could make, yet he had truly forsaken her. The crowd began to murmur about Wang Fei, deeming her excessively ungrateful. With wealth, good looks, and such prowess, how could such an exceptional man not satisfy her? Humanity, it seems, is often too greedy, and perhaps deserving of their fate. Indeed, how many would envy her for being with such a man, only for her to betray him? Wang Fei has reached a point of despair, contemplating the depths of her sorrow. If Gu Qingfeng had always been this way, she would never have chosen to be with that foolish, wealthy second-generation heir, Li Jun. To part ways with the strongest man in the world, was that not a sign of madness? Yet, Gu Qingfeng was originally just an ordinary individual. Li Ting exchanged pleasantries with a few close friends before trailing behind Gu Qingfeng. Her benevolent nature prevented her from scheming like Zhang Mei, who sought to climb the social ladder while dating. However, this did not imply that she was naive. After all, seizing an opportunity was often the most prudent approach. Although it might seem somewhat unscrupulous, having encountered someone appealing, Li Ting was reluctant to let go easily. As they passed through an alley, Gu Qingfeng entered, with Zhang Mei and Li Ting hastily following. Yet, within, Gu Qingfeng's presence had already vanished. An actual person had disappeared, and Li Ting felt the sting of missed opportunity. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, unable to comprehend how Gu Qingfeng could have vanished so swiftly. She had seen him enter. Zhang Mei had intended to walk alongside Gu Qingfeng. But having overheard the earlier conversation, Li Ting believed Wang Fei to be his ex-girlfriend. With this in mind, she felt it inappropriate for them to be so forward, and thus held Zhang Mei back. Not long after Gu Qingfeng's departure, a voice of regret arose from the crowd, a man lamenting as he slapped his own face. How could I forget to record such an incredible scene? If I had captured it and shared it online, I would have certainly gone viral. Yet, his camera had failed to function, capturing nothing but a hazy mist. I thought I was alone in this, but it seems your device suffered the same fate. My phone is experiencing the same issue, he exclaimed. Curious murmurs spread among the crowd, wondering why all recording devices were malfunctioning. Not only could they not record, but all nearby surveillance equipment had also failed when Gu Qingfeng returned to Fengxiang Pavilion and prepared to act. Gu Qingfeng had skillfully disrupted the recording devices with his energy, ensuring that his appearance and abilities remained concealed from prying eyes. Upon entering the alley, Gu Qingfeng swiftly teleported back home, lying motionless on his bed, his mind filled with the haunting visage of Wang Fei. Young love may not always endure, yet it can leave an indelible mark on one's youth, creating memories that linger in the hearts of the young. He had once believed that he and Wang Fei would forge a different path, one leading to the altar, envisioning a reunion years later where friends would exclaim in astonishment, "So, you two are still together?" Despite the skepticism of those around them, given the vast disparities in their backgrounds, he, the stubborn youth, had remained steadfast in his belief in Wang Fei. Gu Qingfeng's feelings for Wang Fei had grown increasingly complex. He both resented her deceit and cherished her deeply. Nonetheless, one truth remained clear: they would never have another chance to be together. White Horse Silver Spear joins the Dimensional Chat Group. Queen of Isis Death joins the Dimensional Chat Group. Tony is not fickle. Welcome newcomers. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Fire Fist Ace welcomes everyone. In this chat group, we are all family. The book-loving ghoul welcomes both of you. Do you wish to dance? The name of the new member is quite appealing. They seem like a decent fellow. The Shinigami Elementary student welcomes the new friend. And the esteemed one should remember me. Tony, the faithful. How do you know they are prominent figures? Chapter 46. The Knight Pursuing Manji Sashi. The Shinigami Elementary student. Is it not evident from their names? One wields a gun, another is renowned for defeating thousands, and the last is known as the Ice Queen. To an ordinary person like me, they are all formidable. Tony, the faithful, I nearly forgot. You are indeed an ordinary person, and anyone with a modicum of strength could easily overpower you. The White Horse Silver Spear battles thousands. Where am I? Why does this notion manifest in my mind? And who are all of you? Ice Queen is Death, who has employed an imperial tool to conjure this trivial spectacle. It appears to be a psychological ability this time. Seeking support, please upload the chat group details, along with the life experiences of Changshan, Zhao Zilong, and Ice Queen is Death. Seeking support, take a look. Once you finish, you will understand the essence of the matter. Several minutes later, the White Horse Silver Spear battles thousands. Astonishing. It can connect different universes. Truly remarkable. Had it not been for your introduction, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my location is called Earth. Ice Queen is Death. Different worlds, you say? I wonder if there exists anyone who can rival me. I have been invincible in my realm for far too many years. Administrator, the strongest in the dimensions, has logged in. Please warmly welcome everyone. Ice Queen is Death, an administrator? The strongest in the dimensions? Such an air of arrogance. How is it that the previous administrator feels entirely different from this one? Tony, the faithful, I am unaware of your true prowess. But you would do well not to challenge the prominent figures. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Do you wish to dance? Invincible, you say? When I revive, I shall battle with you. Fire Fist Ace. By the way, Ban, it has been quite some time. Why have you not completed your revival? Do you wish to dance? I have chosen to revive in my peak state. The physical resurrection is rather slow and will require additional time. The Shinigami Elementary student. Please take me along, Ban. The book-loving ghoul. Ban, you can revive now. You must be quite pleased. Do you wish to dance? It is satisfactory. Possessing a physical form will allow me to rectify the unfulfilled regrets. Once revived, my first act will be to eliminate Kaguya, this hidden puppet master. With Ban's unexpected entry into the chat group, has revealed his true nature. The Naruto saga has concluded, and Yun Yao is now fully aware of the entire narrative, imparting all details to Ban. Upon learning everything, Ban harbors a profound hatred for Kaguya. Nevertheless, his ideology remains steadfast. He has shifted from initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi to unifying the 5 great ninja villages himself, believing that absolute power can indeed bring about peace. With the points given to him by Gu Qingfeng, he spent 350,000 to exchange for the chat group S body condensation technique, which is a one-time use spell. This technique can materialize the strongest form he possessed in life, though the drawback is that the Rinnegan cannot replicate it. However, this does not pose a challenge to Madara. Even without the Rinnegan, his Sharingan remains formidable. In this era long past the death of Hashirama, he continues to reign as the mightiest in the ninja world. The book-loving ghoul envisions a world devoid of war, and merely imagining it brings forth a sense of beauty. I support you, Madara. Do you wish to dance as well? Thank you for your support, young one. Once I resolve my affairs, I shall come to your world and eliminate any threats to you. Tony is not fickle. Oh, Madara's affection for little Hinata is truly remarkable. How splendid it would be if I were afforded such treatment. While Thanos may not dare to speak, At least Ultron has yet to be bested by Madara. When will you be as adorable and kind as little Hinata, so that you too may receive such favor? Yet, from my perspective, it seems unlikely in this lifetime. The administrator cannot possibly belong to my world. How could they witness events transpiring here? My power surpasses your imagination. Perceiving the life of an ordinary person is a trivial matter. Yunyao reclined on the supermarket table, her smile radiating satisfaction as she relished her newfound ability to show off. Previously, when her strength was limited, she dared not speak loudly. Now she possesses a protective shield, allowing her to demonstrate the administrator's might to newcomers. Oh, but why does my recording only capture the experiences of my past and not depict my future? When the group chat exceeds 10 members, tasks can be executed. Or one may actively traverse to other universes, with the duration of stay extended to 6 hours. The cooldown period for traversing the same world is 1 day. Warning: the group has detected the administrator seeking assistance, possessing abilities beyond those typical in the chat group, and a 3-day deadline has been set. After 3 days, the chat group will automatically erase such abilities. The sudden system notification left everyone in the group momentarily stunned, marking the first occurrence of such a message in the chat. The first part is understandable. One can now remain in other worlds for up to 6 hours, as in the case of Ace crossing into Madara's world, where one can only traverse once a day. However, the second message was unexpected and clearly targeted at Yunyao. This extra ability must refer to the esteemed protective shield. It appears highly probable that this is indeed the case, as it likely surpasses the power levels of Yunyao's world. What shall we do? Isn't Yunyao's world quite perilous? Without her protective shield, she would merely be an ordinary person, placing her in great danger. Such abilities were granted by the esteemed one. It is only natural for the chat group to revoke them. With this power, I have lost my motivation to strive for strength. If it is taken away, then so be it. Her points have long surpassed 1,000, allowing her to exchange for some fundamental abilities. While it may not be as effortless as now, she remains cautious, avoiding the strongest types of zombies. Ensuring her self-preservation is not an issue, and she does not overly concern herself with her safety. Ace, who was dining aboard the pirate ship, paused in his motion of bringing food to his mouth, his thoughts drifting to the precarious situation of Yunyao. Fire Fist Ace, there are still 3 days left. Allow me to peruse our chat group to discern which devil fruit ability would best suit you. I shall come to guide you. Seeking to lean on me for support. Are you? Well, it all hinges on your capabilities. Do you wish to dance as well? With Ace's presence, one can find solace. The destroyer of worlds. Why have you been so silent lately? What occupies your time? Among the initial members of the group, aside from the eccentric Qingfeng, the rapport between Ban and Minya Sure has been relatively amicable, their personalities aligning well. The destroyer of worlds has encountered a formidable adversary, one whose strength rivals my own, making it impossible to shake him off in the short term. Do you require assistance in dealing with the serpent holder, who has been effortlessly vanquishing Seiya? Although my injuries remain unhealed, I can still lend a hand. Sarna has suffered grievously at the hands of Kurumi, her body sustaining extensive fractures. Do not let the seemingly indestructible Seiya fool you. He possesses the uncanny ability to revive swiftly. This is either due to divine blood coursing through him or the assistance of a powerful ally, or perhaps through the exertion of his strength to recover from injuries. Sarna, in the short term, cannot hope to access the seventh sense. Naturally, her recovery will not be swift, yet with the support of her silver cloth. Her ultimate attack still boasts supersonic speed, rendering her a force to be reckoned with. The destroyer of worlds, that is unnecessary, in a direct confrontation. I am no match for him. However, it is not so simple for him to defeat me either. You too find yourself incapable of confronting him? He appears to be a worthy opponent. Alas, my body requires time to heal. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly ensure that the name of the Uchiha clan resounds across other universes. Upon reading this, Qingfeng felt a twinge of confusion, not due to Sarna's drastic change in demeanor, for she is not inherently malevolent. Her previous volatility stemmed primarily from Seiya's encounter with her true appearance. Chapter 47, The Son of the Sun. It is evident that few within the Night universe could triumph over Minya Sure. The upgraded Crimson Belt, transformed into the Emperor Rider, easily overwhelms most knights. Those capable of besting him are undoubtedly formidable. Qingfeng harbors no concerns for Minya Sure's demise, as this individual, in many ways, embodies an unyielding rogue. If memory serves, his new belt possesses a rather unfair characteristic. Upon transforming into the Emperor Rider, he is immune to fatal injuries, effectively making him invulnerable. Compounded by his spatial barrier, an almost insurmountable combination, the strongest in the dimension, Has the Tsukuyami laid his hands upon you? Aside from him, who else could possibly suppress you, given your unique card arsenal? It is not him, but rather Kamen Rider. I am uncertain how I have offended him, but he relentlessly pursues me, and the most perplexing part is that we seem evenly matched. Even when I traverse the dimensional barrier, he finds a way to follow. This clarifies matters. If the knights of the Showa era were predominantly inept, then the singular acknowledged fool of the Heisei era is the Kamen Rider. In its ordinary form, his punching power reaches 100 tons, with kicking power soaring to 200 tons. When he shifts to the Iron Rider form, his kicking power can reach an astounding 400 tons, a figure that even eclipses the youthful Tsukuyami. The speed and form are extraordinarily peculiar, with a leap of 1,000 meters. This is a remarkable concept. Even the renowned fighter, Leo, achieves merely a jump of 1,000 meters with his flying kick. Additionally, he possesses the Emperor's Stone, rendering him inherently immortal. As long as the sun endures, so shall he. The pivotal aspect is his ability for infinite evolution. Should your power suppress him, he can evolve into other forms to counter your abilities. With this boundless potential for evolution, he has already transcended twice, defeating all antagonists in his wake. His weapon, the Sun Sword, also known as the kidney-piercing sword, ensures that whoever is struck by it meets their demise. As even the villains perish after a single blow, the strongest in dimensions does not merely engage in life and death battles. He is an upright and solitary warrior, likely to show mercy to fellow knights. As he observed himself wielding the Sun Sword, he struck left and right, perhaps contemplating that he would not turn against himself. The strongest in dimensions, with the White Horse and Silver Spear, battles myriad foes. Historically, only Zhao Zilong of Changshan has been known to lend support in the face of danger. You are aware of my name, which makes me wish to converse with my comrades in the group. However, Cao Cao is currently dispatching forces to besiege my city. Once I repel the enemy, I shall engage in conversation. After uttering these words, he exited the chat group. It is quite amusing to see an ancient individual adeptly managing notifications in a chat group. The Ice Queen is death, exclaimed, "Do not dare to disregard this queen, you wretched individuals." The Shinigami Elementary student remarked, "This individual appears quite volatile, having reviewed her past. I can comprehend her temperament." Tony Stark noted a decrease in group status, uncertain of the others, yet acknowledging his inability to contend with her. Fire Fist Ace, do you have any confidence? No, I am highly unlikely to be her match. Our attributes counter each other, yet it seems her strength surpasses mine. Indeed, from the perspective of Qingfeng, Ace is not a rival to his death. Instilled from a young age by his father with the belief that the weak perish while the strong thrive, his death hunted dangerous species alone during her childhood. Embodying the essence of a battle fanatic, Ace, in comparison, falls short. The Ice Queen, is death, proclaimed, "You cannot fathom my strength. I seek to cling to a powerful ally. What might the administrator's capabilities be? I am eager to witness them. Do you wish to dance?" Upon inspection, I found her strength commendable, yet still inferior to mine. As for me, I shall refrain. It is best not to engage with me. Perhaps seek out Banyi for combat instead. Tony Stark, adorned in his iron armor and soaring through the skies, mentally exclaimed, "Speak up, speak up." Another audacious individual has joined the group. Yun Yao can be provoked at will, her amiable nature ensuring she does not hold grudges. However, the formidable ones are distinctly different. I hope this new member articulates the thoughts they have long wished to express. Isteth, not disappointing Tony's expectations, voiced her thoughts. "The strongest in dimensions, then you shall accompany me in battle." The group possesses the fundamental profiles of all members, yet curiously lacks yours, esteemed administrator. If she refrains from fighting, then you shall take her place. The book-loving ghoul cautioned, "Ice Queen is death, dear sister. Do not provoke the elder brother's ire. You cannot defeat him." The Ice Queen is death, a dignified general of the empire, mused that there could be no one stronger than herself. In her view, he was merely a facade of strength, lacking the courage to share his battle recordings in the chat group, and was, in truth, a feeble individual. The chat group announced a new mission. A member, by Ma Yin Chong, was in peril amidst a fierce battle, and the task required completing this member's military operation. It was noted that this mission's rating would not be based on the duration taken. The reward for the task was 500 points, with a limitation of 3 group members. The difficulty level was rated at 8. Isteth accepted the mission, followed by the strongest in the dimension. However, the third slot remained unclaimed for an unusually long time. Typically, members would scramble to take on tasks. Seeking support, someone commented, "Why is no one taking this mission today? Is it meant for me?" "The strongest in the dimension," replied another, Your shield is about to fail, and you urgently need points to exchange for abilities. Come, allow me to help you accumulate some points. Everyone is willing to give you this opportunity. This understanding among the group members was tacit. Yun Yao was well liked in the chat, having aided many with her foresight. Now, in her moment of distress, the group did not hesitate to share their easily attainable points with her. Yun Yao was so moved, she was on the verge of tears. These were not mere tokens, but points that could be exchanged for formidable abilities. She had not anticipated that the last position would indeed be reserved for her. The members of the group were genuinely kind-hearted. Seeking support, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. Once I grow stronger, I will certainly find ways to help everyone earn more points. Tony, the unfaithful, interjected, there's no need for such proclamations. Even if you become stronger, you cannot compare to the elite. If you wish to coast on victories, seek the true masters. Yun Yao's words had initially fostered a warm atmosphere in the group, but Tony's remark dampened the mood entirely. There was no rebuttal to his truth. Seeking support, Yun Yao retorted, can I not defeat you? Tony, the unfaithful, he replied. Your shield is gone. I need not don my Iron Man suit to deal with you. You stand no chance. Fire Fist Ace, another member queried. Should I take my leave? Tony Stark once again appreciated the advantages women possess, particularly a beautiful one like Yun Yao, who, incidentally, had a boyfriend. He realized he could not contend with Ace. The strongest in the dimension urged, enough of this. Let us depart and discover what has transpired with Zhao Yun. The three journeyed to the era of the Three Kingdoms, yet Qingfeng was not well versed in this history. Observing the earthen structures and towering city walls below, he was uncertain of their location. Who are you? How did you come to be on the city walls? Several soldiers clad in tattered armor approached, their eyes filled with trepidation. They were fearful of the formidable generals under Cao Cao and were concerned that the suddenly appearing trio might be elite troops of Cao Cao as well. Isn't this the group? One soldier exclaimed. What brings you to my vicinity? Zhao Yun, adorned in silver-white armor and wielding the dragon spear, was patrolling the walls and immediately recognized the identities of Qingfeng and his companions. The avatars in the chat group were true representations, making recognition effortless. Yun Yao gazed at Zhao Yun in astonishment. Seeing him in reality was a different experience from his photographs, as his striking appearance was exceptionally appealing. He belonged to the type that grew increasingly handsome upon closer inspection, adorned in a suit of ancient white battle armor, standing tall and straight like a spear radiating brilliance. Qingfeng curiously gazed at Zhao Yun, the living embodiment of Changshan Zhao Zilong. Whether Zhao Yun was indeed the most formidable warrior of the Three Kingdoms era remains a topic for debate. However, his popularity undoubtedly ranks within the top three. He possessed both literary and martial prowess, exhibiting a steady demeanor that was not devoid of decisiveness. General Zhao, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. The battle-hardened Zhao Yun instinctively tensed upon seeing Qingfeng. Such strength was indescribable. This was the first impression Qingfeng left on him, though he had done nothing but smile. Zhao Yun's instincts as a warrior left him feeling unnerved. Even in the face of Elbu, he had never felt such pressure. Zhao Yun's anxious gaze brought Qingfeng back to reality. It was his first time on an ancient battlefield, and he could hardly contain his excitement, revealing a hint of his own aura as he reigned in his imposing presence. The soldiers around him perceived Qingfeng transforming from a wild beast into an utterly ordinary human being. Administrator, how did you arrive here? Zhao Yun mused, astonished that it was indeed possible to traverse different eras. Could it be that he had come to aid him? His death surveyed the vast expanse of Cao Cao's army, numbering in the tens of thousands, with a slight smile gracing her lips as she lifted her chin defiantly. It is merely because you are so inept. A mere few thousand would not pose any challenge for me. I would have annihilated them long ago. As she spoke, she leaped from the city wall, propelling herself with force to engage the enemy single-handedly. Zhao Yun was left dumbfounded. The city walls towered over 5 zhang in height. Yet she descended without a scratch. Was she even human? However, at the moment his death exerted her strength. She felt a blur before her eyes and found herself back atop the city wall. Was it you two who orchestrated this? To bring me back without my noticing? The administrator's power truly leaves me increasingly intrigued. Isthetha's gaze fixated intensely on Yun Yao and Qingfeng, regarding them with the eyes of a predator assessing its prey. She had never encountered such a situation. Not only had they managed to move her without her realizing, but few could even approach her proximity. Yun Yao shook her head, indicating she had not been responsible for it, readily throwing Qingfeng under the bus. She felt powerless against his death. The best way to deal with a martial enthusiast was to defeat her. However, Yun Yao did not know how to fight. and her protective barrier was excessively formidable. Engaging with this death would result in her annihilation by the barrier. Thus, it was best to let Gu Qingfeng handle the situation. Over time, she had come to realize that Gu Qingfeng was different from the formidable figure she had imagined. He was kind-hearted and attentive to his companions. No longer the person she feared would seek revenge for a mere misstep. As Death's gaze shifted away from Yunyao, she had initially suspected Gu Qingfeng's involvement. It was not just Zhao Yun who felt the weight of pressure. When Gu Qingfeng released his aura, she too experienced a terrifying sense of oppression. Do not rush into action. We are all civilized individuals, and violence is simply undesirable. You have noticed the exchange market within the group, have you not? If one wishes to earn more points to exchange for items, one must refrain from hasty combat. Observing Asteris's inclination to engage, Gu Qingfeng offered a calm explanation. It would be absurd to allow her to take action without bringing her back. A single-eye spear from her could freeze thousands. And such carnage would be inflicted upon our own. This mission differs from previous ones. In the past, we dealt with anime or foreign entities without reservations. This time, however, he would strive to minimize casualties while accomplishing the task. Asteris remained silent, gripping her knight's sword, her weapon serving as her answer. The weak possessed no authority to retort. As for points, she was indifferent, having just recently joined the group and still harboring skepticism towards its dynamics. Naturally, she would not forfeit the chance to confront an exceptional opponent for something so insubstantial. An inexplicable aura of immense power descended, tearing the clouds apart in the sky, causing the city walls to tremble and the earth to quake. Asteris felt a weight pressing down upon her, nearly causing her to kneel. Her fists clenched tightly as she half-squatted, relying on her indomitable will to support her body. Yet her legs trembled incessantly, the walls beneath her feet fracturing under her strength, her hair becoming disheveled. Despite exerting all her might, she could not escape the oppressive atmosphere. Instead, the pressure intensified. Within a minute, Asteris's hair felt heavy. And just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, the overwhelming sensation dissipated. I do not wish to harm you. Once this task is completed, I shall have time to spar with you. But for now, refrain from any reckless actions and follow my commands, Gu Qingfeng stated, retracting his imposing aura to alleviate the pressure on Asteris, knowing she might not comply willingly. Asteris felt as though she had been submerged in water. Enduring merely a minute of Gu Qingfeng's aura left her feeling drained. Truly, as an administrator, he could bring her to such a state without lifting a finger. Rather than fear, excitement surged within her. Having been invincible for so many years, she yearned for an adversary who could compel her to exert her full strength. Very well. I can reluctantly cooperate with you, but you shall not command me, she declared. Gu Qingfeng's might earned her respect, yet her pride forbade her from being ordered about. That was her boundary. Are there any current plans, General Zilong? Did your strategist foresee the advance of the Chao army? Gu Qingfeng acquiesced to Asteris's demands and inquired about their battle strategy. Zhao Yun was left astonished. He had never imagined that one could single-handedly alter the clouds. The notion of traversing the universe indeed astonished him, yet as a man of antiquity, his understanding of the world was limited, let alone the cosmos. He had no comprehension of the magnitude of interstellar travel, only recognizing it as an impressive feat. However, he was not entirely certain. Yet the cataclysmic earthquake and the heavens rending asunder were truly awe-inspiring sights that filled him with trepidation. In his eyes, such feats could only be accomplished by divine beings. Yet Gu Qingfeng had indeed manifested them. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's inquiry, Zhao Yun cast a bewildered glance at him before responding. The strategist is currently within the city. Even though the strategist possesses talents that could govern the heavens and the earth, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Lacking troops to command has left the strategist in a state of distress. Gu Qingfeng was genuinely astonished. The only person in the entirety of Shu who could garner such praise from Zhao Yun was none other than Zhuge Liang. To discover that he was residing in this very city was a delightful surprise. Who would not wish to behold the legendary genius of the Three Kingdoms? Revered as the sleeping dragon, Zhuge Coming's reputation preceded him. One could not help but wonder whether he truly possessed the prophetic military acumen depicted in historical accounts. Might I have the honor of meeting him? The name of Master Zhuge resonates profoundly with me. It would be fortuitous to encounter him today. Zhao Yun wore a hesitant expression, for he was embroiled in warfare against Wei, which made it difficult for him to dismiss his suspicions. He trusted Gu Qingfeng. His instincts told him that Gu Qingfeng was a good man here to assist him. However, should any misfortune befall the strategist, he feared he would bear the burden of guilt for eternity. Very well, I shall inform the strategist and endeavor to persuade him to meet with you. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and acquiesced, reasoning that if Qingfeng intended to harm the strategist, no one could impede him. He need not go to such lengths. With his prowess, even the combined forces of the city would struggle to prevail against him. Thank you, General Zilong. I await your favorable news, Qingfeng said. I shall do my utmost. Zhao Yun hurriedly descended from the city wall to report to Zhuge Liang, leaving Qingfeng and his companions to wait behind. Before departing, he warned the soldiers who had witnessed everything to remain silent about the events that transpired. Qingfeng's recent actions had been so fearsome that the armies of Chao and Han believed they had encountered a natural disaster, resulting in chaos within their camps. The soldiers present had seen everything. Zhao Yun feared that if they spoke out of turn, it might offend Qingfeng. Why not go directly to him? Why must we wait for news from a mere strategist? Does a lowly strategist presume to keep me waiting? Estes had never been treated in such a manner, not even by the emperor of her own world, who treated her with utmost respect. Qingfeng merely smiled in silence, prompting Yun Yao to break the silence. Big shot. You wouldn't happen to be from Earth as well, would you? Are we not both travelers from the same realm? At the utterance of this question, Yun Yao's heart raced. She had long suspected that Qingfeng hailed from Earth. Yet, whenever she recalled his unparalleled strength, she reassured herself that it was improbable. How could anyone be so fortunate? With her own lackluster beginnings, it seemed inconceivable that while he had transcended to become a formidable figure, she remained merely a supergirl of unparalleled beauty in her universe. Thus, she continued to console herself. However, the words of Qingfeng left her unable to maintain her composure. He seemed to possess a deeper understanding of Zhao Zilong than even a modern individual, coupled with his remarkable intellect akin to that of a strategist like Kongming. Was he not a product of the modern age? Despite Qingfeng's impressive faade, Yun Yao discerned a peculiar admiration in his gaze directed towards Zhao Yun, akin to that of a fervent admirer gazing upon their idol. How could someone who could summon stars with a mere gesture idolize a mere mortal warrior? And yet, he forbade his death from engaging in bloodshed, despite his own history of violence. Why this sudden aversion to killing upon arriving here? All these elements combined led Yun Yao to question her belief that Qingfeng was not a modern person. Qingfeng readily nodded, not denying his status as a time traveler. Tentatively, Yun Yao inquired, Master, would you care for a Huazi? With a smile, Qingfeng replied, it must be Huazi. Any other brand makes me cough. Yun Yao sat on the ground, momentarily lost in thought, once again doubting her own existence. Now that was what true time travel looked like, whereas her own situation felt like that of a stepchild. She ought to count her blessings. After all, she had a chat group to connect with, and had encountered decent companions. Had she been the first to join a group with someone like Danzo or Blackbeard, she wouldn't have even known how she perished. Qingfeng's words were blunt, yet undeniably truthful. If such individuals had entered the group chat, they would likely seek to eliminate her for points, scheming to seize her position as an administrator, driven by ruthless ambition. Reflecting on this, Yun Yao acknowledged the validity of his statement. Her own beginnings in this new world had been rather lackluster. But with Qingfeng's arrival and the activation of mutual assistance features, coupled with her association with his death, her life felt as though it had been enhanced by a cheat code. The others in the group had never harbored ill thoughts towards her, despite her inferior abilities. Contemplating her relationship with Qingfeng, an intriguing thought crossed Yun Yao's mind. Were they truly the only two time travelers? Master, do you think there might be other travelers as well? Surely, we cannot be the only ones. This question hadn't crossed Qingfeng's mind. He was indifferent to such matters, believing it to be irrelevant to him. I'm not sure. Perhaps there are others, or perhaps not. Who can say for certain? Yun Yao shook her head, dismissing her fanciful musings. Even if there were others, it was not her concern. Master, do you have a way to return to Earth? I miss my parents and wonder how they are faring. Tears welled in the young girl's eyes, stirring Qingfeng's compassion. I crossed over from Earth. But whether we share the same timeline remains uncertain. Once we complete this mission, I will take you back to sea. Though the prospect of returning home was distant, Yun Yao felt a glimmer of hope. Without Qingfeng, she would have no idea when she might return. The sound of galloping hooves grew ever closer, and the dashing Zhao Zilong rode forth on his white steed, calling out to Zhao Yun from several dozen meters away. The esteemed administrator has agreed to meet with you. Let us proceed to witness this esteemed gentleman, the crouching dragon, who has devoted himself entirely to the Han dynasty. Qingfeng led the way, with Yun Yao and Estes following closely behind, while Zhao Yun also dismounted his steed to accompany the trio on foot. An announcement was made. General Zilong has brought 3 unfamiliar individuals and requests an audience with the strategist. Dressed in refined attire, Zhuge Liang sat behind his desk, gracefully waving his feather fan to signal their entrance. He was curious to discover the identity of the high achiever spoken of by Zilong. For Zhao Yun was a paragon of loyalty and valor, the general he esteemed and trusted most among Liu Bei's commanders. These three are extraordinary individuals from foreign lands, possessing talents that can govern the heavens and the earth, Zhao Yun introduced, as the four entered the small courtyard where Zhuge Liang resided. His previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted to one of vigilance upon seeing them. You have traveled from afar. I am the strategist under Liu Bei, known as Zhuge Kongming. May I inquire about your purpose? Although he spoke with politeness, Zhuge Liang's gaze frequently drifted towards Gu Qingfeng, a man who eluded his understanding. Gu Qingfeng provided an explanation for their visit, aligning with Zhao Yun's account, falsely claiming that they were mere travelers from distant lands. Zhao Yun had initially intended to be forthright, but the nature of their secretive group made it impossible to reveal their true identities. Members were bound by an oath of silence regarding the group's discussions. Thus, he reluctantly settled on the fabricated narrative of being travelers. Pray tell, what brings you to me? Since you are friends of Zilong, I shall not decline any assistance I can offer, Zhuge Liang said earnestly. Gu Qingfeng, not wishing to engage in trivial conversation, recognized the strategist's keen intellect and understood that revealing any flaws in their pretense could be detrimental. He swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. I wish to inquire whether the strategist has any strategies for overcoming our foes, and if we three might lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's spirits lifted. With Gu Qingfeng's remarkable abilities, he could easily rival an army of 50,000. Estes also exuded an aura of extraordinary prowess, suggesting that with their combined strength, the threat of Chao's forces would be mitigated. Zhuge Liang gently waved his fan and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, I possess a plan that could avert direct confrontation with Chao's army. However, General Guan's pride may make it challenging to persuade him. Oh, what is this strategy? Might you share a glimpse of it? Gu Qingfeng inquired with keen interest, aware that Chao's forces vastly outnumbered them. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. The time is not yet ripe, Zhuge Liang replied with a serene smile. Even as a friend of Zilong, he could not disclose his strategies to outsiders so readily. Gu Qingfeng understood the strategist's apprehension, yet he found himself at a loss for how to prove his genuine intent to assist them. Perhaps I could prepare some tea. The hour is still early. We can discuss this matter further during the military council in an hour's time. Time waits for no one. In times of war, every moment is precious. How can one indulge in leisurely tea at such a critical juncture? Estes could no longer contain her frustration. Initially, she had assumed Gu Qingfeng's praises of Zhuge Liang indicated a remarkable individual. Regrettably, the adage seeing is believing rings true. As Zhuge Liang exudes an air of a frail scholar, one wonders how such an individual could charge into battle and lead soldiers to victory. However, unlike us, Master Zhuge is a strategist. He does not need to engage directly in combat. Victory in war relies on intellect, where the weak can triumph over the strong. This is the hallmark of an exceptional strategist, unlike our brute force approach. Ancient warfare lacks the flamboyant magic or extraordinary powers that transcend humanity. What remains is the blood-soaked struggle of soldiers and the unwavering commitment of generals who risk their lives. Take El Bu, for instance, arguably the mightiest warrior of the three kingdoms. Even he cannot conquer an army of 50,000 with just 10,000 men. While he may escape an ambush, he cannot single-handedly alter the tide of an entire army's defeat. Warfare depends on strategy and the astute assessment of the situation on both sides. Isdeth scoffed, asserting that the strong survive while the weak perish. It's as simple as that. She dismissed the notion of strategy as mere nonsense. After several cups of tea, Gu Qingfeng posed a long-held question to Master Zhuge. What is your perspective on the current state of the world? Is the revival of the Han dynasty truly an act against the heavens? Zhuge Liang responded with a serene smile, countering, what defines the heavens? Is not the Son of Heaven himself a manifestation of the heavens? One serves under the mandate of heaven. Thus, the notion of acting against it is unfounded. The composed demeanor of Zhuge Liang, unflinching in the face of adversity, is a grace that Gu Qingfeng could never hope to possess. Liu Bei may indeed be a charismatic ruler, inspiring men like Master Zhuge and Zhao Yun to willingly fight for him. In this chapter of strategy, the prospect of such a talent as Zhuge Liang serving the Lord and swiftly quelling rebellion to restore the Han dynasty seems imminent, though this was merely their first encounter. Without the camaraderie of Zhao Yun or witnessing Gu Qingfeng's prowess firsthand, Zhuge Liang discerned the latter's capabilities. His calmness when discussing Cao Cao's forces betrayed no fear of the tens of thousands of troops. You're jesting, Master, Zhuge Liang remarked, I shall not interfere in your conflicts. I am merely a passerby. It is by chance that I assisted General Zhao Yun in his moment of peril. Once this conflict concludes, I shall return. Gu Qingfeng had no desire to meddle in the course of history. What has occurred will inevitably occur again, and what has been done will be done once more. The wheel of history rolls ever forward. With Zhao Yun joining the discourse, the change in history was destined, requiring no active intervention on his part. Gu Qingfeng remained noncommittal, and Zhuge Liang did not press further. As they awaited the military council, Gu Qingfeng sought Zhuge Liang's wisdom on numerous matters, to which the master responded with thoroughness and generosity. One was an unparalleled figure of strength, the other a rare talent who excelled in military, political, and agricultural realms over 5 millennia of Chinese history. A mutual appreciation blossomed between them, with Gu Qingfeng lamenting the unfortunate fate that seemed to conspire against Zhuge Liang. Ultimately, as the military council belonged to Liu Bei's faction, Gu Qingfeng refrained from participating, instead leading Yun Yao and Is Death to retreat to the rear courtyard to await developments. Utilizing his own abilities, he projected the military council in a mirrored fashion, allowing the three to sit together and observe. One by one, the generals participating in the council arrived, but the one who captured Gu Qingfeng's attention the most was a tall and imposing man, exceeding 8 feet in height, with a visage resembling a heavy jujube. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an aura of heroism that conveyed a sense of aloof arrogance. Without needing prompting from others, Gu Qingfeng recognized this individual as the martial saint, Guan Yu. Uncertain of what strategies the strategist might propose to repel the enemy, he thought to himself that his elder brother had entrusted the city to him, and should there be no feasible plan, he would fight to the death. At this point, Guan Yu was not yet well acquainted with Zhuge Liang. Their interactions had been limited, and he still spoke with an air of pride. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, explaining in a calm and measured tone, our forces number only in the thousands, while Chao's army is tenfold. Even if we were to fight with all our might, victory would be unattainable. However, I have a strategy that could leave the Chao army bereft of both men and resources. Guan Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps he had underestimated this scholar. Speak plainly, strategist. No need for circumlocution. Share your plan. Zhuge Liang laid out his scheme, to abandon the city and withdraw directly. But he would not allow Chao's forces to easily seize the stronghold. He proposed a retreat to Shuzhou, employing fire tactics to ensure that the Chao army would neither capture the city nor preserve their lives. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu burst into laughter. His gaze towards Zhuge Liang filled with disdain. To abandon the city and flee would betray my elder brother's trust. Moreover, with the terrain being open, how could our forces possibly evade Chao's pursuit? Disappointed, he thought Zhuge Liang's strategy was beneath him, and questioned the wisdom of his brother's 3 visits to invite such an individual to assist them. Yet, he reasoned that the city, filled with piles of grass, would allow for a devastating fire once the bulk of Chao's army entered, inflicting heavy losses without allowing them to occupy their stronghold. Zhuge Liang, confident in his plan, was certain that Chao's army would not discern his strategy. Given their current absolute disadvantage, it was entirely fitting to abandon the city. Eager to pursue, Cao would not have the time for thorough reconnaissance of the city and would likely send only a portion of his troops to occupy it while leading the majority in pursuit. However, this meant the soldiers tasked with igniting the flames would face certain death. Guan Yu pondered, what about when Chao's main forces arrive? Shall we simply await our demise? It is not that I doubt your capabilities. A mere tens of thousands of Chao's troops cannot contend with me. Yet the strategist may not be so fortunate. Guan Yu remained unconvinced. Perhaps burning the city was acceptable, as it was merely a border stronghold without civilian inhabitants. Its destruction would be inconsequential. However, with Chao's tiger and leopard cavalry present, and their own forces primarily composed of infantry, how could they possibly outrun Chao's army? Zhuge Liang remained unperturbed, calmly clarifying, fear not, I will secretly position 100,000 troops in ambush. Cao, being naturally suspicious, will not pursue. Guan Yu's disdain grew even more pronounced. He knew better than Zhuge Liang the limitations of his own forces, which, including supply troops, did not exceed 5,000 men. The reinforcements promised by his elder brother would take at least 7 days to arrive. Where would the 100,000 ambushers come from? If there are 100,000 soldiers, why abandon the city? We could easily repel Chao's forces, or even annihilate them. However, where do we procure such an army? The strategist should refrain from making grandiose claims. Such words could lead to our downfall. It would be far wiser to defend the city and fight valiantly. Zhuge Liang's face displayed hesitation. Certain matters were not fitting for him to voice. Thus, he turned to Zhao Yun, who had long been a trusted companion of Guan Yu. Brother Yun, our lord is currently in dire need of soldiers. We cannot afford to exhaust our forces against Cao Cao. Retreating is indeed the most prudent course of action. Cao Cao controls the majority of the Han dynasty's territory, with a population nearing 10 million, and is not one to fear a war of attrition. Liu Bei, on the other hand, possesses merely 2 provinces and has only gained control over a fraction of the land and cities therein. These considerations had not escaped Guan Yu's mind. Yet his pride rendered him dismissive of other heroes, viewing them merely as pretenders. Why would he concede to retreat merely for the sake of numerical disadvantage? Since Brother Zilong has spoken thus, let us heed the strategist's counsel. With Zilong as his advocate, Guan Yu found himself with a pathway to acquiescence. After all, no one truly wishes for death, even the valiant Guan heir. Life is lived either for fame or profit. If he were to disregard others' counsel in the face of overwhelming odds, he would be remembered as a mere fool lacking strategy. Before Guan Yu could respond, another strategist interjected. Might we inquire about the origins of your proposed 100,000 troops and their intended ambush locations? In an hour, we shall charge forth. The details of the ambush must remain confidential. Zhuge Liang had no intention of revealing the truth. It was best to remain cautious to avoid any leaks. Some soldiers sighed, harboring little hope for this endeavor. Outside, Chao's army encircled them, bolstered by over 20 formidable generals, making an escape from the siege a daunting task. Guan Yu shot a glance at him, impatiently retorting, "How can we bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing our own? In my view, they are mere pretenders, unworthy of mention. Should they dare obstruct my path, I shall cleave them in 2. Zhuge Liang laughed heartily, pointing at the soldier. With General Yun leading the charge, who could possibly impede our departure? The name of Brother Yun strikes fear into the hearts of all heroes across the land. Such flattery softened Guan Yu's perception of Zhuge Liang, who had previously irked him with his cryptic demeanor and inscrutable plans. This air of superiority almost provoked his death, who felt an impulse to draw her sword. Thankfully, the remarks were not directed at her. Otherwise, she might have acted upon her urge. After much deliberation, Zhuge Liang resolved that in 1 hour, the city gates would be flung open, with Guan Yu leading the charge through the eastern gate, while Zhao Yun would cover the rear. Today, the Chao forces had marched tirelessly, arriving without the opportunity to lay traps, making this moment an opportune time to strike while they were weary. Istef gazed at Qingfeng with a frown. What shall we do? Their military operation is merely an escape. It seems they do not require our assistance, and this time, the points we hoped to earn are now lost. Yin Yao looked at Qingfeng in confusion. In previous missions, he had always been eager to act, even though this was a conflict among allies. His demeanor seemed overly nonchalant. Qingfeng shook his head, uncertain about the current situation. According to Zhuge Liang's strategy, this situation could not be deemed a defeat. Instead, it could potentially dampen the morale of Chao's army. True, this city was a border stronghold, but a great fire would render it uninhabitable for troops. Chapter 51. I just cannot indulge, however. He found it perplexing. Where would Zhuge Liang procure an army of 100,000? He had scanned the vicinity within a 100-mile radius, but sensed no hidden forces. There is no need to rush. There will be plenty of missions in the future. Let us treat this as an opportunity to gain experience for similar tasks ahead. Qingfeng had no better course of action, for the time being. They could only proceed cautiously. The system had not provided a clear mission, merely instructing him to assist Zhao Yun in completing military tasks. Could it be that he was meant to facilitate their retreat? When had Istef ever fought such a battle? In the past, she would have charged in with her sword drawn, but she was a person of principles. Having promised Qingfeng, she would not act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Who are you? How dare you rest beside the military council chamber? With pent-up frustration, Guan Yu stepped outside for a stroll, only to encounter Qingfeng and his companions engaged in idle conversation. His eyes widened with ire, ready to act at the slightest provocation, but fortunately, Zhao Yun was right behind him, hastily positioning himself between them to mediate. Brother Yun, these 3 are my friends, each as formidable as I. They have come specifically to assist us. Guan Yu then relaxed, realizing this explained how outsiders could approach such a critical military location. Ah, so they are friends of Zelo. In that case, it is acceptable, but it is best for women to stay off the battlefield. With that remark, he hurriedly departed to organize the troops for the breakout. Zhao Yun clasped his hands in respect towards them. We are about to break through. Will you accompany me, or do you have other intentions? Qingfeng merely stated that the 3 of them would retreat alongside the main army, though they would try to minimize their involvement in combat, as he did not wish to disrupt the balance of local forces. An hour later, thousands of soldiers marched forth, opening the city gates and heading eastward for their escape. Zhuge Liang's decisive action caught Cao Cao off guard. Just as he had encircled the city, it was astonishing that they would abandon it so resolutely. Yet, upon reflection, Cao Cao burst into laughter. The advisors below were perplexed. How could Cao Cao find humor in Zhuge Liang's retreat? My lord, what is so amusing? I laugh at Zhuge's lack of strategy. The Shu army, in their cowardice, flees without a fight. Do they truly believe they can outrun my tiger and leopard cavalry? He ordered the entire army to pursue, instructing that only 20,000 soldiers be sent into the city to secure it. Such an easy abandonment of the city. Could there be a trick at play within? Questioned one advisor. It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. They possess merely 5,000 troops. And we have them besieged from all sides. What trickery could they possibly employ unless their forces were to descend from the heavens? Upon receiving Cao Cao's orders, the Cao army began to mobilize with great urgency, commanding Eugene to take over the city, while Cao Cao himself led a contingent to pursue Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, Guan Yu charged ahead, a veritable force of nature, striking down any opposition as if they were mere obstacles. The troops stationed to the east of the city fell under the control of Xiaohoan, who had witnessed Guan Yu's prowess firsthand. Upon seeing the legendary warrior in action, he dared not engage directly, but instead dispatched his subordinates to obstruct his advance. Guan Yu effortlessly broke through the encirclement, allowing the main army to surge forth with ease. Everything unfolded as Zhuge Liang had anticipated. As dusk approached and the light began to fade, the Cao forces found their visibility diminished and failed to notice the concealed foliage lying in wait. Indeed, they fell into Zhuge Liang's trap. The several dozen hidden troops he had left in the city ignited a conflagration that consumed much of the stronghold and claimed the lives of over 10,000 soldiers from Cao's ranks. After retreating a distance of several miles, Zhuge Liang ordered the army to proceed ahead while he remained in a valley with Zhao Yun and a handful of elite soldiers, instructing them to arrange stones into various shapes. Half an hour later, a faint mist began to envelop the area, stretching several hundred meters. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Zhuge Liang was taken aback, gazing skyward to assess the celestial signs. Master, what troubles you? It is the first time I have seen you so flustered. I do not know. I cannot fathom the purpose of these stones, the soldiers whispered among themselves, while Zhao Yun also regarded Zhuge Liang with curiosity. Gu Qingfeng and his companions lingered, eager to discern the origins of this supposed army of 100,000. As they beheld the disarray of stones, Gu Qingfeng suddenly recalled an episode from the Three Kingdoms, when Liu Bei's forces were routed by Lu Xun's fiery onslaught, leading to a chaotic retreat. Zhuge Liang's formation of the Bagua array effectively severed Lu Xun's pursuing troops, preventing them from continuing their chase. Even the composed Zhuge Liang trembled slightly, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this be? I observed the celestial signs last night, predicting a thick fog for today, which would aid my illusionary array in dissuading Cao Cao from pursuing. Yet why has the celestial condition shifted so dramatically?" Zhuge Liang had not disclosed his plans to anyone beforehand, not even to Zhao Yun. "Master, can a mere illusionary array truly deter Cao Cao's forces? This array has been refined by me to ensnare the enemy in fog, rendering them unable to navigate for a brief period. However, mere tactics cannot intimidate Cao Cao. We require the favor of the heavens' timing. How could the celestial signs have changed so drastically? Without the fog, it is likely that within half an hour, Cao's army will breach our formation." Zhuge Liang sighed deeply. Lamenting, heaven favors Cao, not Han. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head awkwardly, suspecting that perhaps he was to blame. In his effort to intimidate Asta, he might have inadvertently altered the positioning of the clouds. The clouds that should have materialized were instead displaced by his tempestuous outburst. Could it be related to the recent earthquake? Today's weather is indeed peculiar, and the occurrence of the earthquake was unforeseen. Prior to the quake, there were no unusual signs. The ground, the fowl, and the water showed no anomalies. Then, without warning, the tremor struck, only to cease within 2 minutes. Zhuge Liang had never encountered such a situation. He merely regarded it as an anomaly. Furthermore, just minutes later, Zhao Yun announced that someone wished to see him, leaving no time for further contemplation. In retrospect, it seems highly likely that there is a connection between the two occurrences. Such coincidences are indeed remarkable. Gu Qingfeng felt it was time to step forward. This was his moment to shine. "A bunch of miscreants, retreat far from my sight. Watch as I single-handedly decimate the enemy forces." As Gu Qingfeng took his first step, he was preempted by Esther's, who spoke with a cold and ruthless tone. Zhuge Liang cast a surprised glance in her direction. He had sensed from their initial meeting that this woman was not one to be trifled with. The disdainful gaze she cast over the world reminded him only of Guan Yu, an embodiment of absolute pride in one's own capabilities. However, there are no female generals in this realm, and considering her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Qiao, it was inconceivable for such a figure to remain obscure. Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Yun, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Strategist, I offer you 5,000 soldiers. How confident are you in halting Chao's forces? Half an hour later, Chao's army pursued them to the valley, where dense fog shrouded the area, severely limiting visibility. Cao furrowed his brow, wary of potential treachery, and was about to scrutinize the formation when a voice echoed from the mountaintop. Cao, as a minister of the Han, how dare you wield the Emperor's authority to command the feudal lords and engage in such treasonous acts? Dressed in a flowing white scholar's robe, Zhuge Liang stood prominently at a midpoint, gazing down upon Chao's army, accompanied by a charming young girl. Upon spotting Zhuge Liang, Cao erupted into laughter. Zhuge Liang, you do not flee? Do you truly believe that your 5,000 soldiers can withstand my grand army? What of your connections with Guan Yu and Zhao Yun? Zhuge Liang maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of assured victory, seemingly indifferent to Cao's formidable 100,000 troops. For a traitor like you, a mere flick of my feather fan will ensure your utter annihilation. Ha ha ha, you amuse me. To think you can defeat me with 5,000 men. I might as well spell my name backward. Cao laughed heartily, doubling over with mirth. This confrontation was purely a matter of brute force, devoid of strategy. No matter how adept Zhuge Liang might be, without water, fire, or geographical advantage, it was impossible for him to overcome an army vastly superior in numbers. Attack! Zhuge Liang commanded, and 5,000 troops surged forward, charging towards the Chao army, which lay several hundred meters away. Have you surrendered? Are you allowing them to come forth to their demise? In typical warfare, one must proceed with caution, lest one's master's foundation be compromised. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased, and could not resist adding, this is the easiest battle I have ever fought. I have never engaged in such a light campaign before. This time, I shall surely bring you down at your feet. Chapter 52, Mission Accomplished. You are truly amusing. Cao's laughter echoed louder. Suddenly, a perceptive soldier noticed the approaching 5,000 Shu troops, each mounted on white steeds. Chancellor, do not underestimate the combat prowess of 5,000 cavalry. We should dispatch the tiger and leopard riders to charge ahead, while sending the main force to encircle them. A strategist presented his counsel, only to be met with an unequivocal rejection from Cao, who expressed his disapproval of their approach. Could it be that with merely 5,000 cavalry, I am to deploy my 80,000 troops in full? Does he believe that his horsemen can single-handedly contend with 10? I shall send forth half my forces to charge, while the remainder shall remain with me for support. With a flourish of his feather fan, Zhuge Liang issued a resounding command. Divide the troops into 50 divisions and encircle Cao's army to seize his head. Cao was taken aback, as were his advisors and generals. How could 5,000 cavalry surround 80,000 troops? Was Zhuge Liang mad, or had they misheard? 5,000 encircling 80,000, surely. Zhuge Liang had lost his senses. Was he truly commanding 5,000 cavalry, as if they were 1,000,000? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Chao's forces should swiftly dismount and surrender. Clad in a white robe, Zhao Yun led the charge, his dragon spear gleaming with a chilling brilliance. The Lord is Zhao Yun, and he has arrived. But what of Zhao Yun? My 80,000 troops shall remain motionless while he attempts to slay us. He cannot defeat us all. Cao regarded him with indifference, appreciating Zhao Yun's valor and loyalty, yet he was not intimidated. His fierce General Su Chu was present, as was Eugene. Surely his commanders could best a single Zhao Yun. My lord, it seems that these 5,000 horsemen are all Zhao Zilong's. An advisor trembled as he pointed at the 100 cavalry charging forth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you intoxicated? If Liu Bei had 5,000 Zhao Zilong's, the world would already belong to him, leaving no place for us. Cao lifted his gaze, noting that the two armies were now merely 100 meters apart, as his archers unleashed a volley of arrows to hinder the Shu force's advance. However, the terrain was unfavorable, as the Shu army charged from above. The effectiveness of Chao's arrows diminished, and not a single Shu soldier fell. All of the Shu troops were mounted on white steeds, wielding silver spears, handsome and agile. Cao focused intently, realizing that each of the Shu soldiers bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Zilong. He was dumbfounded. Never before had anyone ventured into his ranks alone and escaped with the young Edo. Since the death of El Bu, there had been no such warrior of that caliber. Though his initial orders to spare lives had played a part, he eventually acknowledged that capturing Zhao Yun was impossible and gave the command for a ruthless engagement. Yet Zhao Yun still managed to elude capture, further solidifying his unparalleled martial prowess and enhancing his renown. Despite their identical appearances, it was inconceivable that so many could exist. There simply could not be numerous individuals who looked exactly alike. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be so many Zhao Zilongs? Surely, Zhuge Liang had conjured an illusion with his formation. All troops, charge. These 5,000 were conjured by Gu Qingfeng, who inquired of Uchiha Madara whether he possessed the shadow clone technique. Madara, in anguish, gifted it to Gu Qingfeng. Desiring to compensate him with some points, Madara stubbornly refused, lamenting that without Gu Qingfeng's points, he might not revive for months. Chakra and Qi are forms of energy, and Gu Qingfeng easily calculated the application of Qi. By harnessing his own Qi, he executed the shadow clone technique on Zhao Yun, producing a total of 5,000 Zhao Yuns, who would vanish upon sustaining any injury. The appearance of the battle mounts resembled that of Zhao Yun. When Zhuge Liang witnessed Gu Qingfeng's return with 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The most astonishing aspect was that each of these manifestations could match Zhao Yun's prowess, rendering him incapable of defeating them unless he exerted himself to the utmost. At that moment, Zhuge Liang felt that given a few months, he could decisively obliterate the forces of Wei and Wu. While siege warfare might yield lesser results, on the plains, this was an invincible existence. Before Zhuge Liang could ponder further, Gu Qingfeng indicated that this assistance would only be temporary. After repelling Chao's forces, he would reclaim them, as they were conjured through a formation and could not sustain themselves indefinitely. It was a jest if he did not reclaim them. 5,000 Zhao Zilongs would compel Wu and Wei to surrender outright, and he had no desire to overreach. He preferred to let events unfold naturally. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang felt immense satisfaction. Since joining Liu Bei, he had often faced a shortage of troops. Although Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were unparalleled in valor, they were not beholden to his commands. Zhao Yun, however, was the one he admired most, possessing both martial prowess and courage, coupled with the critical trait of obedience. With no troops at his disposal, Zhuge Liang had always relied on his astute strategies in warfare. In this moment, he longed to exclaim, "After a lifetime of battling difficult foes, can I not enjoy a measure of ease?" After all, they were merely manifestations created by the formation. He need not fear their demise. He could engage them head-on. Cao Cao presumed that Zhuge Liang had merely disguised his troops as Zhao Yun or utilized illusions to frighten him. Yet, in direct confrontation, his forces were routed, with every Zhao Zilong displaying the valor of 10,000 men, turning the tide overwhelmingly in their favor. The Cao army found themselves in a dire predicament, with even Su Chu and Eugene unable to alter the course of the battle. Su Chu could only manage to fend off one of them. Su Chu's powerful strikes were grand and sweeping, while Zhao Yun's spear techniques were agile. Each thrust aimed at vital points like a tempest, unrelenting in their assault. Within mere exchanges, Eugene revealed signs of defeat and retreated in haste, leaving Cao Cao in a state of shock, immobile in disbelief. "My lord, we must flee. A multitude of Zhao Zilongs is upon us." Eugene, fleeing back to the ranks, dragged Cao Cao along without a backward glance, lamenting his own inability to withstand even a few exchanges. As Cao Cao gazed vacantly at Zhuge Liang atop the mountain, he reflected on his plight while escaping. Indeed, Kong Ming is a true sleeping dragon. Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage were not in vain. The Zhao Yun Legion sent Chao's forces scattering, inflicting countless casualties, with preliminary estimates suggesting a loss of around 50,000 men. However, none of Cao Cao's named generals or strategists fell in the chaos. The casualties were all minor soldiers. As Cao Cao retreated, the Zhao Yun Legion halted, not hastening to pursue. Zhuge Liang, observing from the heights, understood this was Gu Qingfeng's intent. No one in Chao's ranks could single-handedly defeat Zhao Zilong, and the lack of significant casualties among Cao Cao's upper echelon indicated that Gu Qingfeng had a means to control these Zhao Yuns conjured by his formation. This man appeared to be an ally rather than an enemy. Why would he assist me yet show mercy to Cao Cao? Perhaps he wished to remain unentangled in worldly affairs. Zhuge Liang swiftly discerned the thoughts of Gu Qingfeng with remarkable accuracy. Observing the situation, he chose not to press the matter further. Had it not been for his intervention, a devastating defeat would likely have befallen him. What Zhuge Liang did not anticipate was that the alteration in celestial phenomena was orchestrated by Gu Qingfeng himself. "Your exceptional talent and immense kindness shall forever remain etched in my memory," he expressed. Following the retreat of Chao's forces, Zhuge Liang performed a deep bow towards Gu Qingfeng. Adopting a humble posture, Taken aback, Qingfeng hastily returned the gesture, not out of obligation as an ancient figure, but from genuine admiration for this middle-aged man who dedicated himself tirelessly to the resurgence of the Han dynasty. You flatter me, esteemed Zhuge. It is merely a trifling skill, hardly worthy of mention. Now that Chao's army has departed, it is time for us three to take our leave. Should fate allow, we may meet again. Zhao Yun attempted to persuade them to visit Shuzhou as guests, eager to extend his hospitality. However, it appeared Zhao Yun remained oblivious to the constraints of time, compelling Qingfeng to subtly indicate that their time was limited. Once Zhao Yun logged into the chat group and perused the task's detailed introduction, he would understand. Isdeth maintained her haughty demeanor, dismissing any further discourse with Zhuge Liang. In stark contrast, Yin Yao, one of the few female Three Kingdoms enthusiasts, held Zhuge Liang in the highest regard among the characters of that era. Upon encountering him, her eyes sparkled with admiration, unmistakably a devoted fan. Observing Zhuge Liang's tall stature, refined visage, and scholarly aura, Yin Yao found herself increasingly captivated. Unable to restrain her feelings at the moment of parting, she expressed her admiration, to which Zhuge Liang responded with a gentle smile, inviting her to visit him in Shuzhou when time permitted. Yin Yao eagerly agreed, promising to bring Isdeth along once her affairs were settled. Zhuge Liang departed with Zhao Yun, gradually fading from the sight of the three. Chapter 53. Super Broly. As they distanced themselves, Isdeth proclaimed, "Now that they are gone, we can commence our battle. Let me witness your full strength." Once Zhao Yun and the others had completely vanished, a surge of battle intent ignited within Isdeth, her gaze towards Qingfeng ablaze with fervor. The emergence of 5,000 Zhao Yuns had indeed astonished her, yet it was insufficient to instill fear. Although she could not replicate such a feat as Qingfeng, annihilating 5,000 Zhao Yuns was certainly within her capacity. Administrator, the strongest in the dimension and seeking support. Member, Ice Queen Isdeth has completed the task. The strongest in the dimension and seeking support each receive 170 points. Ice Queen Isdeth receives 160 points. Completion of the task grants a bonus of 3,000 points. The strongest in the dimension receives 2,000. While seeking support, and Ice Queen Isdeth each receive 500. Just as Qingfeng was about to respond, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him, causing his blood to boil. A name surfaced in his mind, the legendary Super Saiyan, a being capable of stirring the Saiyan blood within him to such fervor. And the only possible candidate to achieve this was Broly. He maximized his perception, probing the energies of different universes, and detected a primal, savage aura emanating from Universe 7 of Dragon Ball. There stood Broly, his golden hair wild, fiercely suppressing Goku and Vegeta, who were struggling to gain the upper hand in their clash. Qingfeng murmured to himself, contemplating the prospect of an engaging battle. Esteemed Estes raised an eyebrow, mistakenly believing that he was addressing her, as the surrounding space crystallized into ice, poised for an immediate confrontation. Yin Yao, you should return for now. I must make a swift journey back to the Dragon Ball universe. Once I resolve matters there, I shall escort you back to Earth. With a command directed at Yin Yao, Qingfeng's figure vanished, utilizing instantaneous movement to return to the Dragon Ball universe. While this instantaneous movement allowed for a swift transition from one location to another, it was confined to the same worldview. He was uncertain why his ability transcended these boundaries. Yet he felt an innate conviction to attempt it, and to his astonishment, it succeeded. However, he could not navigate back from Dragon Ball to Earth. The ability to pinpoint the Dragon Ball universe's location stemmed from Goku and his companions amplifying their energy to its zenith, thus rendering it detectable. The Earth lacked such formidable beings, making it impossible to sense energy and, consequently, impossible to utilize instantaneous movement. Where are you going? Estes fumed as Qingfeng vanished without engaging in battle, her frustration boiling over after such a lengthy wait. Casting a glance at Yin Yao, she found her shrugging in resignation. I am not skilled in combat. If you wish to spar, you will have to wait for his return. It would hardly be honorable to defeat a mere woman. Estes was seething, her icy demeanor betraying a hint of crimson as her anger simmered. The pinned video in their group was a recording of the last confrontation featuring the powerful figure, which Yin Yao suggested Estes watch upon her return to gain a clearer understanding of his prowess. Having provided her explanation, Yin Yao discreetly departed, unwilling to confront the wrath of Estes. On the icy plains of Earth within the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta united in a fierce battle against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who was in a berserk state, having long since lost his rationality. Attacking relentlessly with a life-for-a-life strategy, the three engaged in an intense struggle, when suddenly a calm voice resonated from below, laced with excitement. "This fellow is quite impressive. Should I take my turn?" Broly, consumed by rage, paid no heed to the words spoken. Goku, however, staggered upon hearing the voice, only to fall victim to Broly's opportunistic strike, being slammed into the ground. Already at a disadvantage, Goku's fall left Vegeta to fend for himself, and soon he too was struck multiple times in rapid succession. Observing Vegeta's desperate attempts to evade Broly's onslaught, one could only reflect on the man known as the Tragic Prince. How could the proud Saiyan Prince find himself reduced to such a state? Cornered by a mere legendary Super Saiyan? Such a display would hardly protect his beloved. The origins of this formidable adversary were perplexing, a maniacal presence that, despite the inherent superiority of Super Saiyan transformations, had rendered both Super Saiyan Blues ineffective against him. Vegeta's heart simmered with indignation. What did it matter if Broly was the fabled Super Saiyan? Was he not also the proud prince of the Saiyans, overtaken by someone with such rapid growth? Especially with his beloved Bulma watching, Vegeta felt an acute sense of humiliation. Stimulated by this, his aura surged wildly, and his innate attribute of becoming stronger in the face of adversity propelled him beyond his current limits. The might of his full-powered Super Saiyan Blue emerged. At this moment, Vegeta surpassed Goku in his tenfold Kaioken state, his gaze fixed intently on Broly. Below, Whis chuckled softly, recognizing that Vegeta's strength now eclipsed that of Goku. However, his peripheral vision was keenly attuned to Gogeta below, a figure that intrigued him greatly. This individual exuded a strength that even surpassed Lord Beerus, marking his first encounter with such a formidable presence in Universe 7. It seemed Vegeta had outpaced Goku, achieving this remarkable form. He truly was an extraordinary character. Bulma cheered exuberantly, not simply because Vegeta had surpassed Goku, but because she understood Vegeta's persistent desire to outdo Goku. Each time, however, Goku had managed to break through the barriers first, and this time, Vegeta had finally regained a measure of triumph. In the state of full-powered locked blue, Vegeta had turned the tide, engaging Broly in a fierce duel and maintaining an upper hand, relentlessly suppressing Broly. As Goku rose from the ground, he approached Qingfeng, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "Ah, it seems you two have sensed this guy's formidable strength. Are you waiting for Vegeta to finish before you step in to confront him?" Qingfeng sighed, acknowledging that the Saiyan bloodline was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Yet it bore a fatal flaw, an impulsive nature that often led them to rush into battles with little forethought. Fortunately, he had noticed Whis' presence before acting. Had he intervened, explaining his own capabilities would have been quite the challenge. "I'm not particularly interested in him. I simply came to enjoy the spectacle," Goku replied with a carefree grin, harboring no resentment towards Vegeta for his earlier breakthrough. In fact, he was genuinely pleased that his friend had further enhanced his strength. "Ah, it's truly frustrating. This guy is advancing too swiftly, and I am no match for him. Vegeta has surpassed his limits as well." Goku realized he could not assist unless he could utilize a 20-fold Kaioken, but such exertion would be excessively taxing on his current body. Suddenly, Qingfeng recalled another matter. Gogeta was also present in this storyline. If Vegeta were to falter against Broly, Goku would still need to fuse with Vegeta. Gogeta would inevitably emerge. And upon witnessing their fused form, the strategist Piccolo from Dragon Ball would undoubtedly draw parallels to himself. Now, taking action seemed impractical, yet remaining passive was equally untenable. Ultimately, if locked blue Vegeta still fell short against Broly, he would have to intervene. While it would be somewhat troublesome for Whis to learn of his strength, there were ways to mitigate that. In the skies, Vegeta and Broly unleashed their princely techniques simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that collided and annihilated each other. The clouds overhead had long been swept away by the shockwaves. Then, a rather absurd scene unfolded. Broly shook off Vegeta and charged directly at him with unrelenting ferocity. In the sky, Vegeta, filled with fury, shouted as his azure hair reverted to its original black hue. Having already clashed with Broly and pushed beyond his limits, he found his stamina nearly depleted. Goku assumed a stance, preparing for another confrontation with Broly, while Qingfeng set aside any lingering thoughts. Broly, wielding two energy spheres, aimed them directly at the duo. However, Qingfeng struck first, landing a powerful punch to Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward. The chat group requests to activate the live streaming feature for the members to witness the spectacle, with the administrator, the strongest in the dimension, eligible for additional points. Do you agree? Agree. Qingfeng did not hesitate. Points were what he lacked the most. And accumulating 1,000 billion points to exchange for the ultimate technique was his goal. Even the Omni King could not erase his existence, and at that moment, he would soar high and swim freely in the vast seas. Chapter 54. The Unfathomable Qingfeng. The group administrator, the strongest in the dimension, has initiated the live stream. Members can use 100 points to watch. The live stream showcases the formidable Qingfeng battling the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Tony, the Unflappable, enters the live stream. Death God Elementary student enters the live stream. Do you also want to dance enters the live stream? Except for Minyashur, who was still being pursued by the masked rider, others flocked into the live stream, eager to witness the prowess of the powerhouse. Having just watched Qingfeng's fierce battle against the god Zamasu, Esther spent her scarce points. Tony, the Unflappable. This guy can change his hair to a golden hue. Yet he gives me the same vibe as Hulk, lacking rationality. Seeking to cling to the strong. Even through the live stream, this guy still emanates an overwhelming pressure. Death God Elementary student, I don't understand. I am unfamiliar with the world of the powerful. You are but a mere insignificant being. Fire Fist Ace. I can't shake the feeling that this guy has gone mad. Is he just attacking indiscriminately? The book-loving ghoul, this golden-haired giant is so tall. Standing next to him, the boss would have to stretch his neck several times. Do you also want to dance? Regardless of his strength, he cannot match the boss. Did you not notice the smirk at the corner of the boss's mouth? That's the expression of someone assured of victory. Broly, transforming into a meteor, charged fiercely towards them. Observing the formidable foe, Qingfeng shouted, gathering his energy as an invisible aura soared into the heavens. The wind from his punch whistled through the air. Qingfeng calmly sidestepped, executing a spinning kick that sent Broly flying. With a slight smile, he beckoned Broly to attack, provoking the enraged warrior once more. Once again struck by a punch, Broly, consumed by impotent fury, unleashed a devastating shockwave that shattered the ice layer around him. Yet, Qingfeng maintained his composure, leisurely navigating through the myriad of shockwaves until he stood before Broly. A punch landed squarely in Broly's abdomen, forcing him to expel a torrent of anguish as he staggered backward, disoriented. Raising his hand, he gathered a colossal energy sphere, which swelled larger with every ounce of his strength. Upon reaching a threshold he could withstand, Broly aimed it squarely at Qingfeng, preparing to unleash a fierce assault. Your abilities are so rudimentary that a single hand suffices to deal with you. As I gazed at the luminous energy orb hovering nearby, Qingfeng's right arm swelled with veins, and in a flash, he delivered a powerful punch. There were no earth-shattering techniques employed, nor was there any counterplay between the two. It was merely a straightforward strike. The energy orb was sent soaring into space, its excess energy causing the very earth to tremble. With a light tap of the Vis staff upon the ground, a protective shield enveloped the planet. Can you muster any more power? Unleash your full potential. For this level is insufficient. Qingfeng found himself perplexed. How could Broly be so feeble? With his full force unleashed, he could stand toe-to-toe with Super Saiyan Gogeta. Even if he himself was a bolstered Gogeta, Broly's performance was unexpectedly dismal. He should at least be able to make contact with him. Yet he was being dominated without reprieve. Tony, ever the realist, knew this would be the outcome. No matter the opponent, the formidable always triumph. Death's little student, you should be content. I am baffled as to why I am even watching this. The speed is so rapid that I can barely discern it. It would be better to wait for the recording to be released, than watch it at 1,000 times slower. Seeking support. So, you cannot see it either? Who can? I cannot see it. Yet everyone claims they can. It would be quite disheartening to admit otherwise. The fiercest sprite. None of us can see that. Fire Fist Ace. I initially wished to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but instead, I am met with aloofness. No more pretense. I confess. I too cannot see. Ice Queen Esther's. Well, I am not seeing it clearly either. This individual's strength surpasses what was depicted in our group's recordings. Do you wish to join the dance? Therefore, I must inquire. Am I the only one in the entire group capable of perceiving their clash? If you cannot see, why bother watching the live stream? Would it not be better to await the recorded version? Obito, inebriated by the absurdity, utilized his powerful Sharingan to catch a vague glimpse of Qingfeng and Broly's battle. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sight. Should he engage, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Mere visibility does not equate to the ability to respond. The entire glacier lay in ruin from Broly's indiscriminate assault. The mountains crumbled, and molten lava surged forth from the depths below. Qingfeng unleashed a one-sided onslaught upon Broly, his movements fluid and deliberate. Broly, possessing scant combat experience, became even more reckless in his berserk state, completely devoid of technique when faced with Qingfeng, whose strength and speed far exceeded his own. In a fit of rage, Broly could only roar helplessly. unable to break free from the oppressive force above him, as if he were grappling with an inner turmoil. A radiant green aura enveloped him, his fury propelling his power to new heights. He grew several centimeters taller, his physique becoming even more imposing. His hair transformed into a deep green, presenting a stark contrast to his previous form, instilling within Qingfeng a sense of foreboding. Is this the true visage of a Super Saiyan? It bears little difference from a mindless beast. As Qingfeng beheld the howling Broly, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He contemplated whether to strike with lethal intent. This individual, to be precise, poses a significant threat, should he ever unleash his fury in the absence of the god of destruction. The annihilation of the seventh universe would be inevitable. The resulting chaos would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Grand Minister, which would be far from favorable. However, considering that Whis is present, even if the angel cannot intervene against mortals, safeguarding this universe should not pose a challenge. Within the chat group, Tony remarked, "This is akin to having a cheat. It seems he has grown stronger again. Yet, I am curious as to why his hair has turned green." Seeking support, another chimed in, "To navigate life, one must don a touch of green upon their head." Death God Elementary student added, "He has even saved the expense of a green hat, fashioning a purely natural one for himself." Fire Fist Ace commented, "Of all colors to change to, why green?" While the aura is indeed impressive, doesn't he find it rather peculiar? Setting aside the banter of the group, Broly, at full power, ignited the combat spirit within Qingfeng, finally presenting him with an opponent worthy of his seriousness. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield an inch. The collision of their fists unleashed shockwaves that caused the molten ground beneath them to erupt. In a typical narrative, Broly at full power would have the upper hand against Super Saiyan Gogeta, without falling into a disadvantage. However, facing Qingfeng, Broly found himself struggling, overwhelmed by an assault that was heavily skewed in favor of his opponent. Minutes into the battle, Broly began to exhibit signs of fatigue, while Qingfeng appeared to be effortlessly managing the confrontation, clearly not exerting his full strength. Determined not to prolong the fight, Qingfeng unleashed his Kamehameha wave. Recognizing his own superiority, he aimed to awaken Broly's senses in one decisive blow. Broly once again gathered a devastating energy ball, merging his hands for a catastrophic strike that threatened to obliterate the universe. Ultimately, Qingfeng proved to be the stronger combatant. With his increasing power, he repelled Broly's energy attack, landing the Kamehameha head-on. As the smoke cleared, Broly returned to his normal state, having overexerted himself, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. Goku, increasingly perplexed by Qingfeng's capabilities, felt a fierce determination to challenge him at all costs. Truly impressive, defeating Broly in his normal state. Should Vegeta consider taking him on? Vegeta, observing Goku's fervor, questioned his intentions. "We are no match for him. Even united, we stand no chance, and you must recognize that." Goku shook his head, proposing, "What a fusion. I could seek the Supreme Kai and borrow the Patera earrings. After fusing, we could surely compel him to reveal his true strength." Vegeta, recalling the permanence of the Patera earrings, vehemently rejected the notion. "Impossible, Son Goku. I will never fuse with you again. It is an eternal impossibility." Goku, do you not wish to uncover just how powerful he truly is? He explained that aside from the Supreme Kai, anyone using the Patera earrings for fusion could only maintain that form for an hour before automatically separating. Chapter 55, Transcending Gogeta's Form. Goku, already aware of the Patera's characteristics, sought to persuade Vegeta. "It is inconceivable. This individual currently does not appear to be an adversary. To test his strength does not necessitate such a significant sacrifice." Vegeta unequivocally declined, for the greatest disdain of his life is to ally with Son Goku. Not to mention the idea of merging into a single entity, their previous fusion against Majin Buu remains a haunting shadow in his life. Goku is a martial arts enthusiast, and so is he. Engaging in combat with formidable opponents is their utmost thrill. However, with his pride, Vegeta would never consider merging with Son Goku unless absolutely necessary. Reluctant to acquiesce, Vegeta steadfastly refused, leaving Goku with no choice but to concede. Tony, unfaltering in his focus, displayed an extraordinary performance, maintaining absolute dominance throughout the encounter. It was only natural for that individual to succumb to Tony's prowess. The book-loving ghoul remarked on Uncle Tony's formidable abilities. As he could only perceive the shockwaves from their clash, their speed too rapid for his eyes to comprehend. "Hey, remain humble, little Chusher. This is merely a trivial matter. You will have opportunities akin to this in the future," spoke Fire Fist Ace. "What do you mean by acting like me?" Are you bragging or attempting to learn how to court danger? Questioned the leg seeker. Indeed, little Chusher, how could you genuinely believe him? His strength pales in comparison to Ace's. How could he possibly grasp the speed of the Great One's strikes? Replied Fire Fist Ace. Just listen to his boasts. He merely deceives you naive girls. Said the Shinigami elementary student, enviously observing the Great One's effortless ability to shatter mountains and stones, wishing for such immense power. Do you wish to dance as well? Shattering mountains and stones requires merely having hands, does it not? Posed the world's destroyer. Isn't it enough to have feet? Queried Fire Fist Ace. Enough with your words. Having a mouth suffices, countered the Shinigami elementary student. Having lingered in the chat group for so long, witnessing the mightiest ninjas, the favorite of fire abilities, and the invincible men of the cosmos, I had anticipated acquiring a wealth of knowledge. Ultimately, I learned but one lesson. Having hands is sufficient. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Conan? In the next mission, do your utmost to let me take the opportunity, gather some points, exchange for abilities. And you too may attempt some tasks, urged the leg seeker. On the glacial expanse, Qingfeng gazed at the fallen Broly, slightly furrowing his brow. For such a feat would yield minimal points. What he desired was a staggering 100 billion to exchange for the complete mastery of Zizai Ji Gong. Earning several million points as before had become largely inconsequential. Qingfeng's gaze suddenly shifted toward Whis. Perhaps he could challenge Whis? This individual consistently compelled him to exert his full strength. Yet, merely contemplating it, Qingfeng was reluctant to escalate matters. The strongest dimensional livestream has half an hour remaining. Please select whether to continue streaming. The chat group actively prompted him, and with so much time left, Qingfeng hesitated. Should he unleash all his energy? There may be a chance to acquire billions of points in one fell swoop. However, the dilemma remained. Without sufficiently strong opponents to battle, even if he unleashed his entire energy, the chat group would not grant him the corresponding points. Do you wish to witness my full capabilities? You may utilize the Batara earrings to engage with me. Qingfeng extended an invitation to the duo on the ground, Goku and Vegeta. Wukong, eager to engage, found himself met with Vegeta's disdainful expression. Even in battle, Vegeta resolved to defeat Qingfeng in an honorable manner, never relying on the power of earrings. Oh, you are quite impressive, and I find you intriguing. It seems you may be a worthy adversary. A voice, haughty and domineering, resonated from the void. Beerus, who had been watching over Bulma's children, sensed Qingfeng's aura and hastened to the scene. His purple form, with a wolf's head atop a humanoid body, conveyed a feline essence, enveloped by a violet flame. Could it be that the god of destruction wishes to test my strength? If so, I welcome the challenge. Qingfeng boldly adopted a fighting stance. Beerus was not to be underestimated. Even Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue state at full power, was effortlessly swatted back to his normal form by Beerus. The disparity in strength rendered Super Saiyan Blue irrelevant, warranting Qingfeng's utmost seriousness. In this universe, no being was permitted to surpass the god of destruction. As Beerus spoke, his aura surged dramatically, culminating in the manifestation of a massive purple dragon that roared ferociously. Unyielding, Qingfeng summoned his own dragon from his essence. Administrator updates the character. The strongest in the dimension, Qingfeng, clashes with the god of destruction, Beerus from the 7th universe. Introduction of the god of destruction, a deity within the Dragon Ball universe, primarily capable of annihilation, capable of obliterating all life forms. The strongest entity in the 7th universe, excluding angels. Observing the new notifications in the chat group, the members expressed their concern for Qingfeng. I remember the god of destruction being truly formidable. In my recollection, no one in their universe is stronger than him. This is merely a cat, isn't it? It appears less imposing than that green-haired fellow or the god Zamasu we encountered previously. There's no reason the boss should lose to him. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. His gaze is filled with disdain for life, and he likely has taken more lives than you, Tony, have ever witnessed. Do you wish to dance as well? I share that sentiment. This character is certainly more complex than he appears. The boss may have truly found a rival. In the skies above Earth, Qingfeng ascended slowly, with Beerus closely in pursuit, and the two soared into the cosmos. Without further ado, they clenched their fists and struck fiercely at one another. Their blows capable of shattering worlds, sending energy rippling throughout the universe. Earth, millions of miles away, trembled. The ground fissured deeply, volcanoes erupted, and glaciers collapsed. Both Qingfeng and Beerus noticed the disturbances on Earth, and in a tacit understanding, they ceased hostilities, retreating to the distant starry expanse. Once assured that Earth would remain unaffected, they halted their flight. Vados, ever considerate, projected a viewing image for Wukong and Vegeta, allowing them to witness Beerus's battle. Wukong felt a surge of martial spirit, longing to join the fray. This individual may very well rival Lord Beerus. He has yet to reveal his true strength. Vegeta scoffed. His earlier triumph in achieving full-powered Super Saiyan Blue, surpassing Wukong, was swiftly overshadowed by the realization that an unknown Saiyan possessed such formidable power. Beerus was utterly exhilarated. Goku and his companions were still too inexperienced. Even with Vegeta at full power in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he could be effortlessly dispatched if Beerus were to take the battle seriously. However, the man before him undoubtedly promised an exhilarating confrontation. Maintaining his haughty demeanor as the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus smirked with an air of mischief. Having reached this point, he saw no reason to remain discreet. The strongest in this dimension, Qingfeng, had never faced defeat. After introducing themselves, the two engaged in a martial arts duel. Exchanging blows with ease, one punch from Qingfeng met with a kick from Beerus, each showcasing their remarkable prowess. It was evident that neither was exerting their full strength. Eventually, Beerus could no longer contain himself and let out a roar, enveloped by an overwhelming surge of destructive energy. His speed and power were on an entirely different level, forcing Qingfeng into a defensive retreat, reduced to merely resisting the onslaught. Feeling the pressure mounting, Qingfeng ceased his concealment. A radiant golden aura erupted from his being, illuminating much of the universe. As the intense energy shattered countless meteors, the Super Qingfeng re-emerged, shifting the tide of battle into a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As the fight progressed, Qingfeng's initial reservations began to dissipate. He realized he may have underestimated his own strength. After all, he had never battled the strongest of opponents and only had a rough estimation of his capabilities. If this was indeed Beerus's full strength, then it was not as formidable as he had anticipated. On the surface, it appeared that Qingfeng was struggling, locked in a balanced encounter with Beerus, yet in truth, he had not tapped into his full potential. This body was far stronger than he had imagined. In the same form, he was at least several hundred, if not thousands, of times stronger than a typical Vegeta or Goku. It was worth noting that this was merely in Super Saiyan form. He had yet to utilize Super Saiyan 2, 3, or the most powerful forms, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 56. I am truly invincible. Though he had anticipated being stronger than an angel, it had only been a conjecture. Following this bout, he was certain of his superiority over an angel. He even contemplated the possibility of challenging the Grand Minister, doubting whether the Omni King's erasure ability could truly eliminate such a being as himself. Now, witness the god of destruction's unique power, destruction itself. A deep purple energy sphere formed in Beerus's palm, racing toward Qingfeng. Unyielding, Qingfeng did not evade but instead struck back with a punch. The unstoppable destructive energy dissipated upon impact, providing Qingfeng the opportunity to elevate his aura to its zenith. With movements so swift that Beerus could not perceive them, Qingfeng launched a fluid series of attacks, catching Beerus off guard and sending him crashing into a nearby planet. The planet was instantly pierced through, and Beerus emerged, disheveled, from the wreckage, gathering destructive energy in his hand as it rapidly expanded. In the tense exchange of energy blasts, the Kamehameha wave clashed against the destructive energy sphere. Ultimately, Qingfeng triumphed, penetrating the destructive blast, though it did not inflict any damage upon Beerus, who emerged merely dusted but otherwise unscathed. Tony is not fickle. He is truly formidable, holding his own against the golden-haired powerhouse. The golden-haired figure is in the Super Saiyan state, which you may refer to as Super Saiyan 1. However, it appears that the cat is quite adept, as the prominent figure begins to perspire. Do you wish to join the dance? It seems that both are equally matched, though the cat may possess a slight edge over the powerhouse, albeit not by a significant margin. The elementary school Reaper observes that intellect alone is futile. True strength is the undeniable truth. Tony questions the implication that intellect is of no value, asserting his status as the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe, countering any notion that intelligence lacks merit. Yet, the Reaper contends that apart from himself and a certain Chica, Tony cannot defeat anyone else in the group. Tony defends his creation of advanced armor capable of overpowering most adversaries in the Marvel Universe, but the Reaper maintains that he cannot best anyone in the group. Tony claims that all of his systems can be automated for combat. Nonetheless, the Reaper reiterates that he cannot defeat anyone in the group. Tony requests to change the subject, while Kurumi remarks that he constantly seeks to curry favor with the powerhouse. Tony excuses himself, stating he must return home as he left the gas on, expressing hope for a future reunion. As the live stream draws to a close, Qingfeng returns to his usual demeanor and approaches Beerus, declaring he no longer wishes to continue the fight. Beerus, in the midst of a fierce battle, finds his power coalescing into a more tangible dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Qingfeng's sudden decision to cease sparking Beerus's displeasure, prompting him to lunge toward Qingfeng. Qingfeng expresses urgency, suggesting they can settle the matter another time, promising to bring exquisite delicacies upon their next encounter. This revelation momentarily halts Beerus, who is thrilled to find such a skilled opponent. However, understanding that Qingfeng has pressing matters, Beerus is not unreasonable. He respects true strength. Thus, he concedes this time, but insists on the promise of fine cuisine and demands full effort in their next meeting. Qingfeng nods with a smile, instantly vanishing from the spot and returning to his homeland, Earth. Continuing the battle would serve no purpose, as Beerus would merely equal his Super Saiyan 1 form. And even with all his strength, little would change. The administrator announces the conclusion of the strongest dimensional live stream, wishing all participants success in their training and aspiring to become great. The administrator further notes that this live stream has assessed the Group S levels with a standard of peak 9th tier strength and promises additional points as a reward. Ace inquires about the meaning behind the rewards, eager for details. Tony observes that they are intentionally kept from seeing the chat Group S results. The elementary school Reaper speculates that perhaps it is to avoid inciting jealousy, expressing relief at being spared the worry for his fragile heart. The most ferocious elf last time, the reward was 30 million. This time, the commotion is no less significant than before. They even ventured into the cosmos to engage in battle. Surely, the score this time would not fall short of the last. The white horse and silver spear confronting myriad armies. Could this truly be the power of a formidable leader? It is utterly inconceivable that humanity has reached such heights. Seeking to ally with the mighty, the Ice Queen, Isdeath, is it true you still wish to challenge the esteemed leader? The Ice Queen, Isdeath, retorts. Even if he is powerful, he merely harnesses the strength of the chat's items. Do not presume I fear him. Once I complete my tasks and exchange my points for abilities, I shall confront him in earnest. The World Destroyer interjects with a friendly reminder, dear lady. The leader was already this formidable upon entering the group. His strength is inherent, independent of the chat's influence. Seeking to ally with the mighty continues. Every new member typically harbors ambitions to challenge the leader. This is quite normal. The leader does not hold grudges against you. Now that you are aware of the disparity in strength, it would be prudent not to provoke him further. As for the ongoing discussions within the chat group, Qingfeng remains unaware. Even if he were, he would dismiss them with a smile. Provided the opposition does not overstep, he generally does not engage with women in conflict. Strolling alone along the expansive highway, reflecting on the recent battle, he felt deeply moved. Upon opening the chat panel, he noticed a notification indicating 300 million points had been credited to him. Indeed, this skirmish had rewarded him with a substantial 300 million. Upon entering the chat group, Qingfeng refrained from accessing the chat interface, instead focusing on the auxiliary features within the group. He diligently searched until he found what he was looking for. Indeed, there exists a power detection technique that can assess the strength of any opponent without restriction, with the cost in points varying based on the opponent's power. He felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. If the reality aligned with his expectations, he would have no reservations. Setting the detection target to Qingfeng, the message appeared. Detection requires 100 million points. Do you wish to proceed? It seemed that points were never sufficient. To gauge his own strength would cost such a hefty sum, let alone assess the strength of the All-King. Upon consenting, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, gradually fading after a few seconds, revealing a passage of text in his mind. Qingfeng's current strength is peak mid-stage of the 9th tier, achieving pseudo 10th tier in Super Saiyan State 1, and early stage peak of 10th tier in Super Saiyan State 3. Super Saiyan God State places him at mid-stage peak of the 10th tier, while the Super Blue form remains undetectable, lying beyond the system's assessment range. He recalled that upon joining the chat group, the introduction claimed the presence of a 9th tier leader, which merely pertained to his ordinary form. Continuing the assessment, he specified the target as the All-King. This detection will cost 100 million points. Do you wish to proceed? Confirming his choice, he awaited the results. The All-King, ruler of the Dragon Ball universe, possesses physical strength at early stage 10th tier, with overall combat power at peak early stage 10th tier. His unique ability allows him to erase anything at will, except for the most formidable beings above the 10th tier. Having read the analysis of the All-King, Qingfeng, who had prepared himself mentally, was nonetheless taken aback. This was indeed impressive. He truly deserved the moniker of the author's eraser. However, it also illuminated a crucial realization. He need not fear obliteration. Should he unleash his full potential, he might very well ascend to the late stage of the 10th tier. This indirectly indicates that it is not solely the possessor of the ultimate freedom technique who is immune to the Omni King's eradication. Anyone whose power reaches a certain threshold can evade his annihilation abilities. The Omni King's erasure power proves ineffective against him, suggesting he need not harbor any concerns regarding the Omnipotent, as this little brat poses no threat to him. Continuing with the assessment, I designate the Grand Minister for evaluation. Insufficient points. Assessing the Grand Minister requires 500 million points. The Grand Minister's points are astonishingly higher than those of the Omni King, indicating a relationship akin to that of Beerus and Whis, confirming that the Grand Minister's strength indeed surpasses that of the Omnipotent. Thus, I shall designate the Omni King's guards for assessment. This evaluation will cost 100 million points. Do you confirm? Agreed. Assessment complete. The strength of the Omni King's guards is at the early peak of the 10th tier, lacking any unique skills individually, and their combined combat power is difficult to evaluate. It appears these two guards are formidable as well, yet Qingfeng is confident he can defeat them. He has no fear of the Omnipotent himself. Chapter 57. Zhou Yu, the weight that had long pressed upon his heart has finally been lifted. 300 million points have vanished just like that. Yet Qingfeng feels it was worth every bit. Suddenly reminded of his promise to Yun Yao to take her home, he now has the time to do so. He will inform her in the chat group. Seeking support is exhilarating. This battle was utterly thrilling, enough to rouse even a girl like me. Tony, not too absorbed. Were you? Was it not splendid enough for you to see? Fire Fist Ace, a friendly reminder, you can watch something else. If you can't see it, don't force yourself. Shinigami Elementary student, can't you observe their surroundings? Did you not notice the stars and asteroids around them being obliterated? The star field near their clash has been reduced to cosmic dust by the aftermath of their battle. Tony, I only heard the sound of fists striking flesh and saw two figures moving at light speed. I was too engrossed in their duel. You also want to dance? Give it up? Even with the rebirth eye, I couldn't see, let alone you. White Horse Silver Spear battling thousands. The combat scene of the Administrator is truly exaggerated. Is this what the universe looks like? Humanity indeed appears exceedingly insignificant. Shalna, who effortlessly defeats Serpentarius. Only the mightiest Golden Saints possess such terrifying destructive power, and that requires the combined efforts of three to unleash forbidden techniques. Shalna's remarks enlighten the group about the fact that her world also harbors immensely powerful beings capable of obliterating star systems. Perhaps they have misjudged Shalna's strength. Dimension's strongest, seeking support. Is it convenient now? If it is, I will bring you back to see if we belong to the same world. Seeking support. Convenient. Very convenient. Great one. I am always available. Dimension's strongest. I shall come to fetch you now. Shinigami Elementary student. What is going on? Aren't you from the zombie universe? How did you get involved with a powerful figure? Seeking assistance. I have traversed realms, emerging from another world into this one. The esteemed individual before me has also journeyed to his current existence. However, he has discovered a path back home. It is highly plausible that we are both travelers from the same cosmic narrative. To the book-loving ghoul, I extend my heartfelt congratulations, for you may return to your homeland. Yet, uncertainty lingers. It merely appears that we share a common worldview, and I must ascertain the truth for myself. The esteemed one has arrived, and our conversation must cease. Qingfeng observed the scene before him, grappling with the urge to express his exasperation at the situation. Having kindly escorted her home, she sought to distract herself by feeding him metaphorical dog food. Ace, cradling Yun Yao protectively in his embrace, shared an intimate hug. Upon noticing Qingfeng, Ace released the lovely lady and waved in his direction. Esteemed one, you have arrived. I cannot allow her to journey home alone. I shall accompany her, he declared. Qingfeng nodded, a subtle and ethereal aura enveloping the two. With a surge of power, he shattered the dimensional barrier, propelling them towards Earth. As they traversed the boundary of dimensions, Yun Yao was left in awe, her mouth agape as they passed through various universes every minute. The dimensional wall itself existed as a void, nestled within the crevices of alternate realities, serving as an independent yet connective realm for all universes. Ace maintained a semblance of composure, even in the face of overwhelming astonishment, striving to appear unfazed before his young companion. Yun Yao's universe was a considerable distance from Earth, and due to the local universe settings of their chat group, she found herself amidst zombies while Qingfeng was in the realm of Dragon Ball. rendering the group's teleportation capabilities ineffective for their journey. The group's teleportation function was limited to the native universes of its members. Thus, Qingfeng was obliged to rely on Earth's coordinates to return. After half an hour, they finally arrived. As they soared through the clouds, Yun Yao's eyes glistened with tears at the sight of the familiar landscape below. Emotions long suppressed erupted forth. Her beautiful countenance was further enhanced by her sorrow, prompting Ace to embrace her tightly, tenderly stroking her hair. "Where is your home? I shall take you there," he offered. Yet, from a distance, the specifics remained elusive. Parallel Earths bore similarities, necessitating a closer inspection to determine if it was indeed Yun Yao's residence. Imperial capital, Flower Sea community, Yun Yao managed to choke out, her heart heavy with the thought of her parents' worry after such a long absence. The location was easily found, and with a swift acceleration, they arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital. Protected by his shield, they were free from the threat of wind pressure tearing them apart. Finding a secluded corner, Qingfeng descended and gently set them down. "I shall leave you here. I am unfamiliar with that community. Additionally, it would be prudent to procure a mask for Ace. His appearance is rather conspicuous." He extracted several thousand renminbi from the group chat and handed it to Yun Yao, departing amidst their grateful gazes. Yun Yao was deeply touched by Qingfeng's generosity. "The esteemed one is truly kind, not only returning us, but also considering every detail." Ace nodded in agreement, noting how Qingfeng had consistently looked after the group, never once using his strength to intimidate others. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, penetrated the depths of Yun Yao's mind. If it were not for the memories of Earth that lingered within her, she would have informed me in the chat group, urging my return. For it was I who had brought her here, relying not on the chat group. Moreover, as it is her homeland, there should be no temporal constraints. A moment of realization struck Yun Yao. Did this mean she need not return to that world plagued by zombies? Yet, Ace was not of this realm, and upon the expiration of the chat group's time limit, a return was inevitable. It was only after Qingfeng had taken flight that he comprehended the implications. Non-native residents, when traversing to other universes, were bound to return to their original cosmos upon the designated time. However, he and Yun Yao were somewhat exceptional, strictly speaking. Earth was indeed their homeland, rendering the chat group's restrictions inapplicable to them. With the urgency of the return journey dissipated, Qingfeng meandered home until the early hours of dawn. Before departing, he had informed his father not to await his return, for his parents had long since succumbed to slumber. Lying in bed, Qingfeng tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The blade that had pressed against his neck was, in truth, a product of his own trepidation. He had feared that the king of all would obliterate the seventh universe. Yet he realized he was powerless against his own self. The night passed in silence, and Qingfeng arose early, intending to procure breakfast for his parents, as they were to move into the villa today. Upon exiting, he fortuitously encountered Zhou Yu's wife, whom he had always referred to as Auntie Anne, in his youth, had even called mother. Zhou Yu, or Uncle Zhou, had initially intended to adopt him as a son, but later deemed it unnecessary to formalize their relationship, allowing it to dissipate into ambiguity. Nevertheless, he had always regarded Qingfeng as a son. However, when his parents were humiliated, Uncle Zhou offered no support, leaving a wound upon Qingfeng's heart. With a complex array of emotions, he cast a glance her way, yet Zhou Auntie, seemingly oblivious, hurried down the stairs, her expression fraught with urgency. Qingfeng allowed himself a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, this was perhaps for the best. The relationship between their families could never revert to its former state. All would be left to fate. Casting aside his inner turmoil, he purchased 2 bowls of authentic old tofu and youtiao, placing them upon the dining table for his parents. Yet, a cacophony of anguished sounds reached his ears. Was that Uncle Zhou? What had befallen him to elicit such distress? Despite the emotional chasm that had formed, Qingfeng found himself unable to turn a blind eye. After much internal deliberation, he cast a glance toward the source of the sound. Having long transcended the realm of deities, he possessed the ability to perceive beyond walls. With a mere thought, he could accomplish the impossible. Piercing through the barriers of the wall, he beheld Uncle Zhou, battered and bruised, a cigarette ignited between his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke incessantly. Unlike Qingfeng's father, Uncle Zhou had always carried an air of nonchalance, his demeanor perpetually adorned with a sardonic grin, regardless of circumstances. His thighs bore the wounds of 2 knife stabs, and his left arm was shattered, appearing as though it had been forcibly broken. Several teeth lay scattered from his mouth. Every injury was laid bare before Qingfeng's eyes, and fury surged within him. No matter how callous the words exchanged, He could not disregard Uncle Zhou's plight. After all, this was the man who had watched him grow in his formative years, and assisting him now would serve as a means of repaying the kindness shown during his childhood. In a fleeting moment, the figure arrived at Uncle Zhou's home. Zhou Yu was enduring unimaginable pain every second, completely unaware of the additional presence in the room. Chapter 58. The Unrevealed Truth. Despite this, Zhou Yu's face still bore an irreverent grin, even more cheerful than usual. Uncle Zhou, eat this, and your injuries will heal. The sudden voice startled Zhou Yu, prompting him to reflexively attempt to rise, momentarily forgetting the agony in his legs. As he stood halfway, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to falter. Just when he thought he might lose a couple of teeth, a strong hand steadied him, guiding him back onto the sofa. Zhou Yu gazed at the unfamiliar face before him, a visage he had never seen, yet felt oddly familiar. Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just consume this, and your injuries will mend. Qingfeng, unwilling to disclose his identity, produced a mystical bean and held it near Zhou Yu's lips. Zhou Yu regarded him for a moment before complying, opening his mouth to accept the bean, chewing it a few times before swallowing. What are you doing in my home? Who sent you? Zhou Yu scrutinized the man before him. His injuries had rendered him unable to venture outside these past few days, leaving him oblivious to the commotion Qingfeng had stirred. His descent from a Ferrari had made him somewhat of a local celebrity. Qingfeng, undeterred by the questions, continued. Your injuries have healed. You can stand and move about now. Zhou Yu scoffed, ready to retort about the absurdity of recovering from a mere bean. But before he could voice his disbelief, all pain vanished, and his limbs regained their sensation. Why are you helping me? Who are you? I shouldn't know you. This revelation truly startled him. It was beyond comprehension that a simple bean could restore his body, which the hospital had declared beyond repair. He had only consumed the bean because his body was incapable of resisting, coupled with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, leading him to take a chance. You need not know who I am. You once aided me, and thus I will assist you this time. Who injured you? I will help you deal with them. Qingfeng aimed to keep his tone indifferent, aware that Zhou Yu, in his leisure, enjoyed reading novels. It would be unfortunate if he connected the dots and unraveled the truth behind his presence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's eyes brightened. Possessing such miraculous medicine, this individual could not be ordinary. He scrutinized the young man before him, suspecting he was not sent by Li Jun to harm him, as there would be no reason to heal him otherwise. Li Jun, the young master of the Li family in the capital. If you can help me deal with him, I would repay your kindness in any way possible. Qingfeng stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Why would Li Jun be troubling Zhou Yu? Surely, they had no connection. I heard he came seeking trouble with someone surnamed Gu. How could you be involved? At the mention of the surname Gu, Zhou Yu's expression dimmed momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. The one surnamed Gu is my elder brother. There is no difference between him and me. It is a pity that his influence is too vast and his bodyguards too numerous. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him long ago. Qingfeng, with a countenance as calm as still water, inquired in a measured tone, since you did not dare to provoke him, how did you end up in such a state? Who says I did not dare to confront him? He has become increasingly outrageous, and I could no longer endure it. A couple of days ago, I went to his villa and engaged in a spirited fight. Even if I cannot defeat his bodyguards, I still wish to vex him. At this juncture, Zhou Yu laughed heartily, entirely forgetting his earlier pitiful appearance. In stark contrast to him, Qingfeng pondered over the words of his parents, who had said that Uncle Zhou feared implicating the family and dared not offend Li Jun. How could he, alone, stand up for his father? Had he misjudged him all along? As this realization dawned upon him, Qingfeng revealed a knowing smile. Uncle Zhou remained the man he remembered, ever devoted to his family. To be beaten to such a state, it is truly remarkable that you can still laugh. When will your carefree disposition change? How do you know I have always been like this? With a wife and children to consider, I have too many concerns. Seeing the Gu family bullied so, I could only stand by helplessly, which weighs heavily on my heart. Even if I cannot exact revenge, I must at least speak out for him. Zhou Yu's smile abruptly faded as he seemed to recall something. After a moment of silence, his veins bulged with tension. My son has likely also fallen victim to Li Jun. A while ago, I secretly traveled to the capital, and the police station informed me that he had died. The tall man, standing at 1 meter 80, could not help but shed tears. When he received this news, he nearly fainted, unable to fathom Li Jun's cruelty. The child he had cared for since infancy had perished in a car accident, leaving no remains to be found. He had only one daughter, whom he had always regarded as a son. At that moment, Zhou Yu resolved to seek justice for his brother and child, regardless of the consequences. Upon returning, He shared his decision with his wife, who disapproved of his approach. While she mourned for Gu Qingfeng's demise, she hoped that Zhou Yu would pursue justice through legal means. Zhou Yu did not acquiesce to her suggestions. The following morning, he secretly ventured to Li Jun's villa alone. Li Jun readily admitted that he had orchestrated Gu Qingfeng's car accident. In a fit of impulsive rage, Zhou Yu pressed Li Jun to the ground. The latter's slight frame was no match for Zhou Yu's bulk. After landing 2 solid punches, Li Jun's bodyguards reacted swiftly. Before Zhou Yu could draw his dagger, they overwhelmed him and confiscated the weapon from his grasp. Zhou Yu could only curse his own impulsiveness. Had he been more prudent, he might have had the chance to take Li Jun down with him. Consequently, he was left in a deplorable condition, having failed to avenge his brother and suffering a grim fate himself. Meanwhile, his wife awoke to find Zhou Yu missing. After over 20 years of marriage, she knew him better than anyone and realized he must have gone to confront Li Jun. She took a taxi to the villa, arriving just in time to see Zhou Yu lying in a pool of blood, as Li Jun and his entourage had already departed. She hurriedly carried Zhou Yu to the hospital. After spending some time receiving treatment at the hospital, Zhou Yu insisted on returning home, and his wife, unable to dissuade him, eventually acquiesced. When he spoke of his son, Gu Qingfeng immediately comprehended that Zhou Yu referred to him. Uncle Zhou remained the same Uncle Zhou. Undeterred by the formidable power of their adversaries, he chose to stand by Gu Qingfeng's side. If you are willing to advocate for the Gu family, why not confront Gu Tian directly instead of intentionally hiding at home? Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively, having never contemplated such a notion. What could he possibly say? He could not afford to lose face. Brother Gu had suffered gravely, his son was gone, and he felt incapable of avenging him. If Gu Tian were to learn of his own plight, it would only add to his distress. In truth, Gu Qingfeng understood this sentiment. He merely felt guilt for not aiding Gu Tian promptly during his time of need, and for having yet to succeed in avenging him, rendering him unworthy of facing Gu Tian. I have already dealt with Li Jun. Henceforth, you shall face no further troubles from him. If you doubt my words, you may inspect the villa area. His residence has been leased to others, Gu Qingfeng declared before vanishing, leaving Zhou Yu in a state of utter confusion. Upon returning home, Gu Qingfeng settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette and taking slow, contemplative puffs. He felt he could no longer bear to remain in that house. Though he had been back for several days, had he been slightly more observant, he would have noticed Zhou Yu's disquiet. Yet he had been preoccupied with various trivial matters. Shortly thereafter, his father emerged from the bedroom, their eyes meeting as they faced each other. Gu Tian appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, rubbing his sleepy eyes and teasing Gu Qingfeng. You still find time to be troubled? With such formidable power, what could possibly daunt you? Have you encountered Gogeta? Gu Tian sought confirmation. Yes, I have seen him, but are you truly as strong as he is? Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment, noting that he and Gogeta were not entirely comparable. Strictly speaking, I am not as strong as he is. Gu Tian erupted into laughter. I knew it. If you were as powerful as him, ruling the earth would be a mere trifle. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. What you witnessed was him 5 years ago. I am the version of him 5 years later, and I am several hundred times stronger. Chapter 59. Resolving misunderstandings, Gu Qingfeng contemplated whether he should now reveal to his father all that Uncle Zhou had done for him. Before he could speak, Gu Tian interjected. Before heading to the villa, let us invite your Uncle Zhou for a drink. I bought 2 bottles of fine wine yesterday. It has been ages since the 3 of us sat together. That sounds excellent. I will join you, Gu Qingfeng readily agreed, surprising Gu Tian, who had anticipated some hesitation from him. After all, Gu Qingfeng harbored a sense of estrangement due to Zhou Yu's indifference towards him. Please refrain from complaining about your Uncle Zhou. He had no other choice. Our friendship spans over 30 years, and I know him well, Gu Tian remarked. Gu Qingfeng nodded, recognizing that his own immaturity had led to a misunderstanding of Uncle Zhou's character. I understand. What right do I have to complain? Uncle Zhou, in your defense, sought out Li Jun and was severely injured, spending recent days recuperating at home. Upon hearing of Zhou Yu's injury, Gu Tian exhibited concern, rising to head next door. What happened to old Zhou? Is his injury serious? Do you still have any magic beans? I shall deliver one to him. Gu Qingfeng interjected to soothe his father. No need to worry. I have already given Uncle Zhou a bean, and his recovery is underway. Once Mother awakens, we shall visit him together. That's good to hear. Given his disposition, it is only natural he would seek trouble with Li Jun. Gu Tian felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. After watching Dragon Ball, he understood the remarkable healing properties of the magic beans. Gu Qingfeng tentatively proposed, what if we invite Uncle Zhou to move into the villa with us? It would be livelier, and I am quite financially capable at the moment. Gu Tian readily agreed. for his bond with Zhou Yu was akin to that of blood brothers, and such trivial matters were of no concern to him. Indeed, with such a spacious place, it would be wasteful for just the three of us to inhabit it. However, can't you change your appearance? This guy still draws too much attention. Isn't there that dragon? Could you not request it to restore your original form? That's a valid point. I could indeed do that. I was so eager to return to Earth that upon my arrival, with one event after another, I completely overlooked this option. Meanwhile, in the chat group, everyone was playfully teasing Yun Yao and Ace. Earth was indeed the same planet where Yun Yao once resided, and with Ace's protection, their journey home was smooth. Her parents, deeply concerned, fussed over her for quite some time before remembering Ace, who had entered the house alongside her. Yun Yao openly acknowledged Ace as her boyfriend, albeit with a temporary necessity for a mask due to certain circumstances. Her parents, not thinking much of it, warmly welcomed him. After dinner, once Ace's time was up, he hurriedly took his leave. Upon learning this, the group erupted into a frenzy of banter. Tony's loyalty is commendable. I've never seen a man visit his girlfriend's family while donning a mask, remarked the Grim Reaper elementary student. You didn't go empty-handed, did you? Chimed in Fire Fist Ace. I wish I could avoid wearing a mask, but if my appearance is revealed to others, it could cause trouble for Yun Yao, Ace replied. The fact is, I did indeed arrive empty-handed. Yun Yao missed home so much, and in my haste, I forgot this detail, he added. I am more curious about how your generation addresses each other's parents, said White Horse Silver Gun, engaged in the conversation. It's just the usual uncle and aunt, Ace responded. Your appearance does present some complications. One cannot perpetually wear a mask. Is there no solution, oh great one? Queried the Dimension's strongest, who found himself in a quandary. Not only for Ace, but also for his own predicament. I have no solution either. If it comes down to it, let Ace reveal his true face. After all, this world lacks Hailu's stone, so there's little to restrain him, mused the Dimension's strongest. Isn't the divine omnipotent? I always believed the great ones could achieve anything, remarked the book-loving ghoul. The most formidable elf. It appears that the esteemed one excels in combat-oriented divinity, while other capabilities seem somewhat lacking in comparison. Qingfeng, however, paid no heed to their remarks, as his mind delved into the chat group marketplace, searching extensively, yet failing to locate what he sought. There existed options for transformation, such as the 9 transformations of life and death, which allowed for a total of 9 bodily alterations. Nevertheless, this was akin to a martial art technique. Other alternatives were even more absurd, offering random transformations, while he desired an item that would enable him to revert to his original appearance for an extended duration. The Serpent Bearer, who could easily overpower Pegasus Seiya, possesses an unparalleled strength in this dimension. Esteemed one, are you unaware of your own capabilities? This should be a fundamental divine ability, one you should naturally possess. Qingfeng paused, pondering. It seemed unlikely. For the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe were indeed extraordinary, yet special abilities appeared to be somewhat inferior. This piqued the interest of Madara, who had yet to encounter any gods aside from Qingfeng and was eager to discern the relative strengths of deities compared to the Sage of 6 Paths. Do you wish to dance? How should one articulate this? Have you encountered other gods? How do you know all deities are capable? The Serpent Bearer, capable of overwhelming Pegasus Seiya, indicated, I can perform certain supernatural feats. As long as one attains the 6th sense, basic abilities manifest. For instance, a golden saint who comprehends the 7th sense can achieve transformation. Qingfeng contemplated this. Logically, it held true, yet with differing worldviews. Could energy facilitate such transformations? In Qingfeng's normal state, there resided an abundance of divine aura within him, and he greeted his father. He endeavored to channel this divine essence, allowing it to permeate his limbs and bones, gradually inducing a profound transformation. Enveloped in a crimson aura, after several moments, the red light dissipated, revealing Qingfeng's true visage. With the same sword-like brows and starry eyes, his chiseled features and elongated frame exuded a wild masculinity. A smile graced his lips, bestowing an air of radiant warmth. Yet his gaze conveyed a proud aloofness that seemed to look down upon the world. Gazing at his reflection, Qingfeng mused that, were he a woman, he might very well fall in love with himself. His original form appeared far more pleasing to the eye. It seemed he was indeed trapped in his own perspective, while an observer could see clearly. It was surprising that he had not realized sooner that he could revert to his true appearance. Gutian, still puzzled, wondered why. After a mere exchange of words, his son had turned to retreat into the house. Little did he know that within mere minutes, Qingfeng would emerge once more. You, how did you revert back? Did you make a wish on the Dragon Balls? Qingfeng sheepishly scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "No, this is my own ability. I simply was unaware until someone reminded me that I too could change my appearance." Gu Tian, with a resigned gesture, pointed at him, feeling too exasperated to even comment on his son's obliviousness. Shortly thereafter, Shang Yuan exited the bedroom, immediately spotting Gu Qingfeng seated on the sofa. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief to confirm she was not imagining things, she rushed to his side and embraced him tightly. "You are Xiaofeng." Then who was the Xiaofeng from a few days ago? He hadn't been embraced by his wife in quite some time, and Gu Tian couldn't help but tease. They were indeed one entity. His son could alter his appearance, but he had only just discovered this today, thus reverting to his original form. Nevertheless, Gu Tian could understand Shang Yun's reaction. Witnessing a completely unfamiliar body housing the soul of his son was disconcerting. Shang Yun felt a certain awkwardness, yet refrained from expressing it. The fact that their son was alive outweighed all else. However, it would be ideal for him to return to his former self. Gu Qingfeng made no resistance, allowing Shang Yun to hold him as she wept. She needed to release her pent-up emotions. Keeping them bottled inside was not healthy. As Shang Yun's tears flowed endlessly, Gu Tian approached and gave Gu Qingfeng a light smack on the head. "All right, enough of that, you rascal." He then cradled Shang Yun in his arms, soothing her with gentle words. Gu Qingfeng looked utterly bewildered, unsure of why he had just been slapped. Observing his father's smug expression, Gu Qingfeng quickly deduced the reason. His mother had been embracing him, and his father was feeling jealous. Since childhood, Shang Yun had been the apple of Gu Tian's eye, never wanting her to feel even a hint of sorrow. After giving birth to Gu Qingfeng, her protectiveness had only intensified. Gu Tian could never have anticipated that the first thing his son would learn was to vie for his affection. Chapter 60. Resolving misunderstandings. This dynamic led to Shang Yun, after giving birth, rarely allowing Gu Qingfeng to feel fully satisfied, claiming it was too exhausting. As he grew older, the situation became even more pronounced, with both father and son doting on her. The most common activity for Gu Qingfeng throughout his life was competing for his father's affection, with his father typically ending up defeated. Seeing Gu Tian's triumphant expression, Gu Qingfeng chose to endure it. After all, he was his father, and judging by that expression, if he didn't return his mother to him soon, he would surely hold a grudge. After patiently comforting Shang Yun for quite some time, Gu Tian finally managed to stop her tears, and the family's mood improved significantly, dispelling the awkwardness that had lingered in recent days. In high spirits, Shang Yun decided to showcase her culinary skills, much to the shock of both father and son. If there was anything they dreaded, it was undoubtedly her cooking. On ordinary days, while the meals she prepared were not exactly delectable, they were passable enough to eat, and out of a desire to avoid upsetting her, they would feign enjoyment. However, every time Shang Yun proclaimed her intent to display her culinary prowess, the results were invariably akin to poison. And she had shown no improvement over the years. Gu Tian exchanged a glance with Gu Qingfeng, who chose to ignore it. After a couple of seconds, he gestured back to Gu Tian. Neither father nor son wanted to be the first to speak, fearing it would upset Shang Yun. "You are the father. This is your wife, so you should say something," a voice echoed in Gu Tian's mind. Instinctively, he glanced at Shang Yun, who appeared to be oblivious. This was a form of mental communication, one that his mother could not hear. Was this not a trick? Gu Tian, who was not adept at mental communication, would have otherwise unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Gu Qingfeng. "Knowing that this is my wife, you used to cling to her incessantly in your childhood and even competed with me as you grew up. Why didn't you ever declare her as your wife back then? Indeed, Xiaoyan, perhaps it is best to let today pass. You seem quite exhausted lately. A good rest might do you wonders." Just as Shang Yun was about to head out for groceries, she suddenly turned to Gu Tian, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "You do not wish to savor my cooking, do you?" At her words, Gu Tian wilted, casting glances at Gu Qingfeng, who, despite his attempts to persuade him telepathically, could elicit no further response. Gu Qingfeng was left with no choice but to invoke Zhou Yu as a shield. "Father, doesn't he mean that? We were discussing going out to eat with Uncle Zhou today, and perhaps inviting him to join us in relocating to the villa." Shang Yun cast a puzzled glance at Gu Qingfeng, who had recently been brooding over Zhou Yu's disregard for their family affairs. How had he suddenly changed his stance? However, being a person of understanding, she bore no grudge against Zhou Yu. After all, she had witnessed the care he had shown their family over the years and could not dismiss that goodwill for a single incident. "Is that so? Well then, since you've returned, let us invite Uncle Zhou to dine out with us." Gu Qingfeng shot Gu Tian a knowing look, signaling that this was the right approach. Managing to quell their mother with a single statement, Gu Tian rolled his eyes. He too had intended to use Zhou Yu as a diversion. But since they initially planned to eat at home, he refrained from bringing it up as Shangwan Yun could still cook. The three of them continued their casual conversation for over an hour, and realizing the time had grown late, they finally stepped out to knock on Zhou Yu's door. "Old Zhou, I've come to see you." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open, revealing Zhou Yu's familiar face. His gaze landed immediately on Gu Qingfeng behind Gu Tian. "Xiaofeng, I thought you were dead. How are you still alive? Truly, a son has made you forget your brother, only noticing him and not your elder brother standing at the door." Gu Tian laughed and playfully punched Zhou Yu, entering the house without ceremony. "I apologize for worrying you, Uncle Zhou. A minor incident occurred, and when the time is right, I will explain. I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. You nearly frightened me to death. Come in, come in." Zhou Yu embraced Gu Qingfeng's shoulders warmly, pulling him inside. He had long believed Gu Qingfeng to be dead, having discovered his death record through official channels in the capital. The reason Zhou Yu chose to conceal this from Gu Tian after seeking out Li Jun was that he thought Gu Qingfeng had passed. Feeling helpless to assist Gu Tian and not wanting to cause him undue worry. However, seeing that Gu Tian's injuries appeared healed and that he had come specifically to find him, Zhou Yu felt no need to evade him. Nevertheless, he was puzzled about how Gu Tian's injuries had healed so swiftly, as he had accompanied him to the hospital when he was injured. Such injuries typically required at least a year or two for recovery and often left lingering aftereffects. How had he recovered so quickly? Before Gu Tian could respond, Gu Qingfeng preemptively explained that he had acquired a special remedy through a friend, the very individual who had just provided him with the green beans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu experienced a moment of clarity. It all made sense now. No wonder that person had willingly offered assistance, as he was indeed a friend of Xiaofeng. Despite the passage of time since their last meeting, there was no sense of unfamiliarity among them. Zhou Yu felt a surge of joy upon seeing Gu Qingfeng and eagerly exclaimed about sharing a drink. Gu Tian had been waiting for this invitation, yearning for a chance to indulge in a hearty celebration himself. Just as they were discussing where to dine for lunch, a commotion erupted from downstairs. The voices of women rising in agitation. Gu Qingfeng recognized the voice immediately. "Isn't that Aunt Zhou?" he remarked. "I'll go check it out." Zhou Yu momentarily froze. Then his expression darkened. Without so much as a greeting, he dashed downstairs, fearing that Li Jun might have sent someone to retaliate against his family. Gu Tian and Shangwan Yun were perplexed, but followed Zhou Yu down the stairs, with Gu Qingfeng trailing behind. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found several women surrounding Zhou Yu's wife, pointing and chattering incessantly. When Gu Tian's family had faced troubles, it was Zhou Yu's spouse who had been the first to turn a blind eye at the crucial moment. What sort of people are these? Now they deliberately bump into someone else's luxury car, hoping to curry favor with the Gu family because they've seen them become wealthy, the women scoffed. A group of over 10 women hovered around Gu Qingfeng's Ferrari, incessantly berating Aunt Zhou, who was crouching on the ground picking up vegetables. Zhou Yu's wife, who typically conversed only with Shangwan Yun, had few friends in the neighborhood after living there for so many years. Thus, no one stepped forward to defend her. She had her own burdens to bear. Zhou Yu had forbidden her from disclosing his actions, and she chose to honor his wishes. Observing her lack of anger only emboldened the women further, and they unleashed a torrent of insults. "Look at her, acting so fearless, yet when faced with adversity, she shrinks back. They only bully the weak," one woman sneered. "If I were as close to the Gu family as they claim, I would risk everything to prevent them from being mistreated." Zhou Yu's wife could no longer endure the humiliation. She had merely stepped out to buy vegetables and had unknowingly stumbled into Gu Qingfeng's luxury car. These women, under the guise of wanting to establish connections, were merely projecting their own desires to ingratiate themselves with the Gu family. Seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations, they aimed to leave a favorable impression on Gu Tian's family. However, she rarely resorted to coarse language and, faced with this collective onslaught, felt utterly isolated, desperately gathering the scattered vegetables while attempting to defend herself. "How dare you bully my wife? Do you believe I want to retaliate against you?" Zhou Yu thundered as he stormed downstairs, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife, glaring furiously at the crowd. They were all women, and the men were occupied with work to provide for their families. Faced with the wrathful Zhou Yu, the women began to falter. Once again, a voice resonated through the crowd. "Your wife is deliberately leaning against Gu Tian's car because she sees their wealth. How dare she act this way and not expect others to comment?" Zhou Yu had been recuperating and had not ventured outside. It was his wife, Zhou Hui, who tended to him. He remained oblivious to the recent changes surrounding the Gu family. "Is this car from Tianji's family? Since when has he become so affluent?" Chapter 61. Human nature in the past. When the Gu family faced bullying, everyone hid away. Now that they have found a powerful ally, they rush forward, shamelessly seeking favor. Zhou Yu could hardly be bothered with them. Just a group of foolish women, pulling Zhou Hui up from the ground. Let us go. We're eating out today. We won't bother with these pitiful vegetables. Since Zhou Hui laid eyes on Zhou Yu, she had been entranced, gazing at him dreamily until he pulled her back to reality. Others might not have known of Zhou Yu's injury, but she did, just that morning. Before she went out to buy groceries, he had been lying immobile on the sofa, unable to even shift. How could he have recovered so quickly? Was she perhaps seeing things? Zhou Hui cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Yu. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yu, his sudden healing had left his wife in utter shock as she stared at him with a foolish expression. In high spirits, he gently patted her head. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Is that truly you, my husband? How is it that your injury is healed? It was no wonder Zhou Hui was bewildered. Just hours ago, her husband had been incapacitated, and now he appeared completely well. Who would dare to believe such a transformation? A skilled healer treated my wounds. Now, let us go. The Gu family members had also appeared at the staircase, and upon seeing the gathered crowd, they grew increasingly agitated, vocally condemning Zhou Yu. Gu Qingfeng found himself increasingly annoyed. He barely knew these older women, some of whom he had never even seen before. After years of silence, they now emerged to defend their family, merely because they felt rich and wished to curry favor. Why didn't you come sooner to show your support? Be quiet. His cold words silenced the clamor, as if spoken by a deity, causing an involuntary shiver to run through those present. All gazed at him in fear, perplexed as to why they instinctively recoiled from this young man. Zhou Yu stood frozen, feeling a strange familiarity in that tone, reminiscent of the man who had visited him that morning. The same arrogance and dominance, with words that compelled obedience. How could she engage in such shameless behavior? Does she fear others' opinions? Just as the atmosphere thickened with silence, a tall woman hidden in the crowd broke it with her words, intending to slip away after speaking. The situation had escalated, and she planned to observe before deciding whether to aid these foolish individuals or support Zhou Yu's family. However, just as she retreated a step, she found herself losing control of her body, standing frozen in place. It appears you have a penchant for stirring trouble. Why not engage in a meaningful conversation with me? Gu Qingfeng navigated through the crowd, approaching the woman before him, casting a condescending gaze upon her. The woman's heart plummeted into a state of terror. She never anticipated being discovered, yet at this juncture, there was no turning back. I merely fear that you might be deceived. My intentions are solely for your benefit. Gu Qingfeng chuckled derisively. It was rather peculiar for a woman in her 20s to mingle among a group of elderly ladies. Upon recognizing the woman Zhou Hui, she realized that had it not been for her, she would not have been subjected to the scrutiny of those older women. It was her push that caused my fall. Had it not been for her, I would have remained unscathed. The woman believed her actions were discreet. Having seen Gu Tian and Gu Qingfeng disembarking from a Ferrari a few days prior, she contemplated how to strike up a conversation with Gu Qingfeng. Coincidentally, upon returning today and encountering Zhou Hui, a nefarious idea hatched in her mind. Gu Qingfeng's Ferrari was parked not far below, directly in Zhou Hui's path as she ascended the stairs, and she intended to collide with her nearby, quietly stoking the flames of public discontent. These idle elderly ladies relished belittling those beneath them. As the situation escalated, Gu Qingfeng would undoubtedly descend, and at that point, she would assess the circumstances and choose her allegiance to curry favor with him. Though she hailed from a third-rate university and her family's circumstances were unremarkable, she was acutely aware of her sole advantage, her striking beauty. She deemed herself worthy of any affluent heir, rather than consorting with the average suitors pursuing her. What was initially a flawless plan had swiftly unraveled, leaving her with no choice but to vehemently deny any intent. I did not mean to. Why would I push you? Zhou Hui found herself at a loss for words. Such matters lacked tangible evidence. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment before stating, "Little girl, your acting is commendable. Yet you have overlooked one critical aspect. Do you understand why Li Jun has refrained from causing trouble for my family?" The girl gazed at Gu Qingfeng with an incredulous expression, astonished that such an attractive man would pose such a foolish question. Surely, it was not your doing. Did someone not assist you in resolving the situation? It is common knowledge that the man in the Ferrari is your family's benefactor. Gu Qingfeng pointed towards Zhou Yu, calmly asserting, that individual is a relative of Uncle Zhou. He was indeed the one who assisted my family. As for that car, it originally belonged to Uncle Zhou. What motive would Aunt Zhou have for such actions? This revelation sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. The person who aided Gu Tian was, in fact, someone Zhou Yu had procured. However, skepticism lingered among the majority. While Zhou Yu's family was not destitute, they were hardly on par with the Gu Tian family. They possessed a modest fortune, yet it seemed improbable that they could be acquainted with such prominent figures capable of compelling Li Jun to cease his vendetta against Gu Tian, a personage they would typically hold in reverence. Furthermore, if they could afford a Ferrari, how could they possibly reside in such humble quarters? This is merely your fabrication. Do not think you can deceive everyone so easily. You claim the car belongs to him, but what evidence do you possess? Gu Qingfeng was anticipating her statement. If he had to voice it himself, the impact would be entirely different. Uncle Zhou, show her the car key. However, she likely wouldn't recognize it. Someone with her background would never afford a Ferrari in her lifetime. What key? Zhou Yu was well aware that he possessed no such key. Yet, Gu Qingfeng whispered, "It is in your right pocket, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Yu, momentarily taken aback, felt as though he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Yet the voice unmistakably belonged to Gu Qingfeng. He cast a skeptical glance at him, reaching into his pocket. To his surprise, he indeed found an object shaped like a key. The onlookers were fixated on him, leaving him no time to ponder how it came to be in his trousers. And he simply produced it. Everything was unfolding as per his plan. Once the woman uttered that phrase, she was destined to lose. No matter how she denied it, no one would believe her. Do you see this? This is not the key to a Ferrari. Perhaps it belongs to your electric vehicle? The elderly individuals who had previously pointed fingers at Zhou Hui now directed their disdainful glares towards the woman. This car belongs to Zhou Yu. By instigating trouble, she had foolishly offended him. Who could afford a Ferrari if not Zhou Yu? The woman, in a fit of humiliation and anger, retorted, "It is merely a car key. Perhaps you gave it to him in advance. If it truly belongs to him, let him produce the purchase contract for all to see." Gu Qingfeng coldly regarded her. "And you think you are worthy to see it? You a pauper?" He gave Zhou Yu a knowing glance, prompting him to open the car door. They entered the vehicle and drove away, leaving behind a woman with reddened eyes and a crowd of onlookers, who scrutinized her with disdain. The manner in which Zhou Yu maneuvered the car with such finesse indicated that it was indeed his. The woman abhorred being labeled as poor. While her family circumstances were dismal and her education lacking, she was undeniably attractive. With a few cosmetics bought from her spare change, she made herself look stunning, aspiring to catch the eye of a wealthy suitor, believing it would be effortless. At the very least, she felt deserving of such attention. Observing the disdainful expressions of the older women, she could only scurry away in embarrassment. Zhou Yu, seated in the driver's seat, had no knowledge of operating such a luxury vehicle, yet it moved on its own, requiring no guidance from him. Gu Tian and his wife were unaware of this feature in the car and turned to Gu Qingfeng, who admitted his involvement. He had learned from watching his father drive it once. He did not need to operate it manually, as he could control the vehicle with his energy. Chapter 62. The Judgmental. He vaguely mentioned surviving a grave ordeal and acquiring certain abilities, rendering him distinct from ordinary individuals. Zhou Yu did not press further. If Gu Qingfeng wished to share, he would do so willingly. If he chose not to, there must be reasons behind it. However, one thing puzzled Zhou Yu, which he attributed to these newfound powers. "When did you place the car key in my pocket? I had no awareness of it at all." Gu Qingfeng could only smile and explain, "I simply slipped it in. My speed was such that you didn't notice." Zhou Yu chuckled lightly, not providing a response. How could anyone possess such incredible speed? If a person could move that swiftly, could they still be considered human? Observing Zhou Yu's incredulous expression, Gu Qingfeng merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Indeed, it was after he noticed the woman that he had inconceivably slipped the key into Zhou Yu's pocket in the blink of an eye. His speed was so extraordinary, coupled with the looseness of Zhou Yu's trousers, that he remained oblivious to the extra car key nestled within. Zhou Yu initially believed that Gu Qingfeng was attempting to stand up for him by driving off, but the accelerating speed made it evident that there was no intention to stop. "This superpower of yours is quite convenient. By the way, where are we heading? Why aren't you stopping?" Gu Tian chimed in. "We're going to find a place to eat. It's a rare occasion for us to gather, so we must enjoy a hearty meal," he continued. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yu realized it was indeed a fitting occasion. Gugu had recovered from his injuries. He himself was healed, and his son was alive. As for whether Li Jun was, as the man who healed him had claimed, truly dead, Zhou Yu remained uncertain. However, it seemed unlikely that he would trouble Gu Tian's family again. Otherwise, there would have been some indication by now. Zhou Yu was genuinely surprised to learn that Tian knew such formidable individuals. Zhou Hui, still unaware of the events that transpired, listened patiently as Zhou Yu recounted how he had been healed and how Gu Tian had managed the situation with Li Jun. What Zhou Hui did not know was that beneath the exterior of Gogeta lay the very soul of Gu Qingfeng. Upon hearing the story, she felt a sense of joy. Just as Zhou Yu was concerned for Gu Tian's family, so too was she. Although she had urged Zhou Yu not to intervene on Gu Tian's behalf, she never voiced a complaint when Zhou Yu was injured while confronting Li Jun. If Zhou Yu had chosen not to act, he would not have been the person she admired. Gu Qingfeng drove directly to Haibei's largest restaurant, Zetian Pavilion. He instructed the four of them to enter first while he parked the car, assuring them he would join shortly. Gu Tian and his wife had no objections. But Zhou Yu was taken aback. He had never been to Zetian Pavilion, although he had often passed by it in Haibei County. He had heard that even the most modest meal there would cost at least 10,000 yuan, a considerable sum. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yu decided to keep silent. Today was a day worthy of a grand feast. The four of them approached the grand hall of Zetian Pavilion, while Gu Qifeng parked the car several hundred meters away. As he exited the vehicle, the security guard cast envious glances, wishing he too could possess such wealth. Upon entering the hall, the quartet was promptly halted by a server at the entrance, who, despite their ordinary attire, treated them with utmost respect and politeness. "May I ask if you have a reservation?" the server inquired. The four exchanged glances and shook their heads, having never heard that reservations were necessary at Zetian Pavilion. Upon learning that they had no reservation, the server patiently continued, "Not to worry, those with a VIP card may order directly." The group, unfamiliar with the restaurant's procedures, replied in unison, "We don't have a VIP card. Isn't Zetian Pavilion supposed to be reservation-free?" Initially, it was unnecessary. However, a recent regulation mandates that dining requires a reservation made a day in advance or possession of a VIP card from the establishment. Upon hearing the server's explanation, Zhou Yu contemplated leaving, as they had no VIP card. Yet, Gu Tian remained motionless. "It's fine. Just have Xiao Feng apply for one. The lad is affluent now. Let him come over," he thought. Gu Tian was no longer particularly interested in money. His son's wealth was indeed impressive, and though Shangguan Yun was unaware, he understood just how formidable Gu Qingfeng was. The male server maintained a polite smile, intending to invite a few guests into the hall to wait. Suddenly, a neutral voice chimed in. "The VIP card costs 50,000 per card. If you can afford it, go ahead. If not, kindly step aside and don't obstruct the entrance." A man, with a delicate appearance and heavily made-up face, approached slowly, his pallor indicating excessive fatigue. "I mentioned we would apply for a card. My son is parking the car, and we will register once he arrives." Gu Tian felt a surge of annoyance. He had rushed out without cash, relying solely on the funds Gu Qingfeng had deposited in his bank account. Zhou Yu, known for his short temper, was about to explode at the insult, but was restrained by Zhou Hui. To this day, Zhou Hui struggled to accept the reality that both her husband and Gu Tian had been rendered incapacitated yet had recovered in just 2 days. The matter concerning Li Jun had also been resolved. Everything felt surreal, yet the prospect of a peaceful life was within reach, and she truly wished to avoid further trouble. The androgynous man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the group once more, confirming that he had no recollection of them. "That is not my concern. Just ensure you are not blocking the entrance and inconveniencing our other guests. Since your son has yet to arrive, I suggest you wait outside." Zhou Yu could no longer contain himself. Pointing at a couple passing by, he confronted the androgynous man. "What do you mean? Why are they allowed to enter? They haven't made a reservation or applied for a card, so why are we being denied entry? Look at their attire. Every piece is a designer label. Now compare that to your outfits, which clearly lack the same quality," the androgynous man replied, his impatience growing as he scanned Zhou Ran and Shangguan Yun. It must be said that though both had just crossed 40, their innate beauty rendered them captivating, even without adornment or makeup. They could easily be mistaken for women in their early 30s, exuding a mature charm that was absent in younger women, making them all the more alluring. Moreover, who wouldn't he be drawn to a married woman? With this thought, the man altered his tone. "Would you two lovely ladies consider joining me for dinner? I am still single and in search of a companion for the latter part of my life." The same words, spoken in identical tones, emerged from two different mouths simultaneously. They understood the man's disdain for their attire, recognizing that appearances do matter. They were indeed slightly lacking in that regard. Although the man's tone was somewhat brusque, he did not utter anything further. Gu Tian and Zhou Yu chose not to engage with him any longer. Yet the audacity to flirt with Zhou Yu in his presence was utterly disrespectful. "What on earth are you saying? Are you seeking trouble?" The waiter hurriedly intervened, aware that neither the customer nor the man was someone he could provoke. "Manager Wu, perhaps you should temper your words. We are still at work, and it is inappropriate to flirt with another's wife." The individual referred to as Manager Wu, a rather androgynous figure, was relentless, for he had never failed to secure his desired prey. "I have ample wealth. How about I provide you each with a monthly allowance of 100,000 as a living expense for making my wife yours? What do you say? He was an uneducated man, having risen to the position of manager solely due to his father's status as a shareholder in the Zetian Pavilion. Countless women had succumbed to his advances, yet he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty, nor had he faced a formidable opponent like the one before him. He had a vague recollection of the wealthy individuals in High Bay, but was unfamiliar with Gutian and Zhou, clad in the most ordinary attire. They struck him as impoverished, and with the opportunity to court such a stunning woman, especially with a husband lacking power or influence. He could hardly bring himself to relinquish the chance. Zhou, unable to contain himself, released his wife's hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. How dare you? If you wish to die, just say so. Do not disgrace yourself here. Aside from the incident involving Li Jun, it had been quite some time since Zhou had felt such rage. He typically wore an air of nonchalance, presenting a very approachable demeanor. He was painfully aware of his wife's beauty, yet this man's shamelessness was unprecedented. Standing right beside her, he dared to make lewd remarks. If he could tolerate that, he might as well give up on life. Chapter 63. Qingfeng takes action. Do you dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I will crawl out on my knees. The man brandished a walkie-talkie, ready to call for assistance, but Zhou ran swiftly, snatched it away, pulling Zhou along as they attempted to leave. Gu Tian remained motionless, and Shangwan Yun wore a placid expression, while Zhou stood his ground. Unable to swallow this insult, Zhou sought an explanation. Despite his generally affable nature, he would not tolerate bullying directed at his wife. The couple, Gu Tian and Shangwan Yun, had witnessed Gu Qingfeng swiftly handle Li Jun earlier that morning, and they were unafraid of the restaurant's bullying. Gu Tian, possessing the moral high ground, saw no reason to retreat in a humiliating manner. Just wait. My uncle is a shareholder at Zetian Pavilion, and you will regret this. And you two women, if you wish to play hard to get, so be it. The man, emboldened by his uncle's status, had never before faced such humiliation and was about to make a call. Zhou Ran was beside himself with anxiety, never expecting a meal could lead to such turmoil. Yet, it was hardly their fault. The four of them had always been ensconced within a small circle, far removed from the wealthy and powerful. So the lower classes would typically not dare to brazenly flirt with married women. However, men like this, with some influence, did not care whether one was married. In fact, they found it all the more thrilling to pursue another man's wife. Meanwhile, the guards nearby took notice of the commotion and rushed over. Manager Wu Sheng, may I inquire if you find yourself in a predicament? They are not foolish. They are well aware of Wu Sheng's character. Avaricious, lascivious, and utterly shameless. Countless young women have fallen victim to his sweet-talking, lured into his bed with promises of marriage. In their pursuit of wealthy suitors, some women willingly comply, only to discover that after he has satisfied his desires, he disavows any responsibility. Due to the powerful forces backing him, these women can only suffer in silence, their grievances unvoiced. Upon witnessing Shangwan Yun and Zhou Ranho, several security guards quickly deduced the situation. However, despite knowing it was his fault, they feigned ignorance to preserve their well-paying positions. Wu Sheng vehemently denied his previous statements, casting blame upon Gu Tian and his companions. These individuals, lacking VIP cards, attempted to force their way into the lobby, and when I kindly intervened, they resorted to violence against me. Zhou, unwilling to back down, knew that the surveillance cameras, equipped with audio recording capabilities, captured everything, making it difficult for Wu Sheng to deny his actions. Nonsense. If you hadn't provoked my wife, would I have resorted to violence? The cameras here recorded it all. Wu Sheng smirked, believing he could dictate the narrative and compel Zhou to suffer the consequences. Regrettably, our surveillance system encountered a malfunction, and thus it was not operational, he declared. The security guards encircled the four, with Zhou positioning himself protectively behind his wife, anxious not to inadvertently harm her. Gu Tian, displaying an air of indifference, gently held Shangwan Yun's hand, while out of the corner of his eye, he noted that Gu Qingfeng was merely a few meters away from the group. Wu Sheng's lecherous gaze fixated on Shangwan Yun and Zhou Ranho, completely disregarding Gu Tian and Zhou Xiefeng, as he believed he had the situation under control. Take them away. Do not disrupt our business. You may converse with them later. These two women are mine. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case. With 7 or 8 security guards arriving, what could Gu Tian and Zhou achieve? He anticipated witnessing the expressions of these two women when they were beneath him in a secluded location. Gu Qingfeng approached the security guards from behind, tapping them on the shoulder. Step aside, step aside. What is happening here? Gu Tian, arms crossed, glared at Wu Sheng, still seething with anger. You insulted my mother and Aunt Zhou. Wu Sheng, dismissing Gu Qingfeng, who exuded youthful vigor in his sneakers, regarded him with contempt. If you wish to avoid trouble, then keep your distance and do not interfere with my affairs. I offer you a chance. Clear the way now, and I will pretend this never occurred. Gu Qingfeng, unwilling to cause undue hardship for the guards, recognized they were merely following orders, yet if they insisted on courting disaster, he would not hold back. The parking lot was several hundred meters from the restaurant's main entrance, and Gu Tian and the others had disembarked from their Ferrari at the main approach of Zetian Pavilion. Unbeknownst to the guards and Wu Sheng, the guards remained unmoved. They could not simply yield the path based on a single statement, for that would incur Wu Sheng's wrath. Seeing Gu Qingfeng disregard him entirely and engage with the guards, Wu Sheng's unbridled anger ignited. He truly overestimates his own significance, believing he could carry them all away. Those who dare to resist shall face my wrath. The two young waitresses at the front desk, having witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but sigh for Gu Qingfeng. Alas, this young man possesses striking good looks, but having offended manager Wu, his fate is bound to be dire. In this day and age, what value does good looks hold? It is an era that places paramount importance on wealth. Without money or power, one is deemed a sinner. Encountering Wu Sheng can only be chalked up to misfortune. Gu Qingfeng, choosing not to utter another word, suddenly turned to face Wu Sheng, unleashing an invisible aura that sent Wu Sheng flying like a tattered sack. The impact left him dazed, blood spilling from his mouth, as though all his bones were about to shatter. 7 or 8 security guards were also thrown back by the formidable force, reeling and losing control of their bodies. Let us go. Having completed his task, Gu Qingfeng strode towards the Zetian Pavilion as if nothing had happened, leaving Zhou Yu and his wife in utter astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? Is it truly the legendary ability to vanquish foes with a mere glance? The commotion attracted the attention of several patrons within the establishment, who turned their gazes to discern what had transpired. The two waitresses were particularly astonished, covering their mouths in shock, having been closest to the incident. Witnessing Gu Qingfeng merely glance at Wu Sheng before they were sent flying as if struck by a vehicle. Was this some sort of martial arts film? You bastard. Wait for me. This isn't over. I will surely kill you. Wu Sheng bellowed in rage, his fury stripping him of reason as he writhed on the ground in agony. Gu Qingfeng had not delivered a fatal blow. Wu Sheng and the security guards merely sustained superficial injuries. Though they could not rise for the moment, their lives were not in jeopardy. The 4 from the Gu family couldn't resist casting a few glances at the fallen men, while Gu Qingfeng paid them no mind, making a beeline for the front desk, as if he had merely swatted away a few flies, entirely unconcerned. Please prepare a private room for us. The cost is of no concern. The young cashier at the front desk stared in disbelief at Gu Qingfeng, who had just assaulted the son of a shareholder yet still dared to come in and dine. One could only marvel at his audacity, or perhaps his ignorance of the gravity of the situation. Sir, dining here requires a reservation. Without one, a VIP card is necessary. How much for a VIP card? Just bring me one. The cashier smiled. She harbored a dislike for Wu Sheng, and Gu Qingfeng's actions delighted her. A one-time recharge of 200,000 grants you a VIP card. Swipe my card. Let us get to. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingfeng produced his bank card, leaving the surrounding crowd to ponder his sanity. He had offended the shareholder's son and yet was securing a card. Unafraid of the irony that he might secure his card only to find he had lost his life while dining, Gu Qingfeng dismissed the thoughts of others. In his eyes, Wu Sheng was scarcely worthy of consideration, far beneath his station. He sought the card solely for the convenience of his family and Uncle Zhou for future dining. The cashier's eyes brightened. 2 VIP cards meant a significant commission for her. In this small town of Haibei, it was the first time she encountered someone willing to acquire 2 cards in one go. With a swift and delighted agreement, she set aside her concerns about whether the cards arranged by Gu Qingfeng would still be viable when Wu Sheng's father arrived. Seizing the 2 prepared cards, Gu Qingfeng confidently settled onto the sofa in the lobby, prompting Gu Tian and Zhou Yu to sit beside him, albeit puzzled. With a twinkle of mischief in his eyes, Zhou Yu inquired, "What purpose do you serve with these 2 cards? What are you plotting while sitting here? One for you and one for your father. Of course, we await his reinforcements here. It's better to frighten him all at once than to have him cause us trouble while we dine." Gu Qingfeng replied with an air of nonchalance. Zhou Yu, however, was taken aback by Gu Qingfeng's significant personality shift upon his return after a long absence. Chapter 64. Confrontation. Zhou Yu bore no fear of Wu Sheng, yet he was wary of potential collateral damage to his wife in a scuffle, prompting him to suggest that she leave. Gu Tian, sensing his unease, whispered a few words into his ear, leaving Zhou Yu astonished as he regarded Gu Qingfeng, struggling to believe the veracity of Gu Tian's words. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Gu Tian. Wu Sheng, with great difficulty, retrieved his phone, its screen shattered beyond recognition, though it still functioned for calls. "Dad, please come to Zetian Pavilion. There's a brat causing trouble here. He even struck me. I invoked your name, but he dismissed it, claiming you are nothing but a joke, and that he would not hesitate to strike you as well regardless of your presence." On the other end, Wu Xiaofeng, upon hearing of his son's beating, was consumed with anxiety. After all, he was the sole heir of the Wu family, and this very fact had led to his overindulgence. He urged Wu Sheng to ensure his safety with the guards and promised to arrive promptly. Learning that the guards had already been incapacitated heightened his urgency, prompting him to hastily gather several bodyguards and drive over. "You're finished. My father will be here soon," Wu Sheng boasted, only to feel a sharp pain at the corner of his mouth as his left cheek swelled instantly, bloodied teeth spilling from his lips. Gu Qingfeng, wearing a broad smile, calmly replied, further astonishment sweeping over the onlookers. Everyone recognized that Gu Qingfeng must have been the one to strike, yet none could fathom how he had managed it from his seated position. The unmistakable imprint of a slap marred Wu Sheng's left cheek, and blood flowed freely from his mouth, a testament to the violence he had just endured, in stark contrast to the reactions of others. Zhou Yu and Gu Tian were distinctly focused on the shocking fact that Gu Qingfeng could inflict such harm while retaining an unyielding grin. This left them questioning what experiences had so profoundly altered Gu Qingfeng's demeanor. While Wu Sheng was undeniably a wealthy second-generation scion, he was far from foolish, opting to remain silent and lie prostrate on the ground. The atmosphere in the lobby grew tense and peculiar as patrons paused their meals, intrigued to see how Gu Qingfeng would conclude this unexpected spectacle. Wu Xiaofeng, not far from the venue, arrived within a mere 10 minutes, flanked by more than a dozen impeccably suited bodyguards. These were seasoned fighters he had lavishly recruited from underground boxing circuits, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary guards. As he stepped into Zetian Pavilion, the sight of his son sprawled on the ground, disheveled and bloodied at the mouth, filled him with dread. Hastily, he rushed over to assist him, and upon seeing his father, Wu Sheng's courage surged. He stumbled to his feet, pointing at Gu Qingfeng and his companions, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. However, before the words could escape his lips, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his right cheek to swell and redden. He grimaced in agony, crying out in distress. Wu Xiaofeng wore a perplexed expression akin to that of the others moments ago, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Gu Qingfeng cast him a sidelong glance, then nonchalantly inquired, "Is he your son?" Nevertheless, Wu Xiaofeng, having navigated the complexities of business for many years, was not one to be easily rattled by the likes of Wu Sheng. He quickly composed himself. "Indeed, you know who I am, yet you dare to harm my son? Your arrogance is truly unfathomable, young man, blind to the boundaries of your own limitations." Gu Qingfeng's gaze softened as he looked at Aunt Zhou and Miss Zhou. "Ladies, why don't we resolve this matter amicably, reducing it from a grand affair to a trivial one?" The two women, inclined to avoid conflict, agreed, especially since Wu Sheng had already suffered a severe reprimanding at Gu Qingfeng's hands, his face resembling that of a swollen pig, with most of his teeth knocked loose. They expressed their willingness to overlook the incident, suggesting it be put to rest. This infuriated Wu Xiaofeng, who, in his rage, began to laugh bitterly. "You beat my son to a pulp, and you think it can simply be brushed aside? How am I to maintain my standing in Hebei County?" Gu Qingfeng, uninterested in further banter, replied, "Very well, let that boy come over and bow an apology. If he does, I shall let this incident go." Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, as were those present. To demand an apology after inflicting such harm was nothing short of outrageous. Yet, Gu Qingfeng believed his leniency was warranted. Individuals like Wu Xiaofeng would never learn without a lesson. Judging by the ease with which he handled today's affair, it was likely he had previously wronged many women, and allowing him to escape without consequence was merely luck on his part. Wu Xiaofeng, seething with rage, commanded his bodyguards to retaliate against Gu Qingfeng. "Attack! Beat him to death! I shall bear the responsibility for any consequences." Cradling his nearly unconscious son, he turned to exit, intending to rush him to the hospital. The bodyguards, wary of the unusual circumstances surrounding Wu Sheng's sudden slap, split into groups to surround Gu Qingfeng. Just as they advanced, a series of muffled thuds echoed from behind. Wu Xiaofeng's heart raced, engulfed by an ominous feeling. "Is there no one else? You truly are inadequate." Given the opportunity, You fail miserably. Gu Qingfeng's voice, laced with amusement, reached his ears. Wu Xiaofeng turned rigidly to find all his bodyguards sprawled on the ground, motionless and oblivious to their fates. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent capable of swiftly dispatching 10 bodyguards, he understood that such a formidable figure could not possibly exist in the small confines of Hebei County. This ungrateful wretch intended to ruin him, at the very least. He was a high-level martial artist. Today, having lost face so drastically, Wu Xiaofeng knew he had to reclaim his dignity or risk losing his standing entirely. He took out his phone and called that person. Gu Qingfeng did not stop him, but merely watched as he completed the call. I will give you 10 minutes. If the person you called does not arrive within this time, I shall not wait any longer. The hour was getting late, and it was nearly time for lunch. Gu Qingfeng was growing impatient with his delays. The reason he acted so recklessly this time was that he had regained his true appearance, no longer fearing that others would suspect the identity of Gogeta's body. Since his return to Earth, he had always taken precautions, disabling nearby surveillance cameras and recording devices before making any move, ensuring they were temporarily inoperative. However, that was unnecessary now. The appearance of an animated character in reality was far more acceptable than the transformation of an ordinary person into an unparalleled master. The patrons dining there were all individuals of some means or influence. Ordinary families could hardly afford to dine in such an establishment. As the situation escalated, rather than leaving, the onlookers became increasingly spirited, eager to witness how events would unfold. 10 minutes slipped by swiftly, and Gu Qingfeng and his companions merely greeted the front desk without entering a private room, opting instead to order their meals in the main hall. Given the commotion that had transpired, the restaurant's manager hastily arrived, only to be met with embarrassment upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's order. His eyes frequently darted toward Wu Xiaofeng. Lacking any significant backing, he had attained the managerial position solely through his own merit. Offending either Gu Qingfeng or Wu Xiaofeng by cooking for the other was a risk he could not afford. Yet, he equally could not afford to provoke Gu Qingfeng, especially after witnessing Wu Sheng, who had been reduced to a state of disarray by him. The surrounding patrons curiously observed him, eager to see how he would respond. Just as he found himself in a quandary, a phone call came through, inciting within him an urge to curse. Who would dare call him at such an awkward moment? He looked at his phone and saw it was the major shareholder of his restaurant, a glimmer of hope igniting within him as he quickly answered the call. Upon answering, he cast a surprised glance at Gu Qingfeng and readily agreed to the request. He instructed the kitchen to prepare the finest dishes for Gu Qingfeng, cautioning them to avoid any mischief, in order to prevent any of Wu Xiaofeng's confidants from being present in the kitchen. The manager accompanied the kitchen staff, ensuring he personally observed the entire cooking process, guaranteeing that no foul play was afoot. Wu Xiaofeng was left utterly dumbfounded. Had this fellow truly lost his mind? Daring to have the kitchen prepare meals for Gu Qingfeng? Did he no longer wish to work at Zetian Pavilion? Yet, he could not voice his objections, merely clutching his unconscious son and waiting at the entrance for assistance. Before long, the sounds of countless cars roaring outside Zetian Pavilion resonated, followed by a synchronized cadence of footsteps. A somewhat familiar face, accompanied by a group of subordinates, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing him, Wu Xiaofeng felt as if he had spotted a savior. Brother Hu, I must trouble you once more. If you can help me deal with this brat, I will pay any price. Wu Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed upon his son's pitiful state, a seething hatred nearly overwhelming his reason. A minor issue, merely the antics of an insignificant child. You truly are a failure, incapable of managing even a mere brat. Zhu, who had just received a stern reprimand and was contemplating using this incident as a lesson for others when Wu Xiaofeng's call came through, accompanied by dozens of underlings. He arrived in a grand procession. However, the formidable Shun Lu was notably absent, still recovering in the hospital from his last encounter with Gu Qingfeng. The guests found the scene amusing, stifling their laughter for fear of incurring Zhu Hu's wrath. Zhu Hu's injuries were not severe, yet his subordinates appeared more disheveled than Wu Xiaofeng, all bearing visible marks of their recent scuffle. While Gu Qingfeng had refrained from lethal force previously, these ordinary individuals had suffered considerable harm, though fortunately, it was merely superficial and they would heal in time. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident they had just been bested in a fight, leaving them in such a state of disarray. Amusement mingled with curiosity about who dared to confront Zhu Hu, the acknowledged underground monarch of Hebei. Suddenly, Zhu Hu's eyes brightened as he spotted Gu Qingfeng seated beside the Gutian couple. He involuntarily shuddered, recalling the last time he encountered that formidable, monstrous man, seemingly the offspring of these two individuals. If by chance he were to offend that esteemed figure again, his life would be in jeopardy. With this thought, Zhu Hu straightened his posture and approached the quartet of Qingfeng. His subordinates followed suit, and the unconscious Wu Sheng slowly regained consciousness, his face swollen and his body weak. "You're finished, kid. Once you cross me, there's no escaping Hai Bei alive." Wu Xiaofeng glared at Qingfeng, still gripped by fear. However, he did not believe Qingfeng would dare to oppose Zhu Hu. After all, anyone could challenge him. If he failed to subdue this youth, he would become a laughingstock among the affluent circles of Hai Bei. Did this young man dare to strike at Zhu Hu? Certainly not. Zhu Hu wielded influence across both the underworld and legitimate society, and few in Hai Bei would dare provoke him. This young man possessed remarkable skills, though the means by which he had vanquished so many remained a mystery. Yet, facing Zhu Hu, he could only be deemed unfortunate. The guests in the hall had little hope for Qingfeng, for Zhu Hu was the undisputed sovereign of this small county. Regardless of one's reputation, upon arriving in Hai Bei, one must show deference to Zhu Hu. Without even glancing at Qingfeng, Zhu Hu bowed his head and inquired politely of the Gutian couple. "What brings you both here? Has that fellow named Wu offended you?" Zhu Hu, fearful of drawing ire upon himself, deliberately distanced the Wu surname from the couple, as Qingfeng had left a significant psychological impact on him. His most formidable subordinate had been toyed with like a child in front of Qingfeng. Dozens of underlings felled in an instant. With a head that could not withstand even a steel blade, Qingfeng appeared to Zhu Hu as a godlike figure. Having navigated the complexities of the underworld for many years, Zhu Hu understood profoundly that when faced with an opponent far superior, the only recourse was to keep one's distance. However, during their last encounter, Qingfeng had still been in the guise of Gogeta. Now, having reverted to his true appearance, Zhu Hu found himself with little recollection of him. After having been reprimanded previously, Zhu Hu had dispatched individuals to investigate Gu Tian's background, intending to maintain a safe distance in the future. He was aware that Qingfeng was his son and that he had recently clashed with Li Jun. Had he known that the man seated before him was the very monster from the previous day, he would have lacked the courage to approach him. Gu Tian recognized Zhu Hu, yet remained oblivious to the subsequent events, treating him with utmost courtesy and harboring no intentions to create difficulties. "His son had been disrespectful towards my wife, and I wished to downplay the situation, avoiding any knowledge of it reaching my son. Otherwise, it would be challenging for all involved to navigate the aftermath." Upon hearing Zhu Hu refer to his son, images of that man resurfaced in his mind. "Leave it to me. I shall provide you with an explanation, sparing the esteemed individual any further trouble," he said, turning to the bewildered Wu Xiaofeng. Zhu Hu's unexpected cordiality bewildered him. Even as a prominent tycoon in Hai Bei County, Zhu Hu had never held him in high regard, let alone treated him so amiably. To Wu Xiaofeng's astonishment, Zhu Hu raised his hand and struck Wu Sheng across the face, swiftly following up with a kick that sent the still-dazed Wu Sheng sprawling. "Beat him to a pulp, you fool. If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you." The gang members surrounding them were equally perplexed by Zhu Hu's sudden outburst. Some had encountered Qingfeng previously, but by the time they arrived, Gu Tian and his wife had already departed. Thus, they were unaware of the motives behind Zhu Hu's actions. Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, witnessing his bodyguard fall unconscious. If his 100 or so subordinates were to unleash their wrath upon him, even if his son survived, he would surely be left severely injured. He hastily interjected, "Brother Hu, we had an agreement. I promised you that parcel of land you desired and offered additional compensation for your assistance in dealing with this brat." At this juncture, talk of compensation was futile. No amount of money could entice him to encounter that man again. He knew that to provoke him further would lead to his demise. Money meant nothing if he were not alive to spend it. Gu Tian, too, was taken aback. His intention in mentioning Qingfeng was to intimidate Zhu Hu. Yet he had not anticipated such a fearful reaction, leading Zhu Hu to resort to violence. There is no need for violence. Simply ensure he speaks more respectfully in the future. Qingfeng has already dealt with him, Gu Tian interjected. Zhu Hu instructed his men to cease their assault. Casting a surprised glance at Qingfeng, lying on the ground were over 10 individuals. Could it be that they had all been subdued by his son alone? A son should be like Qingfeng. How could my own progeny be so inept? Wu Sheng seethed with indignation, but with Zhu Hu summoned by his father, he recognized that this family was not to be trifled with and could only comply. "I apologize. It was my lack of discernment that led to offending you all. I hope you can forgive my transgressions." Zhou Hui had no desire to escalate the matter further. Since Wu Sheng had offered an apology, she preferred to let it go. On the other hand, Shang Guanyun harbored a strong dislike for Wu Sheng, not merely for his attempts at coercion, but also due to his well-practiced methods. which suggested he had often preyed upon innocent women. Ultimately, coming from a prominent family, she possesses a discerning eye for character. Yet, with so many scoundrels in the world, she is no saint and has no desire to meddle in affairs that do not concern her. Upon receiving the responses from the two, the Wu father and son hurriedly departed, not daring to glance back, fearful that the others might reconsider their decision. Qingfeng had initially not intended to let them go so easily. However, the intense hatred that flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes during his apology did not escape his notice. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, allowing Wu Sheng and his companion to retreat further away. Zhu Hu cautiously looked towards Gu Tian, pulling out a business card from his pocket. Well, since everything is settled, I shall take my leave. Here is my number. Feel free to contact me should you require any assistance. Qingfeng held Zhu Hu in high regard for his sagacity. He recognized the futility of opposing him, and thus decisively chose to appease his family rather than risk further conflict. Unfazed by the previous lesson he had received, he did not allow pride to lead him into perilous territory. Qingfeng had initially presumed that Zhu Hu might take advantage of his absence to harm his parents, but he had underestimated him. Gu Tian, uncertain whether to accept Zhu Hu's business card, glanced at Qingfeng for guidance. With a nod, Qingfeng signaled his approval. After all, having more allies could only be beneficial in the long run, especially since there was no deep-seated animosity involved. Gu Tian then accepted the card, and Zhu Hu's face lit up with joy. If he could secure a connection with Qingfeng, he believed he could extend his influence beyond the borders of Haibei County, even into the criminal underworld of the capital. For years, his inability to expand his dominion stemmed from the lack of a solid backing. With only Qingfeng at his side, he could manage affairs in Haibei, but in a metropolis, he was merely one among many martial artists. A mere outsider without a formidable ally to support him. As the dishes were served, the long-awaited reunion brought the group together, and Gu Tian and Zhou Yu indulged freely, becoming quite inebriated. Chapter 66. Is this the protagonist's starting point? Typically, Shang Wanyun and Zhou Hui maintained strict control over their gatherings. It had been ages since they had enjoyed a hearty drink. However, in the spirit of celebration, they chose to relax their vigilance today. Zhou Yu, his face flushed, gazed at Qingfeng, who had grown up before his eyes. I truly cannot fathom what you have endured. Your return reveals a markedly transformed character. It seems you have suffered quite a bit. Qingfeng paused, then offered a faint smile. Enduring hardship could be considered accurate. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had wandered through various dimensional walls in search of a path home. Prior to joining the chat group, he had experienced endless solitude, devoid of family or friends. Fortunately, it was not insurmountable. All had passed. Have you not noticed? You are utterly different from how you once were. This observation was echoed in unison by Gu Tian and Zhou Yu, their tone remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of intoxication. After their statement, the two fell silent, resuming their drinking. Qingfeng found himself perplexed. Had he truly undergone such a significant transformation? Surely, if others possessed powers surpassing the divine, they too would evolve in ways akin to his own. I find myself in a relatively good state, having not descended into the depths of indiscriminate slaughter. Uncle Zhou, I have purchased a villa in the residential area. You and Aunt Zhou should move in with us. Zhou Hui, who was in the midst of her meal, doubted her own hearing. What was Xiao Feng up to? Just moments ago, she had spent 400,000 on a card, and now she claimed to have bought a villa. Nevertheless, Zhou Hui instinctively declined, stating, "We want to go. We have grown accustomed to our old home. Suddenly relocating, there would be too much to adapt to a wealthy lifestyle." Just as Qingfeng was about to offer some words of persuasion, Zhou Yu, sipping on his drink, interjected, "All right, no problem. We'll tidy up and move over." Seeing her husband agree, Zhou Hui felt it inappropriate to refuse further. The five of them continued drinking until midday, and by then, Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were nearly incapacitated. The proprietor of Zetian Pavilion unexpectedly visited, and upon seeing her, Qingfeng realized why. Despite having offended Wu Sheng, the front desk still served him. The owner was none other than the enigmatic woman he had encountered in the villa area. He did not expect Zetian Pavilion to be her enterprise. Noticing that Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were intoxicated, she graciously invited the four of them to a private room upstairs to rest. Qingfeng did not decline, as it would be troublesome if the two men were to vomit in the car on their way home. He decided to let his mother and Aunt Zhou watch over them while he took this opportunity to converse with the woman. Just as he settled the two men and was about to leave the room, a notification from a group chat popped up. Dagu stewed into soup joined the chat. Annulment Flow Villain joined the chat. The literary-minded ghoul remarked, "The names of the two newcomers are quite intriguing. Why is Dagu turned into soup? And could the second newcomer be a villain?" Are you also interested in dancing? I too wish to know why one would stew into soup. And I am curious about the newcomer's abilities. The serpent holder, who defeated Seiya, commented, they probably aren't our match. Their names sound quite ordinary. Perhaps they are merely regular humans. The Grim Reaper elementary student chimed in, as an ordinary person, I truly apologize to everyone. I feel insulted. The Silverlance Knight, who faces a myriad of foes, stated, gathering together is fate. The level of power is unimportant. What matters is our mutual assistance. Zhao Yun, known for his loyalty and righteousness, stepped forward, asserting that strength should not dictate status. The Ice Queeness Death remarked, the weak are not worthy of being my friends. They might as well be my footstools. The goose stewed into soup questioned, what is going on? Why is my mind suddenly filled with this upon joining the victory team? Is this a communication device exclusive to the victory team? Annulment Flow Villain exclaimed, oh my, you scared me. So my golden finger is this chat group? I seek assistance from the esteemed members. Tony Not Fickle admonished, stop with the lovey-dovey nonsense. We have newcomers in the group. As a manager, shouldn't you introduce yourself instead of just flirting? Here I am, exclaimed Seek Big Brother, why the urgency? If you're so impressive, why not summon the big shots to speak? Tony Not Fickle retorted, are you only picking on the weak? I'm going crazy trying to get the big shots involved. His death was much simpler, not like Yun Yao with her complaints. Her words were straightforward and clear. Fire Fist Ace, in 3 seconds. I shall approach and engage in a duel. It is yet another day for the destroyer of worlds to meet his demise, for no one relishes danger more than Tony. Absolutely no one. Glancing at the name of the newcomer, Daegu, she is naturally quite familiar. Who among us has not once transformed into light in their youth? However, what is this villainous character of the annulment genre? That well-known boy who plays with fire is hardly a villain. Seeking support. The second group member is unknown to me as well. As for the first, I presume you must be Daegu, the Ultraman Tiga, correct? What a thing, what is Ultraman? It seems you have yet to encounter the pyramid. Soon enough, you will come across a pyramid that harbors 3 ancient giants, and you will successfully awaken one of them with your own brilliance. Administrator seeking support, uploading the worldview of Ultraman Tiga. Yun Yao proceeded to elucidate the function of the group chat to the 2 new members, providing them with some knowledge. I am aware of this annulment genre villain. I feel as though my demise is imminent. The more I observe, the more I perceive that this body is fated to be trampled underfoot by the heroine. Is there anyone who can offer me some advice? The book-loving ghoul, upon entering the group, already faces death? Fear not, for there exists a means of resurrection within the group. Should you perish, revival is assured. Gu Qingfeng was equally perplexed by the situation, lacking any notable figures in his memory who bore such a name. Dimensional Strongest, the protagonist of the annulment genre, first, accept yourself, newcomer. Goodness. With a mere snap of the fingers to obliterate stars, and a wave of the hand to shatter the cosmos. How is it possible that such a formidable being is permitted to join this chat group? You seem to possess some understanding of me, young one. Gu Qingfeng, upon hearing his words, felt an uncanny modernity about this individual. Could he possibly be another time traveler? I am indeed a time traveler, having traversed to the continent of sorcerers, where the inhabitants cultivate magic devoid of martial energy or cultivation, relying solely on flamboyant magical attacks. I became the legitimate heir of the most powerful family in this land, possessing extraordinary talent from a young age, yet upon my arrival, I discovered that this body had recently undergone an annulment. Do you also wish to dance? What is this time travel? Is it akin to traversing the universe as we do? Quite similar, though in my case, it involved my demise, with my soul journeying to another universe, inhabiting the body of a deceased individual, granting him a second chance at life. Elementary Death God, your world is truly incomprehensible. How can one transition to another universe after death? Seeking support, the annulment genre villain inquired, have I been infused with some liquid today? Can you guess what I received? Finally encountering kin from Earth. Are you also a time traveler? My universe was long ago overrun, and even in illness, I have no opportunity for infusion. I initially believed we hailed from the same universe, yet it appears you are not of my dimension. The Earth from my realm was besieged by zombies years ago. Aside from the capital's safe zone, which remains relatively secure, the rest is overrun with the undead. Yun Yao contemplated the zombie universe into which she had traversed, which seemed to echo the words of the newcomer. The strongest dimension, the most powerful family, and yet, you chose to break off the engagement. What prompted such a decision? The antagonist of the engagement-breaking narrative, the original owner of this body, was a fool. His fiancée, beautiful and exceptionally gifted, was discarded merely to indulge in a few more years of frivolity with other women. The destroyer of worlds, surely. Such a minor setback as a broken engagement would not provoke such fear? Did you not proclaim your lineage as the strongest family? Indeed, that was the case. Yet my fiancée, possessing remarkable talent since childhood, inexplicably experienced a drastic decline in her magical prowess a few years ago. On the day of our engagement's dissolution, she furiously declared, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a girl of humble beginnings. This is undoubtedly the archetype of a protagonist. It is clear that I shall serve as a stepping stone for her eventual triumph over me. Upon realizing this, Qingfeng and Yun Yao understood. This woman was bound to stage a formidable comeback. Chapter 67. The Prince of the Crash, either plummeting from a cliff to acquire unparalleled martial arts or possessing a small ring. Do you wish to dance as well? This must be the fabled child of destiny, akin to that golden-haired scoundrel from our world. Should I offer her some cultivation elixirs to seek her forgiveness? Tony, the unflirtatious, remarked, what is so difficult about it? She is undeniably beautiful. Why not pursue her? If you succeed, you shall reach the pinnacle of life. She is presently enduring a challenging time, making it the perfect opportunity to capture her heart. Truly, he is a renowned playboy, with thoughts that diverge from the ordinary. Yet, the original owner of this body had only recently severed the engagement. Would it not seem peculiar for me to now feign affection? Do you wish to be humiliated daily or preserve your pride? As a member of the strongest family, even if she is the child of destiny, she poses no real threat. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether she will indeed make a comeback. Have you not considered sending someone to eliminate her while you have the chance? The fool actually dispatched someone to do just that, resulting in the demise of all involved, while the woman remained unharmed. He forsook a stunning fiancée to consort with those gaudy temptresses. What a fool he has proven to be. Gather some healing potions and cultivation elixirs. You can claim it is to prevent rumors from suggesting you are elevating yourself by associating with my family. I shall merely put on a fade to spare you from external scrutiny. Ah, the master plays the game well, deftly extricating himself from such a predicament. Surely, he cannot also be a rogue. Indeed, my family possesses numerous miraculous elixirs, and it is precisely time to employ them. Esteemed friends, I shall take my leave for now. The most nefarious of elves, he is indeed a scoundrel, utterly despicable. Why do you label me as such? You cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation. At that moment, Tony Stark, idly bored, observed their conversation and was poised to defend his friend. However, someone in the group preemptively halted him. The Grim Reaper's elementary student, Tony, is not fickle-hearted. Do not seek your demise by meddling. They may hurl insults at each other without consequence, but should you dare to assist one in disparaging the other, your fate is assuredly a beating. Tony, how did you ascertain my intentions? The Grim Reaper's elementary student retorts. Who in this group is unaware of your penchant for courting danger? You seize every opportunity to engage in reckless behavior. Even in the absence of such opportunities, you contrive them. Conan, with a sharp and decisive rebuttal, renders Tony speechless. The crux of Conan's argument is the truth, leaving no room for counter-argument. Daegu, simmering in his thoughts, muses, I have encountered that pyramid. Are the ancient giants contained within? Melba and Golzan are approaching. I seek to align myself with them. What should I do next? In response, I am uncertain. My recollection of the storyline is vague, and the details have long escaped me. Why not charge ahead and engage in battle with the two monsters? Daegu protests. I am merely a patrol unit equipped with minimal weaponry. How can I confront such colossal beasts? Fire Fist Ace interjects. I have yet to witness such monsters. Perhaps you could stream a live broadcast for our viewing pleasure. If need be, we shall come to your aid. Tony adds, indeed, is it not merely a matter of size? If all else fails, we could ram them with an aircraft. There is nothing to fear. I have dealt with monsters towering 7 or 8 meters. The Ice Queen, Isteth, declares, kneel before me. Such trifling monsters do not intimidate me. As Yun Yao merely introduced Daegu's worldview, she vaguely mentioned the monsters as somewhat large without delving deeper into the specifics. The group assumed that the danger was minimal, merely stemming from their size. Dimension's strongest challenges Tony. Have you ever faced a monster 50 or 60 meters tall? Tony Stark nearly tumbles from his chair. Yun Yao only mentioned them as somewhat large, yet dozens of meters hardly qualifies as merely somewhat. Dimension's strongest warns Isteth, do not underestimate them. These monsters are beyond comparison with those in your realm. The only injuries you have encountered were from slightly sharper blades. Daegu's adversaries, however, would not be harmed even by mortars or aerial bombardments. Fire Fist Ace concludes, so once Daegu transforms into a giant, he will possess the strength to defeat them, effectively becoming the mightiest in our group aside from the leaders. Qingfeng reflects on the combat capabilities of Daegu, noting that with 3 different writers, Each has portrayed Diga's character uniquely. If we consider the weakest portrayal, Diga merely matches the ordinary class of an Ultra. It remains uncertain if he could triumph over Uchiha Obito. However, according to the latest depiction, Diga in his powerful form rivals the Supreme Gaia, which would certainly place Uchiha Obito at a disadvantage. Ultimately, it hinges upon which version of Diga we are discussing. Uncertain, comes the reply. But he is undoubtedly stronger than us. Whether he can contend with Obito remains unclear. Do you wish to join the fray? One queries. Once I am revived and have time, I shall engage with the newcomers, but I must first attend to my own matters and assist Chiharu in vanquishing the enemies. Group member Daegu initiates a live broadcast. In the realm of conversation, the chat group has indeed ventured into live broadcasting. Although no formal introduction appears to exist within the group, it is certainly within the realm of possibility to seek assistance. This is merely a fundamental feature. Typically, live broadcasts are initiated only when the group takes the initiative. However, the peculiar creatures that have emerged have piqued everyone's curiosity. The young student of death suggests that perhaps it would be prudent to devise a means to rescue Daegu, who finds himself relentlessly pursued by monsters. With no escape in sight, Ace of Fire Fist interjects to clarify that before any tasks are officially released, the chat group is not permitted to alter the historical trajectory of other universes, regardless of their combat prowess. The most formidable sprite expresses a lack of concern, noting Dagu's adept piloting skills, which should ensure his safety for the time being. Yet, Ace of Fire Fist cautions that should Daegu be attacked by a monster while at such altitude, the likelihood of survival for an ordinary individual would be exceedingly slim. Daegu, confident in his flying abilities, asserts that a crash is simply out of the question, as he is renowned within the team for his swift piloting. Qingfeng observes that Dagu's penchant for crashes is rather remarkable, according to an anonymous internet statistician. Over half of the crashes in the entirety of the Diga series are linked to Daegu, earning him the moniker of the Prince of Crashes. The strongest in the dimension wonders if crashes can indeed occur so swiftly. In the live broadcast, Daegu, brimming with confidence, points towards another aircraft in the distance, displaying unwavering trust in his teammates. He mentions that New City is also present, being the ace pilot of their team, which should help mitigate the threat. Qingfeng ponders that revealing the truth could potentially dishearten Daegu, yet he is quite eager to witness Dagu's reaction should he encounter misfortune. The strongest in the dimension then shares an ominous prediction. Tony, the unfaithful, expresses a sense of foreboding regarding Dagu's fate, noting that whenever a prominent figure makes such statements, calamity often follows. Daegu, intrigued by the words of the group's most esteemed member, distances himself from the ground-based Gorzen, attentively awaiting Qingfeng's insights. The strongest in the dimension warns Daegu to brace himself for a crash, indicating that should he find himself alone, the probability of a crash when encountering a monster is a staggering 90%. However, should he be piloting the same aircraft as New City, the odds of crashing essentially rise to 100%. Daegu, incredulous, asserts that New City has yet to experience a crash and wonders how such a scenario could be exaggerated to such an extent. The strongest in the dimension explains that Daegu represents an excellent pilot. New City also epitomizes excellence, and together they form a duo destined for disaster. Daegu nearly loses his grip on the control stick, contemplating the grim reality of his future. He begins to consider whether it would be wise to avoid teaming up with New City in the future. Another voice recalls that Daegu has had instances of flying without incident, having successfully landed after defeating monsters on 1 or 2 occasions. The book-loving ghoul questions why there are only 1 or 2 instances of success. Daegu, now on camera, is equally curious. It has been said that he is perpetually crashing, so what accounts for those rare moments of safety? The group collectively awaits Qingfeng's response, their curiosity thoroughly ignited. Chapter 68. A new task. The strongest in the dimension reveals that those 2 instances of success occurred while he was teamed with Lena, his future wife, which undoubtedly contributed to his steadiness in piloting. The power of love, as reflected in the story of the elementary school Grim Reaper, intrigues Qingfeng. He often wonders why Daegu never experiences a crash when teamed up with Lena. This question has lingered in his mind since his days of watching Dijia. Yet he could never decipher the reason, ultimately attributing it to Dagu's preference for romance over friendship. Tony, steadfast in his affections, recalls that when Yunyao introduced Daegu, she mentioned that he initially served merely as a delivery person. How, then, did he gain entry into his nation's defense organization? Daegu, with a hint of mischief, admits to having taken a backdoor route, which allowed him a smooth entrance. The audacity of such an admission prompts disbelief from others. How can you brazenly declare such an unscrupulous act? Tony inquires. Daegu retorts that there is nothing disgraceful about it. He simply stumbled upon the back entrance due to his unfamiliarity with the main one. The conversation continues, with some accusing Daegu of intentionally misleading them. The tension mounts as a monstrous threat draws near. Daegu, feeling the urgency, seeks assistance, lamenting his inability to transform into the giant. As the pursuing entity grows ever closer, Golzen, realizing he cannot catch Daegu, diverts his attention toward the 3 statues within the pyramid, knowing time is of the essence. But you lack the godlight stick now, someone remarks, recalling the details of Dagu's transformation with Dijia, which have faded from memory over time. Daegu laments the pressing situation, noting that one of the statues has already been destroyed. Tony cannot help but chastise him for remembering trivialities while forgetting the crucial aspect of transformation. Yunyao expresses her own frustration, noting that few women scrutinize Dijia as closely as she does, and she has long forgotten the nuances of the first transformation. I'm just a little girl. She defends herself. I consider it a miracle to have watched it at all, let alone remember every detail. As the conversation shifts, a confident voice claims, in the realm of dimensions, you must possess a solution. The reply is simple. Daegu should pilot a helicopter and allow Golzen to deliver a slap. While that does not sound particularly challenging, Daegu muses, it does seem somewhat perilous. A wave of realization washes over him as he contemplates the recklessness of his companions. Let Golzen strike me? In such close proximity to a crash, jumping out without a point of leverage would render me a mere target. Fear not. The confident voice reassures him. Let him strike you. In the event of a crash, your latent ancient genes will activate, enabling you to merge with Dijia in a blaze of light. With sound reasoning from Qingfeng, Daegu recognizes his only option is to embrace this desperate gamble. Though it is his first encounter with such statues, they evoke a sense of familiarity that compels him to act. Meanwhile, a notification from Conan's private chat window signals the unfolding of further events. The most fearsome elf. How do you know that Qingfeng possesses a solution? Just a mere speculation. With the prowess of such a formidable individual, there must be a way to resolve it. Conan did not speak the truth outright. He had indeed surmised that Qingfeng could find a resolution, but not for the reason one might expect. Previously, Qingfeng, in his eagerness to return home, had forcibly brought Minyashur to the villain's lair without facing any repercussions from the chat group. It is worth noting that the chat group had long warned against large-scale disruptions of historical progression without a task at hand. However, this rule seemed to hold no sway over Qingfeng, as the chat group overlooked his actions entirely. Perhaps others remained oblivious, but Conan, being the most astute in logical reasoning within the chat group, had discerned this detail long ago. Yet, fearing potential repercussions from the chat group and the possibility of being expelled from the conversation, he chose to keep this matter to himself, refraining from confiding in anyone. Kurumi was curious about how he had come to this conclusion, but Conan merely made casual remarks, claiming it was a spontaneous thought, prompting Kurumi to abandon her inquiries. In the live broadcast of the group, Daegu charged fiercely at Golzen, only to be predictably sent flying by a single slap. As the aircraft plummeted, he transformed into countless beams of light, merging into the colossal statue. The World Destroyer. Let us witness the extraordinary strength of the light giant, who is destined to save the world. He is hailed as the World Destroyer, and from Yunyao's information, he learned that Daegu is regarded as the light giant who saves the world, having defeated numerous terrifying entities. Even formidable foes capable of plunging the entire Earth into darkness fell before him, earning him the title of invincible superhero. Minyashur found himself intrigued by Diga, while Uchiha Madara, the strongest in the Naruto realm, shared a similar sentiment. The giant awakened, its body adorned in hues of red, purple, and white, rising from the ground with an elongated form that exuded a sense of harmony. Merba, currently restrained by the flying swallow of New City, let out a deafening roar and dove from the skies to assault Diga. With a graceful high kick, Diga sent Merba flying, while the slower Gorzen's attack came too late. Diga stood firm, absorbing Gorzen's punch, and retaliated with a powerful swing of his right arm, causing Gorzen's massive frame to stagger backward. Tony Stark was taken aback, proclaiming, "Wow, that's incredible. This is far more impressive than my Iron Man suit." As he observed the clash, Madara contemplated whether he could achieve such a level by fully activating his Susanoo. Ultimately, he conceded that, had he been in the fray, he might have managed to hold his own against 2 monsters, but it would never be as effortless as Diga's display. "Poor Gasti," Ace remarked, "Daegu is something else. He seems like a different person entirely, exuding an air of dominion." In truth, it was not just him. Others in the group shared this sentiment, particularly Yunyao, who was privy to the unfolding narrative. seeking assistance from the mighty ones in the realm of dimensions. A disquieting thought crossed my mind. Should not Diga triumph only through transformation? How is it that the composite form possesses such overwhelming power? Qingfeng speculated that this might not be the universe they were familiar with, but rather a parallel existence. This Diga evidently exceeds normal parameters, and the aura emanating from him appears to belong to the true essence of Diga. When Dagu first transformed, he was certainly unacquainted with Diga's capabilities. It seems that the genes within him have awakened a fragment of the true Diga's consciousness, placing him in a surrogate role. The might of the dimensional strongest must be a fortified Diga. However, there is something amiss with Melba. Observe closely his physique. Qingfeng's observations piqued the interest of others. As they beheld Melba, who had been hurled away, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, with dark patterns manifesting upon his massive form, Melba charged once more. Yet his target was not Diga, but rather the grounded Gorzen. His speed surged, and in an instant, he descended from hundreds of meters above, sinking his teeth into Gorzen's neck. An unknown black substance flowed through Melba into Gorzen, causing a transformation within the latter's physique. In the blink of an eye, dark patterns emerged, rendering him more ferocious, with eyes as black as ink. Diga remained unmoved, the crystal atop his head emitting a crimson glow, while his form shifted to be entirely shrouded in red. Without any superfluous embellishments, the two monstrous beings collided with Diga simultaneously. The speedster Melba recklessly engaged in a strategy of exchanging injuries. Despite Diga's transformation into a powerful form, the overwhelming advantage he previously held dissipated, resulting in a stalemate against the two beasts. As time progressed, Diga gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Chat Group Mission: assist Diga in defeating the darkness-corrupted Melba and Gorzen. Mission difficulty, level 6. Reward points, 60,000, limited to 4 group members. Chapter 69, Qingfeng takes action. Dagu endures. I feel that everyone should come to my aid. I am on the verge of being overwhelmed by these two beasts. Why is it that my opponents are so formidable right after my transformation? Shouldn't I be given lesser foes to hone my skills? The dimensional strongest are indeed here to serve as practice, but it appears there is a complication. They have been corrupted by dark powers, rendering them significantly stronger than usual. In light of this situation, he too was at a loss, as both Diga's initial overwhelming strength and the mutation of the two creatures deviated from the original narrative. Everyone, do not hastily seize the mission. Let us first ascertain who is in greatest need of points, for only 4 individuals can participate, Yun Yao remarked, and the others understood. Within Dagu's combat group, none could intervene except for Ban Yi, as others were not even on the same tier of strength. This mission, in essence, serves merely to accumulate points. With Qingfeng present, the utility of those points is manifold. Given the limited number of members who can participate, it would be prudent to allocate accordingly. Do you also wish to dance? I shall not attend. I relinquish this opportunity. The points bestowed by the esteemed one suffice for my revival, and you too must enhance your prowess. As one of the strongest in the group, second only to Qingfeng, Ban pondered and ultimately resolved to grant this chance to others. I, too, seek the support of the powerful. In the short term, I have no need for points. Upon returning to my homeland, the system did not compel me to return to the zombie universe, and the points I possess are ample for augmenting my strength. Earth harbors no significant peril, especially with the esteemed one present. As for the destroyers of worlds, I share a similar sentiment. While accumulating points can be exhilarating, the rewards are rather meager and do little to enhance my abilities. I shall leave them for you. Minya sure expresses a desire to participate, yet the bounty points are not particularly substantial. Divided among 4 individuals, they amount to a trifling sum. The distribution of additional reward points is contingent upon the contributions made during the missions. Every time, Qingfeng effortlessly dispatches foes, while their point accumulation barely reaches 10 or 20,000, rendering it of limited utility for him. After a thorough discussion, it was ultimately decided that Tony Stark, Hinakoto, and Conan Idagawa would embark on this endeavor. Tony's power is modest, and the bounty points could significantly enhance his strength. Conan, being an ordinary human, requires no further mention. Hina, while considered relatively weak in the ghoul world, could benefit from acquiring some points to bolster her capabilities, thus avoiding potential threats from humans or other ghouls. The strongest in the dimension accepts the mission. The book-loving ghoul accepts the mission. Tony, the unflirtatious, accepts the mission. The elementary school death god accepts the mission. As they deliberated, Dagu found himself in dire straits, lamenting his predicament. He had thought himself on the rise, only to be overwhelmed and utterly defeated. When he transformed into light to revive Tiga, An inexplicable consciousness seized control of his body, rendering him not the one in combat. It is highly probable that it was the consciousness of Tiga himself which allowed for the effortless repulsion of two monsters. However, once Meiba succumbed to the darkness, that powerful consciousness dissipated. Control of his body reverted to him, which elucidates why, despite transforming into a robust form, he performed worse than in his composite form, consistently being pressured by the two beasts. At that moment, as he was being struck, a red light began to flicker, indicating an imminent return to human form. Suddenly, a figure surged from above, crashing into the monsters and piercing through the body of Gorzamelba. Yet, their colossal size rendered such wounds trivial. Nevertheless, this singular attack caused them to halt, erupting with dazzling golden light that rapidly expanded, enveloping the two beasts in a matter of moments. Mission accomplished. Bounty points total 60,000, with each group member receiving 15,000 points. Time taken, 1 second. Additional reward points. The strongest in the dimension receives 100 million points, while the elementary school death god, Tony the Unflirtatious, and the book-loving ghoul each receive 30,000 points. Fire Fist Ace. As expected, it was a swift execution in the presence of the esteemed one. The disparity in size holds no significance whatsoever. With just a fraction of the esteemed one's strength, I too could revive the Han dynasty and serve my nation with loyalty. The Ice Queen, Is Death, is truly a perplexing character. Can anyone genuinely defeat her? The Serpent Bearer, who effortlessly overwhelms the likes of Saint Seiya, is akin to a deity in our world, capable of creating universes. In a confrontation with a supreme being, it remains uncertain who would prevail. The notion of seeking protection from the powerful seems futile. Although your deities are formidable, I still place my faith in the supreme beings. Even the mightiest of the primary gods, such as the Sun God, would likely struggle against such titans. Is there a hierarchy among gods? The disparities must be significant. If a secondary god were to engage a primary deity, a mere flick of the wrist could spell doom for the former. As a guardian of love and peace, I am a saint of Athena, one of the primary gods, ruling over war and wisdom. Regarding your subsequent developments, I am not well versed in your deities, but I have come to realize the paramount importance of finding a good partner. Yun Yao has long forgotten the saga of the saints. After all, no one can rival Athena, and as a mere human, Seiya stands no chance against any adversary. Devotion can lead one to attain everything in the end. We exist solely to protect the goddess, devoid of ulterior motives. Sharna fights for Athena, and that is the destiny of the saints, a belief she has held steadfastly. Perhaps it is best to simply watch the live broadcast and refrain from digressing. Dagu and the new city as pilot are both bewildered. What is unfolding before them? Two colossal monsters have appeared, along with a humanoid giant whose combat prowess seems ineffective. Where did this man emerge from, who effortlessly vanquished them with a single strike? Am I dreaming? Have the pressures of life led me to hallucinate? Dagu has resumed his human form, clutching a divine staff composed of radiant light. Hina, her eyes sparkling with admiration, finds Gu Qingfeng exceptionally handsome. This time, he has presented himself in his true form. Unlike the aloof and commanding presence of Gogeta, Gu Qingfeng exudes an approachable warmth. During their last encounter, Hina was too intimidated to utter a word. Gogeta had instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. With an admiring tone, Hina exclaimed, "Big brother, you are so impressive. If I possessed your strength, my parents would still be alive." To this, Conan could only respond with a dismissive chuckle. Even if he were as strong as little Hina, he would not have been pursued so mercilessly by the Dark Organization. Gu Qingfeng gently patted Hina's head. Choosing not to elaborate, unnoticed by the others, a glimmer of blue light emanated from his palm and entered Hina's body. Dagu approached to express his gratitude. Without Gu Qingfeng's timely intervention, he may not have survived the recent encounter. "Thank you. Your arrival was most opportune. Had you come any later, I would have perished." Gu Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, exuding an aura that disrupted the spatial equilibrium of those nearby, keen to remain unnoticed. The remnants of the pyramid lay hidden deep within the mountains, devoid of any surveillance equipment, with no living soul in proximity. The disturbance in space rendered it imperceptible to satellites. "You must have a plan for what comes next?" Dagu paused, momentarily perplexed. Had not the monster been vanquished? Despite his understanding of Dagu's character, Gu Qingfeng felt compelled to inquire. Could anyone truly resist the allure of power? You possess the ability to transform into a giant, a feat only you can achieve worldwide. You could wield this power to dominate the entire Earth. Dagu scratched his head, evidently taken aback by Gu Qingfeng's words. "I am not interested in ruling the Earth. If heaven has bestowed upon me strength, I shall use it to protect others, not to indulge my own selfish desires. Qingfeng muttered. Ah, to protect the people of Earth, such a quintessential protagonist mindset, embodying selflessness. Are you not the same? Dagu countered. You have consistently fought to safeguard humanity. The others in the group have spoken of your assistance. Chapter 70, The Dark Overlord. When Dagu uttered this, his expression was one of certainty. He believed that the strong exist to fight for the weak. Qingfeng, he assumed, must also be a warrior for protection. Yet, to Qingfeng, this notion sparked a hearty laugh that grew increasingly boisterous. I do not possess such noble ideals. I shall not fight for others. Dagu was skeptical. Did you not come to save me? There lies a sense of justice within you. I am different from you. I will only rescue those within my capabilities. My assistance to you is merely for points, though I must admit part of it is because I hold you in high regard. Qingfeng's words were half-truths. He did not see himself as a savior, nor did he have an interest in rescuing the world. His willingness to assist those familiar to him stemmed from a sense of camaraderie. Were it to involve figures like Danzo or Akainu, he would likely seek their destruction rather than offer aid. He admired Dagu's character, a quintessential protagonist, yet he had no desire to emulate such a life. It seemed overly burdensome. Even aware that humanity might not warrant protection, he would still expend his life to safeguard them. Though invincible across realms, he harbored no lofty ideals. He remained unchanged, focused solely on protecting those dear to him, leaving the task of world salvation to others. Dagu, bewildered, realized that this formidable individual did not align with his expectations. While he disagreed with Qingfeng's perspective, he chose to remain silent, recognizing that each person harbors different philosophies. Idagawa Konan gazed at the sky, which had turned azure once more, dispelling the gloom cast by the monstrous duo of Golzen. The sunlight reflected dazzling rays from his glasses as he turned to Qingfeng, inquiring further. My dear friend, if my memory serves me correctly, those two monstrous beings were indeed tainted by darkness, which accounts for their ferocity. One cannot help but wonder what formidable darkness could corrupt such colossal creatures. Ancient Qingfeng, however, finds himself equally perplexed, as the original narrative did not present such a scenario. It merely depicted Golzen evolving into the fiery Golzen, significantly amplifying his power. Who could have anticipated this enigmatic darkness? In the realm of Diga, the first entity that springs to mind is the Dark Overlord, Gatangier. Perhaps this is the machination of your greatest adversary in the future, for he is indeed a formidable force. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, reveling in the chaos, patted Dagu's shoulder, wearing an expression of righteous indignation on his face. This implies that Dagu transformed just in time, likely facing no minor foes to accumulate experience, but instead confronting a major threat directly. Brother, you truly have drawn the short straw. This sentiment struck a chord deep within Dagu. After all, even in a game, one is afforded a novice protection period, yet here he finds himself in dire straits. On the other side, the petite Hoshino, observing Tony Stark's expression, could not help but voice her frustration. Uncle Tony, while you're comforting Dagu, could you please refrain from smiling so gleefully? Dagu abruptly turned his head, noticing Tony's serious demeanor, although the mirth at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. The more Dagu looked at Tony, the more he sensed a hint of schadenfreude, igniting an impulse to land a punch on that face. Realizing he had been discovered, Tony felt a touch of embarrassment. He had been enjoying the moment behind Dagu, only for Hoshino to inadvertently expose him. I don't wish to laugh, but honestly, your luck is abysmal. If this is the caliber of monster you'll face in the future, won't you be perpetually on the receiving end of a beating? At this moment, Dagu could only think of cursing. If he couldn't even contend with the monsters corrupted by darkness, what fate awaited him against them? He turned to ancient Qingfeng, hoping the elder might possess a solution. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qingfeng admitted he was uncertain about the situation, and he could not ascertain when Gatangier would resurrect. I suspect that in the short term, he will not return. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to leverage Golzen and the others. He could simply confront you directly. The ever-concerned Hoshino chimed in. Alas, Dagu cannot triumph over such monsters. Had you not been present today, he would likely have met his demise. Dagu shared her sentiment, recognizing that the strength of these two beasts, after being tainted by darkness, had increased dramatically, rendering him utterly outmatched. Fear not, Qingfeng reassured. In a one-on-one confrontation, Dagu stands a considerable chance of victory. His current predicament stems from his unfamiliarity with Diga's form. With time and adaptation, he shall grow stronger. Qingfeng offered these words of comfort, having observed closely that Dagu had not faltered when facing Golzen in his powerful form. The disarray he experienced was largely due to the interference of Melba and his lack of combat experience in a 2-on-1 situation. Tony Stark remained unconcerned about Dagu's perilous circumstances. If you can fight, then fight. If not, we can always issue a mission for the group to tackle together. There's always a way, young man. Remain calm and composed. Although I may not be of much assistance, there are others in the group, right? The purpose of a chat group is to foster mutual support among its members. In times of peril, one can activate a bounty mission. Menshurshur and Madara. One is a so-called world-destroying Kamen Rider, while the other is revered as the strongest Uchiha. With their combined combat prowess, how could Daegu and his companions possibly falter in a 3-on-1 encounter? Tony felt that the recent skirmish was on par with Madara's capabilities. The group's footage of Madara's combat showcases his climactic battle against the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, where colossal giants clashed, unleashing devastation comparable to that of the recent conflict with Diga. Daegu felt somewhat embarrassed. Having just joined the chat group, he was already a burden to everyone. Yet he found no better alternatives. That entity is not one you can defeat through mere collaboration. You stand no chance relying solely on your numbers, Qingfeng remarked. Unwilling to dampen their spirits, but compelled to offer a dose of reality. Just how formidable is that monster? Do we truly stand no chance even when united? Despite the daunting odds, Daigu's resolve remained unwavering. I will not surrender. I am determined to rescue the people of this world. His tone was resolute, unyielding in the face of the adversary's might. Perhaps, Qingfeng replied, that beast plunged the entire earth into darkness in a remarkably short span of time. Your strengths do not exist on the same plane as his. He spoke of Gotangir's might with a detached air. For him, it was trivial. Yet for Daegu and his companions, it represented an insurmountable peak. Daegu was profoundly shaken. He had anticipated the opponent's strength, but was unprepared for such overwhelming power. Would he ever truly have the opportunity to conquer such a monster? Doubt began to creep into Daigu's heart. Unlike the narrative where one gradually hones their abilities before fully awakening their fervent heroism, he was merely an ordinary mortal newly endowed with power, lacking a clear direction in the face of such abrupt capabilities. Well, I should take my leave now. Your teammates will arrive shortly. Daegu, remember this. Whether you become light or darkness lies solely within your thoughts. Qingfeng's form dissipated with the wind, leaving his final words echoing in Daigu's ears. Tony Stark and the others also prepared to depart, their own powers being modest. They aimed to exchange their points for items to augment their strength. After bidding farewell, the trio departed together. Daegu gazed at the aircraft spiraling above, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Seeking support, are we? I believe we should consider renaming the group to the Elites Chat, where newcomers become titans. How can we mere novices thrive in such an environment? Do you wish to dance as well? ISNTA's guiding you? With your points redeemed for items, your strength might very well rival that of Tony, that imbecile. Seeking support, are we? Hee, caught red-handed. Although I have returned to my homeland, I still aspire to grow stronger. When we meet again, I shall surprise you all. Death God Elementary School. Is there anyone who could provide me with some guidance? I too am contemplating exchanging for some items, as I am being relentlessly pursued. I find myself unable to restore my original form, thus I must continue to live under the guise of a child. Although Conan possesses a remarkable intellect, he lacks experience with such supernatural forces and does not comprehend how to maximize resource utilization. Chapter 71. The Pampered Hinami, the Bookish Ghoul. Like my brother Conan, I am uncertain about what to exchange for. Tony, who is not fickle, suggested that I directly message Madara. After all, he has expressed a desire to assist me. We would not dare compete with him for the opportunity to teach. Tony's envy is palpable. Indeed, it seems that being female has its advantages. The young girl is not only adorable, but possesses an admirable character and commands great respect among the group, nearly becoming the darling of our circle and the only one Madara has openly pledged to help. Do not presume that just because everyone refers to Qingfeng as a senior, Madara's strength is lacking. Even if Gu can transform into Diga, Uchiha Madara's prowess can certainly contend for a top 3 position within our group. He is a superlative being capable of splitting mountains and seas with ease. Yet Qingfeng's strength is so overwhelmingly formidable that it appears almost otherworldly. This causes Madara's abilities to seem rather average by comparison. In most universes, however, he would undoubtedly be considered among the strongest. Ice Queen's death. Little Conan, allow me to teach you. I find myself with little to occupy my time lately, so I shall visit your world. The chat group permits members to traverse freely between worlds, provided they do not interfere in other realms or disrupt the natural flow of history. Those who forcibly alter plot developments will face erasure from the chat group. Only when tasks are published within the group, or when members find themselves in peril, May they undertake missions and intervene. Death God Elementary School. Thank you, Sisteress Death. I look forward to your guidance. Gu has been simmering in his thoughts. What is your dream, esteemed senior? With such power, what do you aspire to achieve? A simple query that strikes at Gu Qingfeng's very core. In truth, even he is uncertain of his own desires. He initially wished to return to Earth. But now that he has, he fears being erased by the Omni King. Yet he discovers that his strength far exceeds even that of the Omni King. What else can he do? To save the world seems a tedious endeavor. Protecting his family hardly qualifies as a dream. Perhaps he could simply grant his parents eternal life with the dragon Shinron. What should he pursue thereafter? Should he prevent the tragedies that were destined to unfold in the anime, allowing characters who should not perish to survive, such as his death in Jiraiya? Once powerless to effect change, he now possesses the strength to at least safeguard those characters he cherishes. The strongest in dimensions. I too am uncertain. Perhaps the goal is to find an opponent who can match me, allowing me to fight with unrestrained fervor. In that moment, a thought flickered through the minds of the group. The esteemed senior is truly exceptional. While we all wish to defeat our adversaries, he merely seeks a worthy opponent with whom to engage in battle. Indeed, being overwhelmingly powerful can be a lonely existence. Gu Qingfeng did not wish to dwell on this topic further. Qinzili had been waiting for him downstairs for some time, so he decided it was best to meet her first. In the private room downstairs, Qinzili's expression fluctuated between hope and anxiety. She had been waiting for half an hour, yet Gu Qingfeng had not yet appeared. Could it be that he stood her up? Just as she pondered this, the door creaked open, and Gu Qingfeng stepped inside. Do you require something from me? His direct inquiry caught Qinzili off guard. Normally, one would exchange pleasantries first. Yet this fellow seemed to disregard convention. However, with the impending family martial assembly, if Gu Qingfeng did not assist her, her chances of turning her fortunes around would be utterly extinguished. Regardless, she had to take a chance. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. And of course, I am willing to offer you a suitable reward. Gu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, pray tell, what is it? In a few days, our Qin family's martial assembly will take place. The victor shall become the next heir to the family head, and the competition will hinge upon the external allies each disciple can muster. Qinzili felt helpless. The outside world only recognized her as the second young lady of the Qin family, yet none knew the hardships she had endured. Her parents had passed away during her childhood, leaving her to navigate the world alone. After years of struggle, she had finally secured a place within the Qin family. But her years of wandering had left her unfamiliar with any martial artists, let alone the elusive practitioners of supernatural abilities. In a small town like Hebei County, it was remarkable to encounter a fifth-tier martial artist, yet in the capital, such individuals were commonplace. She was unaware of Gu Qingfeng's true strength during their last encounter. He had appeared as Gogeta, yet she assumed he must possess considerable skill. What she truly sought was to ally with Gogeta, a master capable of harnessing energy for combat. A rarity, even in the capital. If he were to lend her his support, her chances of becoming the next heir would significantly improve. Her parents' deaths had been shrouded in mystery. The family head had merely stated they met with an accident while traveling, yet no one had divulged the true circumstances. With no bodies to mourn and only a cursory explanation, she felt dismissed. Qinzili harbored the suspicion that her parents' demise was not as straightforward as it seemed. Unfortunately, the Qin family was under the iron grip of the family head, and no one dared to defy him. This was why she had chosen to leave the capital, striving to develop independently and escape the family's control. Observing the silent Gu Qingfeng, she found him inscrutable. He had just exhibited a commanding presence, showing no fear even in the face of Hebei's underground emperor. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. To reign in such a small locale was unremarkable, for any faction in the capital could easily obliterate him. He had originally sought Gogeta, but the information he received indicated Gogeta was missing, leaving Gu Qingfeng in his stead. Masters at the realm of martial arts were exceedingly rare. Many spent their entire lives striving to attain such heights, and even the youngest master in the capital only reached that level at the age of 30. Gogeta, who had achieved mastery in his early 20s, was the first of his kind she had encountered, and perhaps Gu Qingfeng's prowess was commendable as well. However, she did not believe that Gu Qingfeng possessed the prowess of a master. Her interest in him stemmed from the hope that he might facilitate contact with Gogeta. Whether he would consent to assist her seemed rather inconsequential. If you consider this endeavor too perilous, could you possibly reach out to that man who aided you in avenging your grievances against Li Jun? Regardless of the remuneration, I am prepared to offer. I earnestly implore you to assist me this time. Yet, I find myself lacking nothing. As you can see, I am not in want of wealth. Gu Qingfeng was indeed curious about how she intended to sway him. It would be an exaggeration to say he was devoid of desires, but he had long since reached a state of indifference. Chen Zili had conducted thorough research on Gu Qingfeng, well aware of his past experiences. During his time with Wang Fei, he endured considerable disdain from the Wang family. Graduating as a top student from university, Gu Qingfeng faced relentless challenges in the workplace. Undoubtedly influenced by the Wang family, even encountering several inexplicable confrontations with the underworld. This compelled Wang Fei to sever ties with her family in order to quell their disruptions. The families of the imperial capital were set to report on a martial arts competition in 2 weeks, in which the Wang family would participate. Should you secure the top position for our family, it would grant you the right to represent the Qin family, earning the respect of those from the Wang family who once looked down upon you. Gu Qingfeng chuckled dismissively, realizing her plans had fallen flat. He had long since let go of the past. It was not that he had forgiven them, but rather that he had lost the inclination to trouble them. After all, Wang Fei had already ended their relationship, so he deemed it best to leave the past behind. Should the opportunity arise, he would not mind teaching the Wang family a lesson, but he had no desire to pursue them specifically. They were hardly worthy of his effort. I am not interested. And as for the friend you mentioned, you will not have another chance to meet him. Chen Zili's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Initially, she held little confidence in the upcoming martial arts competition, but upon encountering Gogeta, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, she was determined to become the family head, leveraging the family's influence to uncover the truth behind her parents' demise. You share a good rapport with him, do you not? Consider it a favor to me. I merely wish for a brief meeting with him. Once I ascend to the position of Qin family head, I can offer you unconditional support against the Wang family. Perhaps you perceive the Wang family as formidable, yet in my eyes, they are insignificant. With a mere snap of my fingers, they could be obliterated. Your proposition fails to move me. Gu Qingfeng firmly declined Chen Zili's request, as they were not well acquainted. And he was not one to seek the limelight. Under different circumstances, it might be acceptable, but the imperial capital is the heart of Huagua, and he had no desire to be at the center of attention. He simply wished to live a tranquil life, occasionally indulging in adventures in other realms. Is it truly impossible for your friend to meet with me? How can you be certain he would not agree to assist? Chapter 72. Future timelines. As these words left her lips, Chen Zili's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze enveloped in a mist that rendered her irresistibly pitiable. One could not help but acknowledge Chen Zili's striking beauty, her figure undeniably alluring. Combined with her current vulnerable demeanor, she was difficult for most men to resist. Unfortunately, Gu Qingfeng was not the type to fawn over beautiful women. He merely sought a peaceful existence, occasionally flaunting his prowess in other worlds. Is it truly impossible for your friend to meet with me? How can you be certain he would not agree to assist? Gu Qingfeng was unyielding, leaving Chen Zili at a loss. She could only settle for a compromise, requesting Gu Qingfeng to agree to meet with Gogeta. Surely, this would be an agreeable arrangement, merely acting as an intermediary. Yet, to her dismay, Gu Qingfeng shook his head once more. He was gone, having departed from this place, and she would never have the opportunity to see him again in her lifetime. Indeed, having restored his true appearance, it was impossible for him to parade around in Gogeta's body, and thus, Chen Zili would never encounter him again. Should there be any other needs, she could contact him. However, he wished to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the capital. Regardless, Chen Zili had assisted him. As it was she who suppressed the news of the deaths of Li Jun and his son, Gu Qingfeng was willing to aid her once. But such a trivial favor hardly warranted such a substantial effort on his part. Chen Zili forced a faint smile upon her face. With Gu Qingfeng resolute in his refusal to introduce her to that man, she found herself without recourse. That individual was willing to stand up for Gu Qingfeng, eliminating Li Jun and his son, indicating a relationship far beyond the ordinary. She had assumed that merely facilitating a connection would not be met with refusal. The unexpected outcome left her bereft of Gogeta's assistance, and it was likely she would have to wait another decade, by which time she might not even be able to approach a martial arts master. This plunged her spirits into despair once more, having barely grasped hope. It was swiftly snatched away. After exchanging a few more words with Gu Qingfeng, Chen Zili subtly issued a dismissal. Her heart was tumultuous, yearning for solitude. Dragon Ball Parallel Universe task triggered. Save the future super warriors and defeat the evil androids. Reward points, 100,000. Task requirement, must be personally defeated by a future warrior against 2 androids. Task difficulty, level 5, designated group management, strongest in the dimension, time limit, within 6 months. At that moment, a task arrived, prompting Qingfeng to depart from Zetian Pavilion. Future warrior androids. Was this the future world of Dragon Ball? It seemed they were once again amidst the timeline of the androids, having previously ventured into the Zamasu saga. Clearly, this was yet another distinct parallel universe. Is Tony not fickle? What did that mean? Why could others not participate, leaving the task solely to the esteemed one? Engaging in battle against the serpent bearer who had overwhelmed Seiya, what was the point? I glanced at the price of the golden saint cloth, which soared into the tens of millions of points, an unattainable sum for the time being. The only means to enhance her power lay within the seventh sense of the small universe or surpassing the silver saint cloth with the golden saint cloth. The meager points accumulated were utterly insufficient. There remained the necessity of an opportunity to independently undertake the task. Otherwise, with Qingfeng performing the missions, they would have no chance of involvement. Additional points were allocated based on individual contribution. The more effort exerted, the greater the points earned. Qingfeng consistently annihilated his opponents, yielding high rewards in less time, yet others scarcely garnered any points. I currently have no use for points. Previously, the esteemed one conjured 5,000 of me. Chow Chow, suspicious and paranoid, believed it was a military maneuver, and he dared not initiate any further attacks against us. The current situation in the Kingdom of Shu is remarkably auspicious. Although its territory is limited, it can gradually conserve strength and resources. The last battle left Chow Chow quite apprehensive, rendering him reluctant to launch any rash offensives in the near future. Yun Yao has subtly conveyed that, historically, due to various unforeseen circumstances, it was not the Kingdom of Shu that ultimately unified the realm. Nevertheless, Zhao Yun possesses unwavering confidence in rewriting destiny. After all, he has joined a conversation group he was never meant to be part of. With diligent effort, he believes the Han dynasty can be revitalized. The situation is akin to the most formidable of spirits. The quantity of points I require is substantial, and merely acquiring 10,000 points each time proves insufficient for significant achievements. 10,000 points can exchange for numerous items, whether it be devil fruits, basic ninjutsu, ordinary high-tech weaponry, or enhancements to one's own abilities, all of which are quite adequate. However, they do not contribute significantly to her overall enhancement. Coupled with the vast amount of time she needs to return and alter the tragic fate of her friend. As for my own aspirations, I am quite indifferent. I would be content with any points I manage to gather, as I have no grand ambitions. I merely wish to experience the sensation of reigning supreme. Though I suspect that in the presence of my esteemed peers, I may have little chance of surpassing them. During battles, it would be splendid if the esteemed one could broadcast the event live. I have yet to witness what an artificial human truly is and remain uncertain of their capabilities. No worries, I shall indeed livestream the battle for all to see. There are no restrictions on broadcasting for group members, unlike the complications faced when interacting across different worlds. However, the task requires the future warrior to personally vanquish the enemy, and if the esteemed one is unable to intervene, the time limitation of 6 months for the mission may prove daunting. It seems unlikely that even the esteemed one could accomplish it swiftly. This is indeed a troublesome assignment, as the esteemed one will need to remain in that world for an extended period. It is not necessarily insurmountable. If fortune smiles upon us, completion may not take long. Concerning androids 17 and 18, with Trunks' intelligence, it won't be long before he transcends his original power level. Upon accepting the mission, Qingfeng first sought out his parents and the Zhou couple, informing the two women, who were still lucid, that he had matters to attend to and would not return home that evening. He also discreetly cast 2 absolute soul defenses upon the Zhou couple, ensuring that he had no lingering worries. Zhou Yu and Gu Tian were still fast asleep, likely not to awaken until well into the night. Although the two women were curious about Gu Qingfeng's intentions, they did not press him for details. They assured him not to worry about them, suggesting that if Gu Tian and Zhou Yu remained inebriated, they would stay at Zetian Pavilion that night and relocate to the villa area the following day. Gu Qingfeng nodded in agreement and departed from the surveillance range of Zetian Pavilion. Upon reaching an area devoid of monitoring equipment, he confirmed the acceptance of the chat group's mission and vanished from sight. In the future world of Dragon Ball, a young man with golden hair was valiantly battling against the combined assault of androids 17 and 18. His movements were sharp and decisive, each strike enveloped in a golden aura, imbued with an unparalleled murderous intent, and each blow carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. In a challenging one-on-2 confrontation, the man found himself barely managing to maintain a semblance of advantage. However, the duo worked in unison, rendering any opportunity for him to defeat them individually non-existent. As time elapsed, The man's vigor steadily waned, while the two youthful adversaries seemed inexhaustible. Their combat prowess showed no signs of decline, and the tides of battle began to shift, tilting the scales of victory toward them. The golden-haired man could barely hold his ground, matching them only in a draw. Moments later, the rhythm of the battle was entirely under their control. The golden-haired man could only defend himself, lacking the strength to retaliate. Today marks your demise. Once you are eliminated, humanity will no longer possess anyone capable of opposing us. An endless barrage of energy orbs erupted from the hands of number 17. The man utilized both hands to deflect the energy blasts, sending them flying in all directions. Each orb that struck the ground annihilated all life within a radius of several dozen miles, leaving the land barren. Before the man could catch his breath, number 17 launched from above, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at his face. With no time to evade, he could only cross his arms in a desperate attempt to absorb the impact. After deflecting the blow, he countered with a beam of energy, forcing number 17 back. Yet, number 18 emerged from the side, her long, graceful leg raised high, executing a sidekick aimed at his arm. After enduring such relentless combat, the man's stamina, unlike that of the inexhaustible androids, had significantly diminished, resulting in delayed reflexes. He was struck head-on, and a sharp crack echoed as his right arm shattered, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Damn it! I cannot allow myself to be defeated like this. Since my father's passing, I must protect this planet. Regret washed over the man's face as he lamented his own inadequacy, wishing fervently that his father were still alive to vanquish these androids. Chapter 73. The battle resumes. Do not struggle any longer. With only one arm remaining, you can no longer hope to challenge us. This time, you will not escape. Number 17, despite being an android, possessed the appearance of a dashing young man, likely no older than 17 or 18. His twin sister, number 18, mirrored the visage of a youthful beauty, if one were to overlook their malevolent gazes. Few would suspect that these two charming youths were responsible for the massacre of half the Earth's population. Even if my physical form is destroyed, my will shall be inherited, and I will ensure the downfall of you wicked androids. Number 17 scoffed, unleashing his full energy to form a massive energy wave directed at the golden-haired man. Number 18 mirrored his actions, aiming to eliminate their opponent with a single strike. Kaioken, the golden-haired man shouted, but with his right arm fractured. He could only gather energy with his left hand, summoning every ounce of strength for one last effort. The three energy waves collided, but the Kamehameha could only withstand for a mere 2 seconds before being obliterated by the combined force of the two androids. The colossal energy wave surged forward, unimpeded, toward the man. Father, I have come for you. At such a close range, escape was impossible. Number 17 erupted into maniacal laughter as the golden-haired man stood firm against the raging winds, the blue energy orbs illuminating the surroundings. As the radiance dissipated, a tall figure emerged in the place of the golden-haired man. It was Qingfeng, who had just been transmitted through the chat group. I didn't expect it to be you. I thought it was 10x. What a delightful surprise, Qingfeng murmured, grasping the unconscious and severely injured man, preparing to depart from this world. You scoundrel! No matter who you are, how dare you disrupt my plans? You shall perish here. 17 seethed, his anger reaching a boiling point. After finally having the opportunity to eliminate his nemesis and reduce Earth to a mere plaything for the two of them, this unexpected intruder had thrown everything into disarray. Countless energy blasts rained down in a frenzy, yet 18 remained motionless beside him. In this world, there existed no entity capable of defeating them. Such a trivial adversary hardly warranted their combined efforts. Qingfeng regarded the approaching energy blasts with an intensely sharp gaze. Without waiting for them to reach him, he detonated them one by one, leaving 17 and 18 astonished. A mere glance had sufficed to deflect their assault. 17, undeterred by the odds, closed in for close combat, his movements swift and precise. Yet no matter how he accelerated, he could never touch Qingfeng. 18 sensed something amiss and, fearing unforeseen complications, joined the fray in a fit of rage. Caught between the two, Qingfeng appeared to be in peril, yet in truth, he navigated the situation with remarkable ease, consistently evading their attacks at the most opportune moments. He had no desire to become entangled with these insignificant characters. Were it not for the chat group's restrictions on direct intervention, he could have dispatched them with a mere flick of his wrist. His form darted about, swiftly widening the distance between them. How could the androids possibly match his speed? Are you attempting to flee? With each step you take, the humans below shall pay the price for your escape, 17 sneered, watching as his nemesis was whisked away from under his nose. A blue energy blast materialized, aimed at the ground, as 17's malicious grin widened. Most of humanity had already been decimated by them, yet millions remained, and they had intended to keep a few alive for prolonged torment. Witnessing the despair etched across their faces was a source of twisted pleasure. However, in this scenario, using them to threaten the sudden arrival was also an appealing option. Before Qingfeng could react, the energy blast shot directly toward the terrified crowd below. The encounter between the golden-haired man and the androids had occurred because this sanctuary had been discovered by them. Qingfeng had intervened to save the thousands of humans. With the shockwave from the blast, thick clouds of smoke erupted from the ground, further destabilizing the already crumbling structures. Ah, how delightfully sinister. Shall I watch my fellow beings perish before my very eyes? 17. You truly are a bloodthirsty fiend, he mused. 18. With an elegant gesture, covered her mouth. A soft smile gracing her lips as she spoke words of feigned compassion, her eyes glinting with malevolence. 17 scoffed, acknowledging that when it came to killing, he could not compare to 18. His last act of jealousy had merely stemmed from the beauty of a woman's attire. With brutal force, he reduced the woman and her child to mere flesh and blood, relishing in the thrill of murder, yet seldom engaging in acts of cruelty. Perhaps it was merely the weakness of others that provoked him, for the man before him ignited a fierce urge to kill. As the smoke dissipated, he could not escape the immutable law of injury. The attack from number 17 was effortlessly thwarted by Qingfeng. What? The brother and sister gasped in shock. For Qingfeng stood not far off in the air. How could there be another Qingfeng on the ground? They were certain this was no illusion. As the Qingfeng on the ground bore their gravely injured rival upon his shoulder, observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Qingfeng felt a twinge of exasperation. These two were astonishingly weak. Even at their level of power, the artificial being's perception of energy was far inferior to that of a scion. Had it been Sun Wukong or Vegeta, they would have sensed the anomaly long ago. Fools, what are you staring at? Qingfeng's words snapped the siblings' attention back to him. It was only at that moment that the Qingfeng in the air faded away, a mere afterimage left by his incredible speed. Why don't you try protecting humanity then, since you dare to toy with us? The brother and sister exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their hands to unleash a massive attack. However, before they could release their energy, a tempestuous force swept over them, leaving them battered and bruised. You truly are insufferable. Qingfeng hurled two small yellow orbs of light, which swiftly soared to their front, forming two immense shields that ensnared them within, rendering escape impossible. It was unacceptable to allow artificial beings to slaughter humans before him. Qingfeng could not remain passive. After all, the chat group had tasked him with defeating them. His intervention to confine them and prevent their rampage should not be deemed against the rules. How to return to the past, though? Qingfeng felt a headache approaching. At this point, Trunks had yet to mature, and the time machine had not yet been created. It seemed he would have to breach the dimensional barrier and venture into the past, leaping into the rift with the man upon his shoulder. Has that man trapped the artificial beings? Are we saved? Among the crowd on the ground, witnessing the golden-haired man's defeat and subsequent retreat, they were astonished to see a new warrior emerge. He had not only repelled the artificial being's assault, but had even managed to ensnare two of them. Don't be ridiculous. That is utterly impossible. If he could truly contain them, why not kill them now? Everyone observed the two artificial beings within the shield. Yet no one believed that such a feat could genuinely hold them. The crowd scattered in panic, desperately fleeing in all directions, fearing that should the artificial beings escape, they would become their next targets. How laughable these humans were. Did they truly believe they could escape? Number 17 looked down upon them with disdain, gathering his strength to strike the shield with his fist, only to find it unmoved, while his own hand was left aching from the impact. On the other side, number 18 found herself in a similar predicament. No matter how fiercely she attacked, the luminous barrier remained utterly impervious, whether to her physical strikes or energy blasts. The barrier that confined them was merely a sphere of 2 meters in diameter, and her most powerful energy wave was deflected back at her in this confined space, leaving her with no means of escape. She was forced to endure the full brunt of her own attack, rendering her quite disheveled. Her hair in disarray and her clothing significantly tattered. After a prolonged struggle, both of them resigned themselves to sitting within the barrier, ceasing their attempts to breach it. Cursed be this foe. Who are they, and why can we not break this wretched thing? Number 17 roared in frustration, while number 18, equally distressed, felt an ominous foreboding. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of malevolent and eerie eyes observed them with the gaze of a predator. Chapter 74. The warrior arrives. Qingfeng traversed the rift in space and time for an hour before returning to the main universe, the world of Dragon Ball Super. Without pausing, he rushed to Bulma's residence, where Vegeta, upon seeing him, was visibly displeased, despite knowing he was not an enemy. However, when he beheld the man Qingfeng had brought, he was left utterly speechless, uncertain of the situation. Gohan. How could he be in such a state? Indeed, the golden-haired man was none other than Gohan, the eldest son of Goku, renowned for his unparalleled potential within the Dragon Ball universe. It's a long story, but you must fetch Goku and bring him a senzu bean. I need his assistance, Qingfeng instructed, knowing that the explanation would be extensive. Gohan was merely suffering from a fractured right arm and severe exhaustion, but was not in mortal danger. Had he been on the brink of death, Qingfeng would have personally retrieved a senzu bean instead of waiting for Goku to arrive. Do not command me. I loathe being ordered about. Vegeta retorted with a disdainful snort, yet he obediently made his way inside to call Goku. After all, Gohan was the son of Goku, and someone he had watched grow up. Seeing him so gravely injured unsettled him. Within 2 minutes, Goku arrived, bringing a senzu bean along with him. Following closely were Goku's entire family, Gohan, Goten, and Chi-Chi, all hastening to the scene. Chi-Chi's reaction was visceral. Upon seeing her son unconscious and grievously injured, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Who has done this to my Gohan? Goku, you must avenge him. Goku's expression mirrored an unusual anger as he glanced at Qingfeng, bewildered by the origins of this version of Gohan. As he administered the senzu bean, the future Gohan gradually regained consciousness, his first sight being that of his father, Goku. Dad. The last memory before his fainting spell was of a mysterious figure saving him, a person he was certain was not his father. What was the meaning of this? This is a world distinct from yours, a realm where your father did not succumb to heart disease, but rather triumphed over the androids and lived to witness your marriage and the birth of your children. Qingfeng offered a brief explanation, wary of the two parties staring at each other in bewilderment. Indeed, if it were his father, he could vanquish any adversary. Son Gohan gazed at Goku's figure, his eyes moistening with emotion. His father had perished from heart disease, while the proud Vegeta would rather die in battle than ally with others. Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin were also slain, leaving Gohan as the sole warrior on a devastated future Earth. Even though he could suppress a single android, there was no one to assist him. Trunks was still too young, and the burden of saving the planet weighed heavily upon him. This meant he originated from the same timeline as Trunks, merely from a few years prior when Gohan had not yet met his demise, correct? Upon hearing this, Vegeta began to grasp the situation, yet he remained perplexed by one thing. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he knew that Gohan's potential far surpassed both his and Goku's. It was simply that Gohan had no affinity for battle. With the future now solely resting on his shoulders, devoid of any allies, how could Gohan, fighting with all his might, possibly be unable to defeat just 2 androids? It was known that the young Gohan could vanquish the perfect cell. In his solitary future, he had endured a baptism of blood. Could it be that in adulthood, his strength was inferior to that of his childhood? Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect the Earth. I'm no match for the androids, Gohan expressed with deep remorse, to which Goku casually patted his shoulder. I will train you. You are my son, and there is no way you possess only this level of power. If anyone was awkward in the crowd, it was undoubtedly this timeline's son Gohan. Perhaps in terms of strength, the future Gohan was not his match, but they exhibited a stark contrast. The future Gohan's face bore the marks of exhaustion and bitterness, a testament to the pain of being unable to defeat the androids. Father, should I venture into that world and eliminate the 2 androids myself? Gohan proposed, eager to take action. The androids of the future possessed only the initial strength of a Super Saiyan, and facing the revived warrior spirit within himself, they would hardly be his equal. Even in this world where my father still lives, I have not become an exceptional scholar. Future Gohan sighed deeply. Unlike his counterpart in this world, he bore the weight of too much alone, yearning for a peaceful and stable life rather than a ceaseless cycle of combat. I became a scholar solely to protect everyone. Power is indispensable. Observing his counterpart in this world fulfilling his dreams, the future Gohan felt no regret. If we join forces, the androids will not stand a chance against us. Having your assistance would be most welcome. Future Gohan did not decline the proposal, realizing it would be challenging to defeat the 2 androids alone. Vegeta, arms crossed and exasperated, scoffed. They are merely 2 worthless beings. Son Gohan need not ally with you. He could eliminate them single-handedly. In the future, Gohan gazed in astonishment at himself, at this version of himself in this world, astonished by the formidable power he possessed. He harbored no doubt regarding the authenticity of this statement. Since his acquaintance with Vegeta, His uncle had never uttered a falsehood. Goku, however, held a different perspective. It was evident that in the world he had left behind, Gohan had not unlocked his true potential, which had resulted in his power stagnating at the initial stage of Super Saiyan. The resolution to your issues must come from you. A year of rigorous training with me will suffice to significantly elevate your strength, enabling you to defeat them on your own. With frustration, Gohan struck the ground with his fists, longing to spend more time with Uncle Piccolo and his father. Yet, time waits for no one. People are still awaiting my salvation. I cannot afford to linger here for an entire year. If I do not return, the androids will annihilate humanity. Fear not, I have confined them. Unless I choose to release them, they shall remain imprisoned for life, let alone commit murder. Qingfeng alleviated his concerns, having no intention of remaining for such an extended period. However, he felt it necessary to first stabilize Gohan's emotions. I appreciate your timely intervention earlier, but the androids are formidable and will not be easily contained. Gohan was aware that Qingfeng had saved him, but was uncertain about the extent of his strength. To Gohan, it seemed that Qingfeng's power was at most comparable to his own. Otherwise, he would have simply eliminated the androids instead of bringing Gohan to safety. Given that he claimed to have confined them, there must be no doubt, for this individual was as powerful as a monster. Goku, aware of Qingfeng's capabilities, felt confident. Before returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Qingfeng had once again assumed the appearance of Vegito. In another realm, he utilized his own form. And within the Dragon Ball universe, Vegito shared a good rapport with Goku and the others, thus sparing him the need to alter his appearance to explain his identity. Could it be that he surpasses even my father? Gohan found it hard to believe. Unlike this world, in the future, the mightiest being he encountered was himself. And he was no match for the androids in solitary combat. Yet, he trusted that his father's strength must exceed his own. For he could not have defeated two androids otherwise. Could this individual's power truly surpass that of his father? Goku merely smiled, unleashing a powerful shout as golden light erupted from his being, initiating his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 at full power. The overwhelming force caused future Gohan to tremble involuntarily. It was a strength beyond his wildest imagination. Still at the early phase of Super Saiyan, witnessing Super Saiyan 3 for the first time was indeed a shock. This is not even my strongest form, yet in the presence of this individual, I might not be able to withstand a single blow. When Goku uttered these words with a relaxed tone, Gohan's expression darkened. Why would such an entity come to rescue him? Simultaneously, doubts crept in. Could he truly match his father's strength? Father, can I become as powerful as you? Absolutely, in this timeline. You are no weaker than your father, and once even surpassed Goku, standing as the strongest on Earth at that time. Chapter 75. Unleashing Potential. Observing the future Gohan, who lacked confidence in himself, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with frustration. It seemed that, regardless of the world, Gohan remained perpetually self-doubting. Gohan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, while the future Gohan gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that this version of himself was infinitely stronger. They decided to take him to the Sacred Realm, where a year of intense training would suffice to unearth his latent abilities. The path ahead would ultimately depend on him. Qingfeng could empathize with Gohan's weakness. He had faced too few battles, despite possessing unparalleled potential. However, he lacked the knowledge on how to train himself and was uncertain about advancing on the path of a Super Saiyan. Without the extraordinary insight of Goku and Vegeta, he needed a mentor to guide him. Moreover, the loss of all his family cast a shadow of despair over him, as the only one capable of mentoring him, Piccolo, had also perished. Years of relentless fighting left him no time for specialized training to enhance his strength. He could only grow through constant conflict. It was akin to Vegeta's initial defeat by Android 18, leading him to meditate and strategize to bolster his power, while Goku brought Gohan to the Sacred Realm, maintaining Super Saiyan form at all times to significantly amplify his abilities. Methods Gohan had never considered. What is this Sacred Realm? I have never heard of it before. The future Gohan questioned, perplexed by the others. Having protected Earth alone for so many years, he had never encountered a place called the Sacred Realm. Otherwise, with his potential, even if he was unaware of how to train effectively, he could not unlock his true capabilities. A year would be sufficient for tremendous growth. Defeating two initial stage super androids would be well within his reach. Goku explained that inside the Sacred Realm, 1 year equated to just 1 day outside. Thus, a year of intense training would only amount to a day in the outside world. Qingfeng informed the two that he would wait for them here for a day before escorting him back to the future. Goku then departed with the future Gohan, while Vegeta, brimming with fighting spirit, regarded Qingfeng with an attitude that suggested he was ready to spar at any moment. Gohan sought to reassure Chi-Chi, asserting that with his father's guidance, his strength would surely soar, and upon their return, he would effortlessly defeat the androids. Meanwhile, Qingfeng pondered another question. By what criteria were such missions rated? Was it sufficient for Gohan to merely defeat the androids to complete the task? Historically, rewards had been based on additional points, and the meager bounty points were hardly exchangeable for anything significant. Could it be that the rating depended on Gohan's strength post-training? The shorter the time, the stronger Gohan's abilities would become, resulting in a higher rating. Contemplating this, Qingfeng deemed it highly plausible that a mere year of training might not be enough to elevate Gohan to his peak potential. Resolute, Qingfeng approached Piccolo and whispered a plan, leaving Piccolo astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The two departed from Bulma's home, soaring into the distance. Only Vegeta remained, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The reason was quite simple. He had not seen the time machine, which indicated that Qingfeng's return did not rely on it, nor had he witnessed the time ring in his possession. Could it be that Qingfeng traversed to the future and backed solely on the strength of his own abilities? The thought darkened Vegeta's countenance further. What kind of power must one possess to traverse the fabric of space? What Vegeta did not know was that Qingfeng did not traverse time, but rather space, not moving from the future to the present. Since Trunks' emergence, the timelines of the present and future had diverged, creating entirely different realms. Qingfeng shattered the dimensional barrier to traverse these distinct worlds. To simplify, it was akin to traveling from one universe to another, albeit both universes belonged to the Dragon Ball cosmos. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and Goku and his son, clad in their signature orange martial arts uniforms, returned to Bulma's home. At that moment, Gohan's eyes gleamed with unrestrained brilliance, though he did not actively unleash his aura. An overwhelming presence radiated from him. His gaze brimmed with confidence, and after a year in the Supreme Kai's palace, his hair had grown considerably. During this year, under Goku's devoted tutelage, future Gohan had discovered his path forward, even though it was already known that he possessed immense potential. Yet, as a year had elapsed, Goku could not help but marvel at his son's astonishing rate of progress, which rivaled that of the young Gohan, who first entered the Supreme Kai's palace. This was hardly surprising, considering the weight of the future rested solely on future Gohan's shoulders. He had long since embraced the mindset of a warrior. His physique had matured into adulthood, allowing for even greater strides in development than his childhood. This boy progresses at an incredible pace, achieving this level in just 1 year. Vegeta, too, was astonished by future Gohan's advancement. Although he was still far from matching Vegeta's prowess, he was more than capable of overwhelming most adversaries. The next step awaited, and Qingfeng approached the trio with a smile, beckoning two figures from afar. What did this final step entail? Future Gohan was perplexed by his words as the old Kai and Piccolo approached. Allow me to unlock your full potential and see if you can surpass yourself, the old Kai remarked, reflecting on the last time he had helped someone awaken their potential, which had been years ago when he assisted Gohan in achieving a mysterious state. It was unexpected that the second individual to have their potential awakened would ultimately be son Gohan, albeit from a different universe. Unlock my potential? My training with Father has already brought out my abilities, but is there still a greater strength hidden within me? Future Gohan, having never encountered the old Kai, was uncertain of his authenticity and glanced at Goku for reassurance. Goku nodded, recounting how he had previously unlocked this world's Gohan's potential, making him the strongest individual at that time. Future Gohan did not refuse. After all, the androids were confined, and staying an extra day posed no issue. The old Kai assumed his classic pose, moving in an eccentric manner around future Gohan. The spell lasted a full 24 hours, during which Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others chose to remain and await the outcome in silence. Sun Wufan, upon receiving news, hurried over, eager to discover the powers that his future self might unveil, wondering if they mirrored his own. Accompanying him was his wife, Bidalai, whose short hair exuded a sense of competence, cradling their newborn daughter in her arms. The 24-hour casting process was rather tedious. The old Kaioshin persisted with the same few motions, and the onlookers felt no discernible enhancement in the future Wufan's strength. It was not until the next day that the future Wufan's body inadvertently erupted with an overwhelming aura that astonished even Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, this little one possesses remarkable potential. It seems I will struggle to regain my energy in the short term and will be unable to help others unlock their latent abilities, the old Kaioshin remarked, drenched in sweat and appearing utterly exhausted. Wufan, do you feel any changes? Wukong inquired, gazing at the future Wufan's form, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's minds. As Wufan opened his eyes, a brilliant silver light erupted from within, transforming him as if he had been reborn. Clenching his fists in disbelief, he confidently replied, "I believe I might be able to contend with Father now. With this power, I can surely protect the future." Wukong, eager for a bout, rubbed his hands together in anticipation, but Wufan quickly interjected, "Let us engage in a contest. However, Father's strength surpasses ours by a considerable margin, and sparring with him would not help me familiarize myself with my newfound power." Wufan had his own strategy. Given that Sun Wukong was at the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan Blue form, augmented by the Kaioken times 10, it would be improbable for even a significantly enhanced future Wufan to rival him. Piccolo's strength seemed somewhat diminished, leaving Wufan as the most suitable opponent. "All right, let us begin," the future Wufan declared without hesitation, instantly unleashing his power. His aura surged at a terrifying pace, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade, and then further escalating to the full power of Super Saiyan 3rd grade as his hair elongated once more. Chapter 76. The future confronts the present Piccolo, visibly startled. Felt his face flush green, marveling at his disciple's rapid ascent to Super Saiyan 3 in such a short span. This newfound strength nearly rivaled his own. It was worth noting that after the battle with Majin Buu, he had undergone years of grueling training in hell to achieve this level of power. In contrast, the future Wufan had only undergone a year of specialized training, with the old Kaishin assisting him in unlocking his potential, enabling him to reach such heights effortlessly. Surrounded by a radiant golden light, akin to the sun, the future Wufan refused to be outshone. He too gathered his energy, emanating a mysterious silver glow as both warriors unleashed their power and clashed, neither willing to yield an inch. As their strength reached an impasse, the future Wufan let out a mighty shout, sending Wufan reeling backward, and pressed forward with a relentless onslaught. In the future, Gohan's attacks became increasingly rapid and aggressive, resembling Vegeta's relentless approach as he sought to determine the outcome of their battle. Gohan found himself on the defensive, unable to find an opening for a counterattack. He resorted to the prince's tactics, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to create distance between them. As they stood apart, a brief exchange left Gohan's aura diminished, clearly indicating a significant drain on his stamina. In contrast, Gohan remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of fatigue despite having been pressured in close combat. "I never anticipated you could harness the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Even my father struggled to achieve such a feat, however. That form is quite taxing on energy, and I doubt you can maintain it for long," Gohan remarked. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate, future Gohan responded with a smile. "Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is immensely exhausting. I can sustain it for no more than 10 minutes. Had it not been for this trial, I would not have transformed into this state." With that, Gohan decided to unleash his true power, declaring, "Let us conclude this swiftly." In an instant, Gohan's energy surged once more, rising dramatically to suppress future Gohan's aura. "Is that truly your strength? Then I shall reveal my full potential as well," future Gohan replied, allowing his golden aura to dissipate, his hair returning to its natural black. Yet his presence intensified. A surge of energy, nearly identical to Gohan's, erupted forth, revealing that future Gohan possessed this formidable state as well. The spectators were taken aback. They had believed that Super Saiyan 3 was merely a potential awakened by the Elder Kai. After all, the Gohan of their time, upon unlocking his potential, only surpassed the initial stages of Super Saiyan 3 Goku by a narrow margin. Only Goku remained unfazed. Having observed future Gohan ascend to Super Saiyan 2 during his 2 months in the sacred world, in 5 months, he would attain Super Saiyan 3, mastering its power only before the conclusion of their rigorous training. He was eager to witness who would emerge as the stronger warrior, future Gohan or his present self. As they clashed again, future Gohan's tactics grew fiercer while Gohan maintained a more cautious approach. In a short span, neither gained a distinct advantage as they engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their combat a dazzling display of agility. After several minutes of fierce confrontation, future Gohan was ultimately struck down, landing heavily on the ground, indicating that Gohan had the upper hand. It appeared that future Gohan was now nearly on par with Super Saiyan God, a level Gohan had only just begun to tap into upon awakening his potential. Lacking the strength future Gohan displayed, Goku assessed future Gohan's power, noting it was roughly equivalent to that of Super Saiyan God in its red form. However, the current Gohan's strength was strikingly close to Super Saiyan Blue, akin to Super Saiyan God in its ultimate state. It was only natural for future Gohan to be outmatched. Go on, Gohan. Protect the future. You are capable of defeating any opponent. No matter what adversaries arise, never concede defeat. Goku earnestly advised as he helped future Gohan rise from the ground. In the future, Gohan nodded vigorously and embraced Goku, uncertain whether he would have another opportunity to return. During their special training, Goku had informed him about another timeline's Trunks, yet the advent of the time machine was still years away. Turning his gaze, future Gohan met Piccolo's profound eyes. In that silent exchange, everything was understood. Piccolo's expression remained as cold and stern as ever. Yet faced with the son who had endured immense suffering in another timeline, he couldn't help but offer an encouraging smile. Future Gohan spent some time alone with Piccolo, for in his world, when he was still young, Piccolo had not fused with Kami and had perished at the hands of the androids. Seeing Piccolo again stirred deep emotions within Gohan. He had never anticipated such a reunion. Let us depart. I shall take you back to the future. Qingfeng did not rush him, as a moment's delay was inconsequential. The death of future Gohan was a profound sorrow for many Dragon Ball fans. If only Piccolo or Vegeta remained alive, someone could shield him from an android, and he could confront each adversary one by one. Even if Trunks had grown up, he would still be alone. This book-loving youth ultimately became the super warrior destined to save the world. Bulla approached Gohan and handed him her daughter. Gohan, Xiaofeng wishes for you to hold her. Witnessing the recent battle between the two Gohans, Xiaofeng, who shared the Scion bloodline, yearned for her father's affection. Despite the identical appearances and matching orange GI of both Gohans, the young Xiaofeng easily discerned her true father. Who is this? Future Gohan gazed at Xiaofeng. His eyes filled with confusion. He had learned from Goku that in this world, he had a younger brother named Goten, who was only a year younger than future Trunks. And they had been playmates since childhood. But who was this little girl? Could she possibly be his sister? Oh, she is my daughter, the child of Bulma and me. Gohan chuckled heartily as he accepted his daughter, his eyes radiating happiness and affection. Yet, future Gohan suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. He sincerely wished for the best for his counterpart in this world, but found it hard to feel joy for himself. It was hardly his fault. He was utterly alone in the future, with both his parents gone, and even Uncle Piccolo, who had treated him like a son, had fallen to the androids. Even if he returned to defeat the androids and save the Earth, the departed could not be resurrected. He remained a solitary figure. After all, Gohan was never as combative as Goku, having lost his parents at such a tender age. He yearned for someone to rely upon, while his counterpart in this world had married and lived the life he had always dreamed of. But what would he do after defeating the androids? The true despair lay in his solitude. Observing Gohan's melancholy, the boisterous Goku could not fathom his thoughts, but Piccolo, more attuned to Gohan's emotions, sensed a shift in his expression and grasped his sentiments. Isn't there still the Dragon Balls? We can locate the planet Namek and use their Dragon Balls to resurrect our loved ones from that timeline. Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Years of relentless combat had nearly made him forget that such a possibility existed, as he had been preoccupied with battling the androids daily. However, I am unaware of the new Namek's whereabouts. Only my father knows their location. If time permits, I can take you there. This is not a significant issue. Having reminisced sufficiently, future Gohan bid farewell to everyone, gently caressing Bulma's cheek before departing. Take good care of Aunt Bulma until I am revived in the future. The proud and aloof Vegeta interjected, his fierce protectiveness overshadowing the fact that he had a son in that world. I will, Uncle Vegeta. Everyone, farewell. As the radiant light erupted from the breaking of the dimensional barrier, Qingfeng and Gohan vanished from sight. Gohan, the future is entrusted to you, Goku murmured softly, his voice barely audible to anyone but himself, feeling a profound sense of sorrow for the boy. Yet, it was his world to protect, and he could not assist him indefinitely. They had defeated the androids and would inevitably face even stronger foes, but he had faith in his son. Gohan had always been his pride and joy. Chapter 77. Defeating the androids during the year of rigorous training. Future Gohan's most significant achievement was not an extraordinary surge in power, but rather the discovery of his path forward. Qingfeng and future Gohan returned to the future universe, where androids 17 and 18 sat idly within their protective shield. Over the past 2 days, they had attempted every conceivable method but were utterly powerless against the shield. Resigned to patiently await Qingfeng's return, with a mere glance, Qingfeng dispelled the 2 circular shields. Upon seeing the return of the 2, Android 17 was engulfed in rage. He had never endured such humiliation, having been trapped like a mere monkey. Upon encountering his adversary, his fury ignited, and he charged forth. Qingfeng remained unfazed as he watched the swiftly approaching Android 17, his expression unchanged, arms outstretched, as if disregarding the threat entirely. He was intently focused on the entire process through which the Elder Kai unlocked Gohan's potential. He sought to ascertain whether this technique would be effective for him. After 2 days of observation, he had concluded one thing. While the Elder Kai's techniques were formidable, they ceased to be effective against powers that transcended divine strength. This divine strength corresponded to the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct. Perhaps the Elder Kai's own power was limited, or the technique itself had reached its maximum potential. 2 days of intense concentration had left him slightly fatigued. Enraged, Android 17 felt disrespected by Gu Qingfeng's indifference, and with renewed speed, he lunged forward, delivering a left hook. His fist halted mere centimeters from Gu Qingfeng's nose, as he suddenly found himself struck hard in the abdomen by an unexpected blow. 17 staggered backward a few steps, his gaze fixated on Sun Wukong. In his fervor to eliminate Gu Qingfeng, he had seemingly overlooked Sun Wukong, resulting in his swift defeat. Since you seek death, I shall expedite your journey to the afterlife. Prepare to pay with your life. 17 unleashed an energy blast directed at Sun Wukong, who stood suspended in the void, offering no sign of defense. The beam struck him directly, yet when the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. How could he evade such a close-range attack? 17's disbelief was palpable. How had Sun Wukong managed to evade his assault at such proximity? What had transpired over the past few days? 18, observing intently, was equally astonished. Sun Wukong had not evaded, but had rather absorbed the blow with his physical form. Evasion and resilience are two distinct concepts. The former implies speed, while the latter indicates a disregard for the attack's potency. Die Sun Wukong. 17, incensed, conjured a multitude of energy blasts, effectively sealing off Sun Wukong's escape routes. Just as 17 felt victory was within grasp, a scornful voice emerged, revealing Sun Wukong standing before him. Fool, what are you looking at? With a swift kick, he sent 17 flying, followed by a mid-air turn and a decisive punch, concluding the battle with another energy blast. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds. By the time 18 regained her senses, 17 was irrevocably defeated. 18, who derived pleasure from the destruction of humanity, now felt a surge of terror, instinctively retreating 2 steps before hastily fleeing into the distance. The thought of avenging her brother 17 did not cross her mind. Witnessing her rapid escape, Sun Wukong remained stationary, refraining from pursuit. He brought his hands together, adopting the stance of the Kamehameha, a formidable energy gathering in his palms, a blue energy blast hurtling toward 18. Caught off guard, she was struck head-on, eliminated in a single blow. The crisis of the future world was thus averted, leaving only an underdeveloped cell behind. Without the duo of 18 and 17, his strength would stagnate at the Super Saiyan stage, rendering him no match for Sun Wukong. Gu Qingfeng, observing from a distance, expressed satisfaction with Sun Wukong's performance, nodding in approval. The current Sun Wukong was decisive and efficient, devoid of the recklessness and arrogance characteristic of his main timeline counterpart. As for his disdain towards 18 and 17, Gu Qingfeng deemed it entirely reasonable. The strong do not concern themselves with the weak. Even a lion exerts full force against a rabbit, he mused, though physically, mentally, it is inconceivable to regard a mere rabbit as a threat. Administrator of the Dimension has completed the task, earning a reward of 100,000 points. Duration, 2 days, achieving a rating of A, with an additional reward of 500,000 points. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the Namekians. Gu Qingfeng, unfazed by the chat group's notifications, placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, searching the cosmos for the presence of the Namekians. 3 seconds later, the two vanished from their location. Upon their arrival on Namek, the two individuals found everything to be remarkably smooth. They recalled the youthful rebel who had once opposed Frieza. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to send the Dragon Balls to Earth. Having resided on the new Namek for a day, they soon returned to Earth, with their matters resolved. Gu Qingfeng had no desire to linger further and planned to depart for his homeland. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would have perished at the hands of the androids. Gohan expressed with sincere gratitude in his eyes. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. For him, the current endeavor felt less like a mission and more like a means to fulfill the unfulfilled longings of his youth, reminiscent of the imperfections depicted in anime. Arriving back on Earth in the afternoon, he found his parents and Uncle Xie still residing in their old home, having not yet moved to the Villa District during his absence. Please, Administrator of the Dimensions, allow me to reside in the main Dragon Ball universe for a year, in anticipation of the forthcoming Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Qingfeng contemplated that perhaps he was not suited for long-term residence on Earth. His overwhelming strength often attracted various troubles. His affluent parents, equipped with their own comprehensive protective shield, could enjoy their time together, and there was little here to tether him. It was time for him to depart. After briefly informing his parents that he would be away for an extended period of a year, they, though reluctant, ultimately consented. The family gathered for dinner, and while his mother was busy cleaning the dishes, Qingfeng quietly confided in his father. He revealed his intention to use the 7 Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball universe to wish for their immortality. Having watched the anime, his father nearly spat out his drink in astonishment. After a prolonged moment of shock, his excitement gradually settled, and he urged Qingfeng not to worry about the family, but instead to boldly pursue his aspirations. The following morning, Qingfeng departed Earth quietly, without bidding farewell to anyone, and returned alone to the Dragon Ball universe. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, has joined the group chat. Chapter 78. The Man Who Slays Gods and the Gods. The Pegasus Saint Who Slays Gods has joined the group chat. This member's duration is 1 day, and upon task completion, their memory will be erased, exiting the chat. Elementary School Reaper. No explanations. Group status reduced by 2. Tony. Not a philanderer. What does that mean? A reduction of 2. Shouldn't the newcomers increase it by 2? Book-loving ghoul. But the names of the newcomers are quite impressive. It seems Conan Brother may not be able to defeat them. Silver Lance charging through thousands. The names alone suggest great strength. One is the goddess of love, and the other is the god-slaying Pegasus. Great ancient stewed into soup. Those capable of associating with gods are likely far beyond our capabilities. Tony. Not a philanderer. Do you wish to dance as well? What do you think, Madara? Book-loving ghoul. Madara is currently in a crucial revival phase. The process of merging body and soul. He likely won't be able to chat with us for a while. Tony. Not a philanderer. Alright, that shameless ace, always seeking to teach yin-yao battle techniques, is probably too busy to interact with the group as well. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, has unwittingly drawn me, a deity, into this realm. Could it be the mischief of those half-human, half-divine Valkyries? A wretched group indeed. Is it you, the god-slaying Pegasus Saint, Serna? Are you the serpent-bearer? The one who bested Seiya? Yes, I am the god-slaying Pegasus Saint. Aren't you in the sanctuary? Why did you not inform Athena about joining this entity? The invincible Gogeta, the Pegasus Saint who fights for Athena, greets you, Seiya. Are you the Group S administrator? Did you establish this gathering? No, I was merely invited. I never anticipated that the one to enter the chat would be Seiya. I wonder if it is the youthful Seiya or the peak of his prowess. The disparity between the two is significant. However, it is evident that since he bears the title of Godslayer, he is not the unrefined Seiya. In the Japanese shonen anime Saint Seiya, whenever evil descends upon the earth, the saints who embody hope arise. Their fists can tear through the skies, and their feet can shatter the earth. The Pegasus Saint Seiya, in terms of indomitable will and combat spirit, is undoubtedly the strongest saint. He has battled against Poseidon, the Sea Emperor, and wounded Hades, repeatedly fighting for the goddess Athena. So this is the purpose of the chat group. I shall upload a picture of myself. Tony, the unfaithful, remarked, "This is rather dashing. The indomitable spirit in your eyes is truly unforgettable." The silver lance of the white horse battles through the masses. Golden armor. One wonders about the strength of the newcomer. Aphrodite interjected, "Have I not commanded you to not disregard my presence? You wretched mortals dare to provoke me repeatedly." Aphrodite felt her wrath boiling. The audacity of one who entered the group at the same time as her, boldly naming themselves Godslayer, was astounding. Truly, ignorance is bliss, for they remain unaware of the might of the divine. The Grim Reaper elementary student pondered, what does it mean that this newcomer's time limit is but a day? Are not those who join the chat supposed to be permanent? The chat group issues a task. Aid the Valkyries in defeating the lofty gods and secure victory in 3 battles. Task difficulty, level 10, hellish difficulty. Reward, 5 million points, limited to 2 participants. The most ferocious spirit mused, I wish to test my strength against the gods. I wonder how their time consumption manifests. Queen of Ice, is death, remarked, gods, you must possess immense strength. I desire to join as well. The strongest in the dimension accepts the task. The Godslayer Pegasus Saint is forcibly assigned to the task. Aphrodite exclaimed, lowly humans, you dare to challenge the divine. When you arrive in my world, I shall personally ensure your demise. The invincible Gogeta asserted, indeed, you are formidable. You are certainly no match for them. Do not accept the task. You may witness my battle instead. Qingfeng acted for their benefit, whether it be Thor, the god of thunder, or Zeus, the king of gods. They are insurmountable adversaries to others. As the saint of Pegasus, who slays gods, I wonder what exactly is happening. Do the deities of that realm truly seek the annihilation of humanity? At the moment Starry asked this question, a vague suspicion began to form in his heart. His repeated defiance against the gods ultimately stemmed from the fact that these divine beings wished to eradicate humanity. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, viewed them as excessively feeble, their mere existence repugnant to her. To her, it was perfectly normal for the weak to perish. After all, humans were but lowly creatures, surviving only at the mercy of the gods' whims. Indeed, the deities of that world also harbored intentions of destroying humanity. Aphrodite, in her role as the Valkyrie of the End, proactively proposed to the divine assembly, leading to a unanimous agreement among all the gods to obliterate mankind. Oh, now I can somewhat comprehend why I was invited to this group chat and compelled to accept this mission. Tony, not one to be frivolous, questioned the rationale behind it. Concerning my resentment towards the gods, I may very well be the foremost in the universe. I must prevail in this battle to save humanity. Brother Seiya, the gods should be immensely powerful. Don't you have confidence in defeating them? Starry asked. I'm uncertain. I have yet to encounter the gods of that world. However, my small universe shall never extinguish, for I am a warrior of Athena. Aphrodite declared, a horde of filthy ants. Kneel and behold the beauty of this goddess. She believed that with her divine allure, mere glimpses of her image would send foolish men into a frenzy of excitement. Indeed, her expectations were met. They gazed upon her in awe. Tony, not one to be frivolous, remarked as an aside, by the heavens, how magnificent the goddess is. I have never seen a woman of such proportions. It is beyond comprehension. To which Aphrodite replied, Ah, have you succumbed to the allure of the goddess? Perhaps these humble humans are unworthy even of the status of my servants. I envy her. Someone interjected. Isn't such size a burden? It hinders normal life, for goodness sake. Never mind. Ace, you speak with him. Chapter 79. Sagittarius Seiya versus Fire Fist Ace, one-on-one. Are you out of your mind, insisting on fighting at every turn? Tony, not one to be frivolous, exclaimed. What else is there? I cannot best you in words, so physical confrontation is the more convenient option. Besides, she is a tad larger than Yunyao, yet I prefer the petite. Mine is not insignificant either, thank you very much, but hers is just excessive. What kind of reasoning is that? Just because you can't argue with me, you resort to violence? What happened to reason? In the ancient times, as I had nothing to occupy my time, I decided to witness the battle between the Great Ones and the Divine. The Serpent Bearer, who had previously triumphed over Seiya, seemed to represent a matured version of him, but not from my universe. I yearned to see the strength of your future self. Seiya gazed into the sky of the sanctuary, standing as a man at the pinnacle of the 88 saints, undeniably the strongest among them, revered as the legendary Golden Saint. After many tranquil days, he longed for a vigorous clash. On the arena of the final war gods, the gods and humans were seated on opposite sides. The divine beings looked down upon the humans, dismissing their audacity to challenge them, believing it impossible for mere mortals to prevail against the gods. In stark contrast, the eyes of the people were filled with fervent prayers, as this battle determined the fate of humanity. A defeat against the gods would spell total annihilation for mankind. It was a fight they could not afford to lose. Next, I present the mightiest of the Norse gods, Thor, the god of thunder. The excited announcer declared that Thor was a legend among the divine, for no one had ever witnessed him unleash his full power. As none had been able to compel him to do so, who would dare step forth from humanity to face him? A towering figure emerged, wielding a halberd over a yard long, evoking the impression of a ferocious beast charging forth. However, before he could reach the arena, a flash of golden light illuminated the sky. A robust man radiating golden brilliance appeared, standing on the stage like a sharp sword, exuding indomitable fighting spirit. I, Seiya of Sagittarius, shall be your opponent. Seiya's sudden entrance left the Valkyrie Brunhild momentarily stunned. Where had this man come from? He was not on the list of chosen humans. How did he arrive here? Brunhild's eyes glinted with malice. She doubted this man possessed the strength to defeat the strongest of the Norse, Thor. His absence from the annals of human warriors indicated that he could not possibly be formidable. His reckless challenge could lead to an early defeat for their side, which Brunhild could not tolerate. The human camp was equally bewildered. No one had heard of this man. Did this nameless individual seek death? His demise was of little consequence. But if he caused humanity to lose, they would not accompany him to the grave. Liu Bei remained composed. Unlike others, he sensed boundless fighting spirit emanating from this man, reminiscent of his subordinate, Zhao Yun. If Zhao Yun embodied the might of 1,000 men, The man before him radiated an aura that suggested he would vanquish any obstacle, divine or demonic. Is this our representative? Has anyone from any dynasty ever seen him? I have never heard of such a warrior. Upon seeing Seiya, Thor's expression grew serious. This man exuded the essence of a strong opponent, one worthy of his full effort. Even before they clashed, the hammer of the thunder god stirred to life. Thunder resonating through the heavens, enveloping the arena in a tempest of lightning. Surrounded by electric light, Thor appeared as a deity descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and his companions found themselves in the arena, encountering Brunhild just as they emerged from the contestants' passage. "Who are you? I have never seen you before," Brunhild remarked, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. A single Saint Seiya had already astonished her, and now several enigmatic figures had pierced through the fabric of space to arrive here. What on earth was transpiring? As the strongest among them, and a formidable warrior in her own right, Estes assumed the role of leader. "You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply understand that we are here to assist you." Brunhild's eyes gleamed with menace, while a fierce battle spirit ignited within Estes. Their long hair stirred as if caught in an invisible wind, both sensing the strength of the other. Brunhild's fury stemmed from their interference with her plans, while Estes was merely seeking an opponent to engage in combat. Tony Stark, clearly reluctant to let the two clash, felt uneasy in unfamiliar territory without his usual allies by his side. "Perhaps we should observe the battle instead. Today as protagonists are not us, and it would be unwise to overshadow them," he suggested. With no alternative at this juncture, Brunhild spoke in a somber tone. "Does he not require our assistance? Without our weapons, mere mortals cannot harm deities." Indeed, she recognized that Seiya was extraordinary. Yet the belief that mortal weapons could never inflict harm upon the divine had long been entrenched in her mind. To challenge a god clad in merely armor seemed a futile endeavor. No matter how powerful he was, victory was beyond reach. Which was why she held little faith in Seiya. "Behold the serpent bearer, who effortlessly overcomes Seiya. This is a Saint Seiya, the most loyal guardian of Athena." Brunhild grew increasingly perplexed. Isn't Athena a kin of the divine ruler Zeus? How could his guardian assist humanity? Within the sunken eyes of Zeus, the exalted ruler, a fleeting spark of intrigue appeared. Even he could not decipher who Seiya truly was. Is this a human or a god? Without hesitation, Seiya traced the constellation of Pegasus with his hands, unleashing his signature move, the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless punches, moving at the speed of light, surged towards Thor, their velocity surpassing even that of light itself. Thor, anticipating Seiya's strength, was unprepared for the astonishing speed of the attack. With no time to counter, he raised his awakened hammer to shield himself, bracing for the onslaught. Even Thor, upon taking the full brunt of the attack, was forced to retreat, his form driven back and ultimately embedded within the wall by the oncoming barrage of lightspeed punches. The arena's wall crumbled, and Thor's figure was obscured beneath the rubble, a cloud of dust obscuring the spectator's view. Onlookers among the mortals were left in a state of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the illusion of the punches that had been so swift. Had this man named Seiya truly vanquished Thor with but a single strike? Meanwhile, the powerful figures among the deities, Buddha, Zeus, and Odin, were not preoccupied with the battle below, instead gazing upwards in unison. Ancient and ethereal, Qingfeng hovered above, casting a disdainful glance upon the assembly below, his presence radiating an air of superiority and indifference. Upon departing from Earth, Qingfeng resumed the form of Gogeta, opting not to employ his own visage. He intended to be the second to enter the fray, eager to witness the prowess of Seiya, the man who had repeatedly challenged the deities. What formidable strength would he display in the presence of the gods from another realm? Anticipation swelled within him for Seiya's performance. Chapter 80. The temptation of the god of love. Just as humanity believed victory was within grasp, and Seiya was poised to triumph, the shattered walls erupted with a thunderous roar as a figure emerged from the debris. Thor not only remained unscathed, but also absorbed the cataclysmic blow with minimal injury, merely wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Casually discarding his gloves, he left them behind, while the once sturdy arena floor buckled under the immense weight they contained, a testament to the terrifying force within. In the audience, Sharna gazed at Seiya in a daze, astonished that this youth, whom she had long held in contempt, had evolved to such an extent. Given her stature, she recognized that Seiya donned the golden cloth, and his fists unleashed the speed of light. Yet, could he truly possess the capability to vanquish a deity? The answer eluded Sharna, though deep down, she chose to place her faith in Seiya. The tides of battle swiftly turned against humanity. What was once thought to be Seiya's assured victory over Thor now revealed itself as a grave misunderstanding. Thor had not even begun to fight seriously. You are truly formidable. At last, my life shall not be so mundane, he mused. Thor's hammer pulsated with life, as he assumed a battle stance, swinging the awakened weapon with unparalleled might. A sight even the gods had never witnessed before. The hammer soared from his grasp, hurtling towards Seiya, who deftly evaded the strike with a graceful pivot. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surged towards Thor, poised to retaliate, only to feel an intense heat approaching from behind, compelling him to halt and shift his body to the left. Utilizing the momentum from the returning hammer, Thor executed a technique previously reserved for his arch-nemesis. The Great Serpent Jormungandr, a full-force strike of the awakened hammer. The overwhelming aura affected both divine and mortal spectators, who found themselves nearly swept off their seats by the sheer force. The Pegasus Comet Punch, countless meteor-like punches converged into a singular point, creating a comet punch that stirred an unending tempest. The residual energies from their clash sent debris flying, shattering the arena's surface, leaving no solid ground to stand upon. Such a confrontation drew the attention of Zeus, who had been observing Qingfeng, now focusing intently on the battle below. Even a being as formidable as he could not help but admire Seiya's extraordinary strength. Among the pantheon, few could rival him. Alas, he faced Thor, the mightiest of the Norse gods. Evenly matched? No, Thor has triumphed. As the comet punch shattered, Seiya was unable to halt his backward retreat, stumbling 9 steps before finally regaining his footing. A surge of blood rose in his throat, yet he resolutely swallowed it down, his eyes burning with the fervor of battle as he gazed defiantly at Thor. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was astonished by the formidable strength of Seiya. How could such a mere mortal withstand such a blow? Only a handful of deities could endure it, and those few were the pinnacle among countless gods. Yet, she knew that he could never triumph over Thor, destined instead for a demise that would render him nothingness. Reflecting on Seiya's self-introduction, a thought emerged in Aphrodite's mind. It would be a lamentable fate for such a man to perish at the hands of Thor. She signaled to a subordinate and whispered instructions to summon the warrior. You claim allegiance to Athena, she said, and she is present here. If you swear your loyalty to the Greek pantheon, I can ensure Thor spares your life. The mere thought of the arrogant Seiya bowing before her sent a thrill through Aphrodite. She loathed humanity for their weakness, which rendered them utterly uninteresting. Yet Seiya was different. This powerful man intrigued her, and despite his past slights against her, she resolved to offer him a chance to serve her. Should such a formidable warrior heed her command, the might of the Greek gods would undoubtedly swell, securing Zeus's position as the undisputed leader among deities. As she posed her question, Seiya's gaze swept over her, landing on a purple-haired maiden beside her, who regarded him with disdain. The girl, identified as Athena, flushed with joy and pointed at Seiya. Though she could not recall when she had acquired such a formidable servant, she knew there existed only one true Athena, and that was she herself. Your strength pleases me. Since you profess to be a saint of Athena, if your loyalty is genuine, kneel before me now to demonstrate your submission. Seiya remained silent, merely gazing at the maiden. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, as no one could predict what choice Seiya would make. In stark contrast to the earlier onslaught of insults hurled at him by his own kind, the spectators now hoped for Seiya to vanquish Thor. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Aphrodite's audacity in posing such a question. He understood all too well what it would signify if that mortal were to join the ranks of the Greek gods, with his son Thor present. He had always been reluctant to acknowledge Zeus's supremacy, yet if Zeus were to gain a warrior of Seiya's caliber, the Norse would have no chance of dethroning him. Zeus, the king of gods, who seemed as if he could be swept away by a mere breeze, now glimmered with renewed vigor, his demeanor markedly transformed. Observing Seiya's impassivity and Athena's silence, Aphrodite once more employed a tone of enticement. Regardless of your loyalty to Athena, in the eyes of the divine, you are but a pitiable hound, wagging its tail in supplication. Should you choose to serve us, I can beseech my father to grant you eternal life. In the eyes of the gods, no matter how powerful one might be, they ultimately could not evade the cycle of life and death, living a mere century like any ordinary mortal. This is precisely the reason why, despite his formidable strength, Seiya was still disregarded by Aphrodite. Throughout history, countless individuals have willingly bowed before the gods in pursuit of eternal life. She was convinced that Seiya would acquiesce. No one could resist such temptation. Aphrodite cast a challenging glance at Brunhild below, her eyes brimming with provocation. Brunhild's expression shifted dramatically, yet she found herself powerless. unable to contend with the allure of immortality bestowed by the gods. After a prolonged silence, Seiya, with unwavering conviction, articulated his response. I refuse. You are unworthy. Both loyal to Athena, why should you, for the sake of your master, decline my sister's invitation? Our father is none other than Zeus, the king of the gods. This answer caught Aphrodite completely off guard. It was utterly unexpected that someone could reject the promise of eternal life. In fact, not only her, but even the audience from the opposing human faction was taken aback, reflecting on what they would do in his place. It is likely that the vast majority would find it difficult to resist such temptation, deeming it worthwhile even to become the servants of the divine for immense gain. Only the ancient and lofty Qingfeng smiled coldly, having been certain from the outset that Seiya would never betray. Chapter 81. Saurikido. If there exists anyone in the endless universe who harbors the deepest hatred for the gods, Seiya undoubtedly ranks among them. The gods' repeated attempts to eradicate humanity and their harm towards Athena had long incited Seiya's ire. Even in other universes, he maintained his disdain for the divine. As for loyalty to Athena, Qingfeng found that assertion laughable. I fight solely with my own will. I am not one to follow orders unconditionally. To me, she is not the goddess Athena. She is merely a woman named Saurikido. Upon uttering these words, Seiya's demeanor shifted once more. Where he had previously exuded a fierce combat spirit, he now emanated an aura akin to that of the cosmos itself. His sacred armor detached and soared into the air, reassembling into the form of Sagittarius armor. Burn, my small universe! Seiya shouted, and the Sagittarius armor radiated with brilliant light, enveloping the arena in a golden glow. Even the perceptive Shiva could not discern the nature of Seiya's transformation. As the brilliance faded, the armor adorned Seiya's body, unlike any golden armor before. It was infused with the essence of the divine. Golden wings sprouted from his shoulders, and the armor's design became exquisitely intricate. An infinite small universe emanated from Seiya, and the mere force of his aura rivaled that of a localized cosmic explosion. For the first time, the gods felt fear. From Seiya, they sensed the looming threat of death, a power capable of obliterating them. Below the arena, the Valkyrie Brunhild, upon hearing Seiya's words, couldn't help but feel envious of Athena. To fight not as a warrior of the goddess, but for the sake of a beloved woman. Truly, such a goddess is fortunate and enviable. Beside her, Sharna wore a sullen expression, feeling as though a glaring green hat rested upon her head, her gaze fixated intensely on Seiya. The youth's appearance had been seen by her. She was left with a grim choice, to either eliminate Seiya or bind herself to him in matrimony. During this period, the young Seiya had relentlessly fought for Athena, and she had genuinely believed his efforts were to safeguard the goddess. However, it dawned upon her that it was merely for his own selfish desires. Yet, as she contemplated competing with the goddess Athena for a man, she questioned whether a mere silver saint stood any chance at all. Tanista and the others suddenly felt a chilling breeze pass through, causing them to involuntarily shiver. Instinctively, they took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Sharna. A woman scorned was a formidable force, and a jealous woman was even more terrifying. In the arena, since Aphrodite's words had been spoken, Thor had remained motionless, finding everything exceedingly dull, save for the man before him, who alone could satiate his boredom. Leaping high, he executed a powerful strike, drawing upon the weight of his hammer. This blow was not to be underestimated. Seiya clenched his right fist and retaliated, engaging in a pure contest of strength. Yet this time, it was Thor who was forced back, a white mark appearing at the point of contact between the hammer and Seiya's fist. The two warriors clashed in close quarters, with Seiya, whose prowess surged in hand-to-hand combat, gaining a slight advantage. The spectators in the arena were astounded, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Such speed and strength were unprecedented. In another forceful confrontation, both combatants retreated momentarily. Thor, gripping his hammer, suddenly extended one hand skyward, straining to pull down something from above. Instantly, darkness enveloped the sky, and a tempest of thunderclouds materialized, accompanied by a cacophony of lightning. The heavens unleashed a simultaneous barrage of thunderbolts upon Seiya. With a fierce battle spirit surging within him, Seiya unleashed a torrent of golden light, obliterating the celestial storm above. His offensive did not wane, dispersing the thunderclouds that had gathered. Unbeknownst to him, Thor's hammer crackled with electric energy. It was the first time Thor had unleashed his full strength, delivering his mightiest blow. The two locked eyes, igniting an indomitable spirit of combat within them. Seiya's cosmos rose once more, seemingly boundless. This marked a long-awaited return to his full power. It had been ages since anyone had compelled him to don his divine armor for battle. as he traced the constellation of Pegasus with his hands. The ultimate eighth sense erupted forth. The Pegasus meteor fist collided with Thor's devastating attack, resulting in a cataclysmic confrontation. The lightning was swiftly extinguished by the golden light, and Seiya's meteor fist sent Thor crashing once again into the wall. Severely wounded, the Thunder God Thor faced defeat at the hands of the human faction, with the Sagittarius Gold Saint Seiya emerging victorious. The referee announced the outcome. Thor's bones lay shattered, and within him lingered the slaying power bestowed by Seiya, a force that would take decades to heal. This was the very reason for his swift downfall. The Pegasus, which had once wounded deities in ancient times, carried within it the power to slay gods in every reincarnation. This power was uniquely his, and in this incarnation of Seiya, it had been brought to its zenith, allowing him to contend with any divine being. The divine does not conspire. The divine does not congregate. The divine does not rely on others. This is the essence of divinity. A golden-haired man emerged upon the elevated platform, which had already been rendered a chaotic spectacle by the fierce battle between the two warriors. Upon his entrance, tumultuous waves of water appeared from thin air, submerging the entirety of the arena. The Harbinger of Doom was somewhat displeased. Poseidon's arrival immediately followed the conclusion of the last bout, leaving him no time to recuperate. Moreover, such an occurrence was not in accordance with the established rules. Yet due to the stature and significance of the deity, he dared not voice his grievances. The gods and mortals watching had yet to recover from the defeat of Thor, the mightiest of the Norse gods, when another legendary deity made his appearance. Poseidon, unlike other gods, maintained an air of arrogance and disdain, regardless of whom he faced. He had once dispatched his own brother with a single, merciless blow. Coldness and unyielding strength were his trademarks. Brunhild felt a shiver run down her spine. The second battle had scarcely begun, and already the gods were dispatching their strongest champions. There was no need to elaborate on Thor's prowess, as he undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 deities, far surpassing his father, Odin. The reason for speculating that his strength was within the top 5 was merely due to the fact that he had never unleashed his full potential. His first experience in doing so had been against Seiya, making comparisons with Zeus and Shaka somewhat precarious. In Brunhild's eyes, Poseidon was indeed far more formidable than Thor. The sea god Poseidon had arrived. Just as Brunhild pondered who should take the field, a man stood opposite Poseidon, equally proud and exuding an imposing aura. Qingfeng, I beseech your guidance. In stark contrast to the dramatic entrance of Poseidon, Qingfeng appeared rather unassuming. At first glance, no one believed he had a chance of victory. This was a shared sentiment among both the gods and humanity. Chapter 82, let us begin. Seiya, at least, donned a radiant armor, while Qingfeng appeared as if he had merely come for leisure, clad in his everyday battle attire. His eyes did not even glance at Poseidon, instead drifting left and right, surveying the spectators present. As the battle commenced, the Harbinger of Doom signaled the start with a whistle. Poseidon held no interest in conversing with mortals. His arrogance was innate, not a facade. Poseidon's trident struck like a tempest, unleashing a relentless series of attacks, stabbing forth and retracting in a blur. Qingfeng, with hands crossed over his chest, stood upon the surface of the water, his movements as swift as thunder. No matter how rapidly Poseidon accelerated his assaults, he could not lay a finger on Qingfeng, not even brushing against the hem of his garment. Brunhild observed the reactions of Tony Stark and the others. She knew that Qingfeng was among their ranks, and they must possess some understanding of his capabilities. How did he compare to the man who called himself Seiya? He was your ally, was he not? Were they not concerned about him perishing in the arena? Moreover, she noticed something peculiar. During Seiya's battle, this group had cheered him on, yet now, with this man taking the stage, the individuals before her seemed less focused on the fight, as if they were awaiting something. As Tony was about to speak, Kurumi interjected with a vehement rebuttal. With such a pitiful deity, do you truly believe he can lead him to failure? Are you still lost in a dream? Hanajuku felt that Kurumi's tone was somewhat harsh. After all, they were here to assist humanity, and there was no need to sour their relations. Following Kurumi's remark, she offered some clarification. There is no need for concern. Regardless of the opponent, our leader will undoubtedly prevail, for his strength is beyond your wildest imagination. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Poseidon's strikes became increasingly rapid, the sound of his trident slicing through the air resonating repeatedly. Yet he still could not touch Qingfeng. Within a minute of his entrance, Poseidon began to seethe with humiliation and anger, leaping into the air and vanishing from sight. In an instant, countless thrusts surged toward Qingfeng on the surface of the sea, submerging him in a multitude of spear shadows. The onlookers could only witness the myriad spear shadows, piercing and cleaving downward like raindrops falling upon the stage. The divine thunder descending upon the desolate sea was so swift that it rendered the attacks nearly invisible. The spectators were left in awe of Poseidon's might. Moreover, the waters surrounding the arena began to stir, unleashing towering waves that surged toward Qingfeng. In that moment, the spear shadows merged with the turbulent sea, amplifying their destructive power. The observing deities exchanged uncertain inquiries among themselves. Has he perished? I cannot see. Poseidon's attacks are too formidable. No one could survive such an onslaught. Yet, why does Poseidon continue his assault? Could it be that the human still lives? Focus and refrain from uttering meaningless drivel. Shiva, the god of destruction with 4 arms, shed his usual languid demeanor. As the mightiest deity of India, he too had not encountered a worthy adversary in quite some time. He considered himself unable to defeat Thor. Although Seiya's combat was spectacular, it was a balanced contest. However, the battle unfolding before him was not only astonishing, but also revealed something even more peculiar. Qingfeng, under the combined assault of the sea and the trident, seemed too lethargic to evade. He had just been dodging the tidal onslaught with remarkable agility, yet now he allowed Poseidon's attacks to strike him. Impossible. How could a mere human withstand my assault? Poseidon was incredulous at the sight before him, while below, Qingfeng wore a smile, his hands still placed upon his chest. After 5 minutes of relentless onslaught, Poseidon found himself somewhat drained, descending back to the surface of the sea. Enveloped by the waters, Qingfeng emitted a blinding radiance, and the tumultuous waves immediately calmed, revealing him unscathed to the astonished crowd. On the stage, the trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang observed. Liu Bei, the eldest brother with the least combat prowess, struggled to comprehend the situation and turned to his sworn brothers for clarity. Who is this unexpected individual? That previous Seiya was remarkable, but this person exudes an aura even stronger than his. Guan Yu, with his red face and long beard, sighed in resignation before providing his answer. Unbeknownst to us, their might is beyond our imagination. To fathom their power, one must at least possess a semblance of strength. Zhang Fei, who had been incessantly drinking, set down his wine jug, his eyes widening as he rubbed them in disbelief. Brother, it seems that Poseidon's ultimate attack has no effect on him. Am I merely seeing things after indulging in too much wine recently? The Valkyrie Brunhilde, observing the spectacle, was taken aback, astonished to discover that this man was formidable to such an extent. If even Lord Poseidon could not subdue him, it appeared she could secure victory in the second round of combat. Yet, her curiosity deepened. She pondered the origins of these unexpected intruders. Such powerful men could not possibly remain anonymous in history, and she had never encountered them in the annals of humanity. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was momentarily rendered speechless. Compared to Thor of Norse mythology, she was far more acquainted with her uncle, Lord Poseidon. Even after having slain her brother, Poseidon remained supremely proud, scarcely deigning to glance at his sibling. No one had ever managed to provoke such a reaction from him. This was a first, and a sense of foreboding began to stir within her. Should another defeat occur, the deities would face consecutive losses, and their divine authority would be irrevocably tarnished. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Qingfeng's feet lifted from the water's surface, ascending to a height of 3 meters. He raised his arm and gestured towards the divine assembly. Do not waste any more time. Come at me all at once. His words stirred a tempest of excitement, shocking the crowd with his audacity. No one anticipated that Qingfeng would exhibit such arrogance. They believed him to be utterly mad, daring to confront all the deities present single-handedly. How presumptuous! Just because he possesses a modicum of strength, he forgets the bounds of reality. Allow me to deal with him, declared a blue, humanoid creature from the Greek pantheon, charging out of the spectator area, roaring as it flew towards Qingfeng. Die! Qingfeng merely lifted a finger, and a beam of light struck the oncoming deity, who looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest. His eyes closed in resignation as he succumbed to death, his body plummeting into the sea surrounding the arena. Since when did insects dare to interject? The spectators were struck with terror. This was an open assault on a deity, a stark departure from the customary duels of the arena. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, as this act was tantamount to inciting a war between the divine and humanity. Should Zeus, the king of the gods, issue a command, all deities would engage. Chapter 83. Provocation. All eyes turned to Zeus, who, scratching his head, burst into hearty laughter. It was only fitting that he, having intruded upon the arena, faced repercussions. Why do you all look at me? A deity raised an objection, asserting, it was that human who challenged us all, his entry onto the stage is entirely reasonable. Zeus glanced down at the ground, where remnants of Poseidon's attack had frightened the End Times Guardian back to the spectator's platform, and inquired with a grin. Is there a provision in the rules allowing for multiple attackers against one opponent? The End Times Guardian, taken aback, pondered the implications of a duel devolving into chaos. Hastily, he rifled through his books, searching through the texts before finally responding. Indeed, such regulations exist. However, the corresponding counts will also accumulate. If our two participants win, it will be regarded as 2 consecutive victories, and if they lose, it will be seen as 2 consecutive defeats. I greatly admire your courage, young man. Would you care to engage in a contest with me? Qingfeng's formidable strength was unmistakable, as he disregarded Poseidon's onslaught, his robust defense causing others to gasp in astonishment. Yet Zeus remained absolutely confident in his abilities, knowing his offensive power far surpassed that of Poseidon. Come forth. Qingfeng waved his hand nonchalantly, his audacious demeanor inciting the ire of the deities. Lord Zeus is revered as the mightiest of gods. Did he truly believe he could challenge 2 supreme deities alone? The assembly of gods erupted with fervor, vociferously rallying behind Zeus. Lord Zeus, vanquish this arrogant human and let him witness the might of the divine. For the first time, gods from both Greek and Norse mythologies united in solidarity, hoping Zeus would eliminate the disdainful Qingfeng. How grotesque the gods are. That woman. Dare you wager with me? Clad in a gothic Lolita attire, Kyuka's cascading bangs obscured the left half of her stunningly beautiful visage, leaving her right eye a deep crimson. Her enchanting appearance captivated the gods, as she teasingly addressed Aphrodite. The goddess of love trembled with indignation, despite the disrespectful attitudes of Seiya and Qingfeng. They were undeniably powerful, one having triumphed over Thor, the other having utterly crushed Poseidon. She could not fathom how Kyuka dared to provoke her, believing she lacked the strength to challenge a deity. To speak so insolently to the goddess of love is unforgivable. Suddenly, a deity with a serpent's head charged toward Kyuka, wielding a glimmering longsword. He was among Aphrodite's ardent admirers, intolerant of any who would slander her. Even a deity could not endure such affront, let alone a mere human. Brunhild had not anticipated Kyuka's audacity. Qingfeng's actions had already left her in disarray. Winning this battle should suffice. Why must he be so egotistical? The situation spiraled beyond her control, her expression icy as she attempted to intervene. This is a duel. Harming ordinary spectators is forbidden. Yet before she could finish, a colossal golden sword, stretching dozens of meters, materialized from thin air, cleaving the serpent-headed deity in twain. Following the sword's origin revealed Qingfeng's right hand. He had struck once more, delivering yet another lethal blow. Brunhild's pupils widened in horror. He had slain a god again. Did he truly not fear the wrath of the deities? Do you not fear at all? Should you provoke the gods, you may find yourselves with no place to rest in peace. What further perplexed her was the expressionless demeanor of Tony Stark and his companions, who appeared entirely unfazed. Tony Stark whispered conspiratorially to the others, "See? I told you, anyone daring to strike at Kyuka would surely not last 3 seconds, yet you did not believe me." Sharna remained lost in the reverie of Seiya's confession, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Shikumi pouted, clearly displeased. I had anticipated that he might linger a bit longer, but I was taken aback by how swiftly the master acted. Conan trembled in the corner, too intimidated to speak loudly. He was still struggling to adjust to the presence of a deity. The moment death was commanded, it was executed without hesitation. Notions of severe injuries rendering one immobile were simply non-existent. When the master struck, it was an absolute kill. Isteth, not participating in the whispered exchanges, cast a disdainful glance at Brunhild and remarked, "I would welcome their intervention. I have yet to slay a god." Isteth also found the divine disdain for humanity quite irksome. Her killings were merely aimed at rival factions, and she would never engage in senseless slaughter. While she was no match for the top-tier deities, ordinary gods were not necessarily her equals. Brunhild perceived the group as deranged, each individual dismissing the divine with audacity. Kurumi stifled a laugh, her gaze at Aphrodite laced with increasing mockery, and provocatively spoke. "Ah, are you perhaps afraid, hesitant to wager against me?" Incensed yet smiling, Aphrodite retorted, "Very well, although you, as a lesser being, are unworthy of negotiating with a deity, I will make an exception. If you lose, what then? My life shall be yours." Kurumi responded decisively. And thus the wager was established. Zeus leaped onto the arena, standing atop the ocean, his muscles expanding, his presence magnified. Without any unnecessary dialogue, a punch was launched at lightning speed, taking a mere 0. 0.01 seconds, and Gu Qingfeng barely tilted his head to evade. Poseidon stood still, refraining from joining the fray between the two. He would not ally with others, a manifestation of his inherent pride as a god. In the blink of an eye, punches were exchanged at an astonishing pace, each blow leaving behind afterimages. Although the spectators saw Zeus delivering his second blow, he had already unleashed dozens. Gu Qingfeng did not need to evade extensively. He merely shifted his head slightly, deftly dodging Zeus's attacks with precise timing. In desperation, Zeus resorted to unleashing his skill, reminiscent of the flurry of punches that Seiya had previously executed. Faced with Zeus's relentless onslaught, Gu Qingfeng stood his ground, enveloped by a layer of swirling energy. Unwilling to move an inch, Zeus's eyes flashed with golden light. His fists were mere feints, while the divine axe delivered a kick that transcended time, causing the very fabric of space to ripple under its might. Gu Qingfeng's indifferent gaze finally exhibited a flicker of emotion as Zeus's kick approached its apex. He retaliated with a punch delivered at a speed surpassing the previous. The sound of muscle tearing echoed as Gu Qingfeng struck first, decisively shattering Zeus's left shoulder bone. Following this devastating blow, Zeus's assault was interrupted, and he staggered back, his left arm hanging limply.